1. Why are we still here? I wasn't quite sure what I was looking at. These hands, these arms, the sudden clarity of my sight itself. The impossibility of the situation had me thinking I was tripping on something not so legal, but the longer I sat here on this bench in this random park, the severity of the moment was compounding. These hands, they lacked the calluses and scars I had built up over years of toiling and fighting, going from job to job, struggle to struggle, the proof of my existence up until now. The line on my pinky, which I'd gained after a disgruntled girlfriend slammed it in my car door, the mark on my palm I'd gotten leaning on the grill as during my time as a chef. Hell, even the elongated dot of a birthmark on the back of my hand was absent. I turned my attention to these arms. They were frail. Unlike the firm trunks I'd gained through experience and exercise, these belonged to a child who'd never worked out in his life. The only real thing of interest at all was the strange tattoo, an omega symbol printed on the underside of the left wrist. I clench my hands and look up over the trees and at the burgeoning sunrise, wondering just how I'd gotten here and if there was a reason for it. As far as I remember. My thoughts blank as I try to recall. Worse, I quickly noticed the holes in my memory, important, were missing, even if I couldn't name them. My name, the names of my family, pets, girlfriend, even their faces were lost to me, every attempt to visualize them forming an amorphous creature that wouldn't look out of place in Silent Hill. Why I remembered pieces of fiction and not essential pieces of information about myself, I had no idea. A malicious prank by some deity maybe. That would also explain the new body. What was I even doing prior to this? I think I was home, maybe. I don't know, everything past getting back from work is gone, and even the drive home itself is fuzzy. On the bright side, I won't have to deal with those pricks at that construction site again. Fuck the foreman, fuck the workers, and fuck the company that hired us. I hope the homeowners enjoy the shit I took in their wall. How people think they can get by withholding our pay, I'll never know. And how the union takes their side in it is beyond me. Discarding those last thoughts before I ended up here, I stand and brush the dust from my ragged shirt, jeans, and sneakers. Some people were already milling around and cutting through the park to get to their jobs, and judging by the few homeless people sleeping in nearby tents and tarps, I hadn't ended up in some utopian post-scarcity society. Honestly, such a notion was instantly discarded once I caught a glimpse of the buildings surrounding the park, dingy, dilapidated, and all around hard on the eyes. The dull gray tones, half-broken windows, and height had me thinking I'd ended up in Gotham or something, but the lack of heavy smog made any crime-ridden American city just as likely. It was like New York, but somehow even shittier. I sniff, catching the slight hint of salt water past the smell of garbage and gasoline. A waterfront city then. Shaking my head, I decide that the best place to look is likely the library. A computer would reveal just how far up shit creek I am. Now to figure out where it is. I lock eyes on a middle-aged woman striding down the walkway and step into her path. "Excuse me." I trail off at the sound of my own voice, only now realizing just how young I seem to be, that or female, which isn't likely given the thing I could feel under my trousers. "I don't have any money," she sourly states and moves to leave, but I stop her again. "I just need to know the way to the library. My parents allowed me to go out, but I forgot my way back." I admit, trying to push reluctant embarrassment into my tone. "Ah," she blinks, "sorry, with how this city is, it's best for people, women especially, to keep to themselves. Leave the park and follow Main Street for a couple blocks. You'll spot it not long after City Hall." She gestures haphazardly westwards. "Got it. Thanks, miss. You really saved me," I say, and don't wait for a response as I step away. Scratch that, this place is worse than Gotham. My limited knowledge of DC aside, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't have encountered a supervillain barely minutes after I arrived. Sirens blared as police cordoned off an area around a clothing store, or tried to at least. Their attempts were cut off as some chubby douchebag wearing a bag with holes cut for eyes smashed his way through the storefront window. "Haha, beware the might of Flash, the living taser," he proclaims in an annoying, nasally voice, weak sparks of electricity crackling around his fingers. "Get on the ground." The police all raise their weapons at him, and the villain-to-be seemed to only now realize his limited-ranged superpower wouldn't stop the barrage of bullets awaiting him. He looks around frantically before jumping back into the store, coming out minutes later with a hostage. Why they hadn't just shot him when they had the chance evaded me still. Now you people go about your day or she gets it. I'll shoot 1,000,000 volts into her, I swear. Is 1,000,000 volts a lot? I could hear one officer whisper to another. Probably, the other shrugs, but glancing down the road and heaving a sigh of relief. Thank God the PRT are finally here. An armored truck with PRT written on the side slides around the corner and skids to a stop in front of the villain, allowing some woman in green tank top military fatigues and wearing an American flag-themed bandana around her face to step out. Again, I had no idea how that piece of cloth hid her face, if secret identities were even a thing around here. It's Miss Militia, someone from the gathering crowd of gawkers exclaims. Why you wanna fight? Try it, Flash shouts, holding his hostage out in front of him. She raises a single brow at him before manifesting some sort of green energy around her hands, which turns into a single huge taser. Mine's bigger than yours, she dryly remarks, catching a laugh from some in the crowd. Even the hostage seemed somewhat relieved at the byplay. Oh yeah, well, the supervillain fails to formulate a reply, and so instead just angrily stews in silence. At least until one of the PRT grunts quietly tossed a flashbang near the foot of the guy. Banged. It goes off and the villain gives a grunt of surprise, momentarily losing grip of his hostage who sprints to safety. There, the PRT raise strange-looking guns and hose the superhuman with some sort of foam, locking him in place. With that done, Miss Militia turns her attention to the crowd, crossing her arms and proudly posing for the cameras. After that, she begins taking autographs and questions, turning the crime scene into a fucking photo op. Yeah, I'm so done with this, I mutter, shoving my hands in my pockets and moving past the crowd. Here's hoping the library isn't burned down by the time I get there. So I wasn't wrong in my initial assumptions, that being transmigrated to another world. Or is it reincarnation since I'm in a new body? I finally caught a full glimpse of myself in a mirror placed in the lobby of the library. 5 and a bit feet tall, short brown hair, brown eyes, and an above-average face, for a preteen at least. His age was at most 13, which put him in a real bind for options towards income. No sane business would hire a 13-year-old, or if they did, they wouldn't pay enough for me to afford even the shittiest apartment. Seeking help from the government was also an option, but I'm going to leave that until I learn more about this world. If superheroes exist, trans-dimensional dislocated individuals could also exist. At least his age made him legible for the free library pass. Anyone under 16 could come whenever they wanted, presumably to try and boost grades or something. As the computer area was currently being used as an online cafe, though, I doubted their efforts were achieving anything. Waiting for one of the gremlins to vacate a machine, I sat down and got to work. So there's good news and bad news. The good news is that the world isn't on the precipice of destruction. The PRT, or Protectorate, seems to have things well in hand, and some superhero called Cyan disabled every country's nuclear armaments, preventing any thought of nuclear annihilation from a trigger-happy nation or mind-controlled official. There are no aliens invasions, aside from some parallel Earth called Earth Aleph, though there's not much mention about it aside from some fiction from my homeworld like Star Wars passing over, and no fascist dictatorships like the Imperium of Man, also aside from China, which was a communist shithole even back in my home reality. Of course, this is where the bad news comes in. This isn't a universe I recognize, leaving me in the dark involving the plot of the world. While there aren't any Earth-destroying super beings flying around, that didn't mean it was safe either. Case in point, the 3 giant fucking kaiju that popped up occasionally to wreck everyone's day. They're called Endbringers, and as far as I can tell, they're incredibly powerful beings that no superhero, or cape, as they apparently like to be called, can handle. Behemoth, a giant bipedal doomsday lookalike which can essentially nuke a place whenever he wants. Leviathan, a giant blue bipedal sea monster that sunk Kyushu and crippled the entirety of Japan back in 1999. And finally Simurg, a pale 15-foot-tall sexy-as-all-hell woman with a shitload of random wings sprouting from her sides. Despite being the closest physically to humanity, she is arguably the worst. She can essentially see the future and plan for it, causing butterfly effects that'll assist in the downfall of humanity. This is fucking scary as she doesn't even have to do anything overt to cause chaos. She could prompt a scientist to go on holiday early, which ends up in him and his family getting into an accident, and from there creating a mad scientist. This shit is bad enough that entire cities are sometimes purged if she turns up and starts singing. Those who aren't killed are referred to as Simurg bombs, as they're all part of the Angel's various plots. The fact that no one knows where the fuck these things came from is only the nail in the coffin for my dislike of this place. These things can turn up in any city and wipe them out. It's bad enough that heroes and villains team up to try and fight them off. Speaking of which, Parahumans, welcome to the Parahumans online message boards. You are currently logged in, guest 2269. You are viewing threads you have replied to, and threads that have new replies, or private message conversations with new replies. Thread op is displayed. 10 posts per pay. Last 10 messages in private message history. Threads and private messages are ordered chronologically. Black square. Diamond suit topic. WTF are Parahumans. In boards help general. Guest 2269, original poster, guest, limited privileges. Posted on January 1st, 2010. Hello, I'm new to this whole cape scene, and I'd like to help with a school project I'm working on. Consider me as someone who's been living under a rock for years and give me all the information you're willing. Basically, what are Parahumans, where do they come from, and how do they operate? As far as I can tell from reading online, there's a bunch of theories with no concrete answers. There has to be a reason for capes suddenly appearing, right? Before Cyan arrived in 1982, there's no mention of them, so maybe a government experiment gone wrong. IDK. Showing page 1 of 3. Yali 50. Replied on January 1st, 2010. You're asking a lot. Even the vets here who like to proclaim they know everything have no idea. To me, all you need to know is this: most capes are raging assholes who have some sort of disorder. If they're not massive narcissists, they're power-hungry crazies. The fact most capes trigger when they're young only makes it worse, like giving a teenager a rocket launcher and asking them not to blow up their bullies. In general, though, I'd recommend looking at William Manton's work. The Manton effect is a big part in why villain capes aren't going around popping heads like nothing. Guest 2269, original poster, guest, limited privileges. Replied on January 1st, 2010. At Yali, you mentioned triggers, the event that causes people to develop superpowers. There's lots of ideas floating around, but is there one that is most commonly believed? XX Void Cowbooks X. Replied on January 1st, 2010. Everyone knows triggers are caused by aliens when someone gets pissed enough. The government tries to cover it up, but we all know what's up. Yali 50. Replied on January 1st, 2010. Ignore at XX Void Cowbooks X. He's a troll conspiracy theorist. Add anything he says to your project and your teacher will toss it out. That said, I'm pretty sure he's right about triggers occurring during high-stress situation. It would explain why most capes are batshit insane. You want examples, then take a look at Nilbog or Glaistig Ewing. The former raised a monster army and caused an entire city to be quarantined, and the latter speaks to voices in her head. Hi Punch Soon. Replied on January 1st, 2010. At Yali 50, you're forgetting the fact that the fairy queen, Glaistig Ewing, can instantly kill people she touches and summon their shadows to fight for her. Pretty sure the voices in her head are part of her powers. Thank fuck she got birdcaged. Imagine if that psycho got Eidolon or Alexandria. Picture Perfect 1 replied on January 1st, 2010. If you wanna fill word count, the easiest way is to list parahuman ratings, you know, scores on powers. Tinkers build shit, brutes are tough, etc. Extra points for adding the unwritten rules. That shit'll get you extra credit at least. Guest 2269, original poster, guest, limited privileges. Replied on January 1st, 2010. At Picture Perfect 1, could you tell me what the unwritten rules are? Again, treat me like I've been living under a rock. Picture Perfect 1 replied on January 1st, 2010. Geez, you have if you've never heard of them. Basically is a code of honor among capes. Don't break the truce during an Endbringer fight. Don't reveal a cape's identity. Try not to use lethal force. Most villains degaff about this one TBH. No rape, no mind control, no mass civilian attacks, etc. If anyone overtly breaks these rules, you'll have heroes and villains banding against you. The PRT enforces this even for criminals, like they won't remove their masks even while in custody. Though, after their trial, all bets are off. XX Void Cowbooks X Temp Band replied on January 1st, 2010. At Picture Perfect 1, how do we even know this guy has an assignment? Dude doesn't even own an account. He's probably some villain fishing for info about capes under the radar. Well, too bad. Everyone knows Eidolon is President Jillen. FFFY, this is a joke. Don't ban me for guessing a cape identity, because this SHTS bogus. End of page 1. My foray onto the most popular forum turned out some useful information that wasn't really publicly available, most useful of which were the unwritten rules. There was also the parahuman ratings, or power classifications to be more accurate. Mover, an ability that grants a cape enhanced speed or mobility. This could involve teleportation or simple superspeed. Shaker, an ability with an area of effect. An example would be creating a mini earthquake or altering the gravity around a location. Brute, an ability that grants a cape enhanced strength or durability. Says what it says on the tin, though. From what I can tell, these ratings are not always so straightforward. Durability without caveats. Breaker, an ability that allows a cape to shift into another state. Abilities like those granted by Logia Devil Fruits would count in this category, turning to fire or something. Master, an ability that allows a cape to control others or create minions. Those in this category are almost universally hated. The fact that someone like Heartbreaker, a serial mind-controlling rapist who likes to target famous celebrities, allows me to sympathize with the public's worries. Tinker, an ability that allows a cape to create or alter devices with futuristic technology. Basically, Tonys start without intelligence or common sense. Almost all of them could be considered mad scientists with little regard for what they create. Blaster, a long-ranged offensive ability. Probably the most straightforward class, shooting shit, be it high-speed projectiles or fire. Thinker, an ability that focuses on information gathering. Not much intel on these guys outside of Thinker be smart. I wouldn't be surprised if there were thinkers with abilities matching Seers, though. Striker, a melee touch-based ability. The Fairy Queen would be a good, if extreme, example of this. Changer, an ability that allows a cape to alter their form or appearance. A category werewolves would find themselves if they existed. God, I hope capes and Endbringers are the only supernatural beings around. Trump, an ability that allows a cape to manipulate powers in some capacity. The Eidolon guy mentioned in the earlier thread is probably the biggest example of this. Apparently he can pull new powers out of his ass at will, making him one of, if not the strongest parahuman alive. Stranger, an ability that focuses on stealth and/or infiltration, invisibility, forgetful aura, etc. All of these can be labeled with a number 1 to 10. It can go only 10, of course, but at that point, it's in fucking run territory. The difference between a 12 and a 13 isn't much if they both can fuck you outer existence. To John Doe, I tread out of the cafe with a frown marring my face. A fourth job rejection, and it wasn't likely to be the last. Having the appearance of a 13-year-old, without the experience, records, and referrals I did in my original world reduced my options significantly. I refused to allow myself to be thrown in an orphanage, not just because of personal pride, but due to the presence of capes. I've read far too many stories where some bastard gets the bright idea to adopt kids into test subjects. Tinkers existed in this world, and bio-tinkers had already been recorded. This was also Brockton Bay, a city with one of the highest percentages of capes among the population. Pretty sure the number of crazies is also why I was dropped here. What else could be the reason? It was a shithole among shitholes, with an organization of actual goddamn Nazis running around, and I'm not being hyperbolic or referring to someone with conservative ideals. No, I mean, Heil fucking Hitler, running around with red armband kinda Nazis. Even with my olive skin, I doubted morons like that would care I was more Caucasian than anything else. The Empire 88. Gangs essentially ran this city, outside of the immediate areas protected by the PRT or the hero group called New Wave. You had the Nazi Empire 88, Asian supremacist Azan bad boys, and meth-head archers bridge merchants as the big players. That the cracked-out drug dealers that kidnapped people and forcefully addicted them to shit weren't the most fucked-up group in the city was saying something. This all contributed to my difficulties finding jobs, as any area that hire a 13-year-old had some amount of ties to one of the gangs. Plus, even if I made money, I doubted I'd find a landlord that both take me in and not report my existence to child services. I run a hand through my hair as I make my way to my next destination, following the route I'd written on a page I'd torn from a book's glossary. Yeah, I didn't have a phone, sue me. I tear up the paper and let the wind take it as I step out from the construction site. Every safe job available had been a bust, not that I was expecting otherwise. I wouldn't hire me either. Letting out a sigh, I decide to start making preparations for homeless life. With the state of this city, I wasn't staying out at night without some protection, so I surreptitiously sneak a hammer out of a hardware store with little issue. I'd rather have a knife, but even kitchen knives were locked behind counters, preventing all but the boldest attempts of absconding with one. None of this felt quite real yet, and my tirelessly bouncing around from one failed attempt to fix my shit to another was making me really, really desperate. It was early January, and I'd be freezing my ass off if I couldn't at the very least buy a jacket or a blanket. Of course, there was always sitting in a 24/7 fast food joint, but that get me picked up by the cops pretty quick. No one's gonna ignore a kid sleeping not just on their doorstep, but on their couch. It was turning 2 in the afternoon, and I was still racking my mind for suitable methods for income, when finally I spotted something doable. Down at the corner of the street was a music store, one that had red stickers proclaiming big discounts printed across the windows. I step past the group of people milling in and out of the place and glance around, looking for my instrument of choice. Now I wasn't Jimi Hendrix, but I knew my way around a guitar. If I could grab on busking for cash would be easy, especially with my new age. Seeing a middle-aged guy playing fluently and performing wasn't as impressive as a kid. This a clearance or something? I vaguely hear one of the customers ask a frazzled shop assistant. Really, why though? I thought things were going great. I love this place. You love coming in and trying the new stuff without buying anything, the assistant drawls. Maybe, but I see lots of people buying stuff here. You're telling me you can't make a profit selling those giant freaking pianos. Profit's not an issue. The boss said she was leaving the city altogether. Too many capes breaking shit, is what I was told. I guess that would do it. The man claps the assistant on the arm, but look on the bright side, I'm finally going to buy something. He holds it up. That's a guitar pick, the assistant almost whispers through gritted teeth. I shake my head and step aside. Of course the capes were the problem. It seemed like everything issue could be traced back to one of them. My eyes narrow in on the stand nearest to the door, a classic wood-grain acoustic guitar. It kinda reminded me of my last one. Again, The fact I can't remember my name or parents, but can recall a fucking guitar is starting to piss me off. Huffing air through my nose, I grab it, turn it in my hands, giving it a once-over before making my way for the door. The trick of stealing was to act like you weren't stealing. It sounded simple enough, but when you knew you were up to shit, your attitude and posture would express it. Or at least that's what I remember from that crime documentary. My stature combined with the large crowd let me slip out without a problem. There were CCTV cameras, but there was nothing I could do about that. I dare them to find me anyway. With no paper trail or evidence of my existence at all, I'd be surprised if they could do anything. With that, I make my way to the opposite side of downtown, picking out a popular-looking spot on the steps leading into a mall. I prop a plastic cup next to my feet and heft the adult-sized guitar in my arms. Now what to play? POV, Amy Dallin. Come on, Ames. I'm not gonna let you be holed up in that grungy hospital all day. I sigh as Vicky tugs on my costume sleeve harder, unintentionally using her super strength to force my compliance. She was great, usually, when she wasn't trying to get me to shirk work with her. Sure, it might be Sunday, but I was still just as needed as any other day, maybe more given what people got up to in their free time. Being one of the few capes capable of actually healing people gave me a lot of power that I needed to not abuse. People would come in all over the world to have their terminal illnesses cured. Anything that wasn't brain-related I could heal: cancer, genetic disorders, paralysis. Vicky, people need me. Every minute I'm not in the hospital, someone dies or leaves without getting help. Do you have any idea how long the booking list for an appointment with me is? I say, which she purposely ignores. Couldn't she have at least let me get changed before dragging me downtown? While all of New Wave's identities were public, it seemed weird and wrong to wear my costume for casual stuff. Even now people were falling over themselves to clear a path for Panacea and Glory Girl. The only thing that stopped them from getting swarmed for autographs was Vicky's aura. Sis, you haven't been a cape for that long. It isn't healthy to spend all of your free time working. Helping people is good, great even, but not when you're hurting yourself at the same time. You kidnapped me during my break. I have 2 terminal patients waiting for me, I heatedly retort. Her blasé attitude was irritating, especially when I knew she agreed with me to some extent. Vicky frowns and turns on her heel, eyeing me with surprising intensity. I could see people nearby reacting to her aura amping up, standing in stunned silence at her sheer presence. When's the last time you got a full night of sleep? Between the hospital and school, when's the last time you did something Amy wanted to do instead of Panacea? I scowl, not in anger but in frustration. All I wanted to do was lie down somewhere and sleep, but I could toss away my responsibilities for momentary satisfaction. Not everyone could be Glory Girl, flying around punching people and announcing, "Job done." Take me back. I put my foot down, because if we're going to start talking problems, we can talk about last week and your mishap, I state, causing her to pale slightly. She could say all she wanted about my work ethic, but when you accidentally cripple a criminal for life, having an overworked healer sister paid off. Fine, she sighs and slumps slightly, making to pick me up and fly me back to the hospital, only to pause when the sound of a guitar sounds around the entrance of the mall. My brow twitches when Vicky purposely turns to listen, acting as if she'd forgotten her agreement to take me back. Another turning point, a fork stuck in the road. Time grabs you by the wrist, directs you where to go. The singer, a boy in dirty clothes, stumbles slightly over the chords, his voice fluctuating as if unused to his pitch, but continues the tune anyway despite the flaws. So make the best of this test and don't ask why. It's not a question but a lesson learned in time. He's pretty good, Vicky remarks. Vicky, I growl under my breath. Come on, Ames, just till the end of the song. I fold my arms and chew my lip. One song and you're taking me back. So take the photographs and still frames in your mind. Hang it on a shelf in good health and good time. Tattoos of memories and dead skin on trial. For what it's worth, it was worth all the while. I didn't recognize the song, but that didn't mean anything since I was culture illiterate, according to my sister. The verses, though, now that I took a minute to listen, were nice enough. I did notice the boy's voice tremble during some, though, like he was struggling to maintain the salesman's smile permanently plastered on his face. It's something unpredictable, but in the end, it's right. I hope you had the time of your life. The song comes to an end, and the crowd claps politely, impressed at the young boy's abilities. I reach into the pockets of my costume but fail to find any change. Most of my meals were provided for me at the hospital, along with transportation home, so I usually didn't carry anything on me. I feel Vicky grab my arm and slide some bills into my hand, a restrained smirk on her face. Ignoring her aggravating look, I drop $5 into the boy's cup. You're good. Your parents must be really proud of you, Vicky adds, throwing a thumbs up, not noticing the boy's jaw clench. Thanks, he coolly responds, sending an inquiring look at her. What's the robe for? Scientology. Scient what? Vicky questions, visibly confused. No, it's my costume, I'm Panacea. The healers. That's the one, Vicky beams, you a fan. I guess she's the only real hero around here, to be honest. He shrugs. What? How can you say that? There's the ward's PRT, and she starts, but the boy interjects. All of which combined probably haven't saved as many people as she has. Sure, beating people up is fine, but it doesn't mean anything in comparison to curing cancer and regrowing limbs. He says before turning his attention to the steadily filling cup to converse with other contributors, the salesman's smile once again gracing his face. W8, what's your name? Vicky asks, her aura unintentionally spiking. But somehow the boy is unaffected, despite people nearby going glassy-eyed in wonder at the superheroine. Vicky, aura, I whisper, prompting the girl to force it down. The boy chews the answer for a moment, seeming reluctant to say, John. Doe, I can't help but follow up but realize my mistake too soon when a grimace slips through his facade. He doesn't answer. My mood from being told I was basically the best hero soured somewhat at that. I drop the rest of the money, another $5 into his cup, and pull Vicky away from trying to convert him into a fan. Clearly, Kid had issues. I think back to the song and sigh, deciding that a 10-minute break wouldn't destroy the world. I could go for a burger. Yes, Vicky cheers, once more dragging me down the street as I hum the tune. POV MC. I watch the hero and her friend leave and breathe a sigh of relief. For a moment there, I thought they were going to get into my business. Last thing I needed was to be dragged to the police station or something. Panacea could obviously tell something was up. I wasn't sure if I'd let something slip, but she closed in on me like an eagle. It was actually pretty intimidating. By appearance alone, she was just a teenage girl in white and red robes. Remove the bags under her eyes and give her a new outfit, and she'd be just another average girl. An average girl who could cure cancer at a whim. Hey kid, what's the name of the song? I want to add it to my playlist. A 20-something woman asks, ready to search for it on her phone. Good riddance. Is it spelled weird 'cause I don't see it? Green Day. That another song? Doesn't show either. Green Day didn't exist in this world. I thought most things would have come through Earth Aleph. This could be an opportunity. Unfortunately, I'd need an identity to take advantage. If I was gonna be stuck in this shithole, I might as well get rich. Stealing artists' music did feel kind of scummy, but I didn't see them around to complain. I wrote it, I shrug, got bored one day. You wrote it, really? That's amazing. How old are you? 13. Did you really like the song? I ask while forcing an innocent smile to my lips. It was amazing. Then I shake my cup, causing coins to jingle. 3. You've got Plan B, right? When I first found out that superpowers were real in this world, my first question was, do I have any? After clenching my ass cheeks and trying to go Super Saiyan in the library's bathroom, I had thought no. Apparently, I was wrong, as I found out just after I'd found a relatively empty area in an alleyway to get some shut-eye. I hadn't even realized it until I'd sat down, the fact that I wasn't tired at all, despite exerting myself all day. Not only that, I wasn't hungry or thirsty either. Even scarier, I didn't even have to breathe, and I was only doing so by habit alone. So I had a superpower, and albeit weak one. What now? Well, to start, my plans to live as a homeless vagrant went right out the non-existent window. There was no point in seeking shelter or wasting resources on sleeping or resting when it wasn't necessary, not to mention the inherent danger it brought. I had no worldly possessions aside from my stolen guitar, so setting down roots anywhere, for even a night, would be dangerous and pointless. Besides, I wanted to make something of myself in this world, so using the extra 7 hours or so a day afforded to me by my power would assist things greatly. Of course, I couldn't do anything official, as never visibly sleeping or getting tired would raise alarms very quickly. I imagine detection systems for capes were pretty advanced given the incentives for the PRT. Catching capes and indoctrinating them while they're young would be the first thing to do, especially given how triggers, supposedly, occurred. The wards were a prime example, teams of underage capes heavily managed by higher-ups in the PRT. From what I'd seen on the internet, they were basically celebrities paraded around to reassure people that things were fine, as if even children could face criminals safely. So could they. I'd tried to see if there was anything more to my power, but it seemed like not sleeping, breathing, and eating was what I had. Pretty shit compared to other capes, who could build moon-destroying weapons, stop time, or simply be invincible. So my schedule looked something like this. Busk, research, and live during the day. Exercise, practice my singing and playing during rest, and keep out of the way. Getting this childish body back up to my standard would be easy with hours of free exercise time a day. Plus, I'd found that running was pretty fun when you didn't have to consider breathing at all. There was no experienced exertion aside from the stress on my muscles, making it as enjoyable as any strength-based exercise. Who would have thought I'd be one of those freaks who liked leg day, or leg night to be more accurate? I did occasionally use gyms in the day, mostly for the shower, but also to have access to the machines. There was only so much intensity you could get with bodyweight exercises after all. Thankfully, there were gyms that didn't require memberships, simply entry fees which I could easily cover now. My busking was lucrative enough with my lack of needs. I made around $50 to $100 a day on weekdays and $100 to $300 over the weekends. Of course, this was limited by the fact I had to act my age. I couldn't really be in public while school was on, as that, again, would raise flags. Over the week, I'd made a tidy sum, around $650, which for a 13-year-old was kind of crazy. Unfortunately, on Sunday evening, the good times came to an end. I was sitting in my usual spot on the steps of the mall when a couple of cops came my way, fingers casually resting in their belts as they approached. "Excuse me, son." "Yes, got a request?" I asked quizzically. The older of the two let out a sigh and shakes his head. "Not quite. The city has received reports about you, but you're not in our systems. Could you come with us to clear this up? A call to your parents, maybe." I frowned, slowly standing and letting my guitar hang behind me by its strap. "What reports?" "Well, we're not supposed to talk about it." "A talent agency." The other cop shrugs uncaringly. "Those guys," I growl, recalling the two hipster-looking guys who'd asked for my contact information that one time. I told them to buzz off, but clearly they hadn't got the message. The older one sends his partner a side-eye, eventually lowering himself to a knee to match eye level with me. "I'm sure this all seems a bit much, but people are worried about you. I promise it'll only take an hour, 2 hours tops if we're quick about it." "Okay," I reluctantly say and begin following them back to their patrol car. Only before we reached it, I tug on the older gentleman's arm and nod at the nearby fast food place. "I need to use the bathroom." "Ah, all right, I suppose. I'll get the car ready. Gerard'll go with you." "Me." "Someone has to accompany him. Just wait outside the door till he's done," he says before shutting the door. Gerard trails behind me as I enter the bathroom, specifically the disabled bathroom, which just so happens to have a lock and a slit window above the toilet. I'd scoped it out beforehand just in case this happened. along with around 15 other escape routes. I carefully pass my guitar through the window before slipping through myself, then running through some side paths to get out of downtown. I knew the authorities would find a reason to speak with me, but I'd thought I could arrange an identity before that. Looks like it's time for Plan B. My initial idea was to make enough money to buy an identity, which apparently wasn't that hard if you involved capes. There are a number of code, information, and computer-based tinkers that would easily be able to alter government databases. Sure, Dragon, the most powerful tinker in the world, did monitor that stuff, but not to the extent that she'd notice the appearance of an orphaned child. The existence of the Endbringers made it all too common for people to be displaced and lost. Taking one of their identities for my own wouldn't be all that difficult. But with my main mode of income stopped, that plan was looking pretty sunk. I wouldn't dare try to busk in any gang territory either. The Empire might leave me alone or recruit me. The ABB might capture and torture me for being a white boy making money on their turf. And the less said about the merchants, the better. What those psychos would do to a relatively good-looking young boy was anyone's guess. Becoming a drug mule or a gopher was probably the best fate I could hope for if that happened. My plan B was to pay off an immigrant to claim me as their child. If I could find an Endbringer survivor willing to take the deal, even better. The USA had weird laws regarding citizenship, but the one I wanted to take advantage of was Amendment XIV, Section 1, Clause 1 of the U.S. Constitution, which states, all persons born in the United States are U.S. citizens. Since there's no evidence of my existence outside the country, there's only one conclusion to be drawn. My parents will both get paid and will gain citizenship alongside me, as due to the Endbringers steadily whittling down the population, allowances can be made for immigrants who have children here. The only real problem with my plan is the fact that I need to enter ABB territory to enact it. The Empire despises immigrants, and the few white Europeans that come are all but forced into its ranks, which would mean bad business for me. Anyone rich enough to live downtown or in any territory under PRT protection wouldn't be an immigrant in the first place, forcing me to venture to the docks. Through the boardwalk and down some lonely street, the signs of ABB graffiti signaling their turf. It was still early afternoon, so the Chinese market was going strong, but the few people hanging around in red and green forced me to keep my head down. I glance up once to check my surroundings for a viable target, but unintentionally catch the eye of one gang member, prompting him to stand and approach from where he was leaning. "Hey, Orokamano, where'd you think you're looking?" I speed up my pace, but end up with a hand on my shoulder, turning me around to face the guy and his two buddies. "I'm talking to you." Nearby people were ducking their heads and going about their day, ignoring my plight, but I couldn't really blame them. Child or not, no one stranger was worth dying for or bringing trouble to your family. "Sorry, I have trouble hearing. I lost my hearing aid," I hurriedly say, hoping to get this guy to back off. Now looking at him, he's only around 17, a mangy stubble covering his face and his black hair tied into a tight topknot. He sniffs mockingly at my response, glancing at his buddies in amusement before refocusing on me. "Do you know where you are, kid?" "I know, it belongs to the ABB. I've lived here for a while," I state. He quirks a brow. "I ain't never you see you." "Me neither, bet he's lyin'," his buddy remarks. "What do you want?" I say outright, not wanting things to progress somewhere they shouldn't. I'd seen it before, peer pressure leading to escalation. In a large group, a single punch could lead to a stabbing or worse. With guys like this, gangs like this, the pecking order was decided by who had the most power and influence, be it through reputation or fear. ABB demands tribute, and I've been looking for a piece like that. He gestures at the guitar sitting on the strap on my side. I wet my lips, leaning backwards slightly and fingering the hammer hidden under my shirt and in my trouser waistband behind me. If these fucks wanted my guitar, I'd test how dense their skulls are against stainless steel. "Takata, leave the poor boy alone," someone calls over in heavily accented English. Looking over, it was the short, brown-skinned woman that'd been manning a food stall on the outskirts of the market. black hair and a face weathered from either age, stress, or a combination of the two. "Mind your own business, Indobitch," he spits at her. "Is this what the ABB is? Stealing from children?" She rather loudly questions, drawing some looks from those that previously been trying to ignore the confrontation. "It's none of your fucking Busey." Takata starts but trails off as he spots a tall Korean man wearing ABB colors stomping through the crowd towards them. "Damer Bakiero," he growls. "Ayano, Kiyoshi-san, I was just saying." "Saying nothing, bullying women and children? Walk." He angrily points over to an alleyway, momentarily turning to me and the woman who saved me. "Gomen, not everyone behaves like they should. New members try to make themselves the opposite of the 88 thugs in our color." I shrug and don't reply, allowing the woman to speak. "It is no problem, Mr. Kiyoshi. Thank you for your help." He smiles lightly and nods. "Do try to stay out of trouble, Tieruv. I cannot be everywhere at once." He glances at me, and I would stay away showing valuable items in this city. Child, much less in a gang's territory. "I'll keep it in mind." "Do so." With that, he walks after the Takata and his friends, his friendly smile morphing into one of malice. At least one ABB member isn't a piece of shit, I suppose. "Are you hurt at all? Did they take anything?" the woman Tiyuv asks. "I'm fine. You should worry for yourself more," I say, looking at her stall. I could have run, but her. She'd be stuck here dealing with douchebags who'd had their pride hurt. That was probably still the case. As Mr. Kiyoshi said, he wouldn't always be around to help, and I assumed discipline wasn't all that valued for the ABB anyway. "Let the adults worry for themselves," she smiles, showing dimples. "Do your parents know you're here?" I blink at the question, thinking back to the reason I'm here. "Do your children know you're here?" I probe. "Children, I wish." She laughs good-naturedly, smiling wistfully at something unseen. Her attention snaps back into place after a moment, however. "Child, why are you avoiding the answer?" "All right, plan B. I'm an orphan, miss. I made money playing music in downtown, but I got kicked out. I needed to find somewhere else to go." I shrug. "For adopted." I grunt as I push the cart up onto the sidewalk from the road, Tieruv walking beside me with her hands clasped behind her. I'd made my plea a couple hours ago, and since then she had me helping her make banh mi. It's basically Oriental sandwiches with exotic ingredients, quite popular, but apparently she'd been selling them at barely a profit. I'd asked her if she was going for quantity over quality, but she just brushed me off as if I was a nosy child, which I suppose I was. After providing free labor for the day, she then asked me to push her stall back to her home, which was half a mile away, along with the inclines that had me wanting to release the cart and see how fast it'd go downhill. God, I hope all this work would get me somewhere. Otherwise, I'd just wasted a day working as an even shittier intern. "Child, what is your name?" she casually asks, completely uncaring of my struggles, a sadist. "I don't have one. It left it when my parents died." "Why?" "Why what?" I repeat, unsure what specifically she was referring to. "Why are you out here? I know this city is foul, but there is a number of orphanages," she questions. "I need to change my identity. When my parents died, my family." I trail off, clearing my throat to prepare myself to reveal something dreadful. "They aren't nice people, my uncle, I shake my head. "I won't go back, there's nothing to go back to." I see her in my peripheral, eyes squinted slightly as if spying into my soul for answers. I purposely look away, down in between my arms, trying to portray the frailest front possible. "And you won't report them to the authorities?" "No, the police won't investigate themselves," I state vaguely, implying they had a status of some sort. I was aware it could backfire, Tieruv rejecting me in favor of not antagonizing potential threats, but I was hopeful for her better nature. "I see." "Leave it here," she says, gesturing under some stairs leading into an apartment complex. I do so, and she chains the cart to the wall, an obstacle for any would-be thieves. With that, she turns and begins making her way up the steps, leaving me uncomfortable standing at the base, the sun setting over the horizon behind me. She stops at the top and looks down at me with a tilt of her head, coming. I follow, not quite expecting what this was. Would she offer me a room for the night? Adopt me? Give me some spare clothes and have me leave? As I follow her through the dirty hallway, my thoughts slowly turn blacker, eventually reaching room number 204. The interior of her apartment was actually in a better state than what I'd seen of the rest of the building. A slapdash wood paneling floor that she'd probably had to install herself, carpeting in the side rooms, and walls painted white that turned a slight cream yellow with age. There was a low table in the main room with some unlit incense sticking from a bowl of sand, and healthy-looking plants dotted around the outskirts, giving the place an inviting and lived-in appearance. "Sit, I will make some tea," she all but orders, nodding at the beige couch in the center of the room. It looked out of place, bought for its low price judging by the half-scratched-off discount label on the back of it. I do as she asks, playing the best houseguest I can. Though I do let my eyes wander, I wasn't quite sure what kind of Asian she was yet. As a former English gentleman, my knowledge of other people's cultures is based on only what we stole. While I know my way around a lamb buna, I still have no idea what kind of Asian she is. At the side, on a colorful cabinet set against the wall connecting to the kitchen, I could see a number of pictures. Some black and white, and some the fuzziness of early colored photos. All of which were damaged in some way or another. Even through the glass I could see the paper curled at the sides, indicative of water damage. The people looked like Tiaryuv, must be her family, diseased given their absence and the flowers and other items decorating them. I jolt slightly as Tiaryuv surprises me by setting down a teapot, pouring a glass and handing it to me. "Thanks." She hums in response, sipping deeply of her drink and watching intently as I do the same. "How is it?" "Be bitter," I clap my lips, "and sweet." She smiles and nods. "Good. I used my nice tea from Tan Quang for this. My son will know good tea." She drinks again, watching in amusement as I do a double take. "Son," I ask. "That is what you want, isn't it?" she says matter-of-factly. Looks like I need to change my assumptions on her. I hadn't made any direct requests, and all my attempts to reach this point had been less than obvious, or to be more bluntly put, deceitful and manipulative. "Drink your tea," she says and continues as I take another sip. "I am not a genius, but I am not silly either." "Yeah, I want to stay here. It's nice, warm." I glance down at my drink. "The tea is good," I say, drawing a quiet snort from her at my shitty lie. "There are things I want to do but are impossible without an identity. I'm really, really smart and I want to do something with it. What do you want in return for taking me in?" I ask. "What do I want?" she hums in thought. "You will follow my rules, pay attention, and—" I sit up straighter as her lips thin. "Be a good boy. Be a good boy." She nods. "What else can you do? You're a child. Let the adults worry about adult things. As long as you are good, you should enjoy your childhood while you can. We can discuss this more later, but am I right in thinking you will accept?" This is suspicious, very suspicious. No woman, no matter how nice in this shithole of a city, would willingly open her home to a street rat. She lived in the center of ABB territory. This apartment was probably owned by them. There had to be another angle I wasn't seeing. She'd figured me out already, not everything, but enough to get my back up. Was she part of their recruiting? Maybe she was hoping to leverage my powerful relatives for money. Would I be a hostage? Maybe she was from some Cape organization and told to keep a watch on me. After all, I had just randomly appeared on a public park bench. There had to have been surveillance on it. And she just so happens to find and help me out as I'm about to be accosted by ABB thugs I call bullshit. Unfortunately, regardless of her intentions, staying with her was probably my best bet. If she was a secret agent, running would be futile. If she was a kidnapper, I might be in danger, but I could work around it. Finally, if she was just a nice person, being a paranoid psycho and questioning everything would get me kicked out faster than if I called her a pedophile. "Yes," I say, trying not to allow my tenseness into my tone. She gestures into the hallway. "There's a free room there, take it, I will make food." "Okay." The next day in the morning, I'm back pushing the cart towards the market. Our chat was pretty thorough on the topics we wanted to cover, and I'd gained a number of things from it. First on the list would be my new identity. Officially, I would become Tiaryu's son. Unofficially for the locals and the ABB, I'd be her cousin, born from her now-deceased brother and a white woman. I would take on the name Kiyu NG letter 1 ECDC law, mostly to keep the ABB off of my back. An Asian name would reinforce the idea of my Asian heritage, giving me some leeway when they sought trouble. Kiyu, pronounced Kiyu, wasn't something I would have picked, but apparently that's what she would have called her son if she ever had one. I wasn't going to argue with her on it. We'd wait a while before going to the authorities to confirm things, make sure the foundation of this lie wasn't too fragile. I'd also learned a bit about Tiaryu herself, a Vietnamese immigrant who'd entered Japan to join the rest of her family. Unfortunately, this occurred around the time the Leviathan appeared, killing most of them and leaving her destitute and alone. A common story among survivors of the Endbringers. She kept her privacy on specifics, but was free with things like her favorite food, places, and hobbies. For your information, she apparently enjoyed those cheesy rom-coms as she'd learned part of her English by watching and learning from them. While things got figured out I'd help her with her banh mi stall, I was hoping to get homeschooling. It was done, but I sincerely doubted that be possible. Just becoming an actual citizen would be hard enough. Phew, I breathe as we finally make it to our destination. She folds the side over and fills the grill with charcoal before retrieving all her ingredients for the banh mi, only to pause midway and look at me. Ah, Kieru, I forgot the pickled vegetables. Can you run back and get them? They're next to the fridge. I mean, I just pushed this thing. It's good for your body. Now run before we start losing customers. Be a good boy, please. Fuck, I turn and whisper, prompting Tiaryu to laugh at my expense. That sadist. I can't believe I forgot to ask for the fucking key. I drop my head onto the door and try again for the handle, still locked. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Someone exclaims behind me, coming out of door 202 with a furious scowl. It was an elderly Japanese man, a cane in one hand and a machete in the other, pointing it dangerously in my direction. Ah, I'm Kiyu, Tiaryu's cousin. She forgot to give me the key when she sent me for pickles. I sigh and run a hand through my hair. The man looks me up and down. You sure about that, young man? You look nothing like her. I shrug vaguely at him, still eyeing his machete, half-cast. HMPH even then. Ojiason, is something wrong? A younger voice asks from inside the man's apartment. The guy quickly holds the machete next to his leg, concealing it as a girl around my age makes an appearance. Cute in the girl next door kind of way, button nose, black hair, black eyes, and pink braces. Nothing, Shida-chan, just meeting our new neighbor. He turns a light smile at me. What happened to Miss Tiu? She queries. I'm her cousin, name's Kiyu. I slowly offer my hand. She eagerly shakes it. Hataro take Shida. Sorry, but you don't look like Miss Tiu. Yeah, I get that a lot. I didn't get your Gramps' name. Mr. Hataro to you. He turns to take Shida. Go get ready for school and don't start coughing now because I won't believe it. Okay, nice to meet you, Kiyu. You too, take Shida, I say. With her gone, the older man reveals his machete again. Let us hope you are who you say you are. If I hear Tiyuv say anything about stolen items, it won't be me you have to deal with, but our friends in the ABB. The man makes to step inside, but I call after him before he can go. Wait. Any idea how I can get in? I don't want to damage the door, and the run back is killer. He eyes me for a moment before shrugging. I heard Tiyuv's plants can be sticky, he says before shutting the door in my face. Her plants can be sticky? What kind of shit joke is that? I mutter to myself, but then look down at the doormat and houseplant next to the door. I'd already checked under them and found nothing but. I lift the houseplant up and tilt it, finding a key stuck firmly to the bottom of it. God damn it. 5/13/37 Gamer. 3 weeks later. And I think that will do for now. Everything's looking good, but I'll need to be back in a week to check on things. Susan, the child services handler, says as she tucks her clipboard under her arm and walks to the door. So soon we still have tea left, Tiu says. Oh no, sorry, but I've got other cases that need my attention. You two seem like you have everything handled. You have a beautiful home, by the way. She coughs into her fist. As for schooling, Kiyu would end up joining halfway through the academic term, which is not ideal. Homeschooling or tutoring is also an option. With how intelligent Kiyu is, I'd recommend accelerating his education, though, as it would allow him to start fresh and make some friends. Tiu glances at me and nods consideringly. How would we accelerate his education? Is there a test or... Just that, it would be an online test, so you'd have to participate at the local library. Nothing too difficult. You'd be graded on basic subjects like maths, history, English, science, etc. Which school would I go to? I asked from where I was still sitting. There were a couple high schools in Brockton Bay, but two stuck out the most. The first, and closest to where he now lived, was Winslow High, which was apparently a terrarium mirroring the city, with gang member students representing their respective factions inside the premises. I wasn't sure how willing I'd be to enter a school where Nazis and Asian supremacists coexisted. The other was called Arcadia High, the premier school that everyone wanted to go to. Rumor has it, though, that it's just a front used by the PRT to help hide the identities of the wards, who would still be in school despite working as capes. It all depends on how well you do and preference. Show you have the drive and talent, and a scholarship for Arcadia wouldn't be out of the question. Hear that, Kiyu? There's a scholarship with your name on it. Tiu coos at me, which I respond to with a glare. They're always so rebellious in their teens. Susan chuckles. Well, I'll be going now. Call me if anything turns up or you make your decision. Bye. T letter 1E1M, B I letter 1EC7T. Tom Byatt. Tiu and I simultaneously say, waving her off. Apparently it meant goodbye in Vietnamese, which was part of the role we were taking on. After all, a halfie like myself would know how to speak a bit of the language. With the door shut, I slump in my chair and let out a long yawn. Thank God it's finally over. There's only so much smiling and ass-kissing I can do before I start pulling my hair out. I say, not mentioning the fact that I was only trading one act for another. The dutiful child I portray for the social worker to the manipulative yet kind-hearted orphan for Tiu. You did well, she doesn't suspect a thing, she praises. Do you think I should go for it, skipping a year, I mean? A good boy would look to his future, she responds, pouring herself another drink. The government might have something to say about having a good boy work the stall for most of the day. Well, the government isn't in the business of parenting. And you are, I can't help but retort. Her lips thin in response. For you, the answer would be yes. Can I at least get some more time in downtown? Busking makes almost as much as you earn with your stall. It's not like I'm learning anything either. Right now I think I could make a bon me with my eyes closed. I ask. Now that I had an official identity, I could play as much as I wanted without the cops being able to stop me. Of course, that also meant Tiu was getting called by every talent agency that wanted me. Hearing Tiu rip into the agents over the phone was one of the funnier moments I can recall during our time together. She rests her face on her fist and taps her cheek with a finger. I don't know. Will you tell me what you do every night in your room? She questions with a smirk. Ah, she heard that, did she? I couldn't exactly leave the apartment to go out exercising like I usually did, so I was stuck doing push-ups, squats, and some dumbbells all night. I tried to keep the noise down, but evidently, something got out. I'm also embarrassed to admit how much time I spent in front of the mirror now that the efforts of my labor were beginning to show on my lanky body. Not much muscle mass was gained, but the definition was there. Visibly muscular arms, abdominal muscles somewhat present, and if I would be so bold, a sexy pair of legs. Was that weird to say considering I was a mid-20s bloke in the body of a child? Tiu questions at my loss of focus. Do you really want to know what a teenage boy in puberty is doing to make noise in the middle of the night? I dryly remark. If you put it that way, she relents. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Tiu calls out. It's Takeshita, Miss Tiu, the neighbor calls out. Go let our guest in, son. I I open the door and find Takeshita and Mr. Hataro standing in the hallway. Amongst the people in the neighborhood that Tiu had introduced me to, these two were the most commonly encountered, primarily due to them living opposite our apartment. Mr. Hataro had even asked me to give Takeshita guitar lessons after he heard me playing through the walls. I wasn't really in a position to say no after Tiu accepted it on my behalf. The fact the girl wasn't the biggest pain in my ass eased my burdens somewhat. I spy the huge grin on the girl's face and quirk a brow. Something the matter? Shita-chan here wanted to ask. The wards are doing a big fundraiser in town, and I wanted to ask if you want to go, the girl hurriedly explains. Fundraiser? I parrot, unaware of it. She strongly nods. For people hurt in Cape battles, Kid Wins even gonna be there. The new guy, Tinker or something. Yeah, he's got a hoverboard and everything, it's so cool, she chirps. As much as I'd like to go I've got. I glance at Tiu. Other things to do, the stall needs to be set up, I need to study for my placement, and... We're taking a break today, go ahead and have fun. Tiu waves me off with a shooing gesture. My eye twitches at her, can't she just give me this one thing? Damn sadist. I wouldn't be surprised if she was scheming to have me blow my own brains out. Maybe I could report her for being a devious schemer, not unlike the Simurg. Yes, let's go, Kiyu. Takeshita shouts, grabbing me by the arm and pulling me out the door. Wait, at least let me get some shoes on. Do you like heroes, Kiyu? Yeah, sure. I blandly reply, walking down the road towards the event. Who's your favorite? Mine's Armsmaster. Panacea. Oh, she's my fourth favorite, just behind Gallant. What about Alexandria? I asks, more to keep her talking so I wouldn't have to. Mr. Hataro's presence behind us as he escorted us forced me to play nice. She's on a different list. Local heroes are different to them after all, she says as if it was only obvious. What about you, Gramps? Got a favorite hero? I drawl. None I would care to mention, he offers with a squint, disliking my way of calling him. Ajison's favorite was Hero, she says, referring to the guy who helped found the PRT. You know, until he got cut in half by the Siberian. A terrible loss by all accounts, Mr. Hataro solemnly says. You hear that? I ask, hearing something odd approaching on the wind. No, says my companions. I tilt my head. It kinda sounds like rap, I mutter, wondering who is insane enough to play that in the center of ABB territory. My confusion doesn't last long as an old tricked-out Chevrolet drifts around a corner, blaring "Fuck the Police" at top volume over their stereo, before eventually skidding to a halt in front of a bus stop. Two guys hopped out from it, one wearing blackface, a durag, and a white wife-beater tank top. The other had a full blue tracksuit on, one you'd see those not Russians wearing. Both had domino masks concealing their features somehow. Following them was what looked like a golden snitch from Harry Potter flying behind them. Everyone was watching them dumbfounded, at least until they went to their boot and retrieved a baseball bat and what looked to be a fucking flamethrower. Run, someone shouts, the crowd of people fleeing as fast as they can. Unfortunately, one of the prostitutes that'd been standing nearby the bus stop had been wearing heels, causing her to trip over. What the fuck is even happening? I ask as the two men approach the woman, who seems to have twisted her ankle. That's Uber and Leet, they're villains who go around doing game-themed crimes. Takeshita says before tugging on my sleeve. We should go. Watashi o haroit. The woman screams as they finally reach her, the larger one in a tracksuit bouncing the bat in his hands. Dumb hooker bitch, this'll teach you to fuck with my cousin. Get her for Nico, she should have known not to walk like it all. He raises the bat and brings it down on her leg, not quite breaking it but definitely bruising it. The woman shouts and tries to fend them off with her heel, but Uber knocks it into the distance like a home run, likely breaking a couple of fingers in the process. Is no one gonna fucking do something? I thought the ABB owned this place. I growl as they continue the senseless beating. I recognized the game they were referencing, Grand Theft Auto, but that didn't make this shit any better. They're capes, which calls for other capes or proper weapons. Mr. Hataro says, looking away in disgust and trying to prompt me and take Sheeta to follow. Fuck this, I spit, leaving my companions shocked as I make my way towards the cunt duo. One only had a baseball bat, which wasn't that big of a threat, but the other was wielding a replica of the flamethrower used in GTA. Yeah, I wasn't gonna risk getting close to them. But who said I had to? Hey, fuck face, I shout, causing them to turn towards me just as I throw the backup hammer I'd been hiding in my waistband. It does an arc through the air, everyone following it as it comes down, landing directly on the dude in blackface Leet's head. Crack. He goes down instantly, the frail domino mask providing no protection for the heavy object that just shattered his cheekbone. Leet, Uber exclaims, shocked that some civvy would try to fight them. My actions, surprisingly, brought forth a chain reaction. Nearby civilians started to pick up nearby objects to hurl at the capes. Rocks, sodas, some even tossing their shoes. This isn't even 5 stars yet. Did someone enter a cheat code? Uber shouts before tossing his friend in the back of the car and speeding away. You all right? I ask the beaten woman. And no, she whimpers. Kyu, what did you do? An ashen Mr. Hataro mutters. Taught those assholes a lesson. Why you've made a target of yourself, he admonishes. That was so cool, good job KIEU, takes Sheeta cheers, eagerly patting me on the shoulder. But, why did you have a hammer? I like hammers, I shrug. We should probably go. I add, seeing people nearby start taking photos. The PRT event's probably still on, right? 6. A talent with agency. This was it, the PRT fundraiser. It had been set up in a hotel courtyard, with areas for stands to sell hero merchandise and food, and a raised platform at the far end with a plinth and microphone where announcements would presumably be made. They'd arrived early despite the shitcha with Uber and Leet, yet all that was forgotten as Take Sheeta's head darted around at the sights. Mr. Hataro could only give me a sorry glance as he was pulled towards a stand selling poorly made replica masks of the wards, leaving me to explore on my lonesome, something I inwardly appreciated. My busking plus working with Tiu gave me a rather large sum of pocket money, though I didn't think there was anything here worth buying. Right now it was just being stashed in a debit card and forgotten about. The place kinda reminded me of Comic-Con, especially as I rounded a bend and spotted a huge group of people lining up to get autographs from some wards. $20 per thing signed, all of which would go to a good cause, meaning people hurt in battles the PRT participated in and caused. I let out a huff of derision and walked past, eventually spotting a booth standing out from the rest, one which had vinyl records on the walls, CDs in displays, and other music-related memorabilia. I thought this was supposed to be a Cape-themed event. I question as I walk over, noting on little traffic this particular store was getting. Probably a poor decision on my part. Shoulda remembered things like this are for kiddos, that, and the Cape freaks who couldn't give a hoot about the arts. Sides, this is a Cape-themed front, he gestures at some CDs. Indeed, most had some random hero's face slapped on them. I doubted all of them had personally created them, instead just sponsoring a band or something for PR. Some were rogue capes I'd never heard of before, some were PRT, hell, there was even a couple released by public villains. Got any recommendations? The clerk shrugs and presses play on a nearby machine, already fitted with a disc. What starts as some kinda singing rap virtuoso combo, not R&B but close to it, it was also in French. From a guy calling himself Ponzier, not the biggest fan personally, but folks seem to like it. Got anything else? I like rap as the next guy, but I'd rather understand what I'm hearing. The guy shrugs, sure. He actually bothers to pick one out this time, got a preference. How about whatever's the best rated right now? Oak, try this one. It's from a new rogue cape calling herself Canary. Hit the top of the charts as soon as she released her first single. Honestly, I was skeptical that I'd find anything worth listening to, but as soon as the song started playing, I was blown away. Like the sweetest hymn from the best choir you've never had the opportunity to hear, combined with modern notes electric guitar, piano, and electronic additions that only enhance it. If I had to compare it to anything, I'd say it's a combination of Adele if her voice had more volume and was capable of a higher pitch, Ed Sheeran during his soulful phase, and that helium-taking choir boy. I didn't even realize 3 minutes had passed until the song ended. I blink as I spot the crowd around me that gathered to listen. "How was it?" the guy asks with a smug grin. "Angelic," I mutter. "What's her power? Must be voice-related." He shrugs, probably makes her a better singer. She ain't been to public with it. Songs called Without Whisper, by the way, interested in buying. I nod and absent-mindedly take the bag and walk away. That was an experience, and I can't imagine what it'd be like in a live concert. Her power couldn't only be related to singing, though, given how people were now eagerly buying Canary CDs from the booth. Some kind of mental influence to boost her popularity, maybe. "Oh hey, it's Guitar Boy," a voice exclaims, prompting me to turn as people in front of me go glassy-eyed. I remember this effect vividly. "Vicky," I say, turning to see Glory Girl and another similar-looking girl with her. "You remember? This is Crystal, my cousin." "Hiya, so you're the cutie Vicky was teasing Amy about." The blonde woman smiles sweetly, obviously trying to extract more gossip material. "What's to tease? All I said was she is the best hero around." I shrug. I still stood by that even as I learned more about Cape society. Even this fundraising event was fucking stupid when you looked at it all properly and without bias. "Maybe, but you're the only person who isn't benefiting from her healing that says so. That's a big win in her books. You should have seen how happy she was after we left. I've never seen my sis smiling like that. What I'm trying to say is, thanks. Ames really needed that." So shouldn't you two be signing autographs with the other heroes? Or is New Wave just here to spy on their competition?" Crystal barks a laugh. "Competition with the PRT? No way in hell that's ever happening." Victoria rubs the back of her neck. My mom told me to come here," says I could learn something. She shrugs. "New Wave tries to keep a good distance with the PRT anyway. Got anything good yet?" She gestures at my bag. "Just some music by Canary, heard of her?" "Heck yeah, Uncle Neil almost crashed the car when she came on over the radio." Crystal smirks. "I seem to recall you asking Carol if we could bring Canary onto the team." "Why yeah, and you can't say she wouldn't be amazing." "No one even really knows what her power is. Does Vicky have a crush?" She snickers. "With a girl?" she squawks. "There's no way." She gives her cousin a shove before looking back at me. I never did get your name, so unless you want to be called Guitar Boy, forever you should spill. No John Doe nonsense for you." "Q," I sigh. At least now I had an identity to throw around. "Q. Good enough." "Well, enjoy the rest of the event, Q. Vicky's got a rendezvous to get to." Crystal winks, drawing another embarrassed cry from the girl. "See you," I wave them off. "Hey, you." "Ooh, ugh, why can't people leave me the fuck alone? I'm not that popular, am I? I barely know like 6 people in this whole fucking city." I reluctantly turn, and a sweaty, balding man in a blazer over his tacky-looking shorts run up to me. "I've been looking for you everywhere." "Why?" I exasperatedly respond. He pulls out a business card from his pocket, accidentally splaying half of them onto the ground in the process. "I'm representing Super Talent, an agency with over 200 talented young members with extremely bright futures. But even among our eclectic number, you are the star I've been looking for. I am willing to sign a contract here and now with your guardian's permission. 5 no, $10,000 sign-up bonus." Isn't it illegal to goad a child into signing a binding contract? Sure, he asked for Tiu to come make it official, but as far as he was concerned, we're a poor immigrant family. $10,000 was like waving a gold bar in our faces. Unfortunately for this guy, he wasn't talking to a child. "What are the stipulations?" I inquire. Stipulations, just let me." He opens his suitcase and pulls out some papers before coughing into his fist. "For starts, 7 years. "No," I say and leave. This fool wanted me to sign up for 7 years. 7 years where they'd stifle my attempts to renegotiate my contract should I make it big. plus the percentage they'd presumably steal from me. To put it politely, I'd rather ram my cock into a mincer. W8P, please. Soon enough to main event of the fundraiser starts. The PRT heroes and wards all gathered up on stage as Miss Militia goes through a speech thanking everyone involved. I tuned most of it out honestly, until Kid Win flew down from the sky on his hoverboard to the cheers of the crowd. Takeshita was beside me, and Mr. Hataro was hopping up and down like she was on a sugar rush as Kid Win starts his own speech. Hi everyone, I'm Kid Win if you didn't already know, but thank you all for coming. This is a big topic, and a big issue when it comes to Cape stuff. I don't even need to say anything for you all to know what I'm talking about. Villains and heroes breaking *** stuff. Even the wards are guilty of it. We try our best, but when you're working with powers, there's no certainty of what might happen. That's why I'm proud that this event was held, for us to give back to the community when we fail to stop things fast enough. He starts, the 11 to 14-year-old stumbling over his words slightly. I'm not sure if his stumbles were scripted, though, to give a more human feel to one of the wards. Today alone we've raised, he glances down at the plinth, $300,000 to aid in the reconstruction and revitalization of damaged property. He leans forward with a visible grin. I don't know about you guys, but that's super cool, he exclaims, drawing a chuckle from the crowd at his slip. After finishing his time, Miss Militia steps up to thank the organizations who donated, specifically High Rollers who'd given over $10,000. She then goes on to outline just where the funds would go, and how to apply for some if you were the victim of Cape-related destruction. To me, it seemed like the event was starting to wrap up, but Takeshita was unwilling to go until she'd met every hero. So, I left and headed to town. After my meeting with that talent agency goon, I decided to say, fuck it, and start my career. I'd been thinking about ways to go about it, but determined the Justice Bieber method was my best option. Gaining a following on the internet shouldn't be too hard, especially since I was going to drop $1,000 or so on equipment. That wasn't my only plan, however. After hearing Canary sing, I figured I might as well make use of the songs sung by female singers I'd otherwise not be able to use. I'd shoot her an email once I had some stuff uploaded. It'd be my portfolio, if you like. If I managed to get in contact with her, I'd send her a song to get her interested. Famous singers were notoriously prideful, so I doubted she'd willingly do anything with a 13-year-old unless I brought some serious shit to the table. Oh yeah, it was all coming together. Unbeknownst to me, however, I'd already gained a following, something I wouldn't find out until I got home. 7. There's a rule 1 and 2. Welcome to the Parahumans online message boards. You are currently logged in, Guitar Boy 69. You are viewing threads you have replied to, and threads that have new replies, or private message conversations with new replies. Thread op is displayed. 10 posts per pay. Last 10 messages in private message history. Threads and private messages are ordered chronologically. Black square. Diamond suit topic. Uber and Leet fail again. In Boards News, Brockton Bay. Ronald Jizem, original poster. Veteran poster, chief of Notkin clan. Posted on February 9th, 2010. Yo Peeps was watching Uber and Leet's GTA commemoration stream, and while they were beating some hooker, they got BT-fo'd by some kid. Hammer Time video. This is some seriously funny shit. Best content those Chucklafoo s have released in years. Showing page 1 of 142. Carleonis Franks 2, Brockton Bay resident. Replied on February 9th, 2010. Holy sh***. Ha. That kid just throw a freaking hammer at a cape carrying a flamethrower. The foo *** balls on that kid. Leet hammer face, PNG. L447 GG5. Replied on February 9th, 2010. At Carleonis Franks 2, there's nothing funny about this. The only reason the kid got away with it is because Uber and Leet don't hurt kids. This is a low blow, and I bet someone put the little sh asterisk asterisk up to it. This smells like a conspiracy to me. Why is some kid running around with a hammer anyway? I love Capers the Nut. Replied on February 9th, 2010. At L447GG50, I don't know, maybe because there's assholes like Uber and Leet running around. Are you really gonna defend those dynamic douchebags assaulting an innocent woman? Unfortunate career choice or not, everyone's entitled to safety. I guess I shouldn't have expected decency from one of their fanboys. Seriously, though, this is a new low for them. Clerical error. Replied on February 9th, 2010. Does anyone actually know what happened here, outside of another failure from those two? Their theme was GTA, but I can't imagine they only stole a car and beat a prostitute. PCEMC OJJJ 420, Brockton Bay resident. Replied on February 9th, 2010. At Clerical Error, I live around that area and the ABB is going nuts. Heard some of them talking about one of their hideouts getting smashed. They must have stolen something and went from there. Dunno what they would have done if Lung or Oni Lee turned up. My guess is roll over and die. I would have watched the stream if that happened. It's funny how a kid did more work than the PRT ever has in this area. Cowboy Beat Up 9, Brockton Bay resident. Replied on February 9th, 2010. How sure are we that the boy isn't a cape? That throw was impressive, something a regular guy wouldn't manage 9 times out of 10. Maybe a trajectory-based ability. I Noble Light moderator, veteran poster. Replied on February 9th, 2010. At Cowboy Beat Up 9, do not speculate on the identity of capes, or you will face a ban. Jenna Backer 25, verified PRT agent. Replied on February 9th, 2010. We at the PRT are looking closely into this incident. If anyone knows the identity of the young man and woman who were involved, please refer any information to me or the local PRT office. We recommend citizens do not take matters into their own hands. What occurred here, while heroic, put many people at risk. Consider what might have happened had one of the villains in question retaliated. Our experts have identified one of their weapons as a flamethrower, something which would have caused major damage to the neighborhood and could have very well been lethal. Again, we do not denounce the young man's actions, but he must be aware of what could have happened. Vigilantism serves no one and only causes more harm on the public. Matters such as this should be resolved by experts and law enforcement. Thank you. PCEMC OJJJ 420, Brockton Bay resident. Replied on February 9th, 2010. At Jenna Backer 25, we're not denouncing his actions but tell us where he is so we can punish him. Yeah, okay, miss. Hey, why don't you tell us if you caught the 2 actual criminals? The kid already did half your job, and since you guys are all serious professionals, you should have had no problem. Right. SMH. Leet Hammer Face, PNG. Goose 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 Duck, veteran poster. Replied on February 9th, 2010. At I Noble Light confirmed. PRT's either gonna tear the kid a new hole for making them look incompetent, or give him a medal. Either way, he's lucky he didn't punk some capes who actually have backing. If he'd done it to an E88 cape, he'd probably be in the Bay Mafia style. Also Leet Hammer Face, PNG. Ejackal on 99. Replied on February 9th, 2010. I'll do you one better. Leet Hammer Face, GIF. Showing page 15 of 142. Point me at the sky, verified cape. New Wave, Brockton Bay resident. Replied on February 9th, 2010. I know him, he plays guitar downtown sometimes, never knew he was so kick-ass. You do you guitar boy, I didn't know I could like you more than I did. I wanna adopt him. Leet Hammer Face, GIF Leet Hammer Face, GIF Leet Hammer Face, GIF. Cape Fan No Cap 11, Temp Band. Replied on February 9th, 2010. At Point Me at the Sky, don't go for that kid. Go for someone own age, like me. Please. Euphoditus 3, Temp Band. Replied on February 9th, 2010. At Cape Fan No Cap 11, JFC these stalker fans. At Point Me at the Sky, by the way, how much would it cost for feet pics? Asking for a friend. Control Freak 5556. Replied on February 9th, 2010. You guys sure you want to go with that? Her mom's a lawyer, you know, and a cape. Oh, I mutter and look up from my newly installed computer, boxes of camera, audio, and music equipment scattered around me. I only just logged into FA to check if everything was working properly and to find Canary's email or FA account. Seeing myself trending on the front page had been the last thing I wanted to see. Honestly, I don't know what I expected when I jumped in to stop those comically stupid capes from beating that girl. Takeshita could have informed me that those bastards streamed all of their crimes live for their degenerate subscribers to watch and jerk off to. Now I've got the PRT on my ass, and I was counting on them turning up since I was in the government database. Plus whoever else wants a beef with me now that I'm known. Fuck, why didn't I just leave those two cunts to their jollies? They probably wouldn't have killed that hooker, so in the end all I'd done is paint a target on my back. I broke rules 1 and 2. Don't be a fucking hero, and look out for number 1. I can't be acting like breaking up a fight is the same as my old life. Capes exist here for God's sake, and if tropes taught me anything, it's that being a good person is a great way to get fucked over. I sigh and squeeze the bridge of my nose. If things got any more stressful, I'd need to worry about gray hairs, even as a 13-year-old. All right, this is fine. Fucked as it is, my plans remain the same. I set up my new camera on a tripod, grab my guitar, and sit on my bed to begin playing. I'd thought about what song I wanted to sing, and strangely, I could recall most I'd with relative ease. I could pick up individual instruments with pretty good accuracy, meaning I could fully recreate these songs if I had the tools to do so. Maybe my power had more utility than just not needing to eat, breath, or sleep. Or maybe I was just being hopeful. Regardless, I soon find a song I think would perk Canary's interest. It needed to be something she herself could sing, but couldn't outright repackage and release as her own. Take Me to Church was my pick. While I didn't have the guttural suaveness of Hosier, I could sing it relatively well. My balls hadn't dropped properly yet, but I had enough boyishness in there to match it somewhat. I cough into my fist, start the recording, strum my acoustic guitar, and begin. My Lover's Got Humor. Going through it brings up a memory of when I'd first heard it. It hadn't been over the radio, at a bar or club, no. I'd actually heard it from a busker in a subway tunnel while taking my niece. My playing pauses, I had a niece. No, the kid's face is fuzzy in my mind, no name. I recall her smiling up at me with a couple baby teeth missing. I growl and start again. Whoever they were, they're gone now. Whatever being stripped me of my memory should have finished the fucking job instead of leaving these ghosts in my head. Good God, let me give you my life, I sigh, allowing my strumming to come to an end. I finish the recording and almost jump out of my skin when I hear someone clap from the doorway. That was beautiful, Q, Tieryuf says, drying his watery eyes with some tissue she'd tucked in her sleeve. Thanks. You wrote this. I nod. I'd done enough research to make sure I wasn't stealing from an actual person. One mistake could throw my entire discography into question after all. Then, why are you singing about women? She asks, almost accusingly. I blink. It's just easier to sing about romance, you know? What else am I going to sing about? I say, inwardly agreeing with the rushed sentiment. She walks over and sits on a chair near my new computer, crossing her legs. Why don't you sing about something your age? Like that, Legos, I snort before pausing in thought, a grin splitting my lips. All right, fine, you want something nice. I tap my guitar and begin strumming. Let me tell you what I'm about to do. Hey mama, I know I act a fool, but I'm going back to school. I appreciate what you allowed for me. I just want you to be proud of me. I trail off as I see Tiu sniffling into her roll of tissues. Tiu, you all right? I can stop if you want. I awkwardly ask, not expecting her to start crying. She sniffs, no, please continue. I shrug, okay, if you want. I clear my throat, Mama said, life is like a box of chocolates. She sits there silently as I go through the rest of the song, changing out some lyrics to be less rap-like, or that reference artists or things which didn't currently exist. Once done, I set the guitar to the side and eye her questioningly. Can you tell me what's bothering you now? I know for a fact my singing isn't good enough to bring women to weep. I was no canary. Tiu sniffs into her tissue once more. No, I shouldn't bother you with it. It's long in the past now. You just reminded me of something. Pretty sure as your son, I'm required to give you a shoulder to cry on. You don't have many other people to confide in around here either. I say, beginning to feel sorry for her. Before I'd come along, she'd only really be close with Mr. Hataro with passing friendships in the neighborhood. No one she could really let everything out to. I was surprised enough that she let her strict facade drop. Until now, she'd been pulling off a perfect, caring, but emotionally detached Asian parent. She shakes her head and stands. No, I'm fine. Go ahead with your, she gestures vaguely at my recording setup thing. I peek around the corner as she steps out and places some lit incense around the photographs of her family. Everyone's got baggage, those affected by the endbringers more than others. Why was I feeling like such an asshole? It couldn't be because I was manipulating an emotionally vulnerable woman into taking me in. No, that was probably it, but I hadn't felt like this before now. I run a hand through my hair. Fuck. I'll make it up to her. Being an asshole is optional, but not for someone like her. Shaking my head, I send the recording to Canary's pho account, Canary Cricks, and promise myself to do something nice for Tiu. Nice enough to make up for lying to her face all this time, at the very least. 8. Government non-intervention. A new day, a new dawn. A dawn in which I sat next to Tiu's Bon Mi stand, doing my best rendition of D stroke letter 1 EDDN Ka Tai T letter 1 ED, a famous Vietnamese folk song. Obviously, I couldn't sing any part of it without sounding like a drunk, dying sailor, but Tiu's happy hums and occasional singing aided my unfamiliar strumming somewhat. At the very least, it brought more customers than usual, taking an interest in the less populous culture. Most of the ABB was comprised of Japanese, Chinese, and Korean. To me, it was humorous how curious they were in this while outright despising anything European. Not that I could really blame them given the literal Nazis at their doorstep. Morning, Tiu. Mr. Kiyoshi greets the two of us with a slight nod, stepping past the listening crowd as my song ends. Kiyoshi-san, a good morning to you too, Tiu offers. Would you mind if I spoke with Kiyu for a moment? It is not terribly important, but needs to be said. She quirks a brow, looking between me and him, then at the customer who was pushing his cash into her face. Very well, but I want him back. He is good for business. She sends me one last glance before attending to her morning patrons. I'm taken down a street that's less populous than others, ABB graffiti littering the walls and even the trash-littered floor. Mr. Kiyoshi had presented himself as the nice, ABB gangster in the area, but I didn't trust that notion all that much given. You can kiss babies and adopt as many puppies as you want. The guy was still working for a murderous racist gang. There wasn't any moral ambiguity to be found. Is something wrong, Mr. Kiyoshi? I question as we stop in front of a dingy-looking bar with a name written in kanji I didn't understand. He nods, his face creasing as he retrieves his phone and shows me a video, one of me lobbing a hammer at Leet's head. This is what is wrong, Kiyu. Has anyone spoken with you of it yet? No, I play dumb. Why would I? I just helped a girl out, I shrug. The hand now on my shoulders causes me to tense, but I manage to stop myself from slamming my new hammer into the guy's mouth. Kiyu, you now have many eyes on you. It might not feel like much to you, but you defended ABB territory and protected ABB. He pauses and grinds his teeth at his next word, property. My boss wishes to speak with you, he gravely states. Who's your boss? I question, now beginning to get worried. If it was just the PRT, I'd be fine, but now the ABB was snooping around. Are you going to take me to them? He shakes his head. No, not yet, he corrects. My boss is someone directly under Lung, our founder, not someone you wish to annoy. Consider this a warning from me, tell Tiu, and be careful. Okay. Mr. Kiyoshi gives a firm nod, glancing around and patting me on my back. Enjoy the rest of your day, Kiyu. Remember what I said. He says and leaves me with one thought, and one thought only on my mind. Fuck. I explained the situation to Tiu after Mr. Kiyoshi's talk, and she took it about as well as I had. The man had clearly been trying to warn us, though what we were supposed to do with the information was anyone's guess. My first instinct was to move somewhere else, but we had neither the means nor the money to do so, especially as we'd only just become citizens, meaning we were in a trial period of sorts. If we wanted to move, we'd need to alert the relevant authorities and get everything in order, which could take months with how slow the government is. That's not to say it's off the table, but I knew Tiu wanted to stay. Her main form of income was a technically illegal food stand which she could only operate because this was gang territory. She'd also been living in this apartment for years and made it her own. Maybe it was my guilt coming through, but forcing her to move for some orphan boy that was manipulating her cut at me weirdly. Again, going anywhere near the PRT was also a no-no given my abnormal situation. Should my relationship with Tiu come to light, it wasn't unlikely that she'd get tossed into prison for fraud or whatever else they could pin on her. The third main option we had was, well, making it work with our gangster overlords. For all they knew, I was just some kid with a hammer, not much worth to them currently, even if my limited online presence gave me some recognition. I sigh and look over at Tiu, who was tentatively sipping tea on the opposite side of the table. I could tell she was anxious by the rate she was drinking it. I hadn't touched my cup yet, and she'd gone through half the pot. Tiu, I know you think we should leave, but do you want to leave? I ask seriously. I do, she says, but her pause said everything. I shake my head. Well, I don't. Whatever the ABB wants with me, it can't be too bad, and I'm not having you work some shit minimum wage job to make ends meet. I think it'd honestly kill her. We'd probably have to sell off all of her valuables to leave before the ABB made a move anyway. Trapping her into some rundown, piece of shit apartment in a random city she didn't know would be worse than killing her. They are not nice people, Kiyu. Yeah, well, that applies to basically everyone. I'm not saying we should stay forever, but throwing everything away only to end up in an even worse situation is a bad idea. We can last long enough to put some cash together, then we go. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of someone at our front door gets both our hackles up, my adoptive mother looking as if she were about to run at it with the teapot in hand. She gets to her feet, but not as quickly as me. I'll get it, I state firmly, leaving her to stand at the end of the hallway. Silly boy, she mutters, preparing herself for what would come next. All right, I mutter, psyching myself up for the confrontation. I'd need to be firm yet pliable, not a sniveling coward, but also not an overconfident braggart. Anything that hurt the pride of the gangster behind the door was a no-go. Thankfully, I'd be drilled by Mr. Hataro in basic Japanese slights. I open the door and blink at Susan, my social worker, and another woman I didn't yet know. Hello, Kiyu, could we come inside for a moment? Susan asks as the tension leaves my body. Sure, but who's this? I ask. This is Teresa. She's here from the PRT to speak with you about something, she says, herself appearing somewhat confused at the woman's presence. Teresa nods. Hello, Kiyu, could we sit somewhere? I assure you this won't be long. Yeah, here. I bring them to the low table and sit next to Tiu, who'd acquired some more cups for the guests. What brings you here? I thought we didn't have another appointment until Wednesday, Tiu inquires. Susan nods. Well, we're here to discuss Kiyu's recent actions, the event involving 2 capes and a hammer. I rub the bridge of my nose in sheer consternation. No acting required this time. Why does everyone care so much about me stopping some thugs? We don't, it's merely the popularity of the video that concerns us. Teresa adds, the PRT fears retaliation against you and your family. So what, are we gonna get the witness protection treatment? I ask, actually kinda hopeful. Teresa shakes her head. Unfortunately, that's not quite in the cards at the moment. Our risk assessment has decided you aren't in enough danger to warrant it, she says, getting a perturbed look from Susan. Enough danger, any danger at all, I believe warrants it. The social worker interjects. I'm sure, but it's not you or I who dictate that, not unless you wish to fund such an excursion out of pocket. Teresa asks, and Susan looks at the table and chews her lip. Indeed. The woman turns her attention to me. We do have some questions for you, however, Q. Okay. She retrieves something from her bag and slides it in front of me. Do you know what this is? Printed on the paper is a picture of the Omega symbol, the same one tattooed on my wrist. I force my face to remain neutral as I look it over. It had come up in my research, a reason I'd taken to wearing long-sleeved shirts to cover it. It was something that marked most Case 53s, capes who had noticeable mutations and or have significant portions of their memories missing. Most looked completely monstrous, big balls of slime, giant masses of tentacles, Frankensteinian abomination look-alikes. I exhibited none of those descriptors aside from my memory loss, though, so I'd be pushing off the issue until I found something of use to make sense of it all. The public didn't like them, and the only one the PRT did like was called Weld, a metal man who fused with any metallic object he came into contact with. They bandied him around a lot, but that's only because he was one of the more human-looking ones. Looking up from the picture, I give a shrug to the PRT officer. It's the thing you see on the monster capes. Teresa nods, reaching for her tea, then abruptly pulling the sleeve on my left wrist to reveal the tattoo. It is. My eyes shoot to Susan. This counts as assault, right? She slowly nods. Yes, but under certain circumstances. Teresa sighs. Let's cut to the chase, Q. Who are you and why do you have that mark? Excuse me, you can't just barge into our home and throw stupid accusations, miss, Tiu exclaims. We allowed you in as guests, but you are taking advantage of our hospitality. They haven't given any indication of hostility. Susan starts, but gets shut up as Teresa raises a hand at her. I have half a mind to regard this as a PRT matter. Q never existed prior to a few weeks ago, and the mark on his arm could mean anything. She stares at Tiu. For all we know, you could be mastered by some shape-shifting villain. Tiu gives a harsh scoff. A villain who saves women in the street. I promise you, Miss Teresa, Qiu has been nothing but perfect ever since I brought him into this world. For you to come here without evidence and accuse my son of something not even you are certain of, the door is that way. Please leave. She points toward the hallway with a scowl. I want an answer. Why do you have that mark? Teresa all but orders, keeping her eyes on me. Will you please leave? Mom, I interject, it's fine. I look to the PRT officer. I got it tattooed with some friends a few years ago. It was part of our gang initiation because monsters are cool or something. I shrug. It started because our leader did it to sympathize with the Case 53s and the rest of us followed along. That good enough for you? I ask after my monumental feat of bullshitting. But you need to be 18 to get. Susan starts, but I interrupt with a sniff. You think people in this neighborhood care about what's illegal or not? This is ABB territory, which you know already considering you were sent for being Asian yourself. I gesture at her. Sending a Partasian was smart given the hostility the locals had for everyone else. She wouldn't be working here long otherwise. No thanks to you guys, I add, speaking to the PRT agent. She bites back her response, leaving the room in silence for a minute or so. She obviously didn't believe my explanation but couldn't argue against it with no evidence. She'd probably turned up here expecting either a clueless kid with powers or a cartoonishly evil villain who'd shout his plans from the rooftops. Now that I think about it, she had to have some backup in case shit hit the fan. I stop myself from looking towards the window. Susan awkwardly sips her tea. The tea's good. Thank you, dear. Next time you visit, would you leave the strays outside? Tiu asks, resting her now empty cup on a coaster. A couple more seconds of passive-aggressive glaring and Teresa finally relents, standing and exiting the apartment. Have them send someone sensible next time. Tiu adds as the door closes. I wish I could see that PRT bitch seething in the hallway. Mirthfully chuckling, I focus on Susan. So about those tests, I hope this won't affect my chances at a scholarship. 9. Becoming a man? No thank you. POV Teresa. The woman calling herself Teresa raises a finger to the device in her ear as she steps out of the apartment complex and into her car. You get all that? I did. All the data has been sent to Armsmaster for analysis. Teresa thins her lips at the response. You sound as if you disagree with my methods. I feel as though you are relying on this new technology too much, that you could have been softer in your approach. It's good then that you don't make these decisions, otherwise every person of interest would be at a massage parlor with dollies in their mouths. She irritably drawls, Put me on with Armsmaster. A beep later and Armsmaster's blunt voice comes through. Lana. Colin, you got the tape. I did, but you aren't gonna be happy about it, he remarks, causing Teresa to pause. What do you mean? You've got that prototype truth detection tech. You must have found something, she exclaims. She was certain Tiu and Kiu had lied during the interview. She'd recorded it all and sent it over for Colin to work his magic, yet he's telling her something's up. Neither of them spoke a single lie, he blandly states. No, you must have made an error. He spun this bullshit story about his gang getting tattoos. You don't have to be a detective to know he was blatantly lying. Yeah, well, that's how it is. The only thing we can infer from my readings is that the woman is his biological mother, he was in a gang and got the mark tattooed, and that the PRT isn't doing a very good job in his eyes. Are we done? I think this is another false flag. I have better things to do with my time. Whatever, go over the tape again and I'll leave it at that. Teresa frowns, releasing the bands in her hair and allowing it to go free. She didn't consider the matter over at all. That kid was lying and she'd prove it eventually. She just needed time. I'll send your skepticism to the director, Colin drawls before ending the call. Fucking tinker know-it-alls who think they've got everything figured out. POV Kiu. With Susan gone and my potential scholarship apparently not affected by the whole debacle, I surrendered myself to the third confrontation of the day, after cleaning the kitchenware, of course. So are you mad? I ask my mother. She hums at ease. Will you tell me the truth? No, I quietly respond. My secrets were mine alone. And even if I trusted someone implicitly, I truly doubted I'd ever reveal my origins. It just wouldn't do anything but add further questions, most of which I myself didn't know. Even if I hadn't already made up my mind, the existence of powers that could potentially subvert her mind made the chances of me being frank with her below zero. Sorry, I sheepishly add, unable to look in her eyes, despite the woman smiling sweetly at me. What's it matter? She bluntly states, drawing a confused look from me. If you don't want to tell me, don't. I promised not to ask Kiu, and we all have our secrets. Yours would not have changed my decision to take you in, powers or not. I'm not a cape, I blurt out. You are no gangster either, she retorts. You're a good boy. Good boy this, good boy that. If she keeps up with that phrase, I'm afraid she'll turn into Andrew Ryan. Are you sure? I'm bringing all this trouble to your door. It doesn't feel like it. Our door, Kiu, she corrects. I knew there would be problems when I took you in, but we can handle them as they come. For now, I bought you some books on computer science. Go study. I quirk a brow at her. What about the shit with the ABB? Language, she chides before shaking her head. The ABB. All we can do is hope things turn out fine. I ain't fucking talking to you, old man. A loud voice outside the apartment door knocks me from my 500th or so push-up that night, forcing me into alertness, hand already gripping my hammer and tugging up some new shorts as I stumble into the hallway. I barely even acknowledge Tiu's presence as I throw the door open and find Mr. Hataro held against the wall by his jacket by Takata, the piece of shit ABB ganger that tried to steal my guitar a month ago. Gee, get your hands off of me. Listen to the man, you duck-faced cunt, I shout, pushing Takata off of the elderly man and further down the hallway and raising my hammer threateningly. You little punk, your lucky Kiyoshi saved your ass the last time. He growls, and I can spy a trembling Takeshita peeking through her door at the commotion. You all right? I ask Mr. Hataro as the man rubs his chest. Yes, no harm done, he mutters, still glaring at the ABB grunt. I look to Takata, picking random fights with elders now. Apparently stealing from kids isn't bottom of the barrel for you. Fuck off, I'm not here for this guy. He jabs a finger at me. I'm here for you. Kyu isn't going anywhere with you, thug. You want another round Cusitaire. This ain't negotiable, the boss wants to see him, and that's gonna happen even if I have to drag him. And he sends you? I question distrustfully. Why would they send this asshole if they wanted to recruit me? Takata shrugs. Must not like you much. Get some threads on, brat. You don't want to keep him waiting. I'll be outside. Looks like I'll be dealing with this ABB situation today. I go to step back into the apartment, but Mr. Hataro stops me with a hand on my shoulder. Kyu, whatever they want, don't let yourself be dragged along. I have seen too many young people bought by their lies and promises, he warns. It's fine, I'll handle it. Trust me. I shoot him, and the still spying Takeshita a confident smile. Is that so? The man mumbles to himself. Be safe, Kyu. Tieryuv offers as I step out, not forgetting to wrap a bandage around my wrist to prevent another reveal like yesterday. I'll try, Tiu. Outside, I find Takata standing cross-armed next to a Lexus sedan. Another two ABB gangsters already sitting inside, one in the driver's seat and one in the back. Get in, Takata orders and falls into the passenger's side, leaving me with the honor of the back, next to a large, sweaty Korean guy with a top knot. Nice hair, I remark conversationally, trying to keep my nerve, to which the guy just blows some air out of his nose and grunts. Some brat huh, D1, Takata says over his shoulder. Too young. That's what I said, but the boss is used younger before, hasn't he? Takata says, getting a displeased grunt in response. Care no shuden ni gimen o matinade. The driver, a guy in his 20s with short black hair, chides. Sorwa waket imasu, shikashi, kodomo takeo makikamubekaid wa aramason. Takata replies, shooting me a glance before sinking into his chair. Maybe I should have taken Mr. Hataro up on his offer to teach me Japanese. The car finally pulls up to a bar of sorts further into the docks called Choi's Busan. An obvious air of danger lingered around it, which was easy to pick up with how pedestrian were avoiding it. Takata and D1 usher me inside despite my hesitance, revealing the clean yet off-feeling interior. Wood paneling and cheap-looking paper walls to section parts of it off. People of all sorts sat at tables around the place, eating food and drinking the day away. At the front was the bar, manned by a guy who wouldn't look out of place on the FBI most wanted list, or a max security prison. Muscular to the point, steroids weren't even a question, makeshift tattoos that were obviously done outside of professional purview, and scars from both bullets and knives marring his arms, neck, and face. Suda-san, Takata respectfully greets with a nod. That him. Hi. Suda tilts his head at the back door in the corner. Head in then, boss is waiting, he says, prompting us to continue. I was honestly a little taken back at how blatant they were about this whole thing. Most criminal organizations wouldn't make their hideouts so obvious, doing gang business in front of customers and patrons like this. But then the ABB would have to fear someone or something to care about that, wouldn't they? The next doors lead to my final destination, though whether that was referring to the movies I didn't know. A smoky room smelling of tobacco, pot, gunpowder, and other less pronounced scents greeted me, upholstered seats lining the walls with big tables in the center, the biggest already being used for a poker game. 5 people were present if you ignored the armed men, all older Japanese dudes who had expressions as if their families had been forced to kamikaze in WW2. I don't know why they were so miserable given the excellent liquor and the pile of cigarettes next to them. As soon as I enter, they all eye me up, though most ignore me after the initial glance. That didn't stop a shiver going up my back, however. I felt like an item at an auction. HM Gomi-san, one of the men remarked to Takata, and our guest, young Kyu. He casually pulls out the chair next to him. Do you play? I glance at Takata, who was visibly biting his tongue to stay quiet, only then realizing the guy was talking to me. Poker, I guess, I shrug. He nods, sit. He waves off Takata. You can go. The teen doesn't say a word and exits with a furrowed brow, leaving me in the care of these men. Not something I was happy with, but I wasn't dead yet, regardless of how nervous this all made me. So, I was called here for some reason? I say as I sit, doing a double take at the sheer amount of money on the table. Must have been over 50,000 if my rough estimation was correct. The man nods. I am Nishihara Tashio. I called you here for a game. He gestures at the table, prompting the dealer to drop 2 cards in front of me. With stakes like these, I can barely afford shoes. I say in obvious discomfort. I was hoping they'd be direct about what they want, not playing around like this. Unfortunately, there wasn't much I could do but play along. Oh, with how talented you are at singing, I'm sure footwear is the least of your troubles. Mr. Nishihara smiles lightly and slides a clip of $1,000 in front of me. To start you off. Giving me 1,000 outright. He played his hand too soon. I'm not dumb enough to believe these people give handouts. If I actually win more from them, it'd probably be even worse. I'm not sure I can take that. Mom says I should be sensible with money. Nishihara chuckles. I'm giving this to you to play with us. Isn't it sensible to use it for what it's intended for? Before I can answer, the man pushes 500 forward. The dealer following up by placing 3 cards on the table, 3 of hearts, 6 of spades, and a jack of hearts. Sighing, I wipe the cold sweat from my brow and play along, checking my cards to find a jack and a 5. Good enough, but my plan isn't to win. Leaving here with any money would be a big mistake. I match his bet and drop half of my cash forward, allowing the other players to make their move. What's your job here anyway, Nishihara-san? I politely ask. People call me boss, but I serve Lung. While he enjoys the fruits of his labor, I manage his properties, men, and territory. That includes the building you live in. He states, either ignoring or not noticing my flinch at the mention of my home. The turn soon comes back around to him, and seeing everyone match his 500, he raises another 250, to which I follow along. He sips his drink before quirking a brow in realization at the fact I was left high and dry. Someone get the boy a drink. It's hot enough in here. No, I stutter as a glass of something strong enough to burn the hairs in my nose is shoved into my hands. Grow some hair on your chest. You're a man now. Suda grouses, patting me on the back before going to man his bar again. It's Surukana, expensive soju. Do not waste it. Nishihara all but orders despite his kind tone. At my hesitance, he tilts my glass to me, forcing me to drink it or risk spilling it on myself and the floor. The familiar burn my current body was unused to crawls down my gullet, causing me to choke, drawing laughs around the room at my expense. Good ha, he gives me an okay symbol with his hands, Sugo ni. Yeah, Sug, I reply, my voice rough and mind whirring to figure out their angle. 10 offer you can't refuse. I continued to play Nishihara's game, tentatively sipping my soju along with a cup of water to keep me from getting completely wasted. It quickly became obvious what he was attempting to do. He was trying to ingratiate himself with me, all while asking subtle questions about myself, particularly those about tough times and substantial events in my life. He was trying to figure out if I was a cape, which wasn't surprising given the ABB's current state. The gang only had 2 known capes, Lung and Oni Lee, and while they were both incredibly powerful, there was only so much they could do alone. Compared to the Empire, which had capes in the double digits, the situation was tenuous at best. Is something wrong, Kyu? Nishihara quietly asks as I eye my last 100. No, but I think I need to go soon. Mom likes when I help with her stall. I say, trying to find a way out of here. Oh, leaving so soon? He mutters as his eyes squint at me, his skeptical look not matching the thinning smile on his lips. Another shiver ran down my spine, as if I had my head in the jaws of the beast, waiting for it to close. Not to mention the fact it was like I could feel him putting pieces of a puzzle together, one centered on my value as an asset. Sorry if it's sudden, but I do have lots of things to do. I need to study for my scholarship, too. He slowly nods. Very smart of you. I wouldn't dare tear a boy as young as you from his dreams. But if I could ask for a favor, Something has come up since we started, Kyu. I chewed the inside of my cheek. Here it comes. What is it? Takata is only a few years older than you, Kyu, but I fear his enthusiasm is pushing him towards bad ends. I would ask you to accompany him tomorrow night to make sure he doesn't do anything brash. I'm not sure if Mom would. I will have someone ask Miss Tieruv permission first, of course. He continues, do this for me and I will consider us even. Did I do something to offend you? I question. I hadn't agreed to yet. He grins mischievously. Not at all. But after spending $1,000 to play, I should think some trust between friends is justly earned, nee. An offer I can't refuse, huh? Take the money, don't. Either way, I was trapped as soon as they called for me. Just this one thing, I ask, because Mom wants me to focus on my studies. He nods, I promise. Okay. Good boy, he says, his mouth contorting into a wretched grin. This fucker, did he have mics in my house? Holding my anger, I pocket my last 100 and exit, striding out as quickly and calmly as physically able. I make it back home feeling like a nervous wreck. I had no idea what tomorrow's job would entail, but I couldn't imagine it being anything good. I need a plan, an exit strategy in case everything goes tits up. Tiu was already out manning her stall, leaving me alone to figure this out myself. Everything I warned her of before still applied, but that just meant we needed a really fast way of making some cash. Thankfully, not everything was going wrong today. I noticed a notification as I logged into my PHA account and almost did a jig there, and then when I saw Canary's reply. She loved Take Me to Church, sung my praises as an incredible musician and wished to work further with me. The only problem was the lack of restrictions she offered in the initial message, meaning she'd been the one to type it instead of her lawyer or agent. Since she was currently performing a concert across the country, my message wouldn't get through until tonight or tomorrow morning, depending on how after-concert parties were. Rubbing my forehead and aligning my thoughts, I sent her my own reply. Diamond Suit private message to Canary Cricks. Guitar Boy 69. Hi Canary, glad you like my song. I'd love to collab with you, but I've been having some problems. You see, I live in Brockton Bay, the biggest shithole in America, and worse, my apartment is in ABB territory. The gang recruits younger members and indoctrinates them, and they've started poking around me, especially after the Leet incident link. I really want to work with you, but I need to get out of this place with my mother. I'm willing to sell you Take Me to Church and write whatever song you want. I just need enough money to leave Brockton Bay. Quickly. Tomorrow night the ABB wants me to do something, and I'm not sure what will happen. Please message back soon. There isn't anyone else I can really turn to. Kyo. And sent. Was this going to achieve anything? I hoped so, but I doubted it. Canary might present herself as a kind person, but for all I knew, she could be your typical narcissistic, vapid pop star high on her own popularity. Whatever, there's nothing to be done about it for now. Before I head over to help Tiu with her stall, though, I upload a couple songs to my new YouTube account and link them all to Canary to sweeten the deal. Which songs did I choose? Roscoe by Midlake and 45 by Shinedown, along with Good Riddance by Green Day, which I'd sung fairly often while busking. With that done, I log out, grab my guitar, and leave to join Tiu. POV, Tieruv Angeletta 1 ECDC La. Tieruv rests her legs up on a cushion and releases a long, tired sigh. Kiyu had shut himself in his room for the night, thought the faint reverberations occasionally coming from within made aware he was doing anything but sleeping. She'd once dared to look through the door lock to see what he does night after night, only to be surprised further at finding it wasn't some strange masturbation addiction. Had this boy truly been exercising this whole time? And if so, when did he find time to sleep? She knew for a fact he did this before she slept, and continued even as she awoke. This wasn't the only mystery surrounding her son, though she intended to keep her promise of not looking into his past. His ability to write, recite, and play songs at the drop of a hat, his remarkable intelligence and wisdom for his age, his scheming and manipulative nature, which, yes, she had noticed. She had lived long enough to know when someone was trying to use her. She had never expected something like that from a 13-year-old, however. Despite that, she allowed him into her home regardless. Whatever circumstances forced him to adapt and become this way, she pitied him and wanted to make his life worth living, as opposed to the firm, apathetic determination he usually held himself to. She saw that side of him sometimes, when he was focusing on something and accidentally lets his act slip, the expressionless stare that reminded her all too much of herself after the Leviathan. She knew he could recover, though, like she had, and while there would also be damaged, she would make him better, even if events conspired to stop her. Her child had been forced into a desperate situation in the morning by the ABB and had been recruited for a task tomorrow night. She dearly wanted to intercede and do something she simply couldn't. All she could do is wait, watch, and pick up the pieces of CYOA that were left. The ABB would leave them alone after that, she hoped. POV CYOA. It was time. It had just passed 10 p.m., and the knocks on the door by Takata brought the impromptu dinner with Take Shida and Mr. Hataro to an end. Tiu gives me a sad, sympathetic smile. Be safe, CYOA. I straighten my back and nod firmly at her. I will. I glance at Mr. Hataro. Don't let me ruin dinner, though. Tiu could use the company. I say and see the agreement in the man's eyes. Remember what I said, CYOA. Where are you going? Take Shida asks with a tilt of her head, not knowing the severity of the situation. He's going to play with some friends. Now come, finish your food. But I want to play too, Take Shida exclaims as I reach the door. You haven't eaten your vegetables. You can go next time. Click asterisk. About fucking time. SHH, there's kids here. I growl and step past him, quickly shutting the door behind him. Lose the lip, brat, you're mine tonight, and what I say goes. Mr. Nishihara said otherwise. I disagree. No, he said to watch me, which means you go where I go, he retorts. The truck's outside, we got places to be. I still wasn't quite sure what we were doing, even after I entered a 6-seater truck filled with ABB gangers. Each of them had weapons varying from simple metal pipes to knives and machetes. One even had a pistol in his waistband, sticking out from under his shirt. I had to admit, the idea of taking it and gunning down everyone in this godforsaken car did strike me, but the fear of reprisal held my hand. My heart dropped into my stomach when I thought of something potentially happening to Tiu or even Take Shida and Mr. Hataro. They'd been kind to me, and I wanted to repay it. 5 minutes pass, and unable to hold my nerve, I finally speak up. Where are we going? D1, the large Korean guy from yesterday, is the only one to speak. Merchant attack. My brows raised to my hairline. A merchant attack. Why the fuck was I being sent to fight an enemy gang? I'm 13 shitting years old, for God's sake. Don't get cold feet now, brat. You're ABB now. Takata snickers from a nearby seat, though I could hear the tenseness in his tone. He was shitting himself too, not surprising as this didn't involve petty crap like stealing from kids. The rest of the ride is silent. When we finally reach our destination, everyone shuffled out of the vehicle into an alleyway overlooking the waterfront. A pip wrench is roughly shoved into my hands, and I'm practically frozen when I see the one managing this raid. A fanged demon mask, black ninja-like bodysuit, strap of grenades across his chest, a tanto on his hip next to a dozen or so knives. This was Oni Lee, one of the most dangerous capes in the city, and one known to liberally skirt around the unwritten rules. His power was twofold: the ability to teleport anywhere nearby with seemingly no restriction, and the ability to spawn clones in his original position after he teleports. These copies can last for a couple seconds, and they retain all the equipment the original had. Combine this copying ability with the belt of grenades he had, and you have a teleporting, immortal suicide bomber. The only reason Lung was more powerful than him was because the guy didn't have a clear limit. He just continued to grow in power as fights went on, turning more dragon-like the stronger he got. The fucking guy was able to fight on par with the Leviathan, which is saying something. Oni Lee, if he had the inclination, could probably kill all the merchants solo if he wanted. From what I'd read, the drug dealers were the laughing stock of Brockton Bay. The only reason the Empire and ABB hadn't removed them is because their territory is rundown trash, and because they helped to keep the Nazis and Asian supremacists away from each other. A hard slap on my back bring me back to reality, courtesy of D1. Focus and listen. I look back to Oni Lee and find that he's just leaning against the wall with arms crossed, allowing another ABB ganger to fill everyone in on the plan. 11 full-blooded. The plan for the night essentially consisted of this: wait for the merchants to arrive and destroy them. The lack of any strategy only made me more nervous, and while Oni Lee's presence reassured some, I'd heard the guy was a complete psychopath, even willing to blow up his own men if they got in the way. Worse, I'd only just noticed the fact that I wasn't the only kid present, most fearfully standing in groups of other ABB members who flanked them on either sides, maybe to prevent them from running or to show unity or some other bollocks. Before I could get a reason why they'd brought children to a soon-to-be war zone, the sound of engines announced the merchants' arrival. We could see them drive past the alleyway we were hiding in, parking on the waterfront with 3 cars. They weren't expecting a fight, apparently. The merchants' gangsters looked exactly how you imagine a disorganized group of junkies and low lives would. Patchy, dirty, and torn clothing mixed with random bits of jewelry, as if to compensate for their unhealthy-looking skin, missing or rotten teeth, and messy, uncared-for hair. "Boss, thought you said the guy would be waiting for us," a short man with full arm tattoos asks as he steps out and looks around the area for their would-be dealer. Another steps out, this one someone actually recognized one of the merchants' capes, Mush. He was a short guy with a rat-like face, skinny limbs, and bulging pot-belly. He didn't even wear a mask, presumably because his freakish-looking body would give him away in an instant. "Dunno, asshole should be here by now. Gimme a sec, I'll call him, let's see him try to stand us up." Mush reaches for his cell, only to drop it as Oni Lee gives the signal, prompting the ABB gangsters to stream out of the alley with a war cry. "Shit, we've been HAD?" Mush shouts as he runs to the edge of the waterfront and throws himself into the water, abandoning his fellows to face the enemy. The rest of the merchants grab their own weapons, all lacking firearms thankfully, then charging the approaching ABB. I feel someone shove me forwards, forcing me into the middle of the skirmish, unskilled men and women randomly swinging their weapons around, proving just as dangerous for their allies as their enemies. My short stature aids me in avoiding the worst of it, allowing the men at my sides of me to take the brunt of the attacks. That doesn't stop me receiving a boot to my stomach, however, sending me tumbling backwards and onto the legs of D1. "Get up and fight." "Are you crazy?" I spit back. The ABB was winning, but I wasn't about to enter the meat grinder that was the front line. The merchants didn't hold back, even for the few kids present, which was readily available given the couple that already hit the floor with large gashes on their heads or their broken bones. D1's expression doesn't change as he lifts me and pushes me forwards, forcing me to duck a metal pipe. I react by frantically swinging my own pipe wrench at him, clocking the guy in the ribs with an audible crack. Crash. Just as I think the frenzied, likely drug-addled merchant numbers were thinning, something large appears from the water, a huge lumbering thing made of trash and debris, barnacled metal plates and ruined boat propellers. It was Mush. I'd read he had the ability to control trash and form armor with it, probably why he jumped into the water given that this was one of the cleaner areas in the territory. The surprise at his sudden appearance doesn't last long as a figure pops into existence directly on top of it. Mush tries to swat Oni Lee out of the air with a large fist and does actually hit, only for the target to disappear, revealing itself as a clone. 2 more appear at his sides, their grenades already primed. SSHI. BOOMs. 4 or 5 grenades go off simultaneously, blowing apart the hastily constructed garbage golem. The larger fight lulls for a moment as everyone looks to see if Mush survived. When the smoke clears, Mush is absent, with only a scorched pile of trash left in his wake. Kyuso escaped. Takata growls from somewhere in the crowd as the merchants drop their shit and start fleeing in all directions. The ABB gangsters chase some, but mostly let them run, instead turning their attention to the injured. They went for their allies first before stabilizing the downed merchants. I checked on the kids first, though, finding most were all right. Some had broken bones and concussions, but I did find myself having to give CPR to one young boy of 11 who'd stopped breathing entirely. I saved him, but that wouldn't matter if the ABB kept forcing him to fight like this. Even child soldiers get given proper weapons and training to fight with these kids. They were like me, getting thrown into the deep end and told to swim. Soon, despite my protestations, I was pulled away from the kids and forced to stand over a bloody and broken merchant woman, her jaw shattered, teeth missing, and legs mangled enough that she'd likely never walk again. I thought they wanted me to try give her first aid, but that idea vanished when I felt a pistol shoved between my fingers, courtesy of D1. "What?" my voice leaks out, stricken. "Don't what us, brat?" Takata snorts, his face heavily bruised from the fight. He points at the woman. "Finish it." I slowly blink at him. They wanted me to kill this woman. My breathing hitches worse than when the fighting first started, my heart pounding in my ears. I look down at the gun, some version of a Glock, the square casing a dead giveaway. I'd been hunting before, killed my fair share of animals. But this was different. I'd never even contemplated doing the same to a person, not even my worst enemies. It was always just a beatdown to teach them a lesson. "Well," Takata prompts, "do it so we can go home already." I find my eyes darting around, spotting similar scenes, children standing above helpless people surrounded by gangsters. It hits me, just what the goal for this whole operation was. The ABB baited the merchants here, set up an ambush for no perceivable gain aside from culling the chaff. They wanted to blood the kids, put the final nail in the coffin where their loyalty is concerned. Afterwards, they'd ply the kids with drinks, celebrations, and food, put them firmly in the mindset of us against them. And here I was in the exact same situation, aware of what was occurring but with no way out of it. Nishihara planned this, that lying piece of shit. A hand drops onto my shoulder, forcing me to lean forwards over the merchant woman. "Do it," D1 growls. I don't want to," I rasp out. "I won't." The hissed growl leaves my lips as time seems to slow down around me. "That ain't an option," Takata states, nodding his head forwards at Oni Lee, who was now watching the whole fucking thing. The psycho cape tilts his head slightly in my direction, as if to ask, "Why hasn't this brat done it yet?" The hairs on the back of my neck were all standing firmly to attention, goosebumps appearing up and down my arms as I struggle to regulate my breathing. "What are you waiting for? Do it," Takata exclaims. "Do you think you have a choice? Do it or you'll get what she's getting." He kicks the woman in the side, causing her to groan painfully. "This cunt is dead either way." I close my eyes to center myself, but the urging from the gangsters just gets louder and louder, the group around me growing more raucous seemingly to no end, shouting at me to do it, to toss away my ideals to save myself, to finish it. "Do it. Do it. Do it already." My left hand trails up to my temple as a migraine hits me. I can't breath. I can't feel my chest. I can't force air into me. I straighten my legs to lock them in order to prevent me from falling from the sudden onset of vertigo. "What are you waiting for? She's dead anyway. Or maybe after you bite a bullet, that bitch T will be next." Banged. The gun goes off, the discharge deafening and leaving me stunned for some time. I blink, the gunshot having dispersing all the voices around me. The pistol in my hands was smoking, the woman below me gurgling from the fresh bullet wound in her chest. I wasn't surrounded either, if that was ever the case, or just a hallucination from stress. The area around me was clear, the ABB men giving me a wide berth with satisfied expressions on their faces. It's then that I see it, the fucking guy holding a camera, recording the whole thing. The gun drops from my grasp as I lean and spew my guts onto the concrete. I just murdered someone and they recorded it. I was fucked. Fucked. Everything was fucked. Banged. My head jolts up at the familiar sound, and I spot the other kids, as if encouraged by my act of murder, to pull the trigger themselves. I vomit again, dropping to my knees to retch and gag after I empty everything in my stomach, still not feeling clean despite my unwilling cleanse. "Good job, brat," Takata remarks, taking the gun from the ground. "You're one of us now." He was right, I didn't have a choice in the matter. Time felt like a blur as the ABB dropped me back home. I stumbled into the apartment and barely even noticed Tiu standing at the end of the hallway, only registering her existence as I tried to enter my room. "Kiyu," she whispers in response to my state. She doesn't say anything more as she wraps me in a hug, my walls quickly crumbling as I slump in her grasp, tears falling to my cheeks despite my best attempts to keep my composure. I'd killed someone, a woman that probably didn't have a choice to join the merchants. "I am sorry," I rasp out, burying my face in her shoulder, feeling like a pathetic child. She rubs circles on my back, humming the light tune of a folk song. I barely even notice as my eyes falls shut. POV Nishihara Tashio. Nishihara snuffs out his cigarette in an ashtray as I focuses on Takata standing before him. How did things proceed? "Great, we smashed the merchants, only Lee had mush running." Nishihara squints distastefully him. "You know that is not what I meant." "The brats did as they were told," Takata replies, shoving aside his personal biases towards the practice. "Even young Kiyu." Even him. It took some convincing, though. Brat had a panic attack afterwards. The man hums thoughtfully. What was his reaction? He didn't want to do it, but realized he had no choice. He's smart enough to know what happened. Takata shrugs. He won't be like the others. Nishihara releases a sigh and rubs his face. Resorting to blackmail to Yoni? A shame. We could have used one as intelligent as him. Like this, we cannot risk exposing secrets to him. "What do you want to do with him then, boss?" "Loosen his leash some, let him recover from his ordeal. I am sure we can still make use of him. Publicity, perhaps. He has acquired quite a following for his music, add his renown for the situation with Leet. And yes, we can make use of this." "So what, we just ignore him then? What if he tries to run?" Takata questions, unhappy that Kiyu was receiving such gentle treatment. Compared to what he'd gotten, the kid was lucky. Nishihara shakes his head. "He's smart, he knows he can't run. He's mine now, whether he likes it or not." 12 Sunrise. POV Coil. Crackle. Coil almost topples over from his chair as reality comes back into focus. His eyes flutter closed, and he pins a finger to his temple from the painful backlash of his power failing him. "What on earth was that?" He asks no one in particular, simply just enunciate how baffled he was over the situation. His power had never failed before. He hadn't even thought it possible given what it was. The ability to split timeless certainly didn't seem vulnerable to typical Cape foibles. He was wise with its use, using it as a get-out-of-jail-free card, a chance to explore options that were either perilously dangerous or resulted in an outcome he didn't like. So, while he was safely sitting in his office doing work for the PRT, he was also in his secret base orchestrating the infiltration of Empire 88 properties, specifically to identify the civilian identities of their capes. He still wasn't entirely sure what caused the disruption, but one moment he'd been calling an agent he had in ABB territory about an attack between them and the merchants, and all of a sudden he was back here, his second timeline turning itself off, for lack of a better term. He hoped this was just a random event, but wasn't foolish enough to stake all of his future plans on it. If he couldn't utilize his most powerful asset, then everything he'd worked for until now would be useless, trash, refuse. The only time something similar to this had occurred was when someone triggered in the immediate vicinity of him in another timeline. It hadn't eliminated it, but caused his other self a complete loss of control. Thankfully, he'd manually quelled the timeline before he could experience any other effects. Further investigation had to be made before any other plans could be made. find the anomaly and eliminate it. But first, he had to nurse this migraine. Was this what they called a thinker headache? Because he was starting to sympathize with their plight. POV Q. I toss and turn in my bed, feeling lethargic to the extreme. Like a great cloud bigger than I'd ever seen had obscured any light in my life. I didn't need to sleep, but that just made me feel even shittier for spending 3 days like this. I was made to feel even worse by the fact that everyone was worried about me. Tiu, Mr. Hataro, take Sheeta. Hell, I couldn't even force myself to give a more detailed response to Canary's message and offer of help, then the matter has resolved itself. I wanted to sleep and forget the whole thing with the ABB had ever happened. But whenever I closed my eyes, I saw that woman's face, the shock in her face as I leveled the gun at her, and the light leaving her eyes after I shot her. It made me sick. It made me angry at the gang for making me do that. But it made me furious with myself for allowing it to get this bad. Surely I could have done something to avoid this. I'd ruminated on it every waking hour, what I could have done, what I should have done. I could have avoided this. Left with Tiu as soon as I got on the ABB's radar, lack of funds be damned. I could have found a more deplorable person to stay with, to give Tiu reprieve from the trouble I'd bring. I could have ignored Uber and Leet, and none of this would have ever happened. Why did I do this to myself? I'd only left my room to eat and drink whatever Tiu made for me, or to socialize with those who visited, like my social worker Susan. She was the only one who probably didn't notice anything. I'd gotten pretty good at acting like everything's fine ever since I arrived in this shithole of a world. Come on, get up. You promised to take me shopping yesterday. Take Sheeta exclaims as she tries to drag me out of bed by my limp arm. That was Tiu, go with her if you want, I sigh. But I want to go with you. She pouts, releasing my hand and allowing me to turn over again. Moo, fine, you want to be like that. She stomps out of the room, finally giving me reprieve from her complaining. Or so I thought. Pat. I groan as someone smacks me in the face with a pillow. Not the light ones with duck feathers either, but a cushion that's been compressed by numerous backsides and hardened over time. Take that and that. Pat, pat. Oi, I growl, blocking her next attack with a swipe. Go away. No, get up. Mom, I yell at the hallway, prompting Tiu to stick her head into view. Take her out. If you want, Kiu, just let me get something first. Pat. That was Mrs. Tiu. She girl sniggers as I turn, spotting Tiu with an innocent expression, hiding a pillow behind her. She shakes her head and points behind me. No, it was her. Much to my shame, I actually fell for it. Pat. My head snaps around just as Tiu smacks me a second time. Why can't you all leave me alone? I hiccup, trying to contain my distress. Is it too much to ask? You've been like this for days now, Kiu. You've had long enough to whine and cry, Take Sheeta exclaims, obviously unaware of the ordeals I'd recently gone through. I look to Tiu, who just gives a reassuring smile. We don't have to go anywhere, she says, causing Take Sheeta to protest, only to stop her with a raised hand. But I ordered takeaway and got a movie you said you liked. Take Sheeta's eyes shimmer in excitement at that. She was a glutton at heart, and I couldn't blame her. Pizza was pizza, if that was even what she bought. I myself was already feeling exhausted from this intervention. I allow another sigh and look to her. What movie do you think I like, Tiu? I ask. I'd never told her my preferences after all. A movie from Earth Aleph called Star Wars. My heart thumps in my chest from nostalgia, the first realm positive emotion I'd felt since the incident. Just the name of it reminded me of better days, days with people I couldn't remember but knew I loved regardless. I think I'd like that, I mutter quietly, drawing a cheer from Take Sheeta. Yeah, movie night, sleep over, she babbles, tearing off my covers before pulling me off the bed and onto the floor. Even with how annoying she is and could be, I couldn't help but crack a smile. A misty silhouette of someone like her getting just as excited for the prequels manifested, only for a moment though. So, what do you order? The morning after our sudden Star Wars marathon, I was feeling better. Not like a new man or someone who hadn't shot an innocent person, but more like someone who didn't have a choice in the matter, an unwilling victim. Mostly, though, I redirected my anger towards myself to the ABB. Bunch of psycho, child-abusing fucks. I'm tired of being a whiny cunt over something they forced me to do. I'd get them back some way, someday, somehow. That said, I finally got around to properly reading Canary's response, rather than skimming it as quickly as my eyes allowed. Diamond Suit private message from Canary Cricks. Canary Cricks. OMG, are you okay? SRS, that sounds horrible. Why would the PRT even allow something like that? I didn't know it was you who hammered Leet, but I saw that. Look, don't worry about selling me anything. I want to work with you too. Tell me what you need and I'll send it to you as fast as I can. We can work on songs together after you and your mom are safe. Canary Cricks. Kiyu, did something happen? Rely to me already, making me worried. Canary Cricks. Seriously, this isn't funny anymore. Say something or I am gonna send people to get you, I swear to God. Guitar Boy 69. The situation has been resolved. Canary Cricks. What the hell does that even mean? The only way you can say that is if THABB got steamrolled overnight. Tell me what happened. Canary Cricks * new message. Kiyu, I'm just trying to help. Please let me help. We're supposed to be song buddies, right? Guitar Boy 69. Hey, sorry about my earlier response. Stuff's just been a lot lately. I won't go too into it, but things worked out as well as they could. Thanks for offering to help, but it's over now. Doing anything else might just make things worse. Sorry for making you worry, but I'd like if we can just ignore whatever this was and go back to the start. So, did your agent say anything about commissioning a song or working together? Have you seen the songs I posted on my YouTube? I sit back in my chair after sending the message, wondering if she'd take my approach to all of this badly. She seemed to be kind, but I wouldn't put it past her to have some weird personality. Thankfully, I don't have to wait long before Canary replies. Canary Cricks * new message. If you're sure, I'm not happy with just dropping this, but if that's what you want. I spoke with my agent and she actually looked happy we were talking. Said you were popular and had potential. I showed her the song you sent me and she looked like a Cheshire cat. I swear I saw $signs in her eyes too. She said she'd give you 10% on any profit on reproductions or streams on the first song you write. Let me tell you, that's way better than most people get, especially rookies. Or so I'm told. Don't take my advice at face value and check it yourself. She said if your song does well on the charts, then we can talk about a collab. TBH, I am really interested in trying a duet, but she said you'd need a vocal coach for an official release, that or auto-tune, which I try not to use. That's not to say you're bad at singing, but if we want to do it together, you need to match me. It kinda unfair given my power, but I think you have it in you. God, this girl is so sweet, she's gonna give my heart cavities and diabetes simultaneously. Honestly, I don't know if she realizes just what she offered me, a 13-year-old. 10% profit from any song she'd sing would instantly make me rich. It wasn't even a question. Even if I handed her a dogshit song, her fanbase would buy it. Not that I'm planning on giving her trash. Guitar Boy 69. Really, that's great. I'll get starting writing it right away. I promise I won't let you down. Akio. It would be an understatement to say I was excited. Was I on an emotional roller coaster? Yeah, but this was a fresh break for not only me, but Tiu as well. Now I just had to figure out what song I wanted to give her. First, it had to complement her voice. Second, the instrumentals needed to be easy enough for me to replicate or give a direction to with my limited knowledge on the subject. Last, it needed to be a hit. Well, I guess the importance of each thing could be swapped around, but... I had an idea. It'd be different from the pop songs she usually did, but I think it'd suit her perfectly. Adele, someone like you. Yeah, this'll work. I'm on the fucking gravy train now. 13 stalling. A week later. Diamond Suit Private Message to Canary Cricks. Guitar Boy 69. Zip sent, there, done and dusted. TBH, it's a pain in the ass to get all this together, but it's done. Vocals, instrumentals, and some other notes. Sorry if the slight Brit accent is too much, but I think it fits the song better. Also, bear with my vocals, they're only intended as the example. I swear, if I hear my dogshit singing in the final cut, I'ma be mad. Canary Cricks. Wow, that was quick. I'll send this to the studio so they can look at it. Really looking forward to having a go at it. If it's anything like your other songs, I know it will be amazing. There any other projects you got going that I can look at? I don't want to look like I am intruding, but I am actually interested. Guitar Boy 69. Not really, all I got going RN is my YouTube link. Check it out if you want. It's the same sort of thing I showed you last time, so don't expect anything groundbreaking. Guitar Boy 69. Did you just subscribe to my Fkin YouTube? Canary Cricks. Haha, yeah, your stuff is cool and it doesn't cost me anything. Why? Something wrong. Guitar Boy 69. No, it's fine. Thanks anyway, let me know when you've had a chance to look at the song. Canary Cricks. Will do, shouldn't take more than a week or two to finish it if everything you said is in there. Look forward to it. I stuffed my phone into my pocket after looking at the chat, inwardly wanting to cry as notifications from YouTube continue to pile up, buzzing incessantly against my leg. Canary's channel was your typical star musicians, only used to post old songs, music videos, and demos, almost entirely run by her agent or a proper PR team. Fun fact, she hadn't subscribed to anyone except me with it, leaving me at the mercy of her dogged fans. Most, thankfully, assumed I was a nephew or something similar, while others got it into their heads that a 13-year-old had won the heart of their 22-year-old singer. The weird death threats aside, my channel basically exploded from what it was. From 1 to 10,000 views per video to 100,000. While I didn't have many videos to my name yet, it'd surely be enough to live off of once I became a YouTube partner. Though, my age meant I'd have to discuss this with Tiu to make it official. I let out an amused huff and almost take a soccer ball to the face, courtesy of Takeshita's friend Yi. I duck it just in time, only afterwards realizing what I was supposed to be doing. You're supposed to stop the ball, stupid Kyu, Takeshita exclaims from the left side of the field. Ah, my bad, I'm not really cut out for this. I shrug, hoping for a chance to slip away. I'd been dragged over to this street by Takeshita to make friends my own age. Of course, Tiu had all but ordered me to accompany her, leaving me where I was now. Acting like I gave a shit and wanted to play with these kids was grating, to say the least. I had many better ways to spend my time than this. None of these people were even worth knowing either, especially as most of them likely had ABB parents. I imagine the older ones, 2 years apart from me, had also gone through the same thing that I had. Judging by how sharp some of their reactions were to rough tackles or overly enthusiastic nudging, I'd wager at least a couple of them had been blooded. God, I fucking hated this city. Hey, I think T will probably need my help at the stall anyway. It's about time for rush hour, I say, throwing a wave over my shoulder as I make my way out. Hey, wait, we're not done yet, Takeshita protests, but her friend's ridiculing taunts at my back prompt her to stay, not wishing to become a target too. The fact I'd been on my phone and let balls roll past me for an hour had definitely pissed a few of them off. It's a wonder no one had replaced me yet. Maybe no one wanted to end up as goalie afterwards. My mind drifts to the past week. Cramming someone like you for Canary had isolated me from most of the ABB's attempts to buy me. But Mr. Kiyoshi occasionally appeared at our door to invite me to a party, celebration, or hell, a couple times to play a song for them. The last time they'd tried the latter, they'd offered to buy me a whole fucking piano as payment. I didn't know why they had such a hard-on for me, but it was unnerving to say the least. I had half a mind to say some pedophilic higher-up in their organization had decided they wanted me. Nishihara hadn't struck me like that, so maybe it was one of the others at the poker table. Either way, their attempts were not only starting to piss me off, but Tiu as well. The fucking business cards and definitely not an ABB business front job applications slid under our door alone had Tiu almost spitting fire. They were trying to get us both working for them. Also, they had something overuse they could use. It was an obvious and blatant strategy, but one the truly desperate would lap up like dogs. Maybe they saw a single mother without a job lucrative enough to pay for the extra mouth to feed as an easy picking. All I knew was that I didn't want to associate myself with those murderous, child-abusing fucks. Thank fuck Nishihara's deal to not bother me after the initial job stuck. Their definition of honor, as vague as it is, meant something to them. Even if they were willing to try find ways around it, observe the pile of sketchy business cards now awaiting use in a bonfire. I shake my head as I read the market, stepping past the people lining up at Tiu's banh mi stall, and throwing on an apron as she fills a roll with vegetables. What needs doing? I question out of nowhere, almost making her drop the change she'd just been handed. Kiyu, shouldn't you be over with Tekshita? Twisted my ankle, don't worry about it. I shrug before taking a businessman's order. Do you want to sit? It's not too busy. I'm good, it's not like I'm moving much in this hovel anyway, I remark sarcastically. I sneakily steal some marinated pork from the grill, earning me a slap as Tiu spots me chewing. The rule was no eating on the job, bearing in mind it had only been created because I kept eating the food, almost leaving us empty on a particularly busy day. What can I say? Shit's good. An hour passes and the initial rush thankfully comes to an end, allowing us some moments of reprieve to restock, clean up, and brew some tea. Unfortunately, just as the kettle starts whistling, a loud, obnoxious, and familiar voice makes itself known. 4 sandwiches with everything, Takata audibly orders despite the sign clearing stating on break. You will have to wait, Tiu says, not giving the teen and his 2 friends another look as she pours 2 drinks. Apparently not liking this, Takata steps forwards and knocks on the side of the stall. Come on, the lady can sit down, but the brat can make the food. She told you to wait. I know you guys can barely read, but surely you 3 can rub your individual brain cells together for this. Take the hint and wait 10 minutes. I spit. This guy had been a pain in my ass since I started living in the area, and after the shit with the merchants he got worse, cockier, louder, throwing out insults on a dime with a shit-eating grin. I knew he was trying to get a rise out of me for an excuse to start shit, but I hadn't expected him to do this so blatantly in public. Mr. Kiyoshi had a word with him last time about this. The ABB had a reputation to uphold and wouldn't let some little shit run the name through the mud. Hammerboy's got a mouth on him. Kenji jeers at Takata's side. That's all he's got. Can't even call him a race traitor, just a fucking faker. Make us the banh mi and we'll leave. Takata growls. Race traitor? Tiu asks in confusion. Takata nods. There's a thing called disrespect around here, and the brat's as far as he can get. Even if you are one of us, we won't thank you for spitting on our kindness for a week. I crook a brow at him. Maybe you should stop making shit offers if you don't want to get rejected. I fold my arms. Go eat somewhere else, we don't need you starting trouble here. Some of us actually have to work. Kiyu won't join your gang either. Tell your boss to leave us be. Tiu adds with an eagle-like glare. Takata frowns before folding his arms behind his head. He leans forwards and casually turns to the side, accidentally knocking over some salt and pepper shakers on the front of the stall, shattering them on the ground. Oh, so sorry, my bad. Kazuma, the fatter one of the group, snickers at this and steps forward to make an accident of his own. Before they can damage anything else, though, I hold a hand up with an aggrieved sigh. Stop. I'll make your fucking food. Yeah, knew you'd see it our way, Kenji says. I cut open some buns when Takata starts speaking again, the 2 of us almost standing face to face with only the stall counter separating us. You should start thinking about our offers. There's shitloads to gain, but even more to lose. He trails a finger across the stall while his eyes trace over Tiu behind me. Make all the threats you want, but if you touch a hair on her, I'll gut you like fucking sashimi. I growl, locking eyes with him while finishing the first roll. And what are you gonna do about it, brat? You got everyone eating out of your hands for what you did to Leet, but it was all luck. I'm sick of hearing people talk about you, hearing Nishihara-sama ask if you accepted the last invitation. He leans forward so that his buddies and those around us can't hear. You're not worth shit. You're not one of us and I know it, even if that bitch lies about you every step of the way. You're a liar, a faker, it pisses me off, he seethes. I match his glare with a dispassionate one of my own. Apparently my worries were unfounded. This is just a douchebag jealous that those he looks up to pay more attention to me than him. I, as someone who doesn't want anything to do with their gang, isn't even Asian, and has made every effort to separate himself from their movement, still garners more goodwill than Takata. A mocking, smug smirk manifests itself on my face as I wrap up the banh mi, maintaining our staring match all the while. That'll be $10, plus another 2 for the property you broke. You fucking, he reaches over and grabs my apron in rage. You think you're better than me. I shrug, preparing myself to take a hit. I wouldn't fight this guy. That was just asking for the ABB to retaliate in some way, even if I lose. That said, there was nothing I hated more than people who thought they were hot shit. Dunno, maybe it's the fact I'm better looking, smarter, more talented, all that while years younger. But hey, they say your worth isn't decided on external factors. I drawl, luxuriating in how angry he was getting. Which means bad things for you. I'd trade you for a bucket of shit, at least that can be used as fertilizer. I tilt my head to the side as a fist passes over me, grazing and scratching my cheek from one of the guy's rings. I step back, touching my cheek for a moment before returning my gaze to him. Piss off or we're calling the cops, I warn, causing Takata to pause. You really gonna let him talk to you like that? Kenji asks Takata. This is our turf, fuck the cops, Kazuma adds. Leave it, he's not worth it, Takata mutters, taking a deep breath to calm himself. Hand over the food and we're gone, he offers some sort of compromise. Sounds good to me. I drop the banh mi on the counter, $12. 10, Takata grunts, but before he can fish out the funds, Kazuma opens the 4th sandwich and spits a fat loogie into it. Take this one back, someone spat in it. I look at him as if he's stupid. This jock bollocks is getting old. $12. 14, bedside manner. I'm trying to give you an out here, Takata urges, take the 10. You break something, you pay for it. I retort, eyeing Kenji and Kazuma, who seem to be getting even more fired up than earlier. After a couple moments of consideration, Takata scowls, shakes his head, and drops a $10 note on the ground before turning to leave. I sigh at that, sure it was only $2, but it wasn't the money that mattered. I turn to Tiu but blink as her eyes widen at something behind me. Fearing another punch, I grab the nearby wok, still hot from the fire, and swing it around. Dank! The sound of metal colliding with bone rings out, followed by Kazuma's large body hitting the dirt. Fucking sheep. I should have known they'd try something. I just hadn't expected them to try and sucker punch me over the counter. I look up from Kazuma and at Takata and Kenji, both staring at their downed friend. Wasn't gonna lie, I took great satisfaction at the wide burn mark on the side of the guy's head. Kazu! Kenji sudden shouts and storm around the side of the stall, ignoring his friend to get at me instead. I rush over and pull Tiu behind me, wok still in hand as the teen lunges at me. I block the fist with the cooking utensil, burning and bruising his knuckles but not preventing the second wild haymaker sent my way. My short stature, while usually giving me an advantage in dodging, proves itself a drawback here. I raise the wok up once I realize avoiding the attack is useless, but the fist goes over the pan and socks me right in my brow, shunting my head back and leaving me dizzy. Clatter! You thug, Tiu shouts behind me while tossing cups and other objects. Kenji just growls in response and continues his assault. I was still pretty rocked, but I managed to swing the wok in his direction. Thankfully, he's either stupid or forgetful, as he gets a bad burn when he tried to catch the weapon. Next, I simply lunge forwards in a sudden movement, pressing the wok against his face, causing the sound of meat sizzling to sound out as he screams in pain. I keep on him as he backs up, not noticing his hand drop to his belt. I grunt as I feel something hit me in the stomach, and the pain only comes when it happens the third time. Backing up, I blink in panic when I finally see the bloody pocket knife in his hand. "Why, you stabbed me?" I rasp, more shocked than anything else. Apparently, he was still seeing red as he responds by charging me again. Tiu aids me in throwing a jar of pickled vegetables at him, which shatters against his face, stinging his eyes from the brine mix. This allows me to dodge the next frantic slash, along with smashing the wok against his face, sending teeth flying and sending him to the realm of dreams. I breath hard despite the lack of necessity, glancing over at where I'd seen Takata. The guy was still standing there, looking horrified, particularly at the blood trailing out from under my shirt and staining my trousers. Yeah, that was a lot. I think he hit something important. Still, I couldn't show weakness at this point. I bare my teeth at him and raise the wok. "Let's fucking go then," I shout, forcing myself through the pain. Takata stares for a couple seconds, glances as the crowd that formed nearby and realizing just how much shit he's in. He tries to grab Kazuma, but the guy's too heavy, and the sound of sirens has him running for the hills without his buddies. I let out harsh breath and drop the wok, falling to a knee and raising my shirt to see the damage. I was no expert, but 2 stabs to my stomach were pulsing with blood, but the other near my ribs was practically gushing with it. "TTU," I start but trail off as blackness surrounds my vision. The last thing I hear is her shouting my name. POV, Amy Dallin/Panacea. She rushes into the next emergency room as her pager buzzes, alerting her to another patient. This is the second one today, and she was starting to wonder if the trend would continue as the afternoon rolled around. "Ah, Panacea," a paramedic exclaims as he wheels the crash cart through the hallway. "Male, 13, 2 stab wounds to the abdomen and 1 under the 5th. "Marcus, chill out. She's got it handled now," the guy's colleague states, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. "All right," he rubs the back of his head. "Sorry about that." Amy gives a small, reassuring smile. "It's fine," she says and looks at the patient, only to have her breath caught in her throat. She wasn't a stranger to seeing grisly scenes, but seeing someone she knew even somewhat get hurt was also a shock to the system, a knock to the mundanity of curring colds and sprained ankles. It was the guitar boy she and Vicky had met weeks back. He looked cleaner, better groomed, even if his pale, tired face belied all the lifestyle improvements he'd seemingly made. Stab wounds, he'd been attacked. She lifts his shirt and sees the hastily bandages abdomen, which were already beginning to soak through with blood. Letting out a cool breath at the barbaric sight, she goes to grab his wrist to initiate her power, only to pause once more at the Omega tattoo. No, he didn't look anything like a case 53. With that, he grabs him and feels the knowledge of his entire body, physiology, and even the microbiome within him enter her mind. Breach of the ileocecal junction, 4th foot of the small intestine, and punctured liver. Fatal without immediate intervention, potential causes: sepsis, exsanguination, shock. She blinks as she processes the information at rates not possible for the human brain. Despite what most people thought, her ability was not simply healing. No, she was a biokinetic, one of the most feared and scorned type of cape. She'd made great efforts to hide it due to the existence of people like Nilbog, who turned an entire town to monsters, causing the entire area to be quarantined. The only person who knew some of what she could do was Vicky, and even then that was a fraction of it. What would her sister do if she knew she could instantly kill people with a touch? It wouldn't even be hard: graze someone with her finger and trigger complete organ failure, or turn their brain to mush, or even just prime them for a stroke in a couple hours. She shivered and forced herself not to snatch her hand back from her patient. She was sure her mother, Brandish, suspected something due to the day she triggered. Once she got home, she'd accidentally transformed the potted roses. The multicolored petals was only the visual change. Luckily, Brandish hadn't pricked herself on the thorns that would now inject a deadly neurotoxin. Amy promised herself to never use her power like that again, instead focusing on healing and treating people. Though the one thing she refused to do, no matter who it was, is fixing brains. Even for her, who had a power that granted her a comprehensive understanding of neurochemistry, didn't know what would change a person's personality and what wouldn't. Unfortunately, while she'd promised to never make changes, her power granted her comprehensive knowledge of a person's physiology, even things she didn't want to know. Thus, she was surprised to find something peculiar in the brain of the boy. She'd healed her family, the wards, and many other heroes before. Each of them possessed a corona palentia, an altered part of the brain that allowed capes to use their powers. If someone had one, they are a cape. Her patient, this guitar boy, both had a corona palentia and didn't. It was really weird. Like one had tried to form but failed part way, like it was broken or malfunctioning. Now she wasn't an expert on powers, but she'd never seen something like this before. It was really fascinating. That wasn't the only thing either. Parts of the temporal lobe, brain stem, and frontal lobe had shrunk or enlarged, though she couldn't tell what effects they'd have without further investigation. Not only that, his lungs, stomach, and intestines had shown signs of regression, or shrinking was a more apt term. To her, it almost resembled the atrophying of muscles you'd see in a coma patient, which shouldn't have been possible with how healthy his heart and muscles were. He didn't seem to have any genetic disorders either at all, which was also peculiar as people usually had some, dormant or not. She felt like pulling her hair out at this medical mystery. She needed to know more too. The sound of someone clearing their throat forces her from her thoughts. Panacea? Is something wrong? He's still losing a lot of blood. A doctor assigned to watch her work questions as the nurses change the bandages for the third time. How long had she been in a trance inspecting his body? Sorry, just wanted to make sure the perforated intestines didn't cause a problem. I've got it, she says, closing her eyes once more and actually healing him. She takes biomass from his fat storage and uses it heal the damage and resupply the lost blood. Barely a minute passes when she lets out a sigh and looks up at the doctor. All good. He nods. There's 2 more patient needing your attention. I'd actually like to observe this patient. Nothing's wrong, but... She tries to find a reason. I know him and I'd like to make sure he's all right. If you're sure, we'll need to arrange for extra hours to meet your quota. He nods as if she'd already accepted the overtime. Unpaid overtime, she might add. She didn't get paid for any work either, to be perfectly frank. No, her mother wouldn't accept a hero being anything but charitable. The doctor leaves to actually do some work while she sits at Guitar Boy's bedside, wondering how to broach the subject of him being a cape. POV Q. I grimace as I come to and open my eyes, blinded by the sterile white room and fluorescent lights. Ugh! A groan leaves my lips as I recall how I'd ended up here. Playing football with Takeshita, working the stall with Tiu, getting stabbed by. Fuck! I shout as I sit up, hands darts to my stomach where I've been knifed, my brain not even registering the slight resistance from one arm. I hastily tug the hospital gown to the side to reveal my stomach, finding clean and unmarred flesh. My fingers brush over my skin as my brain works to figure out just what had happened. Was I in a coma long enough for it to heal? No. I don't feel weak enough for that, though my power made it so I didn't have to eat. Wait, if that was the case, I'd definitely be on some watch list if I wasn't already being experimented on. I blink a couple times for my eyes to adjust to the light before looking around, then gaping at the person sitting at my bedside. Hi, I say, clearly flustered to the strangely cagey-looking Panacea. She wore the same white and red robes she had on last we met, but the fact she was sitting at my bedside with them put her in an entirely new light. There it felt like cosplay, but here in the hospital after presumably being healed by her. Panacea truly is the best hero. She stirs in her seat uncomfortably and clears her throat, reaching over and resting a hand on my forearm. How do you feel? 15 highs and lows. How do I feel? I feel like punching someone, I admit. Throughout that confrontation, I'd expected to maybe get sucker punched, but for one of them to pull a shiv on me, I should have realized my experience in my past world is a bit wonky compared to this one. When capes are running around, being prepared to shiv someone on a dime is probably a good idea. That said, maybe forcing a searing hot walk into the guy's face exacerbated things. Panacea's voice brings back my thoughts. I'd probably be the same if someone did that to me. I've never been stabbed, but I imagine it hurts a lot. I idly shrug, honestly, not really. Maybe it was the adrenaline or shock, but the pain didn't hit me until I was on my knees passing out. I blink. Is Tiu my mom all right? She was there too, shit, how long's it been? Relax, you were bought in a couple of hours ago. Your mom came to check up on you too. She lets out a low chuckle. She invited me over to have tea with both of you. An exasperated groan leaves my lips. Don't tell me you agreed. Panacea shakes head. I have enough trouble keeping up a schedule as it is. You'd be surprised how many people try to hook me up with their kids. I guess marrying up is common, I reply. With how inheritable powers seem, you're probably the top bachelorette in the world. A frown slips onto her face before she covers it with a doctor's smile. Anyway, you'll be happy to hear that the guy who attacked you got caught. Good, you'd think people would be more hesitant to assault a 13-year-old. Really, though, Takata and his goons were either crazy or monumentally stupid. Her brow wrinkles. Ah, right, it's kind of easy to forget how young you are. You don't really talk like someone your age. I'm going to interpret that as a compliment. Right, we never did formally meet, did we? I'm Kyu. Not John Doe, she sniffs Panacea. Drop the cape shit. I didn't introduce myself as Mogor Giant Fist, and it isn't like your identity is secret either, I point out. She barks a laugh. Mogor Giant Fist. A D&D character I used to play. You're really comparing capes to a game character you created. I shrug. Why not? I'd rather seriously role-play as an orc barbarian than run around the city with an embarrassing name and eye-searingly colorful tights. I mean, come on. I get Tinker Tech armor, but most cape stuff looks like it comes from some comic book reject store. I rub my face and stop myself from going into a full-blown rant. I get why capes used such ridiculous costumes, or well, I get why heroes did it. It was all for PR. The more recognizable you were, the more adverts you could take, toys you could sell, etc. I had no idea why villains did the same. It wasn't like they'd have merch to sell. Even if they had a shop front to sell it, no one would want to buy it. Panacea glances down at her own costume with a frown. I'll have you know this is practical. Oh yeah, I know for a fact you didn't design it, and do you even have any pockets aside from that apothecary pack? I say, jabbing a finger at the medieval-style fanny pack. She blushes under her hood and glowers at me. Moving on, I need to talk to you about something important. I crook a brow at her, suddenly changing the subject. Sure, she might just want to get away from my criticizing her costume, but the way she'd gone all serious and started gripping my arm harder put me on edge. Important. Panacea makes an effort to glance around for people nearby before leaning closer and lowering her voice. Okay, don't take this the wrong way. I promise not to tell anyone, but... You're a cape, right? She questions conspiratorially. How the fuck did she know that? I trail off stupidly, the widening of my eyes alone all but handed her the answer on a platter anyway. Relax, she says, likely noticing how I'd begun to panic. I'm not going to tell anyway, but I just wanted to ask a few questions. It's all health-related, mind you. I'm sure, I reply doubtfully. Your power probably told you then. Really, I promise not to tell anyone, she cuts herself off. As long as you aren't a villain or something that I'd need to do something about. What happened to doctor-patient confidentiality? I retort. She smiles sheepishly. I never even went to medical school, so. Fine, ask your questions, but I choose if I want to answer or not. She nods. Well, what's your power to start? Isn't that, like, really personal to ask? I question. Sometimes you don't have to answer. You go first, then I'll tell you. I cut her off. What do you mean? You already know what my power is. I shake my head, healing sure, but there's lots of theories about how you go about it. Confirm it for me and I'll tell you. She frowns at me, not even taking a moment to consider it when she replies. Parts of your brain have been altered, along with your lungs and stomach. Those are only the main changes, though, but from what I can gather, you're a Noctis cape. Okay, ignoring whatever she said about my internal organs having apparently gone through a change, probably due to my power removing my necessities for survival. The fuck is Nocti's cape? I ask, never having come across the phrase. Language, she chides me like I'm a child, which I technically am. Nocti's capes are those whose powers, in addition to their main ability, never have to sleep, and in some cases get enhanced recall of memories. This would match the alterations I found in your brain. So, aside from never eating, breathing, or getting tired, parts of my power could be notched up to being a Nocti's cape. Question is then, do I have a main ability, or is it only the ability to ignore basic necessities? Regardless, I wasn't about to let her roll over me like this. Ability to scan the entire body along with healing it to the extent or being able to grow back missing limbs from external biomass. I read a theory online speculating that you were a biotinker. I retort, causing her eyes to widen. The atrophying of your lungs and digestive systems lends me to believe you don't need to eat or breath for long periods of time. She continues, electing to ignore me. But you couldn't be a biotinker since you've never been observed using an external device to heal people. So, either it's some kind of nanites, or you're manipulating flesh directly. Which would make you? No, she exclaims, causing me to trail off. Just no. She shakes her head and tries to take her hands from my wrist, only for me to rest a hand over hers. Really, I was just recalling the various ideas from the forums about her power, but her reaction just now means I was getting close. Add how fearfully she was reacting, and maybe her being along the lines of Nilbog wasn't so far-fetched. Then again, restraining someone who potentially had the ability to turn me into chaos spawn was a stupidly retarded idea. Looks like we both got secrets, huh? I release her hand, allowing her to slump in her seat. Let's start off. I hold out my hand, a sign of trust given what she knew I knew, or at least suspected. I'm CYOA. It takes her almost 10 seconds to regain her composure, from looking like she was about to flee to merely scared shitless. Like a child who didn't just steal from the cookie jar, but smashed it to bits and fed the shards to the dog, killing it before the chocolate could. Reluctantly, she takes my hand. Amy. Nice to finally meet you, Amy. Maybe we could introduce Panacea to Mogor sometime, and I promise not to tell anyone about your powers. I say, throwing her words back at her with not a small degree of satisfaction. At my words, she metaphorically melts into her chair, looking as if she would burst into tears in sheer relief. Wait, was that why she'd been holding my wrist the entire time? Can you tell if I'm lying? I inquire, more amused than anything. Yes, she admits, finally stopping our overly long handshake. Well, whatever. Hey, since we're friends now, any chance I can check out? I want to make sure my mom is good. I was more worried about what the ABB would do in response to one of their guys getting arrested because of me. Friends, as if we're acquaintances at most. No, you can't say that after you proclaimed yourself my personal doctor. You didn't say if I could leave or not either. I'm not your personal. You are. It's not like I can go to anyone else with my condition, now is it? You volunteered when you sprung that shit on me. It can't be anything official. She lets out a tired sigh and reluctantly states before standing. Let's get the forms filled and send you home then. I don't know if I can stand you any longer anyway. Ah, thanks. Your care really warms my heart, fake priest. Not a priest. Do you want me to delay your discharge? I keep my comebacks about delayed discharge wisely to myself. I'd rather not be afflicted with ED in retaliation. Beep, beep, beep. Weird, I mutter to myself as Tiu fails to pick up her phone. I know the morning was still young, but Tiu was an early riser. The chance of her forgetting to charge her phone was higher than her sleeping in. Regardless, I catch a cab home but just stand there on the sidewalk at the sight of our utterly destroyed stall. It was sitting where it always is when not in use, smashed to pieces and covered in ABB graffiti. Fuck, I growl as I sprint up the stairs to our apartment, sliding to a stop outside our door and using the hidden key to step inside. Empty, aside from the lukewarm pot of tea on the table, a huge red flag given Tiu's proclivities. No sign of struggle either, meaning they'd taken her some other way or simply blackmailed her. Fuck, I shout, punching the wall and likely fracturing a knuckle. Knock, knock, knock. My head darts to the door and I make my way over after retrieving the biggest kitchen knife we owned. I throw the door open and barely avoid giving Mr. Hataro a new orifice as I see his face. This isn't a good time. I growl and try to keep the venom from my tone. Boy, they took her, he says, looking grave. How? They just knocked on her door and dragged her out when she opened it. I saw it all through the peek hole. I'm sorry I couldn't do anything to stop them, he shamefully admitted. No, this is my fault. They took her because of me. I wouldn't blame him regardless of how fucking furious I was. He's an old man with a grand daughter to look after. Against a group of ABB thugs, he'd do worse than nothing. Do you know where they might have taken her? I ask. Even if I myself couldn't do anything, I could certainly put the PRT on their asses. Just tell them they were holding someone famous hostage, and they'd be there faster than you could say public relations. No, you can't look for her. There's no telling what they would do to you. You want me to sit back and do fuck all while they have you? Fuck me, who knows what those vile cunts are doing to her. He shakes his head. You will die, and I have started taking matters into my own hands. What do you mean? Unless this old man was some secret agent or retired cape, I highly doubted he could even touch the ABB. I have begun speaking with others in the neighborhood who are tired of the ABB's tyranny. They have made many enemies after everything they have done. Meaning, I press, the fuck is a bunch of elderly people gonna do? We're arranging a protest. Are you crazy? I shout in response to his monumentally stupid plan. A protest against a violent gang who owns the whole fucking area, which has 2 murderous capes in charge. We plan to have the PRT oversee it. I believe we can solve this peacefully. We, the people who live here, just need to put our foot down, he says, sounding earnest in his desire. Whether that could actually be achieved is another matter entirely. Though, thinking on it, maybe a protest is just what the PRT needs to finally do something about this shithole city. Make a big enough movement, get enough eyes on it, and the public will demand they take action. This is idiotic, I say, still not believing it could be pulled off. He rests a hand on my shoulder. I believe this is the only way to get Tiu back, he states with a determined gleam in his eye. Brushing his hand off, I step past him and down the hall. Do what you want, I'll find her myself. 16, it gets worse. I spot Mr. Kiyoshi smoking a cigarette near the dingy front of Choi's Busan bar, which he immediately snuffs under his boot when he catches my glance. Kiyu, good to see you're out of the hospital so soon. I glower at him. The fact that he knew I'd been in hospital meant he was clued in on what'd been happening. Maybe he'd even been the one to take Tiu as well. Can you please drop the nice guy shit? You act like we're buddies when you kidnapped my mom, I say, to which his expression doesn't even twitch. Now, I'm actually trying to help you out here. You really kicked the hornet's nest with that stunt of yours, you know. My stunt? Are you seriously saying what happened is my fault? Those shitheads tried to rob us, then fucking stabbed me when I tried to defend myself. If you wanna uphold your ABB rep, then you shouldn't have let those cunts off of their leash. Kiyoshi waves his hand in the air as if to brush away my grievances. And they will be punished for their actions. However, conducting that business in public has smeared the ABB. Not only did you get the authorities involved, but you, a boy, forced members of ours to run. I can respect why you took action, but regardless, you will need to face the consequences. You should be glad you came, instead of forcing one of ours to invite you. An annoyed hum of reluctant assent leaves my lips. Whatever, just tell me what you want and where Tiu is. Now that's something you will have to speak with Nishihara-sama for. Just know you are not the only person being punished. Those who dared call the police after your injury have been taught their lesson already, he states, rather ominously. It only pissed me off more that the people who tried to help me after the stabbing were also facing repercussions. Seriously, even communist China isn't so blatant, and these pieces of shit were running free in a major American city. Letting my shoulders slump, I look at him and ask, "Is he inside then? I want to get this solved sooner than later." Nishihara-sama is currently meeting with some. He pauses and reaches for a device I only just spotted in his ear. "Ah, it seems he's made time for you. How fortunate," he says with a slight upturn of his lips, as if I was missing some inside joke. Shaking my head, I enter the bar but don't get far as I spot two individuals I'd expected to be in police custody. Kenji with stained bandages around his face, and hands sat with Kazuma, who had a slightly burned bruise on the side of his head. "You," Kenji exclaims as he stands, noticing my presence. "You'll pay for what you did to me, you little rat." "Kenji," Kazuma stops him with a hand on his shoulder, nodding his head at the glaring suitor at the bar. The angry teen grits his teeth and sits back down, though not straying his hateful eyes from me. "I thought they got locked up," I question as I approach Suda. "The blue dogs know where their place is," he states matter-of-factly. "Right, because why wouldn't the murderous Asian supremacists have an in with the cops? How stupid of me." "He's waiting for you inside," Suda continues, gesturing a hand at the back door behind him. The room had changed from last time. The chairs positioned for the central poker table had been shoved into another room out of sight, leaving Nishihara sitting in the dim lamplight with a laptop in front of him, a burned-out cigar resting in the ashtray at the side. "Ah, Kyu, just the person I was looking for. Come, have a seat." He offers the sole chair nearby, not too close to him, but not too far either, likely to stop me lunging at him with a weapon, though the chances of that were zero since they had Tiu. "Just tell me what you want," I sigh as I sit. My life was in his hands already. The dance they were doing was completely unnecessary. He smiles lightly at that, steepling his fingers. "You are mine," he bluntly states. "Your mother is safe for now. She will be working at one of our properties to keep a roof over your head, and should you do as you're told, I'll allow Kiyoshi-san to take you to visit her. Am I clear?" I nod. "Subarashi," he grins, displaying yellowing teeth. "Now for your first task, I wish for you to—" He trails off, making my mind spin to figure out what depraved shit he'd have me doing. "Write a song." I blink incredulously at him. "What?" He chuckles lowly at me. "I wish to expand the ABB's influence in other, less-known areas to me. I've seen your talent, and I wish to make use of it. You will write a good song to help my subordinate get his proverbial foot in the door." I still don't understand. The music industry made a lot of money, but I sincerely doubted that was the ABB's only goal here. "My reasons are my own." His tone twists from conversational to authoritative. "You will write a song for this purpose. You will be compensated for your time. You have 3 weeks to complete this task," he says, waving me off and returning his focus to his laptop. I don't immediately leave, however, despite Suda's heavy shadow behind me. "When will I see Tiu?" "When your first task is done," he blandly replies, not even looking at me. "All right." My legs carried my mindless form home, barely noting the giddy Takeshita who greeted me at the door. Murata had seen fit to cook me a meal in Tiu's stead, though I'm sure my permanently wrinkled brow gave him some inkling of what occurred. He'd not spoken a word to Takeshita, leaving her under the impression that Tiu was simply on a trip somewhere. I wasn't sure if coddling her like this would end well, though, given the world they lived in, not to mention the area. Regardless, I wasn't going to burst that particular bubble, not until Murata deemed her ready for it. What, may you ask, was I going to do about the ABB and Tiu? Nothing. That's right, nothing. As much as it continues to pain me to admit, I was a 13-year-old without any personal power. All I could do was rush out a song so I could make sure Tiu was all right, and wait to see if Murata's protest would really do as he hoped. This feeling of helplessness, weakness, I hated it. Every night following Tiu's kidnapping, my efforts in exercising increased fivefold. I was risking injury with my fervor, but with Panacea on call, I'm sure I could handle it. I was tempted to ask if she could force my body to grow or enhance my strength, but I knew she'd refuse anything like that. Body enhancements were a wet tinker's bread and butter. If anyone discovered what she was doing to me, they might just lynch her, not literally, but it was probably a better fate than ending up in the bird cage. 3 days is all it took to complete Nishihara's task, easy enough since I didn't have to sing or play. The song in question was Don't Matter by Akin, a small rebellion on my part. Having the ABB Goons song be one originally written by a black guy was intentional. The lyrics for the song resonated with my situation too, telling you all those lies just to get on your side. And they watching everything I've been doing just to hurt you, most of it just ain't true, and they won't show you. I sent it over to Nishihara, and not 2 hours later Mr. Kiyoshi was at my door, telling me to get a jacket on. The drive was quick, but as we approached he began explaining what business Tiu had been working. Both to my surprise and not, the ABB's crimes didn't just extend to extortion, kidnapping, murder, child abuse. They had apparently been running brothels in the center of their territory. When I heard this from him, my heart skipped a beat. I hadn't actually thought these fucking monsters could get any worse. These brothels were obviously not the consensual kind, and the rumors were beginning to add up with this context. The missing people posters of young girls and women, the hushed discussion among residents of the apartment building, the dark glares sent at ABB gangsters' backs when they weren't looking. All this in a city supposedly protected by the PRT. An organization, through its inaction, had implicitly allowed prostitution and sex slavery to exist. Was it too late to wish for the Leviathan to flood this stinking hellscape and take all the ABB scum with it? The car stops in front of a nondescript office building, black curtains covering the windows and red light leaking from the glazed door window. People of all sorts were stepping in and out of it, and I was sickened to see some of the police officers that worked the area involved in this too, with lascivious grins on their faces as they entered the establishment. Kiyoshi gets my legs working again as he pushes me inside, a couple working girls looking over in interest at me. He continued to drag me to the reception, however, where a familiar face was waiting. Kiyu, Tiu's surprised voice echoes out, sounding both happy to see me and distraught about my being in this particular building. Mom, I breathe, eyes scanning her for any obvious sign of damage. Thankfully, she looked healthy. No bags under her eyes, healthy skin, and even her hair looked nicer than usual. Let's us make this private, Kiyoshi says before shuffling us into a side room, one with a large bed and smelling faintly of sweat. You shouldn't be here, Kiyu, this is not a nice place, she states, throwing a glare at Kiyoshi. They aren't hurting you, are they? I ask, half growled in anger at the thought. She shakes her head, but Kiyoshi speaks up for her. She's currently the receptionist, he states, as if that was subject to change depending on my actions. They treat me adequately, but for others it is not the same. You are scum, she bluntly says to Kiyoshi's face. That's not nice of you to say, Tiu. Now I think you've seen what you need to. Time to go, he says, clapping his knees as he stands. But we only just got here, I growl. This is only for you to check up on her, to keep you motivated. Don't worry about me, Kiyu. I'll be fine. Try to be good for me, Tiu quietly says, brushing her thumb over the back of my hand. I'll try, I parrot back to her before we leave. Kiyoshi drops me back home, where I start thinking about what to do with this new information. I wanted to drop a hint at the PRT anonymously, but doing so right now would make it obvious as to who was responsible. Even more so if the ABB had someone in the PRT. No, I'd wait a week or two before I tried that. First, I wanted to see what Amy thought about it, if there was anything New Wave could do to expedite things. First, though, was to make sure my shit wasn't bugged. They broke into my place twice now. I wouldn't put it past them to wiretap my stuff to hide their secrets. If those idiots thought I'd be anything even resembling loyal, then they had another thing coming. 17. Conceal, don't feel. Keeping Susan, my social worker, off my back from Tiu's absence was annoying, but telling her that Tiu had to help her family in Vietnam seemed to tide her over. For now, at least. I'd been forced to display my ability to cook, clean, and fend for myself in the meantime, though I'm pretty sure that was just Susan looking out for me. It's been a week from my initial checkup on Tiu, and my roles in the gang had been increasing. Since they didn't need me to write any more songs for them at the moment, I'd once again been given to Takata, much to both my and his chagrin, to accompany him on his jobs. Most had been normal so far compared to the last conflict with the merchants, but that didn't mean they were any less malicious. I'd been forced to spend a couple hours playing with some kids of a business owner in a park. Since I didn't look all that Asian and I was young enough, the job suited me the best out of everyone available. Unfortunately, I didn't have much choice in the matter. Their threats against Tiu were still fresh in my mind after all. That said, I had taken measures to try and resist them. My anonymous call to the PRT should be making its rounds, plus the request I'd made of Panacea. My expectations were rock bottom at this point, and even with Amy's assurances, I knew her family would be less amicable to it. It wouldn't have been the first time a gang targeted one of their family. Beep beep. I checked the caller ID and grin at Amy's name. That was quick, maybe I shouldn't have been worried. Amy, good news. Sorry. Sigh. Earlier. Mom, about what I asked about, Amy starts, keeping her tone firm yet respectful, despite the fact she was addressing her adoptive mother. Forget about it. I've asked around, but the higher-ups in the PRT want no action against ABB or their territory. Brandish, Carol Dallin snaps, looking more apprehensive than Amy had even seen her before. What do you mean? Did they hear what I told you? Someone has to do something, Amy exclaims, shocked that there'd be any debate about what needed to be done. To think she'd not known about literal brothels in Brockton Bay, or the fact that missing people tended to be found in such places. Even if an acquaintance of hers wasn't directly affected, she'd try to help those people regardless. Carol scowls and leans against the kitchen counter, arms crossed as if to contain her own indignation towards the matter. I understand how you feel, Amy, but I've been explicitly told that New Wave cannot interfere with it. I don't know if an investigation is already being held, or if the ABB holds more cards than is public, but the PRT refuses to move, or allow anyone else to. But that's bullshit, Carol finishes for her. I know. She pushes off the cabinet. This is above Director Piggott. We're an independent team affiliated with the PRT. New Wave has its freedoms, but we're still a government-sanctioned group, which means we follow their rules. I'll try look into it further, but that's all we can do for now. Whatever this is, it's bigger than us, the ABB, and probably even the Bay. If you want to help your friend, send them our way and we can do something, otherwise keep your distance, she bluntly orders. Defeated and in slight shock that outside forces would be protecting the ABB from retribution for their actions, Amy makes her way to her room to make a call. POV Q. So the government doesn't give a shit, I spit over the phone. I gave them everything they'd need to raid the brothel. I gave them the names of those involved to arrest them, yet they won't lift a fucking finger. If that's what Amy's mom said about it, then my call to the PRT wouldn't mean anything either. I don't know what to say, I'm just as surprised as you are, Amy mutters through the call. I'm still confused about it all. Why is the PRT acting like this? I mean, sure, they could be working on it on their own, but why haven't they acted yet? Lung's been active for years, the ABB even longer. It was unsettling to hear an active hero, someone who should have a better insight than him, be baffled over the situation. Then again, heroes these days just punch people and pose for photos. You're friends with some of the wards, right? Could you ask them about it? Maybe they could get things moving from the inside, I ask, inwardly grimacing at how desperate I sounded. Why, yeah, I can do that. Really, sorry for not having anything else. She starts apologizing again, but I cut her off. It's fine, I sigh. You did what you could. If even your mom can't do anything, what could you hope to do? I've got some things to do. See you, Amy, and thanks for the help. D, don't forget to call if you need anything. Beep. For fuck's sake. I dropped my face into my hands and let out a long groan. Beep. Touring on my phone again, I become alert as I see the text from Takata. Not even reading it, I delete my chat log, call log, and even scrubbed her contact info. Takata. Waiting outside, got another job, let's go now. Kyo. Okay. What's it this time? I ask as we drive through the back roads of the city, near the commercial district and dangerously close to Empire 88 territory. Even now, their Asian driver was getting the stink eye from pedestrians. Takata acted like he paid no mind to it, but by how restless his leg was, he was clearly nervous. POV Captain Tanner. He flicks his burned-out cig and stamps it out on the ground, wondering if the pay was worth how bored he was feeling. During his service for his country, he'd been acclimated to high-intensity situations, with only enough rest time to let the adrenaline settle. Iraq would do that to you. His career hadn't made him all that suited to this role, watching a building which his employer thinks is a hideout where Empire capes hang out and meet. It'd be stupidly dangerous for him if it weren't for his boss, Coyle's, ability to see the future. The guy liked to send him and his team on extremely dangerous missions, but occasionally stopped them before they even reached the target, stating the outcome had become dissatisfactory. Tanner assumed their likely deaths were what the man wanted to avoid, but then again, you could never guess with capes. He checks his watch for the time. Calls weren't the only measure in place to assure things. Coyle would send a text on a schedule so that if he ever became indisposed, they'd know when to back out. Not seeing the scheduled message, Tanner decides now's the time to dip. He starts his car but barely makes it around corner when bump. The car jumps slightly and a child's cry rings out. Did he just hit a fucking kid? He kicks the door open and bends over to look under his car, quickly locating a boy with olive skin and messy brown hair. You all right, boy? I don't know, the kid says. Let's get you out so I can see you. Tanner starts but pauses as his eyes home in on a small marble slab sitting just under his tire. He brain itches, and a memory of something similar happening in Iraq alerts him just as it's too late. A minivan stops behind him and the kid jumps out from under the car, pushing him into it while two large men grab his arms. He tries to reach his for the gun in his belt, but the kid gets to it first, allowing the men to put him in a chokehold. POV Kyo. The job was done and I got dropped off back my apartment. It was kinda harrowing to lie under a car as it drives over you, but he didn't die and that's all that mattered. Did I feel bad for the guy I helped kidnap? Not really. He was an old white guy in Empire territory with a gun. Chances are he was a Nazi, that or a sympathizer. On the bright side, I'd been allowed to keep the gun, a standard Glock with a full magazine. Apparently the ABB thought they had enough control over me to stop me from doing something stupid. They were right. For acting so well, I was given permission to visit Tiu again, even if I hated it every time I entered the shithole establishment. Kiyoshi had thankfully given us some privacy this time, leaving me and Tiu sharing tea in a lounge room. Once I'd told her about Susan, my continued studies for the scholarship, and my writing a song for the ABB, we weren't left with anything to talk about. There were things she wanted to ask about but didn't for my sake, and it was the same on my end. I don't think I could listen to what she'd found out worker here without going all Texas Ranger on any ABB gangster in the vicinity. So, I trail off, what's with you and T? I get you have a preference, but every day was a bit much. I ask, more just to fill the silence between us than anything else. She shrugs demurely. You might say I'm following in my mother's feet. Tea was hers, a way to keep me and my siblings still while she spoke. It became a daily ritual for us, but I was the only one of us to continue it. It reminds me of home. And you make me do the same? I question, while the venue wasn't the greatest, being a brothel and all. Tiu didn't speak on her family, even if broached on the topic. She nods, it reminds me of home, and I wanted it to be the same for you. That wherever you are, whenever you are, you could brew a cup and think of home. I sip my drink, making an effort to ignore the cheap tea leaves the ABB had on site. While it didn't remind me of home, it did remind me of Tiu. The tea fiend had permanently etched herself in that part of my brain, which wasn't unpleasant, I supposed. Maybe if I'd been given enough time, it could have been the same. What was your home like, Tiu? Days later. Diamond suit private message from Canary Cricks. Canary Cricks, hey, new. Kiyu, it's Paige, good news someone like you has done. It still needs some touch-ups, but I think it sounds amazing. We've got a demo ready if you want to hear it. It'll be released to the public tomorrow or the day after. I'm so ready. Someone like you demo, MP3. My dour mood from the shit the ABB had made doing all but washed away at the message, and I almost cracked my phone screen with how fast I'd clicked the linked file. A couple seconds download later, and I was listening to the song. I'd heard that you'd settled down. Holy shit, it's perfect. I'd been cautious in thinking Canary could do a version better than the original, but this shit blows Adele out of the water. It wasn't even a competition, a likely outcome considering one singer had superpowers enhancing her voice. I did notice a couple faults in the instrumentals, which I alerted Canary to, but overall it was magnificent. Unfortunately, Guitar Boy 69. Hey, sorry to ask this, but could you use a nickname for me? Having me name attached to this might be bad ATM. Canary Cricks. I can, but are you sure? This is a major decision, you know. You don't want to get your name out there. Guitar Boy 69. Not right now, maybe in future. Canary Cricks. Okay, if that's what you want. What do you want your name as then? Guitar Boy 69. I'd artist number 6. Canary Cricks. I guess we can use that as a placeholder. If you're really sure, my offer to help you out still stands, you know. Guitar Boy 69. Yeah, I appreciate it, but staying under the radar is what I need to do, RN. Canary Cricks. If you say so. 18 protesting. 3 days later, and someone like you was top of the charts across not only America, but Britain and most of Europe too. Canary, who'd already been famous, had her fame skyrocket from well-known artist to internationally renowned superstar. As for me, well, Canary had admitted in a radio interview that she hadn't been the one to write the song. That caused a tsunami of people to look at the song credits, which listed Numsix as the writer. Numsix. I couldn't fault Canary since I hadn't given her much, but really, that's the best she and her manager could come up with. I let out a sigh, wondering how much my paycheck would be. As if sensing my exasperation, I hear a knock and a familiar voice at the door. Opening it, Takeshita rushes past me and throws herself on the couch while an apologetic Mr. Hataro watches on. Something wrong? I question. The girl was usually excitable, but not to this extent. We were in the market and she found something you might like. Apologies again, he says with a nod. A gift, I ask incredulously. This a late Valentine's present, Takeshita? I ask, causing her face to explode in a blush. What no? Stupid. Who'd like you like that anyway? You're always so grumpy, and you never play with us, and your smile is stupid, she says before sticking her tongue out at me, all while hiding a shopping bag behind her. I fold my arms. Maybe I don't smile because I hate the way it looks. I don't want to look stupid after all, I remark. What no, you're doing this on purpose. Here, take it, idiot. She flings that bag at me. Clothes, I mutter as I pull out some kind of dark blue zip-up jacket. It wasn't waterproof or anything, but didn't feel cheap. But as soon as I got a closer look, I had the urge to burn it. Why are there cat ears on the hood? I question. This was a fad back in my original world too, from what I recalled. Cat headphones, fake ears, etc., all from Japan. I'd thought and hoped it wouldn't be a thing since Japan had been almost completely destroyed, but I supposed some trends were unkillable. It looks cool, plus you remind me of a grumpy cat, so it suits you, she exclaims. Gee, thanks, I sarcastically say. Well, come on, put it on, put it on, put it on. If I put it on, will you go away? I ask, well aware the ABB had a job for me in the afternoon. They wanted me to check up on some merchant-affiliated drug dealer who was apparently selling shit to kids. Not a bad job if you didn't consider the reason they wanted him gone is because he was selling to potential ABB recruits, and because he was selling on their turf without permission. Yeah. Shida-chan has a dentist appointment anyway, Mr. Hataro informs, getting a groan of protest from the girl. Fine, I toss it on, feeling the slightly baggy coat wrap around me. It was comfortable but not substantially better than what I already owned. Like I'd ever wear something with fucking ears either. Thanks for the gift. I'll have to remember to get you something next Valentine's Day. Owawa, Oji, let's go already. She storms out of the door at that. HMPH, never seen her so excited for the dentist. Murata jokes, but doesn't immediately follow her. By the way, it looks as if the protest will happen. All I need to do now is arrange for the PRT to oversee it. He says, knowing such an event would need protection against the inevitable ABB retaliation. I shake my head at him, still thinking it was a stupid idea. Good luck with that. I'd be surprised if the PRT sent a single officer to help, let alone a cape. He smiles and walks to the door. We'll just have to hope then, won't we? Yeah, hope, I drawl. Welcome to the Parahumans online message boards. You are currently logged in, Guitar Boy 69. You are viewing threads you have replied to, and threads that have new replies, or private message conversations with new replies. Thread op is displayed. 10 posts per pay. Last 10 messages in private message history. Threads and private messages are ordered chronologically. Black Square. Diamond Suit Topic. Protest on docks in ABB territory. In Boards News, Brockton Bay. Harold Tabasak's 5, original poster. Veteran poster, Brockton Bay resident. Posted on March 2nd, 2010. Hey, I've been hearing rumors lately about some protest that's gonna happen in the center of ABB turf. I'd if it's real or not, but if it is, I hope to God it's not real. That can only end badly. Carleonis Franks 2, Brockton Bay resident. Replied on March 2nd, 2010. I heard about that too. Apparently people have had enough of ABB tyranny and decided to make a show of it. Personally think it's idiotic and suicidal, but if it makes the PRT get off their asses, it might be worth it. Reg Joe Foe, Brockton Bay resident, Cape Stan. Replied on March 2nd, 2010. A protest sounds like a breath of fresh air TBH. When's the last time there was some peaceful public disturbance? All we have right now is Cape destruction or petty crimes. Something like this might just unify folks against a common goal. Now to wait and see if the PRT makes a statement. Not FKN likely, PNG. XXX Fanderbenjerks X, veteran poster. Replied on March 2nd, 2010. I've already sent a message through their public line, and I encourage everyone else to do the same. I see this protest as an absolute win. About time someone stood up for what's right. Kaiju 6. Replied on March 2nd, 2010. At XXX Fanderbenjerks X has the right idea, already sent mine. Hell, if this SHT works, then maybe we can do the same to the other gangs. I've personally had enough of the E88 harassing my F-kin business. No, I don't want your protection, you goddamn Nazis. Get the program. Point me at the sky, verified Cape. New Wave, Brockton Bay resident. Replied on March 3rd, 2010. Hell yeah, let's get this thing rolling. I dare you to stop us ABB douchebags. Jerry Nelly 5, Brockton Bay resident. Replied on March 3rd, 2010. The Queen HATH spoken, onwards men. Orcs charging helms deep, video. Crusader 9, Cape Fan. Replied on March 3rd, 2010. Wouldn't Glory Girl be the princess? Gallant verified Cape, Wards ENE. Replied on March 3rd, 2010. I like the idea, but it all comes down to the execution. Whatever happens, I just hope no one gets hurt. Kidwin verified Cape, Wards ENE. Replied on March 3rd, 2010. People are worried about the ABB, just let the PRT handle it. It's our job, isn't it, to sort out Cape stuff? We got you, fam, PNG. Guitar Boy 69. Replied on March 3rd, 2010. You heard it from at Kidwin, folks. It's the PRT's job to help deal with these crazy criminal gangs. If a ward says so, it must be true, despite how obvious it should be. A government-funded organization should be protecting our right to peacefully protest, especially against criminal organizations who brutalize American citizens. Tell me no gif. Director Pigott scowls at the people sitting opposite her desk. She'd had people keep a close eye on this situation, yet these petulant teens had all but volunteered the PRT for it. Chris and Dean, Kidwin and Gallant respectively, had gotten them involved with their careless messaging over parahumans online. Something they couldn't easily take back now that it was recorded on the internet. Not acting meant the public would crucify them, especially if something went wrong, which was likely given how things were progressing. Kidwin, she grinds out with gritted teeth. What gave you the authority to speak for the PRT? You've been with us for what, 2 months? I wonder what else you will do given half a year. Would we have 1,000 civilians outside the rig with invites to a party? Chris holds his palms up pacifyingly. Hey, while that sounds like a funny idea, I wouldn't go that far. Sides, we're not gonna ignore this protest, are we? Everyone's talking about it. It's our job to help, right? Dean nods as the director glares harder. I have to agree with Kid here, even if we don't make any promises to assist with the event. People will expect us to. Do you think I don't know that? Did you think some arrogant kids would know that better than us? You are still wards, yet you act like you're Alexandria or Eidolon. There are ways these things are done here, procedures we must follow. If I listened to every harebrained scheme a teenager comes up, we'd all be on fire and underwater right now. Pigott shouts, causing Kidwin to shrink into his chair. She rubs her face and leans back in her chair. Dean, you will lose a month's pay. Chris, you will lose too and have Tinker materials restricted. You are excused. Arnold, have the PR department make a statement. We'll be assisting the protest. Director, won't Central disagree with? I've made the decision. If they want to veto it, they can do so. We'll make sure the public knows whose decision it is, however. She states, unwilling to lose her job over some higher-up asshole with power complex. POV, Kiel. It's actually happening, and I have no idea if the ABB will do anything to stop it. The protest has gained national attention over the past week, and the thread on FUG got so big that it had to be locked, causing dozens of others to be created to talk about it. I know for a fact the ABB have been asking around to find who the organizer is, but Murata managed to somehow keep his identity from them. I wasn't going to offer him up either, so maybe he'd last long enough to make it through. The PRT had also stated their intention to oversee the event, though they haven't made known who would be participating on the Cape side, which is smart, as the gang won't be able to plan around them. Regardless if I thought it was stupid or not, I'd spent some of my now rather large savings from someone like you on advertisements, signs, and other things to help the protest. $20,000 wasn't much compared to my $100,000 and climbing paycheck. Yeah, international hit songs made people rich, who knew? I wouldn't be able to personally participate in the protest, given my affiliation, but that didn't mean I wasn't going to watch it. Apparently Amy and New Wave were going too, since the PRT had given the green light by getting involved. March 10th, day of the protest. Murata had informed me that the gathering would begin in City Central, before marching down the main street to the docks, then circling around the entirety of ABB territory. When I reached the protest, I was surprised by the turnout. Over 500 people had arrived, with more to be seen. Public figures were also around, following the news crews broadcasting the event. The PRT had pulled out all the stops too, with PRT vehicles following the veritable parade and capes patrolling around like attacked dogs. The wards were here, which was a surprise given how protective they were of them, but I imagined Kid Win's unofficial announcement had something to do with it. From where I was standing, in the shadows of a building next to the protest with a hood over my face, I could already see Vicky, or glory girl considering she was in costume. She was slowly hovering over a cape in Tinker Tech armor, a slight blush on her face and in rapt conversation. Kid Win was sitting on his hoverboard over everyone, eyes searching for any potential threat. Something I appreciated with how lackadaisical Glory Girl was acting. The ABB wasn't to be fucked around with. Who knew what those crazy bastards would do? 19 Black Parade. Psst, a hushed his draws me from my internal revelry. Turning, I see Takata waving me over with a reproachful look on his face. What? You shouldn't be here, he grouses, looking mightily uncomfortable surrounded by so many heroes. Not surprising for an ABB gangster. I'm keeping an eye on things I wasn't told otherwise, I drawl in response. You weren't told to watch either. Get out of here, these aren't your people. I gesture vaguely at the crowd. Pretty sure they are. A quarter of our people turned up to take part. They aren't ours anymore, he heatedly retorts. Whatever, stay if you want, you're the one who has to explain it to the boss, he says before hurriedly stomping off. Douchebag, if they didn't have me by the balls, I'd be down there partying with them. The protest had only picked up in heat as it progressed. More and more of the Asian population in ABB territory taking the lack of gang response as a green light to take part. Various food stalls and activities had been hastily erected along the road the protest was marching down. The PRT heroes had all started to slowly relax as time went on unmolested, all except Assault, who seemed to be giving clipped responses to anyone who tried to strike up conversation. Amy, or Panacea, was notably not present, despite a good portion of her family being present. The mother-daughter duo Lady Photon and Lazardream were flying circles above the event. Shielder was hovering over his father Manpower and Aunt Brandish. Maybe they just had Amy tucked away somewhere, ready to work in an emergency. Then again, over my talks with her, it sounded like Amy's relationship with her mom was rocky, to say the least. Shaking my head, I look over at the front part of the line of people, where Mr. Hataro walked with a giddy-looking Takeshita at his side, the 13-year-old shouting and waving at everyone nearby, while occasionally begging her grandfather to buy her something. Around them were other people I'd seen in the neighborhood, some with their children while others their spouses. It was good to see them without a dour, depressed, or desperate look on their faces. I let out a cool breath and allowed my eyes to wander. Maybe I should grab some soba from a stand. My thoughts trail off as I catch a glint of white in my peripheral. Focusing on it, I'm horrified to see the faint outline of Oni Lee's mask in a darkened room on the 4th floor of a tower block. I don't know if he noticed me or not due to his mask, but as soon as I laid eyes on him, he disappeared. Chink. The sound fades under the cacophony of the celebration, but the screams of terror the next moment draw everyone's attention. Over near where Mr. Hataro and Takeshita had been, a Oni Lee's figure materialized, causing those near him to shout and flee. I myself tried and alert the heroes, but they had already keyed in on it, Glory Girl flying over to punch the head off the murderous ABB cape. Unfortunately, she was moments too late, as the grenades the man had dropped detonated. BOOMs. I was deafened momentarily, but that just meant I could observe the chaos in all its dark glory without sound to add to it. The bodies of those closest were utterly destroyed. Arms and legs shooting over the crowd is a bloody display of gore. A trail of smoke followed Glory Girl's somehow unharmed body, allowing Gallant to catch her with a loud grunt. Mr. Hataro had been lucky enough to see the threat as it came, managing to shield Takeshita's body with his own. Other people had been between him and the explosion, acting as meat shields, but even then he and his granddaughter were lying limply on the road. I myself could do nothing but gape at the scene, still deafened, still shocked. The heroes, after taking a moment to realize the severity of the situation, all began running around. Some worked with PRT officers to help the injured, while others left in search of wherever Oni Lee had disappeared to. By the time my hearing returned, I'd begun to wish it hadn't. Agonized screams of the injured were barely audible over the sirens of both police cars and ambulances. A PRT agent was shouting orders at the citizens over a microphone, but most gave her no heed as they fled in any possible direction. The Asian populace was even more horrified. The thought of the ABB recognizing their defiance and retaliating against them, pushing them to run even faster. Those who'd set up their stalls simply abandoned them, leaving the road looking both abandoned and like a riot was going on. My legs moved before I'd even commanded them, delivering me to Mr. Hataro and take Sheeta's side. I flipped them over and grimace at the mangled meat that was the old man's calves. They were spewing blood onto the floor without stopping, and my attempt to use my hoodie to staunch the bleeding achieved little to nothing. Take Sheeta didn't look all that injured, barring the large bump forming on her forehead, but I had no idea if that was the extent of her injuries. Knowing the paramedics weren't coming for Mr. Hataro with all the other people needing assistance, I tore up my shirt into usable strips and created both a tourniquet and makeshift bandages with which to wrap his wounds. Mr. Hataro was an older gentleman, and he was frail compared to a younger man. I sincerely doubted he'd survive with the amount of blood he'd already lost. Oh, fuck. I look up from my attempts to apply pressure to the wound and search my surroundings, wondering if Oni Lee would make another pass. That psycho was just the sort of person to make sure he finished the job, and his power to teleport and leave a clone of himself made him particularly hard to nail down, especially in a street like this, which had many buildings to retreat and hide into. Someone get some fucking help over here, I roar as Mr. Hataro continues to pale. You idiot, I told you this hole was stupid. I bitterly rasp down at the unconscious man. G-Guitar boy, are you all right? Glory Girl exclaims as she lands next to me, an almost wrathful snarl on her lips. And no, he needs immediate attention or he's dead. Where's Panacea? Back at the hospital, I'll fly him over, she says, not waiting another moment to pick up Mr. Hataro in a Princess Carry and blast off, leaving me and Take Sheeta in the middle of the street. I kneeled next to her and pressed my hoodie to her nose, which was now streaming with blood. Shit, it was even dripping from her ears. After taking a moment to think if she had any spinal injuries, I say fuck it and begin carrying her over to the nearest ambulance. Hearing the paramedic shout, "Shit!" when he sees her is disheartening, but the haste with which they drive down the road gives me hope that maybe she'll come out all right. Again, I look around the area, and my shock turns to anger, both at Oni Lee and the useless fucking capes that didn't expect. One of the two capes the ABB had taken action. Surely they have some way to stop Oni Lee from suicide bombing a crowd of people. The fucking news crews weren't helping my fury either, as once they figured the scene safe they returned to interview people, including a few injured who were barely slurring their words. For fuck's sake, most people weren't even injured by Oni Lee, but by the crowd of stampeding people. Soon enough most heroes returned to the scene, notably without ABB or his head in a bag as he deserved. He got away despite being chased by almost every hero this city had to offer, useless, all of them. The sound of a loud-ass engine coming down the road signals the arrival of the best cape in the city armsmaster, who'd not even bothered to attend the protest before now. He skids to a stop next to assault and battery for a sitrep, but hearing no VIPs were harmed, almost had me blowing a fucking gasket. No VIPs were harmed. Is that where your damn priorities are, AT? I angrily shout at him, interrupting them. Citizen, please vacate the area. Armsmaster barks an order at me, which I ignore with grace. Fuck off, you smarmy armored cunt. I'm sick of you PRT shitheads fucking up your only job. My friends are probably dead because you didn't think the teleporting suicide bomber would make use of his only fucking ability. Kid, that's enough. The situation is dangerous, and you need to leave. Battery starts, but I cut her off. You think I give a shit? Why the fuck do you even allow the ABB to exist in the city? One call to Alexandria or Eidolon and they'd have those cunts CRUCIFID within the hour. I already told you bastards where their hideouts are, where the brothels where they force people into sex slavery are. I shouted, almost frothing at the mouth. I was so angry. There's more about the situation than you know. The triumvirate are too busy to come here personally. Too busy to spare an hour. You fuckers might be fine on your yacht out on the ocean, but the rest of US have to live here. Alexandria could throw Lung into the sun. Eidolon could drop a fucking black hole on HIM. Too busy. There are other priorities that require their attention. Now calm down. We will do our best to fix this mess, but you need to get yourself to safety. Armsmaster commands once more. I let out a quiet, almost pitiful chuckle in response. Other priorities? You mean those photo shoots, brand deals, meeting with foreign dignitaries, playing tea party with the president? The Endbringers, the man growls back at me. Oh, right, the ENDBRINGRS who they've been unable to kill. You say that like they're constantly attacking rather than every couple months. Your excuse is not good enough, I shout, spittle hitting his shiny boots. Just say it how you mean it, that we're not rich or important enough to warrant being SAVED. I hold my arms up with, leaving the destroyed street in the backdrop behind me. Armsmaster, Go will handle this. Battery attempts, but the Cape seems unwilling to lose a verbal brawl with a child. The world doesn't revolve around you. For everyone we save, someone is left out. That's reality. Yeah, I don't see you ignoring important politicians for nobodies like us. Just admit it, you damn hypocrites. Some people warrant a stronger response. But not my mother, I interject with a growl, who's being held hostage in an ABB brothel, the same fucking brothel I told you bastards about. We are working to take action bullshit. I waited DAYSWEKS for you to do something. You're LIARS, you're no heroes, just pampered government scarecrows. I point a finger at his face, where his mouth was visible from his helmet, scowling lips twitching as if he wanted to slap me. I despise you almost as much as the ABB. Go eat a bullet, you'd be doing the city a favor. The person they replace you with couldn't be any worse. I spitefully say, coming down from my rant. I had nothing left to give. I'd said my piece, let the best hero in Brockton know just what a useless cunt he is. I turn to leave, but stop as Assault grabs my arm. Kid, if you need help, we'll try. You might hate us, but we're your best shot at getting your mom out. I snatch my hand back and run to a nearby alley, escaping towards my apartment. The heroes don't follow for whatever reason and are soon surrounded by news crews and broadcasters, which I'm glad for. I was tired. I just wanted to sleep the day away and forget today completely. 20. Trigger warning. POV. TRU Vengeletter 1 ECDC Law. She and the rest of the working girls are the brothel sat in the common room watching the channel broadcasting the anti-ABB protest. Given the huge attention the area, the brothel had been shut down, cleaned of evidence, and closed until the situation stabilized. This left everyone without much to do, as they weren't allowed to leave regardless of what occurred. The guards patrolling the building were primarily paid to keep them prisoner, rather than protecting the property from outside intrusion. Do any of you think this will do anything? The 17-year-old Katrina asks the rest of the room, eyeing the TV screen with scorn and helplessness. No, the 20-year-old Luo mutters, habitually squeezing her hands together to endure how anxious she is. You all know what I think. The government is in on it. Zeolan growls. Most didn't think her wrong either, given the times they'd had to service the police chief. Boom. The eruption from the TV interrupts the argument, the broadcast flickering and swaying nauseatingly as the cameraman flees from the scene. They didn't even get to see the origin of the attack, but most could make a good guess with everything they knew. Oni Lee. Tiu can't force herself to raise her cup of tea to her mouth. The chance of Kiyu or one of her friends being injured in the blast souring even the act of breathing. Once the broadcast is recovered, they're shown a chaotic and emptying street, a small crater in the middle of the road, and people running all over the place. The cameraman was doing his best to capture everything, but there were too many points of interest to keep his focus. Minutes pass, and eventually it centers on Armsmaster, who'd arrived atop his Tinkertech motorbike, only for his discussion with Assault and Battery to be interrupted by a young, shirtless, and blood-covered teen. Tiu sucks in a breath at the sight of Kiyu. What on earth was he doing there? You know him, Miss Tiu. My son. Poor boy, is he hurt? You don't have to watch this, Tieruv. No, I must. she sharply retorts just as CYOA starts berating the hero. "Fuck off, you smarmy armored cunt." Her adopted son's voice echoes through the room, and everyone stays silent as they watch the confrontation. It strikes deeply with them, the fact the PRT hadn't lifted a finger in their stead, drawing their ire almost as much as their captors. They were stuck suffering here while the heroes slept comfortably on the rig. It made me angry, resentful, and appreciative of the boy, illuminating the hypocrisy of it all. Unfortunately, once the rant was done and the boy had run off, the door to the room clicked open and an ABB gangster walked to CYOA's side. "Come with me." No one speaks up, not daring to draw attention to themselves. They knew what was happening. The boy had broken the rules. The mother and son would both pay for it. When CYOA was gone with the gangster, most of the women broke down and sobbed at the cruelty of it all. "POV, CYOA. Beep, beep, beep." "CYOA, are you all right? You weren't near the attack, were you?" Amy's tired voice asks over the phone as I make my way up the steps of the apartment building. "I'm fine. Murata Hataro and Takeshita Hataro. Have you seen them yet? They were next to the explosion." I don't get to see names with so many people needing me," she admits. "Even now I barely have a minute break to myself," she says, and I can hear yelling in the background of the call. "I need to go. I'll try look for them. Sorry." I sigh. It's all rig. Beep. The call cuts off as I reach my apartment, but I don't enter as I spot a letter nailed to my door. To CYOA, NG letter 1 ECDC La. I feel my stomach drop as I open it. "CYOA, you warned of what would befall your mother should you step out of line. Your words with Armsmaster were well said, but you should have kept the target of your anger centered solely on the PRT. You crossed the line. But we are merciful. We will give you a chance to save your mother. On the back of this letter, you will find directions to her location. Follow fast enough and you may have something to salvage. We deeply regret that it has come to this, but understand it is a consequence of your own actions. With regards, your masters." I barely restrained myself from crumpling the paper. Why didn't I think of the cameras around? Of course they'd be recording the heroes. "CYOA," I growl, turning the paper over and sprinting out of the apartment. I didn't care if it was a trap or not. They could have nabbed me instead of sending a letter. If there was chance of the letter be true, I wasn't gonna dismiss it. My legs ached as I sprinted from one side of the city to the other, dressed in only a shirt and bloody trousers, the coagulated fluid still clinging to my arms and under my fingernails. I didn't acknowledge it and continued running, playing along with the wild goose chase I'd been set upon. As soon as I reached one location, I'd find another message, sending me elsewhere. I'd been at it for hours now, and despite my exhaustion, I hadn't slowed. I was back in ABB territory, a couple blocks from the brothel that held CYOA. I followed the directions into an alleyway behind a large apartment complex where the dumpsters were located. My steps slowed to a halt as I spotted some ABB members, dressed in the familiar colors of their gang. They dumped bags of trash into a pile, making snide remarks to each other in Japanese before eventually leaving for more. I search for another message, but after a minute of not finding one, my phone beeps, alerting me to a text. From an anonymous number, "Not fast enough. Feel free to say one last goodbye face to face." Confused and desperate, I drift from enraged to terrified. Dropping to my knees, I tear open one of the trash bags the gangsters tossed earlier and am immediately met with the stench of iron. It was too dark to see inside, so I reached in, pulling out a clump of tangled hair with cracked human teeth intermingled within it. I gag but reach inside again, blood within the bag staining my shirt up to the shoulder. I grasp something and retrieve a hand this time. Formerly delicate, pried off nails and a familiar ring on an index finger. A ring CYOA refused to take off. "Kajiki, get out of here, you rat!" The ABB gangsters had returned with more bags that likely contained pieces of CYOA. "Hey, WH, what the fuck is this?" they shout as my everything goes black. A kaleidoscope of colors. Beings of impossible size and complexity. Worms gnawing at my brain. Drip. 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 What? I blink and squeeze my thumb and index finger together, feeling the warm blood between them. I don't understand. I was pulling pieces of Tiu out of the trash, and then, turning my head, I look upon the blood, gore, and viscera lining the ground. It wasn't Tiu, but the gangsters from earlier, and I was covered in their blood. I don't understand. I swallow and grimace, only now realizing that my mouth might somehow be even bloodier than my hands. I felt like I'd gurgled coins. The taste of iron was almost acidic in my mouth. Had I done this? They got what they deserved. Did I do it? It felt good, the blood on my skin. How? Why not? Who's in my head? Who else? This isn't me. It is now. Clappy, clappy, clap. Well done, Nishihara's voice exclaims from further down the alleyway, a large bodyguard standing at his side, along with Oni Lee leaning against a wall. Well done, I parrot throat hoarse. I run my tongue along my teeth and blink at the sensation. My tongue was rough like it had barbs attached to it, and my teeth, it felt like I had fangs, pronounced upper and lower canines you'd only see on predators. Indeed, well done for becoming the ABB's third cape. Cape, the haze of my mind lessened at that. Like them, Lung and Lee. Of course, you're on the roster. And no, I growl, feeling the world spin at the very thought of becoming even slightly like them. No! I snap and find myself charging at Nishihara, my hand lunging forward and my nails lengthened into small, lethal knives of keratin. Crack! I hit the wall and collapse to a knee, courtesy of the kick to the liver from Oni Lee. He stands over me with a dangerous-looking Tonto ready to cut me down. Now, we can discuss this like adults, Nishihara states. You killed Tiu, I shout, only pausing my tirade from the blade now pushing against my neck. Nishihara smiles almost smugly. You'll find that we haven't just yet. Your mother is safe and sound in a hidden location. We've moved her for our own protection. Now, seeing as you breached our last contract, I have half a mind to do away with you entirely. But as your value has increased, I'm willing to grant some leniency, an update to our contract. I saw her body. I growl, the action sounding far more bestial than I was used to. You saw someone's body. This was a play, boy. Don't mistake my words, I was fully intending on removing you, but the chance of inducing a trigger was too captivating. Of course, controlling you would be an issue solved by not rushing your mother's execution. I glare at him, hopefully that Tiu was alive and on the border of trying to tear his throat out. Seeing me not respond, he continues. Now we've hidden her away somewhere you won't ever find to assure your compliance. You have 3 choices. The first, you accept your fate and join us. The second, you resist and die, followed shortly by your mother if my men don't decide to keep her alive for some time. Third, you somehow escape, joining the PRT in some worthless attempt to fight back. Should that happen, we will release the recordings and evidence of your crimes, including the murder of that innocent young merchant woman. So do we have a deal? The answer, as despicable as it is, was obvious. Yes, I quietly say, almost mumbling. Nishihara hums as if not hearing me correctly. Yes, I utter louder. Good, he says, taking a large jacket from his bodyguard and tossing it over me. Go home, clean up, and rest for the night. I will send someone to you in the morning. Agreed. I nod and stand as Oni Lee withdraws the blade from my neck. Subarashi Kaibyo-chan, he sarcastically says, and then leaves without another word, his bodyguard and Oni Lee following after him. Once he's gone, I look back down at hand, finding the claws to be gone, replaced with my regular nails. I have actual powers now. Why do I feel worse now than before? Because you lie. About what? Everything. 21. Star-filled slumber. The return to my apartment wasn't a pleasant one. To hide the blood covering me, I'd borrowed some of the clothes of the former corpses. While they were also damp with crimson, their black and red ABB colorings made it much less obvious, not to mention the fact no one would fuck with an ABB gangster on their own turf, especially not after the bombing. I was numb as I finally got back to my apartment, and feeling only really returned after standing in the shower for an hour. Triggering hadn't been what I'd expected first. I thought that I'd already triggered when coming to this world. My power to ignore bodily necessities had been everything I had. That was my impression. Some people reported seeing odd things during their trigger, while others reported remembering nothing at all. I was in some sort of gray area, where the only thing I could recall about it was the taste and smell of iron, and a seething desire to rage out at the world. It had felt almost euphoric to let myself go. Certainly not the mind-numbing despair or other overwhelming negative emotions most people experience during their triggers. The strange Case 53 tattoo on my left wrist began to make sense when I tried to scrub blood from my hair, my hands pausing as they reached new, unfamiliar sensations. Odd, twitching things that were sensitive to touch. I'd been feeling through them ever since I triggered, but they felt so natural, like an inborn part of me that I'd not even noticed. I hurriedly finish up and step in front of the large bathroom mirror. I wiped off the condensation from the steam and clenched my jaws hard. What the fuck is this? This isn't funny. I mutter in a growl, buried under exasperation and futility. Standing in my mirror was an androgynous boy, around 13 with a lithe body that had visible muscles, though that was perhaps only due to a lack of body fat. A good comparison would be a young male gymnast on a hard diet. The hair was white, not like a silver blonde's was, a dull white devoid of any other colors, aside from some gray tones. The hair, despite just getting out of the shower, was already falling into a shape of its own desire, short to average and somewhat spiked and unruly. It wouldn't be wrong of me to say he was handsome, though more in the cute fashion due to the face's age. The tanned skin provided an interesting contrast between the white hair and remarkably blue eyes, which resembled sapphires in their intensity and clarity. Unfortunately, that's where my appreciation for the changes ended. Atop my head and at my coccyx were appendages that didn't belong to regular humans. Perky white cat ears that unconsciously twitched when I paid attention to them, as if nervous under my focus. They were fluffy and still somewhat damp from the shower. They even had balls of fluff around the interior, preventing moisture from entering the ear canal. Behind me was an equally white tail that swayed from side to side like a boat at sea. It was slightly longer than my leg and annoyed me by its mere presence. The claws, the canines, the cat-like body parts. My trigger had turned me into a fucking cat boy. I scowl hard and my expression just gets worse as I see my pupils contract into cat-like slits, responding to my heightened emotions. Nishihara, Oni Lee, and that bodyguard had seen me like this. They were probably trying their best not to laugh at this ridiculous body. That or contemplating the cost-to-risk factor of selling me as an exotic slave or prostitute. Case 53s were usually monstrous. There was the occasional one that looked vaguely human, but me, I was some fantasy race that weebs and incels jerked off to. Even after being destroyed, Japan finds a way to fuck with me. So, where was I now? Some schmuck Case 53 with crappy powers, an adoptive mother that was even further out of reach. Friends who might be dead in hospital. Gritting my teeth, I step out of the bathroom and throw open a window in the front room to get some air. Still feeling suffocated, I sigh and make my way to bed, falling into it and staring at the ceiling. Every one of my senses, aside from maybe taste, had been improved after triggering, so much so that I could count the minuscule cracks in the paint above me. I fall into a lull, feeling myself approach sleep, when I spot something odd. Perhaps I was finally going crazy, but I swear I could see a constellation form above me. Just as I was going to question it aloud, I felt my mind shoot towards it. Okay, looking at the 3 constellations of dim stars before me, I was beginning to get some serious Skyrim vibes. Looking at the bottom of them, I could see 1 star ignited for each path. When focusing on them, I was struck by knowledge pertaining to the star in question. So as it turns out, my power isn't just lack of bodily necessities and whatever being a cat boy gave. I had a system, I supposed you could call it, but not really. Maybe a class system would be more applicable. I had 3 skilled trees, 1 major and 2 minor. In each tree, I could only see the next immediate upgrade available, along with some side grades. But this was enough to tell me what these classes were and who they were based on. My dismay at my power vanished when I realized what it meant. The first and only major class was Demon. The already ignited star was half-demon physiology, and it granted large boosts to my physical and regenerative abilities, along with the ability to access magic. However, there were a few negatives, the biggest being changes to my emotions, which was kinda vague. The only unique ability it gave was the ability to grow through blood. The class itself could refer to any demon in any universe, but the next upgrade had me almost jumping in excitement. Its name. A son of Sparta. This class would make me like Dante and Virgil, guys who could fuck up demon gods and were only really challenged when fighting one another. I'd say their power was more than enough to deal with some misbegotten kaiju or a gang of wannabe yakuza. The side upgrades next to half-demon physiology were different perspective, which would massively reduce the effect the former would have on my mind and emotions. Not something I could see myself buying until I was strong enough to pull myself from this hole. Next was demonic attunement, which would apparently grant an affinity to an element of my choice. Thinking back to Devil May Cry, while Dante and Virgil didn't display any particular proclivity to any element, Trish, another half-demon, was heavily into lightning magic and punching things. There were also many examples of pure demons which had a main elemental affinity. My mind immediately drifts to those annoying teleporting cunts. Was space affinity a thing? Regardless, I turn my attention to the first minor class, Sword, which was also immediately recognizable from the already ignited star, which was called Reforged. What it did was add the origin and element sword to my pre-existing ones. The only person I could think that had something like this was Shiru Emiya, the protagonist of Fate Stay Night. And if that's the case, it was almost as busted as what the demon class provided. The next main upgrade would grant me Shiru's magic circuits, which weren't too amazing given his magical aptitude. But the thing was, I had no idea how magic circuits would react to the magic half-demon physiology granted. Something to keep a close eye on. Side upgrades for this included conceptual rigidness, which would dampen the effect the new origin and element would have on my psyche, along with Avalon, which sounded like it'd just give me King Arthur's sheath outright. The second and last minor class is Yakai. Yeah, this is where I got cursed by weeb catboyism. The ignited star was called Nekomata, and it granted me a body to suit the name. Better senses, reflexes, flexibility, enhanced strength, better sight in the dark, and an affinity with nature. I also got the sense there was more it wasn't saying. The skills didn't give a comprehensive list of their effects, merely a broad outline. The term Nekomata trait struck me oddly. I was pretty sure it wasn't only speaking of the cat ears and tail. As for who this one was based on, well, the next main skill would make me a Nekashu, which I only recalled from Highschool DXD, so either Kaneko or Kuroka. The distinction was actually important, as those two were specialized in their own things. One was a rook for her peerage, lots of physical enhancements, while the other was a double bishop, which would grant massive improvements to magical abilities. Personally, I was hoping for the latter, as any boost to my magical reserves would only make my sword class more broken. There was also the fact that both of these girls were reincarnated devils, granting them imagination-based magic, flight, universal speech, and a lifespan which wasn't really specified, merely that it was essentially biological immortality. Side upgrades included Curiouser, which would allow me to transform into a regular, mundane cat, and Slinker, which makes me better at all things stealth-based. Thinking on the trees, my new body kind of made sense given who the Pix were. My hair looked exactly how Virgil and Emiya's did, along with the former's bright blue eyes and the latter's tanned skin. From Kaneko/Kuroka, I obviously inherited her racial traits. Now, how to actually get all these upgrades? Well, apparently I had a point system called BP, and after wringing my mind for an hour, I figured it meant blood points, given the fact I was pretty sure the red orbs of DMC were literally just blood. Half-demon physiology allowed me to grow stronger through blood, so maybe that's what it meant. Either way, I wasn't sure how to feel on the matter, being some kind of weird vampire cat thing. I was also curious about who or what chose these things for me. My power was based on known fictional characters, so there had to be some sort of intelligence around it. The constellation itself was evidence of it. I knew some powers Cape said were fucked up and weird, but I doubted any were like this. Though, I do recall some hero in Chicago calling himself Meodin after Merlin. So maybe I wasn't the only odd one out. There wasn't any number on how much each skill cost, only that I had a vague sense of how much energy I had and if I could pick them. Unsurprisingly, the demon class required a monumental amount of points more than the minor classes. I sigh as my vision retreats from the constellation and back into my skull. I sit up and realize it was morning, meaning I can presumably only access the classes via sleep. Kinda counterintuitive given my ability to forego it completely. My good mood quickly fades once I remember my situation, however. While I had the potential for great power, I might never ever get there. I was now a freak. I wouldn't be able to leave the house without attracting attention to myself. There was that jacket Takeshita bought me, the one with cat ears. A regular hood would leave them sticking up, and my attempt to tie them down made me extremely nauseous, not to mention the growing sense of vertigo as time went on. There was one thing I could with that wouldn't fuck with my head, however. My tail freezes and its fur sticks up as I turn to look at it. Sorry, but if I have to be this freak, I'll do it on my terms. I mutter to myself as I collect a cleaver from the kitchen and step into the bathroom. This was gonna hurt. 22. Curiosity made the cat. I grimace as I walk down the street, hood over my head as I try not to reach for my backside. Turns out, simply severing the tail isn't enough to remove it with my new constitution, as it almost immediately started growing back, albeit at a slow pace. I'd been forced to cauterize the wound to nip it in the bud. Add the alcohol and my new metabolism that flushed the crappy painkillers out in minutes, and I was incredibly uncomfortable. I'd put my tail's sensitivity somewhere between your genitals and your fingers, so you could see how I'd begun to regret my decision after the first chop. Regardless of how I felt and how painful the bandages rubbing against what was left of my tail felt, I needed to get a handle on my new abilities. My destination was the ship graveyard, which should have been completely empty this early in the morning. It was sort of cliché due to how many people on FA assumed that's where capes went to test their powers, but to be honest, it was the best place for it. Technically in merchant turf, it was so trashed and worthless not even the lowest scavengers bothered with it. Add all the shortcuts, places to hide, and the police's reluctance to even approach the area, and it was a perfect testing ground for me. My impression of my capabilities was only confirmed when I finally got there. A punch against a discarded concrete block cracked it with little difficulty. Trained humans could do this, but the lack of even a scratch on my fist could likely only be matched by those weird monks in the mountains. I was some level of brute, if my ability to regenerate my tail wasn't obvious enough. But my most prevalent talent was my new agility. I could easily jump 6 feet into the air while standing, and reaching 10 with a running start was effortless. My attempts to bounce between walls to wall run were disappointing, but that was mainly due to my lack of experience with this sort of thing. A parkour expert I was not and had never been. Despite this, I could pull off front flips, back flips, and most other tricks I could think of. It was like my brain had been rewired to move like this. I was as comfortable in the air as I had been standing before my trigger. Testing my new claws was next, and somewhat embarrassingly, it took around 10 minutes straight to even bring them out. Laugh at me if you want, but it's counterintuitive to have to flex your wrist and hand in a certain way to bring them out. I felt like Wolverine with Parkinson's. The claws themselves were harder than steel from what I could tell, though not particularly sharp or long, leaving them as a holdout weapon at best. Hopefully no one would get the bright idea to literally disarm me when they realized this. My senses were all boosted to the max, to the extent that I could smell a half-rotten rat 100 or so meters away. To be honest, I could do without this power as Brockton Bay stunk ever more like shit than usual. Last my list of abilities to test was the big one, magic. I had literally no fucking idea how to use it. This was magic from Devil May Cry, as unexplored as it is unexplained. The most I remember is the fact it required magic circles to use, as was seen whenever Dante double-jumped. That's not to say I couldn't feel it, the strange, ephemeral, almost gaseous energy filling every part of my body. I could move it too, but my attempts to create any visible effects were futile. Without someone to teach me, I'd either need to upgrade my skill trees, particularly the Devil's Imagination Magic 1 if my assumptions of what it was were true, or practice it until it clicks naturally. Obviously, I sincerely doubted I had the time to go that route, so my arguably most powerful was useless for now. The only other thing I needed to do before I went back home and waited for the ABB's next move was to see how badly my powers affected my mind. Not something I could find out easily. The only thing I'd managed to nail down so far was an intensifying of negative emotions. Thinking about the ABB, E88 merchants, or even the PRT put me on edge, like magma was bubbling below my skin and threatening to erupt. With my testing done, I went back home and quickly noticed 2 ABB gangsters standing at the door to my apartment complex, crossed arms and stern expressions. I'd planned to call Amy or the hospital to check how Mr. Hataro and Take Shida were doing, but I supposed this would come first. He wants me then, I take an educated guess. Nishihara, I greet with a stony face as I sit opposite him in his office. Kaibio-kun, are you settling down well in this new form of yours? He gives me a once-over, eyes looking at my ass and distinct lack of tail. I suppose not. Kyu, my name's Kyu. Not anymore. Your name is now Kaibio. Forget any affiliation you had with your old life. Your new one begins now. He states as if it was already fact. Speaking of which, congratulations. You are now the proud owner of a penthouse apartment with a beautiful view of the bay. He tosses some keys in front of me. Great. Don't give me that face, Kaibio-kun. You're one of us now. He smiles. I wasn't one of you before, I snort in response. I recall you saying that once. He shrugs. You know what I mean. Before you were a piece, now you're a player. But don't take your favorable situation for granted. You belong to the ABB, move a toe out of line, and it won't be me you have to deal with, but Lung and Oni Lee. Nishihara stands from his chair and claps me on the shoulder. Now, you have a debut to get to. Debut, I suspiciously ask. He nods. That Murata fellow friend of yours caused quite some trouble for us. People are asking the government to step in and respond. As you know, nothing will get the public moving like a martyr, a role you played fantastically in your rant, might I add. So, I pulled some strings and now the Empire is making a move for some of our territory. Why should I care? I can hear you think. Yeah. Other than the fact I'm ordering you to go, there happens to be a meeting between those who helped organize that protest with your friend. If no one acts, well, I fear for their safety. So, he continues in response to my silence, you'll go over there, tear some of them to shreds, and make known the ABB is not lacking in strength. Understand? Understood, I numbly reply. I wasn't against fighting the Empire, but doing it for the ABB was another matter entirely. I'd be cementing myself as a cape affiliated with them. Unfortunately, I didn't have much of a choice either. He grins at me. Do be sure to make a show of it, the bloodier the better, like what you did to my men yesterday. Ah, before I forget, don't bother returning to your apartment. It's already been stripped and leased to someone else. You'll find your belongings in your new home. Where you can keep an eye on me? Gee, thanks. Tiu's gonna be pissed when she hears about this. When and where should I go to fight the Empire? You'll receive a text an hour before, so be ready to move. You can leave. Good luck, Kaibio, and remember, you are not Kyu anymore. The penthouse I'd been given was actually pretty impressive. It was at the very top of a shabby hotel that'd been refitted with Asian-style decorations. Everything below my place looked 2 stars at best, with aging wallpaper and torn-up carpets, but mine. Freshly painted white walls, new wooden panel flooring, clear glass windows overlooking the ocean and parts of the city. They even had a fucking grand piano sitting in the corner. Clearly, this place was meant for someone else, as they wouldn't have had the time to get this all together since I triggered. Tiu's belongings had been stacked in the hallway, thankfully leaving it all to me to unpack it. I was only planning on staying here as long as they had Tiu, but I couldn't say it was unpleasant to feel like a millionaire. That said, I had a call to make. Beep beep. Beep beep. Click. Kiu, that you? Your voice sounds weird. The groggy and tired voice of Panacea says. Really? I scramble for a response, not having noticed if this was the case or not. Nishihara certainly hadn't cared to mention it. Yeah, like smoother. I've been working on my vocal range for singing stuff. Maybe that's it. I say before getting to the meat of things. Amy, just calling to see if there was any updates on my friends. Oh, her tone falters. Would you like the good news or the bad news? Good, I suppose. Mr. Hataro will make a full recovery. I managed to restore his leg to full functionality. I did technically need to make him a new one below the knee, but you know, she mutters, sounding anxious. And the bad? I ask, wondering just what had happened to take Shida that The Panacea couldn't heal. Well, Mr. Hataro's granddaughter Take Shida, her blood-brain was damaged and her brain was bruised and she had a serious concussion, which caused massive swelling. She trails off. We drilled a hole to release pressure, but by then parts of her frontal lobe had already been left too long without oxygen. We aren't sure what kinds of effects this will have on her, but you can expect reduced mental abilities, changes in her personality. W8, why can't you just fix it? I interject, voice hoarse. Because I can't do anything to do with brains. I would help if I could, but it's impossible. Why are you lying to me, Amy? A child is going to be crippled for life and you won't even try. Did you forget I know your true power? This should be well within your abilities. No, even if I could, I wouldn't. Touching someone's brain would be like mastering them. Turning them into another person, I can't. Never, she responds. That's bullshit, and you know it. If it were you, what would you want? To live with the IQ of an ape or have a hero help? I'm sorry, but I can't. I won't. And you, I saw what you did yesterday. The PRT is going nuts trying to find you. You need to go talk to them before they do something stupid. I scowl at my phone. She won't heal Take Shida, and she wants me to do this. I can't. I elect to throw her words back at her instead of cursing her out before ending the call. This is fucked. I can't even go visit them now that I look like this, and Amy refuses to use her power for some stupid reason. The only thing I can do is pay for their medical bills, which is a worthless gesture in my eyes. My phone beeps, both from a text from Amy and Canary. I check the latter and grimace at the pop star asking about yesterday, too. I sigh and ignore her texts for now, just as I receive one from the ABB, listing the location I need to be. Good, just in time to blow off some steam. 23. Lacerate. POV Hendrich Bassinet, personally selected fake name. The guys were making too light of things. We might just be going to teach some chinks a lesson, but this was their turf. We don't get in and out fast enough, they'll be on us like a pack of rats to trash. Get your heads in the game. Go home if you want to play around, we're here for business. I growl at them as we make our way through an alleyway which should lead to a car park where some Oriental food stalls should be for most of the night. Right, Marcus bashfully responds. His first outing, and already I was regretting having him along. What was Kaiser thinking recruiting these idiots? The sudden influx of sympathizers due to the recent bombing should have meant they could select better candidates, instead of accepting anyone that showed their face. Remember, stick with the plan, try not to kill anyone, and shout if you see a cape. I remind them. If Lung or Lee turned up, they were most certainly all dead, but Kaiser had other operations that would draw their attention. So maybe they'd get through it without any deaths. My group of 15 jog out of the alley and come out at the far end of the car park. Lots of squinty-eyed fucks already looking to run. My men quickly bar the exits, however, leaving them to our mercy. All right, here's how this is going to go, you damn vermin. You'll each present yourselves and we'll break 2 limbs of your choosing, I announce, causing whimpers of fear to sound out from our soon-to-be victims. If you run, we'll break every limb you have and then some, so start lining up, or else. I shout and my men ready their weapons, bats, hammers, and machetes menacingly. The group of Asians, cowardly as they are, end up pushing a younger man forward. They squirm and plead as Empire men hold them down and prepare to break his kneecaps, when the sound of choking echoes through the area. My eyes shoot over to the disturbance just in time to catch an Empire teen falling to the ground while clutching his throat, a figure standing next to him. "Cape!" I mutter, eyeing the person in mild confusion. The ABB only had 2 capes, so what the fuck is this? Wearing black jeans, a jacket matching the black and red of the ABB, and a metallic mask made to look like the chink's impression of a cat face. Behind that, the white hair and organic cat-like ears were visible, only confusing me further. "The hell are you, ABB, PRT, Vigilante?" I shout, unsure what I was hoping for. "POV, Kaiju." I scowl and adjust the stupid metal mask on my face. My smug ABB handler assured me it was almost identical to the one samurai wear, as if that was something I should care about. Regardless, I flex my claws, which shakes off droplets of blood from my most recent victim, and stare at the Nazi who'd addressed me. "Kaiju," I state while deepening my voice. Despite my efforts, I sounded like a child emulating an adult's voice, which I kinda was. I still had no idea what my cape alias meant. Hopefully Nishihara wasn't announcing to the world the new ABB parahuman had a weird fetish or something. I could live without that. "Well, Karibo, you just killed one of us." The Nazi gestures at his fallen buddy. "You know what that means, right?" I don't answer, electing to dash forward at him with claws bared. Either unsurprised by my inhuman sprint or experienced enough to ignore it, he makes a stab with his machete, presumably hoping I'd impale myself upon it. Just before reaching him, I kick the concrete and somehow manages to front flip over him, barely avoiding his blade as my heel comes down on his arm, sending the weapon clattering a few meters away. He and I are equally shocked by how effective that move was, but I manage to keep my composure as I drag my claws down his face, leaving 4 deep wounds that were most likely fatal. The man shrieks as he drops, and I turn to fight the Empire thugs who'd soon be charging me. Or not. Awestruck at my acrobatic maneuver, the men seemed incredibly reluctant to move, let alone be the first to attack. I stand there taking a moment to process the swelling of mana within me, likely from spilling that Nazi's blood. Well, I was expecting battle-hardened Nazis here, not some dickless Jews, I taunt. The men take a moment to look at one another before nodding in silent agreement. A group of shouted screams later, and I had 12 guys charging straight at me. I had my eyes peeled for any firearms, but it appeared that the group didn't have any, for whatever reason. Unfortunately, my initial fluke attack hadn't suddenly transformed me into John Wick. I plunged into the crowd like a tornado of claws, but the Nazis gave just as good as they got. Blood pounded in my ears as I disemboweled one man and take a machete to my forearm. It goes through my flesh and gets stuck in the bone, giving me just enough time to rake my nails across my attacker's eyes, blinding him. I'm seeing red at this point, not really aware of who I was looking at or what I was doing, merely acting on instinct like some feral animal. A bat to my back sends me stumbling forwards, giving me momentum to shove my hand into another man's chest. He's ballsy, though, as he grabs my face to keep me still for his friends to act. In response, I duck my head, bringing my mask up and allowing me to widen my jaws wide and sink my teeth into his jugular. This guy's fucking crazy," a skinhead exclaims as he sees me tear out the machete from my arm and start using it against them, way more effective than my claws by far. To hell with this. No one said anything about fighting a cape." The first one started to flee. I was about to pursue when I recalled Nishihara's word on the matter. He wanted survivors to speak of my existence. 5 minutes, that's all it took for these punks to shit their pants and run for the hills. Was I surprised by how weak they were, or by how strong I was after I gained my powers? Kaibyo, a voice brings me out of my thoughts, and the taste of iron in my mouth makes me realize I was subconsciously licking my claws clean. Weird, but strangely not disgusting. I hate myself. Yes, Nishihara-sama says, good job. Does he want me to feel happy for the praise? Is that all? My handler shakes his head. He wants you at this address by 10 in the morning. Be there, he says while handing me a slip of paper. Yajasuki's dojo. He shrugs, don't ask me, I'm just the messenger. With that, he departs, leaving me alone in the blood-covered parking lot. Before I head out, however, I swipe a takeaway plastic cup from a nearby food stall and gather some blood for testing. This had been easy, morbidly so. POV, Teresa. What do you mean you can't find him? Director Pigott shouts at her. It was your case. How do you fuck up this severely? What could I have done? I was checking on him routinely, then some ABB thugs raid his apartment and he vanished. I hurriedly retort, trying to save at least a piece of my career. This boy was recorded insulting not only the PRT on international TV, but the ABB too. Did you not think that they'd react to it? What about the part where he said they had his mother? Do you have a brain, or did a simpleton master you? You had me investigating possible leaks of the ward's identities, I shout back. Can you do only one thing at once? Did you not think to order your work based on urgency? Pigott explodes from across the table. Do you have any idea how many people are asking for this boy? She forces herself to calm and lets out a pained sigh. I've already had to talk with Armsmaster, Assault, and Battery for letting him leave. If I need to write up one more person, so help me God. Find the kid or I'll be throwing you at this shit storm. Why, yes, Director, I exclaim and hurriedly make my way out of the office, unwilling to be on the receiving end of another tirade. POV, Kaiser. Kaiser's eyes squint at the news he was receiving from a man covered in deep, animalistic-looking wounds. He's rushed away to get medical aid once he's done, leaving the armored cape deep in thought. So that's why the ABB was bold enough to assault a PRT-protected event like that. They have a new cape. They didn't sound all that impressive, especially compared to Lung or Oni Lee, but from what he'd heard, this Kaibyo was likely still a child. He'd thought this whole thing had been a windfall for the Empire. The newly stoked flames of animosity towards the ABB had done wonders for their recruitment efforts. Along with the PR he'd gathered from having Medhall cover 1% of the medical costs of those injured in the bombing. With Coyle's group seemingly falling off the map, all he'd had left to deal with was the merchants. Oh well. With how things were looking, he might not even need to lift a finger for the ABB to fall. The PRT had been whipped up into a frenzy, and the chances of them backing down now were slim to none. Kaibyohem, let's see how a cat matches up against a wolf. POV Kyu. Consuming blood directly, unfortunately or not, does not seem to drastically increase the BP I have. Apparently, it's more conceptual in nature, shedding blood instead of imbibing it. I did get a tiny boost from the cup I drank from, but whether it was due to its freshness or something else, I received almost nothing for it. Alas, no raiding a blood bank for infinite power. For my efforts last night, though I did have enough to pick a skill. I'd already struck the mental defense skills, different perspective, and conceptual rigidness for the movement, which left me with 4 useful ones. I could either get magic circuits, Avalon, an upgrade to my stealth, or the ability to turn into an actual cat. Yeah, not even a question. I take Avalon and immediately wake up at the feeling of burning warmth in my chest. I was technically half demon, which I should have thought about beforehand, but luckily Avalon wasn't tearing my body apart, instead just integrating itself into my being. Magic circuits would have been nice, but there wasn't an indication of they'd be activated or not. Plus the fact I'd not know any magecraft and the option was easy. Living longer to fight another day would always be better than risking magic. Unfortunately, the twinge at my backside meant the regenerative abilities of the noble phantasm were better than expected. Just how would it be if Artoria were present? Wait a minute, did Shiru's abilities come with Artoria? I got Avalon, so logically a servant was no different, right? I need more blood. Some Excalibams would make short work of these Marvel reject capes. Escalators. I glance at my clock and groan aloud. I needed to be at the dojo in 30 minutes. 24. Vampire. POV. An older black woman folds one leg over another as a door splits reality open next to her. A short woman wearing a black suit and matching fedora stepping through. Once inside, the doctor turns her laptop around to display a video. One of a young boy berating a well-known PRT hero. Does the path say anything about this? She queries, not too fazed by the minor disaster for PRT public relations, merely interested in her colleague's response. No, this event is inconsequential. The steps remain same. The woman robotically reports, not even looking at the video. What about the fact he is one of ours? The doctor slides out a report from one Lana Pecker, along with another file listing recent experiments. Subject 4953 showed no visible mutations from their vial and was processed by Subject 41, along with sleeper protocols before being deposited in Brockton Bay. She taps the case file. Nothing. The black-suited woman nods shortly. Nothing. Our plans are unchanged. POVQ. So this is the dojo, not a kung fu-ai as I'd thought. Okay, keep your temper, don't kill anyone, and it'll probably work out. The place was in a building a couple blocks from my apartment and looked like a regular, decommissioned warehouse. On the inside, it was considerably different, however, with imitation paper walls and freshly installed wood floor paneling. Some people were already sparring hand-to-hand on one side of the room, while on another a group went through some weapon katas, swords, knives, and even one guy twirling a spear. Kaiju, remove the hood, you're with friends here. An older gentleman wearing a ceremonial-looking gi says as he notices my brooding presence. It takes a moment of thought to do as I'm told, knowing my original identity was safe enough as I looked nothing like Kaiju anymore. From my facial structure, body type, hair, and eye color, I doubted anyone would realize it even with a DNA test. Unfortunately, as soon as I reveal myself, a dozen faces turn to me, some shocked by my unnatural appearance while some outliers, a woman and two men, had visible flushes on their faces. I knew I was attractive, but for them to react that way to a kid was disturbing and probably spoke to a bigger problem with their minds. Ignoring my fans, for now, I focus on the older man with a stereotypical Fu Manchu beard. Nishihara told me to come. He nods. After viewing your fight yesterday, he decided you would be more effective if formally trained. He straightens his gi and nods. I am Akiba Lee, and I will be teaching you for as long as I am able. Teaching me what? I question. Currently, I had an interest in swords, but this was not due to any preference of mine. Well, not technically. My new origin and element were sword, meaning I would have the same talent with them as Emiya. I was preternaturally suited to the weapon, and to be honest, I saw my advantages in using one than just my claws. To fight, you may have the strength and speed covered, but there are more things to battle than just brutalizing your enemy, especially if fighting with allies. Nishihara-sama does not wish to see you attacking our people in a rage. Why bother? Just give me a gun and all of my fights will be cakewalks. Guns, you are aware of the unwritten rules, yes. How is shooting someone any worse than Oni-Lee throwing grenades? I quickly retort. Akiba rubs his jaw. It's a factor of escalation, bringing a gun signals to everyone you're there to kill. Are we not going to kill any Empire cape we find? And didn't I murder a dozen people last night? Are you seriously telling the rules are different for capes than for regulars? I ask, having thought that was just a myth people on the internet spouted like Chinese whispers. He shakes his head. It's different. Besides, it is difficult to acquire firearms, even more so to hold on to them. He eyes me suspiciously. We tried to accumulate firearms once, during the early days of the organization, large caches in 3 separate locations with only a few knowing of them. One night they all went up in flames and everyone near them was slaughtered. I believe it to be a curse or an extremely powerful thinker, but Lung refuses to speak on it. Our arms dealer refuses to sell weaponry over a certain amount, and trying to buy anything more powerful than a weak rifle is out of the question. Aren't some heroes running around with huge guns? That's Tinker Tech, which is allowed for some reason, and any power that creates weapons is ignored too, Miss Militia, for example. He states as if it was only obvious. Why people accepted this weird logic was beyond me. Maybe they'd just been conditioned enough to accept it. Show me how to use a sword, and we can work something out. I was planning on it. The way you wielded that machete yesterday spoke of talent. But first, you have another appointment waiting in the back. Come, he says, ushering me to follow. I'm taken aback by the sketchy tattoo parlor hidden here, and the feeling only gets worse when I'm told to sit in the chair. How about no? Sorry, but Nishihara-sama said to take no argument. Akiba reluctantly says that it won't be you who is punished if you disobey. I drop into the seat and am forced to bite the inside of my cheek at the fat tattoo artist rolls up my left sleeve, revealing my Case 53 tattoo. This isn't an I Heart Mom tat, is it? I grouse sarcastically. Not quite. He reveals a big sketch of a full-sleeve tattoo, one with stylistic tigers and subtle ABB marks intermeshed with it. Not a full branding, but they wanted people to know who I belonged to. Fuckers, this arm's coming off as soon as I ditch this place. If I can regrow a tail, an arm isn't out of the question. You want the TV on? This is gonna take a while, the artist says almost apologetically. I guess I'd rather not get branded in the first place, though, I quietly grumble. Sorry, kid, but it's tradition. Lungs tatted up all over, Lee's got an Oni sleeve, now you'll follow. Just know I'm not happy about inking you either. I'll try compensate so it'll not get too warped when you grow. Thanks for your consideration, then, I reply, not like either of us had a choice in this. How'd doing some martial arts training turn into this? I'll leave you too. Nishihara-sama said you heal quickly, so meet me in the hall afterwards so we can get started. I idly rub my arm, which already completely healed, as I make my way into the dojo hall. I had to admit the tattoo was nicely done, but the glaring ABB marks and labels left a bad taste in my mouth. The only good thing about it was the fact it completely covered up my Case 53 tattoo, though my current monstrous form made it obvious enough already. Kaibyo, I see you're done. Come spar with Harui here, and try not to kill him. Akiba says, gesturing at a thin 20-year-old standing on the central mats, already in some martial stance. Can someone at least tell me what Kaibyo means? I mutter more to myself than anything. Means cat yakai or cat spirit. Makes sense, all I can see right now is a kitten, Harui cockily remarks. Everyone keeps telling me you're hot shit, but I think they're blowing smoke for lung. You're just a child, wet behind his ears. I glance at Akiba. You serious? I ask, surprised by how dismissive this guy was of a mutated cat monster that already slaughtered a dozen or so men. Don't look at him, look at me. I've trained all my life, fought against capes, you don't scare me, child. He gives me the Bruce Lee come get some. I shrug and step onto the map, already planning to dismantle this douchebag like IKEA furniture. Claws in, Kaibyo, Akiba warns, drawing a groan from me as I retract my natural weaponry. At that moment, Harui charged me, jumping into a flying kick which barreled towards my chest. This all looked in slow motion to me, of course, allowing me to just sidestep it and hold my arm out. P-whack. Harui's back hits the floor and he scrambles to get back up, hand gripping the side of his face. D, did you just slap me? No, you hit my hand with your face. I shrug, causing him to charge me once more. He's much more focused this time, uncaring that he was facing a brute, mover, striker-class cape, someone you most definitely did not want to get into melee range with. He darts out a jab, which misses, tries for a calf kick, which misses, before finally turning into a full rear-spinning heel kick to complete the combo. Crack. AGGH, MMY foot, he wails as he hits the floor for a second time. Apparently punching the heel approaching my face was the wrong thing to do. The back half of his foot was flopping around like his bones were jello, so if he weren't a wannabe Yakuza, I might have felt bad. He said he'd fought capes, but that likely only included those without brute ratings. Sad. I wouldn't be able to watch him get torn apart by the E88. Can we get to the swords yet? I've already had to spend half the day getting an unwanted tattoo. Akiba looks between the now sobbing Harui and me. I suppose that would be for the best. In the end, I was handed a short katana that was apparently one of Oni Lee's spares and taught some Iaido katas, which were fun to do if not all that effective. With my powers, I could draw a cut faster than anyone else here, but in a world with stupid powerful abilities and simple guns, unless I learned Virgil's style and magic, I'd be out of luck with this avenue. I was hoping Yamato was in the cards for me, but it would do for now. After training most of the day, I headed back to my apartment. I didn't rest and enter my dreamscape, however, as I'd gathered no BP for the day. Instead, I snuck out, minding the CCTV cameras I'd mapped out during my stay, and clambered up some nearby rooftops. I needed to figure out ABB's operations before I could move against them. I'd spent enough time listening to them, though, that I was aware of some of the less popular hangout spots. My powers made scaling and traversing rooftops easier perhaps than simply walking down the street. It wasn't wrong to call me cat-like in my movement and precision, even my claws acting as mini hooks with which to launch myself up large vertical distances. I decided not to cut my tail off a second time, mostly because the cat was out of the bag, plus the fact it allowed me to maneuver while in midair. Akiba's comment that I looked off balance in my fight yesterday was accurate. Now, with the appendage back, I realize my new body instinctually used it to shift my center of gravity, something it hadn't naturally compensated for after I'd cut it off. I drop a short distance onto a two-story corner shop and look over the edge at a closed-in cul-de-sac where some ABB goons were drinking on a grimy patio. In the twilight of night, none of them saw me, so I observed them for 10 or so minutes. Finally, one of them needed to take a piss, and being too lazy to go back into the building to use the toilet, he entered a nearby alley. Just as he pulls down his pants, I drop behind him like a shadow, making not a single sound as I ram my knife through his neck, taking care to cover his mouth to suppress the gurgled scream. He struggles and grasps at me, but I overpower him and tilt him over, placing my lips over the gushing wound. I probably wouldn't be able to kill large swathes of these people without getting caught. A person with my unique characteristics would be too easy to recognize. So, I was forced to lower myself to some shitty vampire. I needed BP, and this was the only way I'd be getting it. Taking one last gulp, I let the body fall to the ground, wiping my mouth with my sleeve before climbing back the way I came. The sounds of panicked shouting at my rear alerted me to the fact that my victim had been discovered, but by then I was already long gone. I could feel the profit of tonight in my abdomen. Completely draining someone was equivalent to regularly killing 5 people then. Good to know. 25. Loyalty and Fear. POV Panacea. Good morning, Mr. Hataro, Amy greets with a polite smile. Morning, Miss Panacea, he idly replies, eyes dark and brows furrowed despite having just woken up. What is the appointment for today? Am I able to leave yet? She shakes her head. You'll have to wait a few more days for observation, but there is good news. She pauses, wondering if you could truly call it good. Your granddaughter has woken up if you'd like to see her. The man's eyes light up with barely concealed joy. Oh, of course. He jumps out of bed with agility, unlike that of a man his age, nor someone who had just recently had such horrific injuries. I will have to warn you, though, sir. Your daughter has suffered badly from her injuries. Just remember that she will be different from what you are used to. Panacea accompanies the man to take Sheeta's room, and he soon rushes the occupant once he sees her. Sheeta herself slowly blinks and takes almost 5 seconds to truly recognize her grandfather. Unfortunately, the damage she'd sustained in the attack had left her speech slurred, if she even managed to put together a comprehensible sentence. For all intents and purposes, the girl had been reduced to someone with a mental capacity half her age. Daddy. Take Sheeta, your Oji-san is here. Don't worry, I won't let anyone hurt you again. I swear it, he exclaims, bringing the girl to his chest while struggling to stifle his sobs. It was always hard for Amy to watch scenes like this, enough so that she usually avoided it like the plague. But this here, she needed to see, to know exactly what she was letting happen with her inaction. The girl would never live a normal life again, and the already poverty-stricken family would likely struggle to survive from now on. Government aid was only something that could be granted to American citizens, something Mr. Hataro and his granddaughter were not. Medhall's gracious offer to pay for all medical bills caused by the attack aside, they wouldn't be able to get any government assistance. How she wished to just touch the girl and make everything better. Kiyu's words the other day still weighed on her heavily. Never before had she been so conflicted. Every day she questioned whether her promise truly meant anything, or whether she was just being a coward. Shaking her head, she turns to exit and leave everything to the nurses when someone arrives with a package. A black suitcase with Murata Hataro scratched into its exterior, with Kiyu's name listed as the sender. She's even more baffled when a tentative Mr. Hataro opens it up to reveal stacks of dollar bills. At minimum, it had to have been $50,000 in there. Where did Kiyu get the money to afford that? There was no way in hell he could earn that much by simply busking. More confused and conflicted than ever, she steps out of the room, ignoring the baffled Mr. Hataro with his granddaughter. Time skip. Welcome to the Parahumans online message boards. You are currently logged in, point me at the sky. You are viewing threads you have replied to, and threads that have new replies, or private message conversations with new replies. Thread op is displayed. 10 posts per pay. Last 10 messages in private message history. Threads and private messages are ordered chronologically. Black square. Diamond suit topic. Protest on docks in ABB territory. In board's discussion, Brockton Bay. Carol Diva original poster, Brockton Bay resident. Posted on March 31st, 2010. SHT's really going down in Brockton now. I'd if it's well known yet, but the ABB seems to have gotten their hands on another cape. Not only that, it's a case 53. The Asian supremacists using some pour down on his luck guy without memories of his identity. Now this is just what I'm hearing, but apparently the cape is short as hell and looks like one of those old Japanese cat people too, though he wears the typical ABB mask to cover his face. If anyone has any pics or sightings, post 'em. All I got RN is a picture my buddy drew after seeing the new cape run past his window. Sexy cat boy, IMG. Not usual suspect, Cape fanboy. Posted on March 31st, 2010. That drawing is absolute dog SHT. Is your buddy a 5-year-old or was he drunk drawing it? Why does the person's arms have ears, and is that a tail or a massive dong? Ashhole 2, Brockton Bay resident. Posted on March 31st, 2010. I've actually got a pic for my roof security cam. Not sexy cause child cat boy, PNG. Not sexy cause child cat boy, vid. It might not have color, but it seems obvious to me that this is a kid. Just to warn you weirdos who want to sexualize them. Terrorist or not, this stuff has limits. Might not even be a guy in the first place. Anyway, judging by their speed, I'd immediately give them mover and brute ratings. Though, we'd need to see more to truly put a number on it. Not usual suspect, Cape fanboy. Posted on March 31st, 2010. Who's to say this is even a case 53 in the first place? For all we know, it could be a changer like Hookwolf or something. Scissor Runner, Brockton Bay resident. Posted on March 31st, 2010. My friend, who is definitely not in any gangs, told me this cape is as big a psycho as Lee or Lung. Half of the recent news stories about bloody massacres in the intercity are from this sick fuck tearing people apart. Fast as hell, can shrug off getting stabbed or shot, and has claws that'll fuck you up. This isn't another Siberian, but SHT, the people who faced off against him look like they tried to fight the Nine. Point me at the sky, verified cape. New Wave, Brockton Bay resident. Posted on March 31st, 2010. Just what we need, more psychos running around. I swear no matter how many you know down, two more just pop up. It's never-ending. I've heard of this guy, but haven't been able to track him down yet. I've seen the stuff he leaves behind, though. It's not good. 7 Potato Sack, Unintentional Loner. Posted on March 31st, 2010. Anyone have a name for this new cape? As much as I like calling him /them/whatever theft catboy, they need something official. That aside, is no one else bothered by the fact the ABB recruited a possible Case 53 child? The monsters who own brothels and sex slaves now have an exotic-looking cape that matches their culture. Either they're drowning in poon or getting assaulted by ugly bastards daily. Might be a reason they're so violent. Shurtoon 2, Brockton Bay resident. Posted on March 31st, 2010. Who cares about their fucking name when they're going around murdering people? It's just like the bombing. The PRT won't do anything aside from those patrols, where they walk around the friendlier parts of ABB territory. The ABB is only constrained because they only had 2 capes, but now they're growing in number and soon Brockton is gonna be slammed between 2 massive cape gangs. You guys can go back and forth between what color socks this guy wears while I'm getting as far as I can away from the city. Shit, I'd rather live in what's left of Japan than this place. Thumbs down, gif thumbs down, gif thumbs down, gif. Guest 555555555555555 guest account. Posted on March 31st, 2010. His name is Kaiju and he is one of us. Enemies be warned, we do not accept mediocrity like the so-called purists. Kaiju, even as a child, is decimating the pathetic bands of inferiors in the empire and merchants. Within time, he will be a force to reckon with. Let us see how the cards will show. You feared us for Lung and Oni Lee, but now you will fear us for so much more. Be warned, citizens of Brockton Bay, disobey us and you will our full force without mercy. The bombing was only the beginning. Stand against us if you dare. Tenoheka Banzai. PNG. Displays an unclear picture of Lung in his dragon form facing off against the Leviathan during the sinking of Japan. POV Kyu. It's been a wild couple of weeks as an ABB cape. Most of my time was spent in the dojo, while the rest I was running around doing grunt work. Acting as security for ABB properties, beating down anyone that dares speak up, and even the occasional raid or counter-raid. Add my nightly excursions hunting ABB grunts, and I'd gathered quite the amount of BP, even if it wasn't as much as I would have liked. I could feel it, though, how close I was getting to the son of Sparta's skill. I was around or slightly above halfway if I had to put a number on it, which might not sound like a lot until you consider the fact I'd killed over 50 people within a couple weeks. Progression or not, currently I was nervous, rubbing my hands on my knees from my seat as I glance anxiously down the hallway. Nishihara had asked I come here as he would like to meet me. I'd met Lee a few times and I'd started to get used to his presence. The psychopath never really said anything and didn't bother anyone unless he had to. He was like an executioner's axe hanging over your head. You can ignore it all until it finally drops. Lung, however, I had no idea how to go about it. He was big on respect, that I could tell, but what he expected from me was up in the air. I didn't even know if he saw me as Asian or not, or if my identity as a Case 53 perturbed him at all. I knew for a fact the Empire 88 was all disgusted by Case 53s, declaring them inhuman and impure creatures. The ABB hadn't said a word on the matter, though my presence may be causing them to hold their tongue until Lung made his thoughts known. I didn't even know why I'd been called here. Maybe he just wanted to meet me, or maybe it was something else. They want to see you, Kaibio-san, a working girl suddenly says, ushering me towards Lung's office. Inside, I see the man himself still in full costume, only wearing jeans and exposing his heavily tattooed upper body, along with his metallic dragon mask. Idly, I wondered if he always looked like this, or if it was only for me to make sure I didn't expose his identity. Kaibio-kun, come, sit. Nishihara offers the chair next to him, opposite where Lung was drinking a pint glass of some sort of clear alcohol. The elderly Asian man's arm drops onto my shoulder as he looks at Lung. Handsome, isn't he? Surprising given his unique circumstances. Lung doesn't immediately reply, staring analytically at my face for many minutes. Nishihara just stays where he is, face neutral as if this was common. Finally, Lung raises his mask slightly and sips his drink. You are lucky. Had you looked as freakish as your kin, your end would not have been well. I go to respond, but Nishihara's grip on me tightens, shutting me up and allowing Lung to continue. You have displayed disloyalty at many moments, fighting against my people, insulting us, assisting rebels. How am I to believe you will be true this time? I quirk a brow at him, because I don't have a choice. He nods. You do not respect me, but the fear is there. So long as you remember what is at stake, we can work. So I ask, have you given me reason to punish you? He inquires, not giving away anything in his tone. I glance at Nishihara, but the man remains stoic, not even meeting my eyes. No, I answer with my heart beginning to speed up at the thought of him discovering my treachery. Lung was not someone I could fight, I knew that for a fact. Even now, in his unpowered state, there was no chance of me killing him. Someone had shot him in the head once, yet even with his brain staining the ground, he'd got back up and started transforming. The video of the incident had put a stop to such assassination attempts, especially after Lung razed part of the city. 12 men dead, no evidence of who is responsible, beginning around the time you joined the ABB. Lung drawls, swirling his drink. I stay silent, allowing him to continue. Everything so far could be put up to coincidences. The bombing had been recent, so retaliation against the ABB was expected. Either he was trying to goad me into admitting something, or lead up to something unrelated. We are aware you are related to these deaths, he states, instantly causing my spine to straighten. How did they know? I'd been incredibly careful with every target, every location. I'm not sure what you mean, I reply unsurely. Lung turns his head to Nishihara and shrugs. You were not informed, Kaibyo. Informed of what? You are being targeted. One of Kaiser's pathetic soldiers is responsible for the murders. Nishihara nods and continues. Claw marks on one of the dead's face mean either Storm Tiger or Hookwolf is responsible. I'd put my bets on the former, as Hookwolf is far more noisy in his attempts, even if intel suggests otherwise. I force myself not to breathe a sigh of relief. I'd forgotten about that one incident. The guy had caught me jumping down at him and raised his arm and was about to scream. I covered his face, but the action caused my claws to pop out, wounding him. I'd tried to cover it up by cutting him up with a knife, but it seems they'd figured it out regardless. What should I do? I question earnestly, or as best I could present it. Our message over Pho has drawn much public attention, which will force the PRT to act. We intend to use them to protect our territory while we seek revenge against the Empire, Nishihara states. Won't that leave our businesses vulnerable? I ask. Surely the PRT would take out all the brothels if they were left undefended. Or maybe not. They are fucking worthless after all. Lung quietly snorts and Nishihara speaks for him. We have bought the police. Acquiring permits for legal businesses is not difficult. The PRT still operates under the law. They will need a warrant to search and seize any property unless we give them just cause. The girls will be given a day's vacation when the time comes. 26. Hang around with Cricket. I eyed the inconspicuous-looking warehouse warily as me and a dozen other ABB gangsters shuffled out the back of some vans. Oni Lee had gone out alone to harass some other locations too, but I was more worried about Empire retaliation. It had been a day since my anxiety-causing meeting with Lung and Nishihara, and the PRT had acted precisely as they'd expected. Unfortunately, that also meant matching the time of their excursion into ABB territory, which left me and the other goons attacking E-88 hideouts in broad daylight. It might have been advantageous due to the fact most capes had civilian identities they had to uphold, and couldn't drop everything to run at an invading force. That said, I was pretty sure the Empire had measures against this. They were too organized not to. I brushed the back of my hand behind me, feeling the Glock I'd stolen from that Nazi guy weeks ago tucked tightly in my makeshift holster. I hoped I didn't have to use it, but there were some Empire capes it'd be necessary against. As Akiba mentioned, though, using non-Tinkertech weapons would almost instantly cause the enemy to start employing lethal tactics. They already know we're here, so no fucking about. Kaibio, do your thing, the rest of us will follow. The leader for the goons, whose name I'd not bothered to remember, says, prompting me to start marching forward. I move, easily kicking the metal side door of the warehouse off of its hinges and ducking inside. There, I find exactly what we were looking for. A large, almost empty room with a small living area tucked at the side, consisting of some couches, TV, a coffee table, and a microwave placed awkwardly on the floor. At the side were some metal barrel drums that should hold all the drugs the E-88 had confiscated from the merchants. Hopefully, we'd caught them before they'd ship most of it out. Of course, then there were the Nazi goons who all snapped their heads towards me after the ruckus I'd just made. There were only 8 or so, but there was likely double or triple that in the area that derive once word got out. "It's the fucking cat. Get a chai-em," one roars, causing the whole place to go into a frenzy. In response, I draw my tanto and dash forwards, driving the short blade into the chest on the nearest one before throwing his convulsing body at the next. The ABB gangsters run in behind me, drawing some attention as I duck a wild punch, slicing their side before barely deflecting a crowbar swung at my temple. The guy, surprised by my strength, stumbles backwards, allowing me to jump up and kick him in the chest, sending him flying over a couch and into the television. Banged. I grimace and roll to the side to avoid another 2 shots from a goon with a pistol. Before I can retaliate, he's gunned down by someone on our side, leaving me free rein to deal with the rest. Blood spatters, but I restrain myself to simple violent kills rather than drinking it in front of everyone. That creates some questions I'd rather not answer. With the Nazis dealt with, I tear the lid off of a metal drum but sigh and toss it away. It was empty. The others had small baggies within, but it was nowhere near the haul Nishihara and Lung were looking for. Thud. Crack. I turn to see the bodies of my teammates drop to the ground, one simply knocked out while the other had his throat slit. "Cat," a quiet, artificial voice states. Across the room stood a young woman wearing jeans pants and a tank top, displaying the many small and large scars across her arms. Blonde, buzz-cut hair and a metal cage-like mask that didn't hide the vicious scar across her throat, forcing her to use a voice synthesizer. "You must be Cricket," I conclude, recalling everything I'd read about the cape. She was known to have some sort of sound-based shaker ability, and Fuzz speculated she was a tinker of some sort. Though that was primarily due to her usage of a voice synthesizer when Othala, another Empire cape, could have healed that injury with relative ease. She'd fought plenty of battles, but was only recorded killing one other cape, someone in an opposing gang in New York before moving to Brockton. She twirls her commas in her hands and bounces on the balls of her feet, as if showing she was ready to fight. I glance at the remaining ABB goons who'd all backed up to the door after the leader was killed. One catches my glare and fearfully draws his pistol, aiming at the woman. Somehow, though, she reacts before he'd even aimed it, without looking at him at that, swinging the chain of the comma and cleaving his wrist off. "AHHH, fuck, shit," the gangster screams, gripping his arm. "Run," Cricket's artificial voice orders them, prompting them to flee without a second thought. Cowards. "Is talking like a demented RoboCop your thing? Or does your gang hate you so much they won't heal you?" I question, lowering myself like a spring ready to move. She doesn't reply, electing to twirl her commas above her head from their chains. I dodge a couple, but every time I try to approach, the blades shoot at me like heat-seeking projectiles. If I didn't know better, I'd have guessed she had telekinesis, or something of the sort. I flip backwards as she swings both at my chest, and as she recovers her weapons, I sink my claws into a nearby pipe to throw myself onto the catwalk above her. I liked my bets against her here than in an open area, with no place to swing those things, along with the fact I was definitely more agile than her. She'd be easy pickings. If she didn't come, I'd shoot at her until she did or retreated. Cricket lets out a low growl and charges up the stairs. I duck as she reaches me, causing her to accidentally slam one comma into a metal railing while I block the other with my own weapon. Thud. I surprise her with a headbutt, one she tries to avoid but isn't quite fast enough. Her nose breaks and blood squirts disgustingly across my face as she steps back, examining her injury. First blood, does that mean I win? I say, and I press my advantages, lunging forwards to stab at her abdomen. In a feat of impressive skill, she locks the tanto with her mini-scythe blade, turning it and causing the counterweight on the other side of the chain to wrap tightly around it. With my blade locked in my place, she makes a slash at my face, which I respond to, but extending my claws. I slash her wrist, but I receive a light cut across my neck. Easy, her artificial voice drones as I snatch my blade back. Is it? I retort, tapping below the cut with a finger to show the wound closing shut. A growl leaves her chest and she springs up, jumping atop the railing and swinging around a metal bar attaching the catwalk to the roof. I slash at her foot, but am only rewarded with a metallic ring as it connects with a metal leg guard under her jeans. For my failed attack, I'm unable to notice the heavy counterweight slamming into my metallic mask, denting it and throwing me into the railing, almost knocking me off entirely. Bitch, I growl as she tries for another kick. I know her game now though, ducking the kick and snatching the counterweight out of the air. With it in my grasp, I jump off of TH catwalk, hoping to either pull her with me or disarm her. Surprisingly, she wraps the chain around the railing, leaving me hanging in midair. I'd forgotten I weighed almost nothing now, though it was impressive for a girl of her size to hold up. Unwilling to take this loss, I begin swinging back and forth, eventually building enough momentum to launch myself up to her. With one of her comma locked in place, she slashes at me with the other. I take it, allowing her to stab the blade into my arm as I grab her cage mask with the other. Panic fills her eyes as I wrap the counterweight around her neck and drop again. This finally pulls her off the catwalk, but once the chain pulls taut, it snaps closed, crushing her neck with a vicious crack. With cat-like grace, I land on the floor below the catwalk, looking up at the hanging body of Cricket. That was hard, but not as hard as I'd expected. Kaiju, you need to move now. Empire forces are a voice from my earpieces starts, but is drowned out by the screeching of metal. A huge metal abomination slides into the room. It looked as if it was comprised of thousands of sharp blades and hooks to form something vaguely resembling a wolf. I was perhaps the most recognizable cape on the Empire's roster. Hookwolf. Found you, cat? He begins, but loses its ferocity momentarily as it sees Cricket hanging from her own chains off of the catwalk. You. Me, sorry I left her hanging. I'll kill you, he roars and charges me. I wasn't about to fight this cunt. I had literally nothing that could harm him, so it was about time for a tactical retreat. I clamber back up the pipe I'd used earlier and quickly jump out of one of the broken roof windows of the warehouse. Leaping across a few more buildings, I soon locate the pickup van my handler was driving. I jump through the wind and shout, "Go, go, go," causing him to drive out of there like a bomb was about to go off. What happened? He asks, wiping some sweat from his brow with his sleeve. Hookwolf saw what I did to Cricket and went apeshit. What you do? Hung her like she was in an old western. That do it. Well, that's some news to tell Nishihara, I suppose. Whether it's good or not is anyone's guess. Killing an Empire cape is bad. He shrugs, probably they're gonna ramping things up now. Can't remember the last time an Empire cape was killed. He pauses. Good job, he says, only now seeing the blood staining my clothes and mask. POV Asthala. Crash. The front door of her house explode open as Hookwolf, transforming back to his human form with the limp body of Cricket, runs into the room. Heal her now. B. Brad, what happened? Hookwolf steps over and towers over her. Shut your mouth and do as you're told. Oh, okay. Athala pitifully lowers her head and touches Cricket. Her power wasn't a traditional heal like Panacea's was. She was simply able to grant temporary powers to people, like regeneration, for instance. Unfortunately, while the granting regeneration was able to heal most things, even scars and other pre-existing injuries, something like what Cricket had, a spinal injury, was far harder to fix. She honestly had no idea if her power would heal this. There, we just need to hope it works now. Hookwolf scowls and nods, laying the unconscious girl on the sofa. Cricket would be pissed if she recovered as all her scars were healing up. He imagined she'd find some way to be angry about getting her voice back too, as she took pride in the things she'd survived, especially for things back in the fighting pits. "Where's Kaiser? That damn cat's becoming a problem," he growls. 27. Burger Party. POVQ. I idly sit in front of the window and strum my guitar in my penthouse apartment, still trying to get used to the recent changes to my physiology. It's been 2 days since I left Cricket hanging by her own chains, and that event plus the elimination of a number of E-88 goons had allowed me to pick up a son of Sparta. Essentially, it boosted everything from physical capabilities to magical and mental, though they weren't technically upgrades to my mind, more just making me as stubborn as a mule. Or better yet, the Sparta brothers. The biggest thing the skill did was remove the cap on how strong I could get. With it, I'd never see a bottleneck to my progress, just a smooth road to the top, even if it did take a while to get there. Unfortunately, I doubted I had enough free time to train and punch out Alexandria or the Siberian with a single hit. That said, my regenerative abilities were quite frankly ridiculous. It wasn't quite at Wolverine or Deadpool levels, but it was getting there. It'd improve with time, but as is, I'm pretty sure I could take damage to my vital organs without much issue. Whether or not I could grow back a severed limb quickly was another matter entirely, though. I could probably do it, but it'd probably take days to do. The skills I had available after getting a son of Sparta were pretty cool too, though most cost a metric fuckton of BP. Rule of Cool basically made reality conform to enable cool moments, which would make me more effective in combat or anything else that cool could be applied to. I imagined cooking and other hobbies were included in this. Jackpot would give me an instinctive understanding of trajectories and such, making me like Deadshot or Dante with any ranged weapon. And lastly were 2 exclusive skills, Way of the Dark Slayer and Way of the Devil Hunter. These were basically Dante and Virgil's styles of fighting. Virgil's included teleportation and strong, deliberate attacks that annihilated both groups and single targets. Highly maneuverable, if lacking in variety. This disadvantage would be rectified further up the tree, though, as Soul Swords and the Devil Trigger were introduced. Dante was more of a jack of all trades, less martial arts and more freestyle, including his 4 specialities: Trickster, Gunslinger, Swordmaster, and Royal Guard. It was effective, and his Devil Trigger later up the tree is arguably more powerful than Virgil's. That said, the real choice was whether or not I wanted Rebellion or Yamato, as the next main upgrade I could see was a sealed variant of one of them. As much as I liked Rebellion's combat style and abilities, I was already on the path to wield Yamato, which was by all accounts way more powerful than Rebellion could ever be. Ping! I scowl as I accidentally break another guitar string. Playing music was a good exercise for my control, but constantly changing strings was getting really annoying. Nishihara had given me a couple days vacation to let the heat die down. Hookwolf had seen what I'd done to Cricket, so the E-88 was hunting me like I'd pissed in Kaiser's cereal. I was honestly surprised to hear through the rumor mill that Cricket had survived the ordeal, if barely. She was confined to a wheelchair and forced to follow Othala around so the healer could constantly give her a regenerative power, likely hoping it'd eventually heal the spinal damage she'd incurred. So fucking bored. I'd spent most of my morning trying to use magic, but I'd only been able to produce short bursts of light, which was essentially just me pushing out my magical energy like a toddler tossing his food on the floor. There was only so much time I could spend cooped up in this, admittedly nice apartment. You know what? Fuck it, I mutter, grabbing some cargo pants that my tail could easily tuck into, along with a big sun hat that wouldn't compress my ears too much. The day was nice, and I wanted to try out that burger place the local ABB goons keep going on about. POV Victoria Dallin. Was it weird that she'd asked him out on a date? No, right? Girls can shoot their shot too, to say otherwise would be misogynist. To be honest, it was more awkward that they'd only broken up a couple weeks ago. It was stupid, but she couldn't help but get jealous over dumb things. Dean was popular as gallant, and whenever she saw girls throwing themselves at him, getting autographs and pictures, she blew her top. Which made it even more ironic that seeing the same thing during their break had her wanting to get back together again. She knew he was way too nice to take advantage of people, and his ability to sense emotions made it impossible for him to get fooled into dating someone malicious. But even then, she couldn't take it. The fact that he was one of the few people that was immune to her aura was another factor. When she saw him hanging around so many girls at school, she'd retaliated by asking out one of the jocks, who turned into a blubbering mess whenever she lost concentration and accidentally lost control over her aura. The memory of that guy blowing a load in his shorts when she brushed against his arm would always be a turnoff, and a reminder a regular relationship was impossible for her. "Vicky, something wrong?" Dean asks. While he couldn't sense her emotions, the expressions flitting across her face were information enough that something was bothering her. She shakes her head and takes a big bite out of the monster burger she'd ordered. No," she swallows. "Just worried you might be mad at me for breaking up last time." He shakes his head. "No, I'm not angry or anything. We're teenagers, being unsure about things is what we do. I get if you want space to figure yourself out. I'd prefer if that didn't include other guys, though," he says, obviously referring to the jock. Victoria sighs. "I learned my lesson. I just wished you put more space between your fangirls." He rubs the back of his head, caressing his blonde hair. "It's my bad, but not totally my fault. I can't do anything that'll hurt Gallant's image. You get it, I'm sure." Yeah. Hey, I heard about that thing with Dennis." She grins at his grimace. Why he tried to float by jumping and freezing his pants in time is beyond me. Dean rubs his face in second-hand embarrassment. I could feel it, his pride of pulling it off before the shame of it hit him. Vicky laughs. Why didn't he just do it inside? Doing it in the middle of a crowded street is crazy. Ask him, not me. Dean trails off as his heart darts to the side, towards the door where a short figure had just entered. Dean. See him, that kid? He points to the short, white-haired boy wearing an overly large sun hat and sunglasses. I can't feel his mind. What? She barely retrains her shout, the implications of what he'd just said quickly turning her surprise to anger. Master effect. He shrugs his shoulders, probably, but I can't confirm. Whatever it is, it can't be good. The duo watches as the boy buys 3 large burgers and begins heading for the door. Vicky grabs Dean's wrist and stands, pulling him to his feet. We should follow him. I don't have my costume, he hurriedly whispers. Would you rather some monster do something to that kid? Who knows what's happening to him if a master is involved? She grits her teeth. What if it's like Heartbreaker? Okay, but we need to be careful about how we go about this. I'll call HQ and pick up my armor. And I'll follow him, got it? She says, running to the door and flying off. Vicky, wait, he shouts. If it's a master, then going off alone was completely stupid. He shakes his head and runs out, contacting the PRT to explain the situation. Thankfully, she'd not turned off the location on her phone, otherwise he'd never let her go outside without a comprehensive safety briefing. POV. Glory Girl is following me. I'm hoping that's the case at least. The fact that a human-shaped shadow disappeared every time I looked up made it obvious a flying cape was tailing me, and out of the list, Glory Girl was one of the tamer options. For fuck's sake, I just wanted some burgers. I duck into an alleyway further up the road and start running, a bag of burgers in one hand while I hold down my hat with the other. Hey, wait up, Glory Girl shouts from above, finally revealing herself. Piss off, stalker. I shout back, darting into the next alleyway over a car, then into an underpass to try and lose her. I'm not a stalker, Glory Girl shouts as she flies into the graffiti-ridden tunnel, and blasts towards me at dangerous speeds. I barely duck as she zips overhead, almost knocking off a light fixture. Are you crazy? No, but you are, Glory Girl shouts and lands on the floor, sliding to a stop. You're being controlled by a Master Cape, so stop and let us figure this out. Master Cape, what the fuck is she talking about? Does she not know who I am? I'm not being mastered, I just wanted some food. I retort, pretty baffled by the whole situation. That's what someone who's being brainwashed would say. She jabs a finger at me. Are you completely retarded? Why do you think I'm mastered? She pauses, the thinning of her lips making it obvious the methods weren't exactly legal. Doesn't matter. Now come with me so we can get this figured out. No, no, no. You say you know that I'm mastered. I want to know how. She scowls and shakes her head, stomping towards me. This is non-negotiable. Now stop being a bratty twerp and come with me, she exclaims as a look of concentration comes over her. No. Glory Girl gapes at me. What? How? You should be shitting your pants right now. And that's not a master effect. Is your brain all right? I tap my fingers into my temples to emphasize my point. Enough! Leave me alone, you crazy bitch! I run past her while she's still shocked from the revelation, sprinting out of the underpass and into a formerly busy market street. I say formerly due to the three figures standing at the end of the road. One, a shirtless guy wearing jeans and a welding mask to cover his face that I quickly recognized to be Hookwolf. The second is a completely white man with white hair, skin, clothes, and even lacking irises. In his hands were two pistols, and I could see a large stiletto dagger on his hip. This was Alabaster, a brute cape who had high regenerative abilities. And the third, a short girl wearing green hooded robes and had a number of rather large chunks of stone floating around her. This was the Empire's newest cape, rune, speculated shaker, and/or striker, though it was all theories for how her powers worked. I'm not crazy, or a bitch, Glory Girl roars as she flies out of the underpass, pausing in midair as she sees the Empire cape standing opposite me. Oh, great Nazis, she arrogantly sighs as if the trio weren't worth a second glance. Why don't you buzz away, Glory Hole? We're here for the freak. Alabaster gestures his gun at me. Cat, Hookwolf growls breathily, you won't be able to run this time. Can someone tell me what's going on? Glory Girl exclaims. Can't you see, you dumb bimbo? Rune drawls, her voice sounding way too young to be in a Nazi organization. We're here to kill this chink-loving cat for what he did to Cricket. Glory Girl looks down at me, just as a gust of air blows my hat off and reveals my ears. I toss my sunglasses to the side and shrug at her. Surprise. The look of horror on her face was one to remember, even if it cost me my civilian identity. They'd seen my face, so I was shit out of luck if I wanted to go outside without hounds finding my scent. You're the new psycho cape. Not willingly, I quietly say, so why don't you help me not get lynched by the KKK rejects and we'll call it even. Even for what? She angrily whispers back. Stalking me? I drop the bag of burgers and let out a long sigh. I just wanted some fucking burgers, I groan. These chucklefucks were probably only here because of the scene Glory Girl made. Seeing a white-haired kid matching around the same dimensions, the new ABB cape was like shining the Nazi bat signal. After this, we'll be having a word. Understand? She folds her arms and looks to the Empire capes. Why don't you leave before I smack you black and blue? Your gang would probably kick you out if that happened, right? Funny, and no, that kid's coming with us dead or alive. Hookwolf states before letting out a shout and dropping to all fours, quickly transforming into his metal wolf-like abomination form. Hooks, blades, and other sharp metal implements scrape against the road as he looks up at us. Last chance. Come quickly or I'll tear you apart. I bounce on the balls of my feet and shake my arms out. I didn't have my gun or Tonto on me, so I was left with just my claws. You get the werewolf wannabe, I'll get the others. Peesh, easy peasy, she says before generating a burst of wind as she flies straight at him, hitting Hookwolf and carrying him further down the road, into a building where a cloud of dust exploded. I look to Alabaster and Rune and roll my shoulders. Any chance we could do this 1 versus 1? Fat chance, we're not here for a fair fight. Once we're done with you, we'll take that blonde bitch. Alabaster raises his guns. 28, regenerated. So here I was in a Mexican standoff with some KKK prick who's literally pure white, and some Nazi teenager with telekinesis. Unfortunately, the fight doesn't start as I'd have liked. Bang banged. Before I can even start moving, Alabaster fires off 2 shots. One I barely sidestep while the other clips me in the side. A mere flesh wound, I'd like to say, but it was still fucking painful to get shot. Fucker, I grow, eyes narrowing into slits as I start running at him in a zigzag pattern to try and avoid eating any more bullets. I was fast, especially after getting a son of Sparta. But I was nowhere near the likes of Sparta's actual children who'd trained their whole lives, both against each other and fighting demons. The next 2 shots are easier to dodge now that I had momentum with me. But before I could tear, the cunt's throat out a large boulder drops from the air in an attempt to turn me into red paste. I roll to the side as the rock leaves a crater on the tarmac and throw a vicious glare at Rune, who just throws a smug smirk back at me as another rock descends. Banged. Shit, I grunt as Alabaster takes advantage of my distraction, nailing me in the stomach. Give up, kid, or I'll show you the many ways we have to skin a cat. Really, dude, Rune grimaces at him. Hey, I thought that worked. Just shut the fuck up and shoot me. I growl at them, picking up my pace. I duck behind a nearby parked car and then quickly leap over it as I hear Alabaster reloading his weapon. Just in time, too, as a boulder crashes on top of the vehicle, flattening its interior. Hey, not the FACA. The clan bastard screams as my claws tear into him from his forehead to his neck, utterly destroying his eyes, taking off his nose, and cutting most of the muscles in his jaw. Sick. Rune gags as she recalls her boulders before jumping atop one to get out of my range. She flies a good distance off of TH Street, leaving me still mauling Alabaster. Hoon, hulp, he shrieks as I smack both guns away, one going down a storm drain while the other goes through a nearby shop's front window. You asked for it, Whitey, she states and uncaringly drops a boulder on us. I move, of course, causing the rock to land on Alabaster's abdomen, cutting him almost completely in half. I blink at the girl in mild shock. Our score against Nazis is tied. Now if you'll just kill yourself, you'll be ahead. Eat a dick, asshole. She spits, then everything goes red for a moment. I tumble to the floor as something hits me, and only now do I realize I have a knife in my throat. Ha, how about that, cat boy? Alabaster shouts, somehow with new legs and an undamaged outfit. Just what kind of healing power did this fucker have? I gurgle as I tear out the knife and flip it into a reverse grip. Spitting out whatever blood is left in my throat as the wound heals, I glower at him furiously. Bastard went for the kill there. He didn't know I'd have survived that, especially with how he's looking at me in complete surprise. Like a deer in headlights. Boss never said anything about T-Hat. He yelps as I crash into him, driving his knife into his chest over and over and over. Blood spatters across his pristine white outfit as I go from stabbing his stomach, lungs, and heart to his neck and eyes. Bam! Something hard hits me in the back, and I'm sent spinning through the air and into a parked car, heavily denting the door. Are you ever trying, Whitey? And stop screaming, I know you don't feel pain, Rune shouts at Alabaster. The dying man, almost at random, is suddenly healed of all of his wounds in an instant. His carved-out eyes, pierced heart, punctured lungs, and even the blood covering his suit was gone. Time reversal healing, that or some kind of save point system, unless he's able to heal himself instantly whenever he wants. No, otherwise he'd keep doing it as soon as he got an injury. This is beginning to piss me off. I look from Alabaster to Rune, who is currently berating him, and decide to get the mage first. After all, targeting the tank is for noobs. Cracking my back, I run to the nearby building and swiftly clamber up the pipes going up the wall, quickly reaching the roof. From there, I leap onto the next, the roof closest to where Rune was floating. Unfortunately, these two weren't completely retarded, causing the girl to just fly higher, leaving me standing on the edge of the roof with my thumb in my ass. I lean to the side as two boulders shoot past and collapse part of the building, courtesy of the teen. "Come up here and get me, asshole," she taunts. "Yeah, come up there and get here," Alabaster idly adds while looking around in search of his guns. Right. You asked for it," I retort, dodging another boulder as I jump from the roof to the road. I snatch up a manhole cover and spin, throwing it straight at her like a discus. She dodges it, obviously. While I was not surprisingly proficient and accurate with it, I was even close to hitting. It does cause her to move, however, a good enough distraction. I run past Alabaster and reach into the destroyed shop front where he dropped his gun, immediately pointing it at the girl. Rune puts a hand to her chest in fear, the visible part of her face contorting into abject terror. Click, only to breathe a sigh of relief when the gun fails to go off. Fuck, he didn't reload. Furious eyes turn to the man, specifically to the clip I knew sitting in a pocket on the inside of his jacket. "Chai, don't like the way you're looking at me, CYOA. I dropped the jacket and Alabaster's severed arm after acquiring the spare ammo, only to sigh as I look up and see Rune nowhere in sight. She must have fled when she realized what I was doing, coward. I turn to Alabaster and cock the pistol as I approach him. "Looks like it's just you and me." "CRASH. Just stop already." Glory Girl's voice echoes through the street as she crashes from another wall with the snarling metal form of Hookwolf in front of her, being used as a battering ram. The huge, blade-covered wolf slays a claw at her, bouncing off of a force field, but Glory Girl for some reason lets him go in response, allowing him to slide to a halt a dozen yards from me and Alabaster. He and Vicky look like they're going to continue, but pause as they notice me standing over a visibly trembling Alabaster, who'd regrown his arm in the time I wasn't looking at him somehow. "Boss, Rune ran off for some milk," Alabaster starts, but banged. He limply drops to the floor with a fresh bullet wound going straight through his head, from his face to the pavement behind him. Hookwolf and Glory Girl's heads darted to me as I lowered the gun. "Doubt he can heal having his brains blown out," I idly remark, sending a challenging glare at Hookwolf. What the fuck? Why did you do that?" Glory Girl shrieks, horrified by the sudden execution. "You dare CAAT?" Hookwolf roars and charges straight at me in a mindless rage. I fire off a couple shots, but determined small firearms are useless against him. Instead, I lean over, grab Alabaster's leg, and toss his unhealing body at him. "Tear." Hookwolf raises both clawed arms and tears his former ally's body in half, spraying blood everywhere as he moves to do the same to me. I was already on the move, however, the body serving as distraction, allowing me to slip to his side and deliver a powerful kick to his underside, which to my dismay was as armored as the rest of him. Despite weighing multiple tons, my kick adding to his momentum sends him charging directly into a nearby car, embedding his head and causing him to start going crazy to free himself. I shoot a glance at Vicky, who is still staring at me in shock, but before I can say anything, a PRT truck screeches around the corner and slides to a stop not far from her. The back door opens, and from it, Assault, Gallant, Clockblocker, and Vista step out. "Glory Girl, we're here." Gallant starts but trails off as he sees shocked stupid Vicky, destroyed street, dismembered Alabaster, and frenzied Hookwolf still trying to free his head from a car. I look down at my pistol, then at Hookwolf before shrugging. "You guys look like you can handle this," I say, before running over to my bag of burgers that somehow survived the fight and going to climb up a nearby pipe. "Wait," Gallant shouts at me. "Why, you just killed him. You aren't leaving yet," Glory Girl speaks up after recovering her senses. Crash. Hookwolf finally tears the car wreckage off of him and looks around in a rage, quickly spotting the group of heroes and running at them. Vista throws her arms forward, and suddenly Hookwolf is running in place, still sprinting but not moving anywhere. A shaking 9 from what I recall. Able to bend and control space to a limited degree, she'd extended the space around Hookwolf enough that it looked like he wasn't moving. Impressive, and scary for a girl under 13 to be able to do. Gallant looks at me and leans forward as if bracing for something. I soon reach the rooftop, and he looks incredibly confused that nothing has happened. "He's immune," Glory Girl shouts and starts flying after me. "I got him, you get the Nazi." Glory Girl, wait," Gallant shouts as I and she go out of sight. "I told you before, stop following me, stalker." "Shut your mouth, you killed someone," Vicky roars and tries to Superman punch me. I jump just in time to avoid getting a fist through my chest, allowing her to go through the wall behind me. "I killed a Nazi, there's a difference," I shout into the newly created hole. "You executed a defenseless Nazi. The Geneva Convention, ever heard of it?" she shouts as she flies out of the hole and tries to kick my head off. I duck the wild attack and snort at her. "Like you heroes give a shit about war crimes. As long as it's for PR, there's no lengths you won't go." "That's not true." "You destroyed 8 buildings and a whole street while chasing me," I shouted, gesturing to the half-shattered rooftops and other heavily damaged infrastructure. "And what is my crime exactly? Self-defense. Those fuckers were after me, they said so," I exclaim as Glory Girl floats a good distance from me, arms folded as if judging my soul. "I recall reading it's acceptable force to make sure your attacker isn't a threat any longer." "How's that law work when the fucker heals any and all injuries, including being cut in half, in an instant?" "That's different." "Yeah, because a cape's involved. Who gives a shit if they hurt someone as long as the cape lives to kill another day, right? That's what you fuckers do, isn't it? Lock 'em up, wait for them to break out, and do the whole fucking song and dance again." "The birdcage is a political prison where you throw people you don't like. Otherwise, why the fuck is Lung and Oni Lee not in it? Why don't they at least have kill orders?" I shake my head at her. "That's right, no answer. Because you know I'm right. Because of me, there's one less super-powered Nazi running around hurting people, and anyone who says that's a bad thing is part of the fucking problem." Says the ABB gangster. "An unwilling gangster," I quickly retort. "Unless you haughty pricks are in the business of condemning child soldiers. I didn't trigger because I wanted to serve Lung the Dragon Emperor," I growl at her. By the conflicted look on her face, it seems she isn't as rigid as most heroes present themselves. At least, I get the notion she was in agreement about killing Nazis. "So you gonna let me go on my merry way?" I bounce the bag of burgers in my hand. "Or are you gonna hero me into a prison cell next to rapists and pedophiles? Don't worry though, when I escape I'll be sure to take revenge on the world like everyone else you toss in there. Call it keeping up tradition," I sarcastically drawl. "No, you said they had your mom. You're coming with me to New Wave so we can help without the PRT shoving their weight around," she states, flying down to grab my arm. I send a rough jab at her stomach, but it bounces off of her nearly skin-level force field. I grab the offending arm and blink at how weak she felt like. She wasn't putting up any resistance against me. "Where'd all your strength go?" I mutter loud enough for her to hear. She scowls and throws a punch at my chest, throwing me heavily into a wall and cracking a few bricks with my spine. There it is. I stared at her from where I was sitting, wondering just what she was going to do. "They will kill her, you know. I'm working to get her back, but I've pissed them off once. Plotting with the enemy, they called it, for throwing insults at them and the PRT. I haven't hurt any innocents, only enemy gang members. I intend to keep it that way." I have no choice," I grouse, still staring into Vicky's eyes. She lets out a tired sigh and floats to the ground, picking up my dropped bag of burgers and taking one for herself. "Payment for my lenience." I watch as she unwraps it and takes a big bite, smearing her cheek with ketchup. "Bribery, then." "Yeah, let's see you try spread it around." She shrugs and holds up a hand. "Glory Girl bribed with burger by murderous villain. Maybe it'd make a headline." "You're only getting one. I didn't even get a bite before you assholes started chasing me," I say, causing her to toss the rest of the bag at me. "Unlucky, Fugly Bob's is the best in town." She smirks and takes another bite. I'll let you off for now, but if I hear anything I don't like, I'm coming for you. Aye, Captain, I give a mock salute. She floats up, preparing to leave. Before I go, what's your name? They call me Kaiju. She shakes her head. I've seen your face, and you already know who I am. Where's the trust? Should I just tell her? It'd get me more sympathy points, and I didn't really have a secret identity anymore either. Might as well try and get her more on my side. Scratching the back of my head to the sweet spot behind my feline ear, I look into her eyes. I'd rather this not get out, but we've met before. I say, causing her to blink in confusion. You used to call me Guitar Boy. Her eyes widen. T, that's you. Q, oh my God, T. Then, at the bombing, she babbles in confused horror at what befell me. Good, her reaction is as planned. I nod. That's what pissed off the ABB. They were planning on killing me and my mom, but caused me to trigger instead, and well, they need the capes. I am so sorry. I wave her off. Nothing you or anyone else could have done about it. This city is just fucked up on both the hero and villain's sides. Is there anything I can do to help? She asks, not airing her own thoughts about the current state of the city or world as a whole. Just don't tell anyone. If the cops start searching for me or my mom, the ABB's gonna know something's up. The government shouldn't care that much about a missing immigrant mother and son. I can do that, I guess, she mutters before reaching into her pocket. Look, I need to go. The guys are blowing up my phone. Just remember that I'm around to help whenever and wherever you need it. That include dates or... I'm trying to be serious here, she laughs. I don't know what rumor you heard, but I'm no cradle robber. She sighs with a light smile on her face. Just be safe, Q, she says before flying off. No cradle robber, tell that to all the young boys you flash flying with that booty skirt. I shout after her and receive a middle finger for my efforts. 29. Classy Drama. POV Glory Girl. You gonna tell us what that was about? Clockblocker asks after the group reconvenes, and Glory Girl confirms the ABB cat cape's escape. Vicky quirks a brow at him. She was still kinda reeling from the conversation with Kiyu earlier, but for some reason she heard an accusal in Dennis' tone. Pretty sure Gallant would have told you we were on a date and... Not that, I mean you letting the kid go, or are you telling me some low-level brute was able to get away from you? The mini Alexandria, he retorts, looking between Vista and Gallant for their reactions. Assault was not far away, taking the brunt of Director Pigot's rage at this shit storm. Alabaster getting shot in the face directly in front of us, seemingly with the cooperation of Glory Girl, was a huge red flag. Not just because of the Empire's response to it, which more often than not is violent gang brawls through the city, but because it showed a complete lack of control on the PRT and New Wave's behalf. The capture of Hookwolf aside, this fight would only fan the flames of hatred between the Empire and the ABB, if such a thing wasn't already bad enough, especially after the crippling of Cricket by the very same cape. Clockblocker folds his arms. I'm just saying it's awful suspicious the guy you were buddy-buddy with just so happens to escape without a trace. Buddy-buddy, Glory Girl sarcastically retorts. Kid Win saw it over the CCTV. You must have made a deal with him to help capture Hookwolf. He jabs an accusatory finger at Vicky. Clockblocker, not everything always goes according to plan. Were you honestly expecting Glory Girl to fight the ABB and Empire capes at once? Gallant dismantles Dennis' fragile argument for his girlfriend. We have protocols, and we should be glad we got anything for this at all. The capture of Hookwolf is worth the loss of the cat. Yeah, I think you're off with this one, Clock. Seeing someone get their brains blown out is kinda. Nazi or not, I didn't want to see that. Vista, the youngest of the group, says, glancing at Gallant for his approval on the matter. Glory Girl wets her lips. It shouldn't have happened, but I'd rather see that than what would have happened if Hookwolf got a hold of the kid. She grimaces at the thought. The guy would have torn him limb from limb, and while they said they wanted to capture him, she was sure Hookwolf had abandoned that in his rage. That's not speaking of what would have happened to him if he'd been captured at all. The Empire was known for its displays. The ABB occasionally crucified their enemies, leaving bloody bodies to enforce fear of them. But the Empire took inspiration from the KKK, holding lynchings and even burnings for their more infamous targets. Clockblocker runs a hand down his mask and lets out a long sigh. Maybe. But he starts to argue his defense, but Glory Girl holds a hand up. But you don't want dirt on your record, so you'd be in the running for team captain once Triumph leaves for the big leagues, she says, Gallant's head darting to face her as she recalls his own speculation on Dennis' recent behavior. A well-educated speculation due to Gallant's ability to feel emotions. Yeah, now that she was thinking about it, hitting someone's vulnerability that her boyfriend had spoken of in confidence was a shitty thing to do. Too bad she'd already said it. With the red visibly creeping up Dennis' neck under his mask, she'd definitely gone too far. Unfortunately, he didn't immediately speak to her, instead sending a glare at Gallant. "Dude, what the fuck?" he asks, aware that only Gallant would have both known that and talked about it to Vicky. He was rightly pissed that his teammate had made something like that known to a girl who wasn't even in the wards. "What, you want to throw shade but can't take it?" Vicky starts, but is cut off as Assault finishes his call, and the sound of PRT transport skids around a street corner. "All right, kiddos, we're to accompany the trucks and make sure Fido doesn't claw his way out in transit. Armsmaster should be here soon, so let's help the guys get Hookwolf prepped to be moved." "This isn't finished," Clockblocker quietly says to Gallant, who can only silently nod in response. "This is Glory Girl's fault, though," Vista mutters as she walks past. "POVQ. Fucker, I like this shirt too." I grouse as I look over my bloody, bullet-ridden, and torn-up t-shirt. My burgers were cold now, too. Serves me right for going outside, running into not one, not two, but 8 fucking capes. It's like I'm a trouble magnet or some shit. If it's not something, then it's certainly, demonstrably not nothing. The rewards for killing Alabaster weren't all that great either, as I'd only gotten 20 times the BP I'd have gotten for a regular person. It might have been worth it if I could have sucked him dry. No homo. As that would have given 100 times what I get for a regular human. At least this confirmed my theory that metahumans/capes granted far higher rewards. Now to test if the strength of the cape mattered in the equation too. Beep beep. You've been invited to celebrate the murder of Alabaster by Lung. No, this is not something you can refuse. Be there, or we might open a discussion on your uncoordinated and unapproved attack on Empire forces. I read aloud the text from my handler, Mr. Kiyoshi. Well, a party was better than a punishment, I think. This was not what I was expecting. A ceremonial do with a long-ass table, sake, and other Yakuza bullshit I could accept. But this, what amounted to a young guy's stag night in a strip club. What's the point of being Asian supremacists if you weren't going to take all the cool shit? Plus, if fear and respect are what Lung wanted, what better way than to induce old Shogun-era samurai shit? Whatever, just grit your teeth, smile, and wave. I walk through the front doors unmolested, my feline ears and tail making the guards more than aware of who I am. Around me, things had already started, mostly because I'd elected to arrive, fashionably, late. The fact a bunch of preteen boys and girls were getting liquored in the corner was something I had to force myself to accept, at the moment at least. I recognized some of them from that merchant execution all those days ago. I sigh and drop into a seat at the bar, not far from where Nishihara and his cohort were. The guy instantly waved me over as soon as he spotted me, however. "Kaibyo, good to see that you could make it," he drawls with a knowing eye. "Congratulations on your recent successes. Lung is impressed at your effectiveness despite your lackluster abilities." I stifle the sigh growing in my chest. "We make do with what we've got," I respond stoically. "Is he here?" "Lung," he idly nods. "In the back with some women. I doubt he'll be out tonight, so if you wish to speak with him, I'd suggest another day." "Is there anything you need me to do tonight?" I query. I was under no illusions that this celebration for my successes was actually that. Just another scheme for these cunts to push their agenda, case, and point the drunk tweens. No, not particularly. I would, however, like you to socialize with our youth. He gestures over to a group of booths that held boys from the ages 13 and up, all staring at the nearby stripper shaking her ass and tits of them. What was worse, predating on kids, or the fact the woman was probably a sex slave? Is that an order? I neutrally ask, spotting the assholes who'd stabbed me. No sign of Takata, though. Weird. They used to follow him around like lost ducklings. Nishihara crooks a brow at me with thinned lips, implicitly. I stand to leave, but he calls for me once more and shoves a glass of who knows what alcohol into my hands. Do try to enjoy yourself, Kaibyo. This celebration is for you, after all. Yeah, I'm really feeling the love. I drawl and walk over to the drooling douchebags, all of which don't even notice me approach, too focused on the stripper's gyrating body until I cough into my fist to announce myself. Yo. Oh shit. One kid jumps to his feet and bows so deeply I suspected he'd been training to suck himself off. You're so cool. Okay. I awkwardly respond and lean on one of the booths, unwilling to sit in close proximity to these glue sniffers. Did you really take out 2 Empire capes? Everyone's talking about it. The last time a cape was killed in Brockton Bay was that new wave bitch years ago, the fanboy exclaims. Funny that years of gang fighters between superpowered cunts and the only corpses were civilians. Did I say how much I hated this world yet? Yes. Well, let me say it again. Fuck this place. It's not that big a deal. The guy he knocked off was that pale prick. He barely even counted as a cape, another boy remarks. And cricket or fighting off Hookwolf, the fanboy continues. And all I did really was run for Hookwolf, no idea where he was getting his info from. Gigi, if you wanna fuck him, go somewhere else and leave the girls to us. Kenji, the kid whose face I'd fucked up with a red-hot wok, grouses. Despite myself, I couldn't hold my retort. What girl wants to touch you, Scarface? Ha, he's onto something there, Kenji. Shut up, you think you're hot shit because you got powers. Any loser can get lucky, he shouts, getting to his feet and facing off against me. I could smell the alcohol on his breath, probably where his bravado came from. Kazuma stands behind him as Kenji points a finger at the fanboy. You're only here because your family owns land. You haven't had to fight for it like the rest of us. Didn't you get your ass beat by some kid younger than you that you outnumbered? Gigi retorts with a shit-eating grin, his nervousness vanishing as glances at me, likely hoping I'd step in if something started. That's because of that Okabiamono Takata, he sputters, pushing Gigi in the chest. That kid's dead and gone now anyway, boss said so. My brow rises at that. Nishihara told them I was dead. Jackass. 3 versus 1 and you had to resort to stabbing a kid because he beat you. Wow, I'm so impressed. Gigi mocks, drawing laughs from those listening. Of course, Kenji's fragile ego wouldn't take that, so he swings a fist at Gigi's face, which I catch, mostly as a reaction. I was still unsure if I wanted to get myself involved in a playground fight. Stop, you've had enough to drink. Maybe you should sit outside and sober up, I suggest, which isn't, as you can imagine, well received. Fuck off. He swings his other fist at my face, which I catch with ease. You aren't dead, meaning you don't treat Oni Lee or Lung like this. Why am I not the same? I growl, remembering Lung's words last we met. I don't give a fuck if you stinking drunk. Try that again and I'll respond without kid gloves. I squeeze his fists briefly, causing him to let out a squeal and step backwards, bumping into Kazuma, who'd been looking incredibly sheepish. I killed Alabaster and lynched Cricket. What makes you think I won't kill some punk kid? Senses overcoming his alcohol, Kenji's eyes widen as he hurriedly makes his way to the toilets, followed by Kazuma, who wanted to be anywhere but here. Some teens laugh, some stay quiet, but I glance over to where Nishihara is and notice the man sending a side-eye at me. He gives a short, permissive nod, miming a look at the clock on the wall before going back to a conversation with his drinking mates. Hey, thanks for that, really, Gigi eagerly says from my side. Well, if I have to stay here then I might as well do some recon. What better way to get intel than from the mouths of loose-lipped, partially drunk, horny teenagers? 30, finally magic. The rest of the night went as you'd expect, boys being boys, plus the indoctrination to become murderous gangsters. Cliques as usual formed, by my status as the ABB's third cape basically made me top dog for all except the exceptionally stupid K-San Point Kenji. My time wasn't entirely wasted, however, as while Gigi chittered ad nauseum in my ear, I learned that his parents were rather high up on the ABB ladder. That wasn't in the respect, combat ability, or infamy, though instead, they were completely invested in property management, development, and trading. After handing the boy some drinks and asking some surreptitious questions, I soon realized how useful a relationship with him would be. His parents, after all, had a finger on the ABB's territory and everything within it. Outside of Nishihara, Lung, and some of their close colleagues hadn't had the misfortune to meet yet. Gigi's parents would be the people most likely to know where Tiu could be. Of course, the boy's infatuation with me just gave me an in, and soon we were great friends. By the end of the night, I had the kid's phone number and also his home address after dropping off the thoroughly shit-faced teen. I didn't return to my apartment immediately, however, as I only needed a few more BP for my next upgrade. Alabaster's death, while not super profitable, was enough to boost me to a lower-ranked skill. With how drunk most of the ABB was, the hunt would be all too easy. POV Yuji. The sound of rhythmic thumping echoed through the thin-walled hotel. The cat's victory over the pale Nazi had prompted Lung-sama to pay for all expenses in ABB-owned establishments. This, of course, included prostitutes and brothels. Yuji himself never indulged in such things since his brother caught HIV from a whore, and since he was a known ABB gangster, he could beg Panacea to heal him of it. He'd not followed his prescription properly, and after another whore refused to take his money, he got aggressive and got a knife for his trouble. He died of an infection days later. Yuji had told this story to his close friends many times, but they refused to listen and instead indulged to their heart's content, leaving him where he was now, standing in a dingy hotel hallway waiting for his pals to finish. He lets out a sigh of relief when Karuga steps out, sweaty, red-faced, and looking thoroughly satisfied. "Got a smoke. Bitch took my last one as if my money wasn't enough," he laughs. "Lung-sama paid for your dance, Karuga," Yuji drawls, but hands his friend a cig regardless. They both walk out back to the designated smoking area and sit on one of the provided benches, a low glass table under a hanging parasol. "Lemme ask, Yuji, you still dote?" Karuga asked with a smirk. Yuji furrows his brows. "I've laid with women," he states before adding, "never had to pay them for it, though." "Hey, I could get any girl I want. How about this? We'll go down Main Street and you point out a chick. I'll take them home without issue." Yuji snorts. "Yes, your track record of whores, week-long relationships, and quiet obsession with girls who look like your sister lends credibility to you." What about my sister?" "All the whores you pick, they shared a remarkable resemblance to her. One would think something rather disrespectful." Kusobaka Yarrow, I don't want to fuck my sister," he exclaims louder than intended, causing the duo to sit in uncomfortable silence, wondering if anyone had heard them. Karuga sighs, stands, and flicks his half-burned-out cig away. "Gonna take a piss. Or relieve yourself after all this talk about your sister." "You can hold my fucking cock if you want proof," he retorts before walking away. "Kyuso?" Yuji sniffs and feels the drinks from earlier wearing off. It was all on Lung-sama's dime, so he wasn't planning on going easy tonight. If he wasn't dying of a hangover tomorrow, then he'd see it as a personal failure. Karuga is taking a bit long. He'd only been joking about him masturbating, but if it goes on any longer, it might be a possibility. Swoo up. "The hell?" Yuji muttered as the sound of slow, quiet slurping hung in the air, along with the faint trick of droplets hitting the ground. He checks for the flip knife in his pocket and makes his way over to the alleyway Karuga had entered. "Hey, taking awfully long, Ruga," he calls out, and his breath hitches as the slurps cut off. Thud. "Karuga," He shouts out a second time before peeking around the corner, soon spotting an unmoving body in the darkness. His heart pounds as he moves forward, every cell in his body all but demanding he turn and run. He flips the body onto his back with his foot and sucks in a breath as Karuga's pale face, a huge wound across his neck seeping blood. He checks for a heartbeat, but there isn't one. Shit, 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 he grouses and reaches for his phone, knife still at the ready in his other hand. Good thing, too, as he hears something fast approaching. Above. He slashes wildly above him, catching whatever it is in the side. Unfortunately, the small knife doesn't have nearly enough force to knock them away, allowing them to land directly on his shoulders. AAGH? Yuji yells in agony as two clawed thumbs dig brutally into his eyes, far enough that they scratch the back of his eye sockets. His screams only get worse as the figure twists its digits, all but tearing the fragile ocular organ from his head. He randomly flails his knife at his attacker, but a combination of pain, shock, terror, and Karuga's blood on his hands has him losing grip on his weapon. I've taken your eyes. If you don't want to die, tell me every hidden ABB hangout you know. If I don't like what you have to say, well, you know what will happen. The hushed voice of the thing whispers into his ear after he falls to the ground, sitting against the alleyway wall. Why you took my eyes? I'm fucking ruined, he hoarsely shouts in response, but his rage peters out when Claw's fingers clasp his jugular, squeezing just enough to draw small rivulets of blood. This is your last chance. Tell me what you know. Yuji groans from the pulsing pain where his eyes used to be. I don't know, okay. I don't, he keeps shouting until something swipes his neck. He isn't able to say anything more but a wet burble. His throat had been sliced, from one artery to the next, along with his windpipe. Yuji's eyeless, terrified expression worsens as the creature's mouth latches onto the wound and digs its sharp teeth further, turning what was a potentially fixable injury into a fatal one. The last thing he sees is two harsh gold, almost glowing cat-like eyes staring at him. POVQ. 4 men and 2 women, 3 of whom had been drained completely. No viable information, but a good haul regardless. Lung and Nishihara will have a collective aneurysm tomorrow, which brings me more joy than you can imagine. It was almost disconcerting how easy it was becoming to do this. Before it was all rage, wrath, and revenge. But now, I was enjoying the looks of shock on their faces as I ambushed them. Only 2 had actually recognized me for who I am, which only added another layer of fear to them. Regardless, it was now time to reap the fruits of my labor. I fall asleep quickly and access the class trees, quickly locating 2 options. First, I could take Nekashu and upgrade my Yakai bloodline and gain all that entails. Or, I could take 2 lesser skills. Curiouser and Magic Affinity. The first would allow me to transform into a mundane cat at will, and the other would grant me Shiru's magic circuits. A tough decision. One would make me faster, more durable, more flexible, and slightly stronger, while the other may end up being useless until I properly learn how to utilize magical energy. However, the ability to transform into a cat may just save my life. In this world where powers were hard set, randomly being able to transform into a cat wouldn't strike anyone's mind. Not to mention how much easier it would make it to sneak out and hunt the ABB. Yeah, I'll continue as I have. Survival above everything, after all. It doesn't matter how powerful I am if I'm dead. With that thought in mind, I select Curiouser and Magic Affinity and wake up in the next moment, lying in bed as a pure white cat with gold eyes. Well, at least that ability works as expected. Now to figure out how to become human again. Thwerp. Thud. Thou. Okay, so when returning to human form, my body will be in the same position as my cat form, leaving me on all 4s in the middle of my bedroom. At least the transformation is almost instant, giving me some leeway with things. All right, I've got the next day or 2 off, so let's try and figure out magic before I'm called out again. Compared to Devil May Cry's magic system, I was far more familiar with Fate's version, even if I had some holes in my knowledge. The uncomfortable sensation of something foreign intruding inside my body was very, very apparent. The 27 magic circuits of Shiru Emiya hadn't existed within me before, making it very easy to pinpoint them. Of course, that just left activating them, which wasn't all that difficult from what I recall. Essentially, you had to hypnotize yourself to do it, which I wasn't all that sure how to go about. Did it require meditation, force of will? All of this could be valid, but I'd rather just do it the easy way. Since I already had access to magic thanks to my demon physiology, I simply pushed that through my circuits. And voila, change. I immediately fall to the ground and start seizing as the circuits go from bland, vein-like obstructions in my body to burning sharps of molten glass. Or that's what it felt like at least. Dear fucking God. Is this how IT felt every time a Magus activated their circuits? If so, fuck that. Half an hour of writhing on the ground later, and my circuits had finally cooled to a manageable temperature. Shit. It wasn't just in my head, either had huge burns that looked like circuitry were visible up and down my body, from feet to stomach to arms to my neck. Thankfully, my regenerative abilities combined with Avalon healed me quicker than I could be harmed. Why was my reaction to activating my circuits so bad? I don't recall anyone else having a reaction like that. I could only chalk it up to a weird interaction between my demonic energy and my magic circuits. Okay, let's just test to make sure that won't happen every time I try this. I slowly push some demonic energy into a circuit going through my finger. A dull flash of blue that didn't have any perceivable effect later, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Sure, I was still sore. Whatever happened to my circuits hadn't just done physical damage, but spiritual as well, judging by what they are. All right, now let's see if I can activate them the traditional way. Shiru imagined firing a gun and Rin a knife coming down, but I think something more suited to my new origin and element would do. Resitting in a meditative position, I close my eyes and imagine a blade being drawn. Not just any blade, though. I visualize to the best of my ability Yamato, Virgil's weapon, and the blade I hope to acquire one day, if only for how powerful it is. 31 higher. It takes some trial and effort, but after getting down the visualization of it, I could feel my magic circuits activate, a light buzz of energetic power flowing through me waiting to be used. Opening my eyes, I looked down at my hands and flexed them. Maybe because I was unused to feeling my magic so intensely, I could feel a prickling sensation all across my body, like feeling pins and needles everywhere. All I need to do now is figure out how to actually cast some spells. From what he remembered, magecraft was different to actual magic, in that it could only accomplish things that science could through mundane means. How this would interact with the imagination magic of the DXD devils, or that of the DMC demons, was another thing to worry about. I let the magic flow out of me and rub my face in thought. Magecraft was literally just you running a program through your magic circuits, meaning any random attempt to cast something would be like rolling some wild magic dice centered on my insides. The idea of me blowing up like the blueberry girl in Willy Wonka and exploding was the most immediate thought. Thankfully, the next major upgrade in the skill tree was Structural Grasp, which would allow me to analyze and understand objects alive and not. The limits of this weren't really stated, but I imagined it'd be from the atomic level to the conceptual level. After all, Shiru was able to see and learn from those who'd previously wielded swords from the blade themselves. Something to keep in mind if I ever got Yamato. Structural Grasp wasn't very expensive BP-wise, so it should come fairly quick. The only other thing in the tree that was cheaper was House Husband, which was basically the totality all of Shiru's cooking, repairing, and cleaning abilities. The other new one was Nerve Transition, which would make me able to turn my nerves into temporary magic circuits. Incredibly painful and fatal for anyone who didn't have Avalon. But for me, who would eventually be able to shrug off getting cut in half, it would probably be very, very overpowered. Making myself one giant ball of magic circuits like Ilya sounded like a painful way to go Super Saiyan. That said, with beings like Alexandria, definitely not Superman, and Eidolon, I wasn't growing fast enough. Well, I couldn't kill any more ABB grunts so soon without raising suspicion, so. Since the Empire is still hunting my ass, I guess the merchants will do. As afternoon rolls around, I receive a text from my handler about my request to head into merchant turf. Mr. Kiyoshi apparently thought it a fantastic idea and gave the go-ahead without bothering to inform Nishihara. Maybe he wanted to surprise the old man with something nice to elevate his position. Regardless, I wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. In my cat form, it was all too easy to traverse the city. And now that I didn't have to worry about anyone spotting me on the roof, I could go as fast and conspicuous as I want. 20 minutes later, I reached the compound of ruined warehouses where the merchants supposedly made their headouts. The back alleys and trash-filled streets were empty of regular folks, leaving the homeless, drug-using leftovers to their lonesome. Under the merchants, the area had become so rife with crime that no business dared to open, and anyone ballsy enough to walk down the street was either a cape or had a gun in his back pocket. The less said about any women who carelessly walked here, the better. Not that the authorities gave a shit, of course. I'd already seen 2 cops taking handouts from 2 merchant goons who looked like they slept in shit on the daily. ABB and Empire territory was bad to live in because of the extortion and violence. But I'd rather live there than a place that smelled like shit, musk, old oil, and moldy cum 24/7. My sensitive nose twitches irritably, but I ignore it and deftly make my way to the street and start wandering around, listening intently for anything of interest. It was too early to make a move, but once night fell, I'd kill enough of these fucks that they'd be scared to leave their shithole homes. I don't take long on my patrol when I discover a lead. 3 merchants talked and joked with one another as they walked down the street, one pushing a mope next to him while she laughed at some inane joke. "Say, what's the word on that cape bitch boss got?" the chick suddenly asks as she fingers the fanny pack on her front for what appeared to be a crack pipe. "Heard myself that the usual shit ain't quite doing it." "Ha, you're wrong there. Mix works fine, but boss wants her useful sooner than later. You know how it is, even the shittiest tinker can make some crazy tech." She confirmed a tink then. What kind? Dunno, alls we know is someone found her snooping around a workshop swiping spare parts. Apparently found some kinda weird RC car in her pack too, so if she ain't a tinker then she's at least close with one. Bitch like her ain't exactly rolling in dough to afford fresh tech like. The woman scoffs, "Bitch. If she a bitch then I's a skank. You see the tits on her. Shit, tink me up double DS like that and I'll go cold turkey for a week. Reckon boss'll let me have a go at her when she's finally in. I know he love 'em train parties if ya know what I mean. If she really a tink, I doubt he'll let anyone but him touch her. So bad luck, you horny creep." The conversation became increasingly sex-fueled from there, but I already had what I needed. Apparently, I was going to rescue some tinker girl from the merchants. I was of half a mind to ignore her given what happened the last time I tried to help someone, but after listening to these retards, I was willing to act out of spite alone. I duck into an ally and return to my human-ish form and immediately leap at them. My claws easily cut the Achilles tendon on 2 of them before they could even react, and as they fell, the last one tried to draw a dirty-looking Glock from his waistband. He isn't able to raise it since I'd already stabbed my claws through his joint, where the arm met his shoulder. My attempt to tear it off only results in a dislocation, however, a disappointing yet still effective alternative. "Ayog, it's that fucking cat. Shit my arm. MAH leg." They all start to scream, but some swift kicks put their lights out, allowing me to drag them away. Hopefully no one heard the commotion. I doubted anyone would be looking for them either. Now, to get them somewhere quiet so I could extract intel. POV Cheryl Bailey. She didn't even know where she was anymore. One moment she was scavenging parts to make a better life for herself, and the next she was in a permanent mind haze in which a kaleidoscope of violent colors assaulted her senses almost constantly. To put it in words, she was tasting colors, and the colors were having a red room orgy. The blood in her veins felt like spicy double cream, and her mouth was somehow dry and overflowing at the same time. The dampness she felt below probably meant she'd pissed herself again. She'd run off to the bathroom if her legs, or arms, or neck was working, but as is it she could barely find the energy to collect her thoughts for more than a few moments, let alone generate enough will to force herself to her feet. She tries to exhale, ask the colors for help, but all that comes out of her mouth is a drawn-out moan-groan. "Heh, lickin' the mix then? I can tell by ya squealin'." An English-Jamaican accented voice grouses as it approaches. Cheryl was pretty sure she'd heard it before, but it was getting hard to remember things. She tries to respond, but all that comes out is a gargled whimper, causing the voice to release an annoyed sigh. "Dumb fucking bimbo cunt. Let's take you off the tap and see if you wanna go again." She hears a click, and then a couple minutes later a cold wave washes down her brain, clearing her mind of those incessant colors and allowing her to see just where she was. Sitting on the floor in piss-stained panties and a dirty bra, she untucked herself from the ball she'd inadvertently crawled in and looked around to find a masked, emaciated black guy in desperate need of a dentist, standing next to an IV that was attached to her arm. "What?" she starts, her voice awkward and slurred from whatever he'd been pumping in her. Finally, her brain catches up, however, and she recalls the last few days. This piece of shit had been drugging her off and on trying to extract information out of her. Every time she'd kept her silence, knowing that if she told him that she was a tinker, death would be the least of her troubles. The merchants were one of the weakest gangs, so a vehicle-based tinker like her would be worked to death like a slave. Unfortunately, the more time she was under the drugs, the more she felt she was losing herself, like a painted wall being scraped clean, leaving nothing but a scratched blank canvas. "Now you listen here, love. I've given you enough chance. If you don't start fucking talking to me soon, the next sesh will be 2 days straight. You're already sitting in your own piss and shite, but if you want, I can hand you off to the boys to get your mouth working that way." The man, Skidmark, threatened. FF fuck you," she mumbles out, drawing an ugly laugh from the man. "Haha, that's the spirit. Now you sit here and think about your options. I'll be right back to get your answer. Don't try to leave either, love. Even if you manage it, you'll be running round my turf in shit-stained knickers." She glares at him, but he ignores it and leaves the room, locking the door behind him. Finally lucid, and alone her tears begin to fall, milky ones that smelt strangely sweet as they flowed near her nose. She felt like shit, like she was covered in oily filth that extended under her skin. Shacking her head, she firms herself and begins looking around the room for an escape. Unfortunately, the place was barely bigger than a single bedroom. With no windows and a door she was more likely to break her foot against than actually break open. Despite how dirty the place was, there wasn't any trash to try and tinker with either. All she had was a stained mattress and the almost empty IV, which she only now realized was still hooked into her arm. She tears it off but finds herself sitting on the mattress to conjure up a plan out of the ether. To no avail. "Guess this is it then, from one shit situation to the next," she hopelessly sighs. "Maybe not," another voice says, this one unlike Skidmark's in its youth and smoothness. Her head shoots up and spots a new hole in the roof, and a cat, white-furred, gold-eyed cat looking down at her. Okay, maybe she was still high because it almost sounded like that cat just talked. No, that's stupid. Stop being stupid." She grips her head with both heads. "Think of a plan already." ***. If you don't want to be saved, then say so. I've got better things to do than save some worthless junkie." "Are you real?" she questions while fluttering her eyes to see if it'd vanish with the next blink. "As real as you are, so you want help or not?" 32, leaving Skidmarks. POVQ. She looked rough, but not enough to determine if anything horrific had happened to her yet. Aside from the forced drug exposure, she looked relatively fine. She should honestly be thankful to the merchants for their unusually gentle treatment of her. I look her up and down, inwardly wondering if those things were natural. She looked nothing like what you'd expect of a stereotypical tinker, with blonde hair, a pale likely from drugs, yet nice face with plump lips and long eyelashes. Most noticeable to any warm-blooded male was her body, huge breasts that looked like they may have been sculpted by Panacea, if she ever tried her hands at cosmetic surgery. a fat ass, in a good way, and an hourglass figure. Were she not covered in her own waste and dirt, dressed in stained panties, and exhausted from drug use, she'd been an extraordinarily attractive woman. My less than pure inspection of her aside, I still had a job to do. "So you want help or not?" I ask while slowly strolling from one side of the room to the other. I'd never honestly admit it, but being a cat was too comfortable to be comfortable. I imagined that in a few years, if I didn't temper my will, I'd be reluctant to stay in my humanoid form outside of emergencies. "Why, yes, please. I don't even know how long they've kept me here." She rubs her arm while digging nails into her skin, inadvertently leaving pale trails across her filthy flesh. "All right," I mutter, transforming into my base form and jabbing a thumb behind me. "Grab on, we'll leave through the roof." "Why, you're a kid," she blurts in surprise. "Yeah, this kid's gonna save you, so either hold on or get back to the baby rendition." I drawl, and my nose twitches as she gets closer. She needed a shower ASAP. "Baby rendition," she quietly mutters as she wraps her arms around my neck. "Rolling around on the floor while babbling and defecating on yourself," I retort before unleashing my claws and climbing up the wall with the woman as a rucksack. I have to peel back the roof a bit for us to fit, but soon we're stood atop one of the warehouses in the area. It'd be tough to get out given we were in the center of merchant turf, but I wasn't exactly expecting to go quiet. We look over the edge of the roof and spot an alleyway on the opposite side of the street. Unfortunately, below us guarding the warehouse door were 3 merchants. One was strung out nearby on a dirty couch, completely out of it on whatever he'd taken, while the others still seemed to be conscious. How are we going to get out? We'll be spotted as soon as we get to the ground," the woman fearfully exclaims. "Can you do that cat trick on both of us?" I shake my head. "No, it's a me-only type of deal. I do have a plan, though," I state as I let myself fall off the side. She gasps but covers her mouth with her hands as I drop towards the 2 junkies, claws spread. I fall right between them, and before I hit the ground, I bury my fingers into their necks, just below the backs of their skulls. A crack sounds out, along with a thud as they drop like puppets with the strings cut, which isn't a bad metaphor given I'd severed, if not their brainstem, then just below it. That done, I walk up to the last living junkie and rake my claws across his neck, killing him. I look back up at the tinker and see her retching while emptying the content of her stomach. I'd have thought given the torture she'd been put through, she'd be less sensitive about killing them. Climbing back up, I gesture to my back as she wipes her mouth of vomit. "Let's go before someone notices the bodies." "Why, you just killed them, a kid, it's sick," her stifled voice shouts. "They were going to rape you," I drawl as I slide down a pipe with her on my back. "Even if they didn't have that planned, they probably deserved it anyway." But you don't know that. And you shouldn't be judge, jury, and executioner." I sigh and rub my face, accidentally smearing it with blood. How many times am I going to have this same damn conversation? Look, think what you want, but shut your mouth until after we're safe. I take her lack of response as her, if reluctant, agreement. We duck through an abandoned bus depot to avoid some junkies and past a trashed liquor store when shouting could be heard. "Jig's up! They found the bodies!" I whisper as the sound of multiple modified engines fills the background of the night. She was still frail from her drug treatment, but I dragged her over to the waterfront, jumping down onto a dilapidated pier and towards the ship graveyard. But by the time we were halfway, headlights appeared above us and illuminated the bay as we hid under the ledge overlooking the wharf. "Run, I'll hold 'em off," I urge. They only had a couple capes, and those they had weren't exactly powerhouses. "But..." "Shut the fuck up and go. I can handle myself, you'll only hold me back. Go, now." "I'll remember this," she promises with moist eyes before fleeing towards the boat graveyard. As she leaves, I leap up onto the upper ledge to prevent anyone following her, catching a stray merchant grunt by punching my claws through his chest. This, of course, directly in the headlights of 5 cars, and in front of every merchant that come. I could barely make out their silhouettes due to the blinding lights, but it was more than 20 at the very least. "Johnny, that fucking Japcat killed 'em." Kill M back then. I leaped to the side while using the corpse in my hands as a meat shield against the couple thugs who actually had guns. Bullets pinged around me, but the only thing they hit were the spasming, half-alive dude who hadn't registered his missing heart yet. The body gets tossed as I reach a nearby building, hiding behind the corner and reaching for the gun at the back of my waistband. The merchants, perhaps thinking I'd fled, ran over to where I was hiding without much caution. A stupid idea, as I proved by slashing the throat of the nearest man. He goes down with a gurgle, but I continue, raising my own pistol and rapidly firing some shots at them. 2 hit non-lethal areas, while the last of my barrage clips a driver who was hanging out of the window of his stationary car to shoot at me. He drops and ends up jamming the accelerator down. The car must have been an automatic, as it immediately jolted forward and crashed into 2 merchants, crushing them under its tires before crashing into the bay. Half stunned by the chaotic events, the rest of the merchants don't stand much of a chance. They weren't nearly as organized as the other gangs, and since most were half out of their minds on drugs, I was standing amidst a pile of corpses barely 3 minutes later. I was half tempted to follow the tinker to recruit her into my services, but I was sure the gains I'd make from killing the merchant leader, Skidmark, would be worth more than a random tinker. It wasn't like I couldn't find her later anyway. After interrogating one of the goons on Skidmark's whereabouts, I quickly made my way to the warehouse where his office supposedly is. Scanning it, the entire place was boarded up like a zombie shelter, forcing me to go loud through a wall like the cool aid guy or quiet through the front door. I picked the latter option, especially with how many merchants had been mobilized after the recent massacre. I could handle 20 or 30 comfortably, 50 maybe I could handle if they weren't properly armed. But 100 armed junkies with nothing to lose who might have cape assistance. No chance. I drop onto the guy guarding the front door, caving his skull in with my heels before ducking inside and finding myself in a hallway. At the of it, surprisingly, Skidmark stood. If there were pictures in the dictionary, this guy would have his face above junkie. He was the absolute epitome of the word at every angle. The trash makeshift mask only covered the upper part of his face, leaving his mangled yellow teeth still in view. The bare blotchy arms filled with needle marks and other scars. The emaciated body that seemed to imply the guy had replaced food with whatever narcotics he enjoyed. Even if he was a cape, I had nothing to fear from him. I'd done my research, and I was honestly surprised he was a leader of anything at all, especially an anarchic band of psychos who'd kill their closest friend for a bag of weed. Strength mattered, and this guy lacked it. His power, according to FA, witnesses, and PRT interviews, and what the ABB knew, the guy was able to create an area which would push things in certain directions. It was basically a speed boost pad from Mario Kart. He'd been seen applying it to equipment and other things, but the strongest instance observed had been when he'd had it enhance a punch to around Brute 2. Enough to crack concrete, but nothing I should be scared of. Anywhere marked with his power gave off a weak blue glow, and judging by the more than intense glow in the area of the hallway directly in front of Skidmark, I imagined he'd placed them on both the floor, walls, and ceiling. Was this why he'd chosen a base with a long-ass hallway as an entrance? The crackhead gives me a cocky grin and tilts his head in my direction. So you're the cunt rocket who stole my bitch. Didn't you know it's rude to touch another man's shit before he's fucking done with it? My bitch now, I shrug. You know how it is, take your eyes off of them for a minute and they stray. Ha, damn right, shit. If you weren't one of dem ob bastards, I might have liked you. You sure you don't want to swap sides and kick it to them squinty-eyed samuroids? I can tell you right now we've got better cookies than whatever they're givin' you. I wouldn't accept a boxed, unused pair of shoes from you, let alone food. I retort. I'd have thought you'd have 100 goons standing in between us. Where's this confidence coming from? You'd like to find out, wouldn't you, you bloody hemorrhoid? You don't talk like a kid, you know that. You sure you ain't just a midget? I'm sure, why? His grin gets wider, because I kinda feel bad about doing this. He moves his foot, dislodging something under some old newspapers. All I saw was the glint of metal when something blasted past like a bullet. CRASH. My eyes flit behind me at the now missing door, then at the building which had a huge crater in the side of it. The only evidence of what occurred being the half-shattered circular saw blade still stuck in the street's tarmac. My body tilts sideways as I lose balance, unable to stand on my leg. Then the pain started, as my leg from mid-calm down slides away and hits the floor, cut off cleanly from the rest of my body. What the fuck was that? I shout, clutching my injury and still in disbelief by what happened. I'd done my research. Skid marks shouldn't be able to produce projectiles faster than the speed of sound. Fucking tool. Did you think I'm dumb enough to face a shithead like you without a backup plan? Another cape, a mine, timed ballistic. How? I rasp, clutching my leg which was thankfully beginning to clot. Skidmark picks up another rusty circular saw blade from the ground and holds his arms out, gesturing at the still active glowing blue marks. My power is shit, but no one's figured out that I can stack this shit to no end. I spent the last hour stacking these marks for your scrawny arse. I think I should be thanked for making this quick. Do it, say thanks. He holds the saw blade near the mark, ready to try to take my head off with another supersonic projectile. Oh, only if I can have some last words. I slowly respond, doing my best to ignore the pain and act the part of a scared child. Well, I'm a generous guy. Why do you wanna say, little man? Tell me where your mum lives and I might give her a tip. My tip, I mean. He chortles, snorting in an incredibly unattractive manner. I nod, yeah. Omega beam. I roar, holding my hand out at him and blasting as much magic as I could. He-ya-ah-h-h. He gives a surprised scream and rears back, not expecting my sudden actions. Of course, he's surprised when all that comes out of my fingertips is blinding light, but before his vision returned, I was already sprinting out of there in my cat form, still one leg down. 33, new edition. Motherfucker, fucker, motherfucker, I mentally shouted as I limped down the road, my cat form leaving me with 3 legs available instead of just 1. I can't believe I let that piece of shit get the better of me. And why did no one know how powerful Skidmark's power could be? That ratbag asshole shouldn't be smart enough to hide that info until now. A thinker should have realized it. A low growl leaves my throat as I think it over. The merchants were seen as a non-threat, which Skidmark took advantage of by letting everyone else draw attention from him. Regardless, I knew what his power could do now, and I knew he couldn't stay away forever. I'd find where he lives and cut the fucker's throat before he could lay down a single mark. We'll see how long the gang lasts after I leave his head dangling from a lamppost. The thoughts of revenge are some of the only reprieve from the niggling phantom pains of my lost leg, which only got more painful as time progressed. I imagined regrowing the bone, muscle, and tendons would be hellish once the process began. I could only hope it'd grow back in my sleep, or if my doctor was available. Contrary to what many might think, New Wave's home was easy to find. You'd think after Fleur was murdered out of costume, they'd have got more security. It was a gated community, to be fair, but it was hardly enough to ward off any capes powerful enough to threaten the family. POV Amy Dallin. She paid attention to her sister, more than any sister really should, and it was for that reason she'd picked up Vicky's rather shit poker face. Her story about meeting and chasing, the new ABB cat cape was an average one for cape standards, but unlike Carol, Amy had picked up on Vicky's tics and social cues almost instantly. After following her up to her room and confronting her, Vicky quickly spilt the beans. To hear that guitar boy, the not cape she'd become the unofficial doctor for and had been incommunicado for weeks, had become a murdering psycho gangster was a hard pill to swallow. Sure, Vicky spoke of his reasoning and even leaned towards it in her own way, but she couldn't help but feel the boy was twisting her mind. It might be pedantic, but they were heroes. They put villains and monsters away, saved the day, and didn't bend to awkward situations like what'd been thrust at them. At least she now knew where the money he'd given Mr. Hataro and his granddaughter had come from, and knew to be disgusted by it, blood money of any origin was to be reviled, after all. She wondered how Mr. Hataro would feel to know the boy had become part of the gang that crippled his family. There was the factor of his kidnapped mother, but he could have sought help. Even if Vicky thinks his reasoning was correct, it doesn't make it right or just. No one, no matter who they are, is worth hundreds of lives, even if she could understand that part of the sentiment. She leans against the window and lets out a sigh as a breeze blows her hair to the side. Why can't she just understand that things aren't so black and white? She mutters to herself. Just because you can sympathize with someone doesn't make them a good guy. That's just naive thinking. Of course, while she would never admit it, most of her frustration was coming from two other sources. The first being her work at the hospital, and the second, her burgeoning feelings for her sister, those that she knew would or could never be reciprocated. This just gets worse the longer it goes on, she groans to herself. It was probably just puberty pushing her emotions into hyperdrive, but it was still sick. Ooh, ugh. She cups her eyes with her hands. If anyone knew about it, they'd call me a freak. Move, wuyo. She opens her eyes and looks out the window as the motion detection light flashes on, revealing a dirty, crippled white cat limping outside the house, meowing pathetically. I don't get a break even when I'm home, huh? She remarks while climbing out of the window, hopping onto a nearby tree and dropping to the ground as the feline approaches her. That's a clean cut. Who would do this to their cat? She grouses as she inspects it. It's surprisingly calm and allows her to look it over, lifting its leg to check for any more injuries along with its gender. It does let out a strange yelp as she inspects its genitals, but she places that it's instincts. Maybe things would be different if I were born a guy. She wonders aloud as she sits on a tree stump and places a hand on its head, preparing to give its leg back. Though, she doubted even if she were a man, Vicky would look at her as anything other than family. You've got a tumor in your brain, she mutters but shakes her head. I could. She trails off, recalling her recent arguments on the matter. No, guess you'll be enjoying your new leg for a couple months before the tumor starts affecting you. Sorry. Using nearby weeds, she uses their biomass to form a new appendage for the cat, which just sits silently as she works. Once done, she lets out a sigh and fixes her patient with a look. Well, you can go now. It doesn't move, and she tries to shoo it away. Vicky had brought Bad a dozen stray cats when she was younger, and Carol always sent them away. She'd rather not suffer her mother's wrath. Her punishments were always more severe than her sister's. Despite her efforts, however, the cat stays put and just stares at her, not reacting as she makes awkward hisses and hand movements at it. The slight tilt of its head looked almost mocking to her eyes. You're not some creep changer cape, are you? She ganders, wondering if she'd accidentally healed some villain by mistake. You were the one staring at my cock. She stifles a scream as she stands back away from the suddenly speaking feline. Still stunned into silence, the cat tentatively flexes its new leg before slinking around, its gait awkward as it gets used to its new center of balance. Finally, it hops onto the stump she was sitting on and flicks its ear as it stares at her. Well, cat got your tongue. Amy can't help but snort at that. Another role-playing cape. Did Uber and Leet reject you? I never sent a resume, so I doubt it. Still waiting on the slaughterhouse's reply, though. The cat shrugs, the action looking mightily unnatural. Had she fallen into Wonderland or something? Give me one good reason I shouldn't shout for my family right now, she threatens. Because I'll tell everyone you want a sex change. Or, you know, the sexual harassment thing. Imagine the headline, Panacea sexually assaults cat. She furrows her brows, but not because of what he said. Your voice, I know it. If a cat could look smug, this was it. It stands from its seat and turns to leave, but not before leaving her with some parting words. I'd say this makes us about even. You should keep this quiet too. I doubt people would be happy to hear of you healing a villain or about your bio-tinkering. He nods his head at the dead weeds used to create the new leg. See you around, Amy. With that, he's gone, disappearing into the underbrush surrounding the suburban house, and leaving the thoroughly confused and irritated Panacea in his wake. Cat cape, wait, Q. POVQ days later. I was on my 8th set of katas in the ABB dojo when the doors were suddenly thrown open, drawing everyone's attention as Master Akiba and Mr. Nishihara walked in with another, surprising addition to their entourage. Greetings, everyone. Please halt your activities for a moment as we introduce a new, exciting member to our number, Akiba announces, stepping to the side to reveal a tall woman. She wore the same metal mask that every ABB cape wore, except this one depicted a demonic fanged woman with crazy eyes and a long, dangling tongue. Her outfit was also quite odd, consisting of black robe-like clothes with armored plates attached to some parts, like the shoulders, legs, and back. The only weapon she seemed to be equipped with was a short tanto on her hip, which she seemed rather uncomfortable to wear. This is Gozen, and she is the fourth cape to join us. Please do not question her powers or anything personal. We would rather keep these things quiet until the right time. Nishihara glances at her. Well then, Miss Gozen, you're here for a reason. Please don't take too much of our men's time, he says before exiting, leaving Akiba to watch things. Almost immediately as the boss leaves, Gozen jumps on her heel and quickly approaches me, and I could almost hear her smile. Thank you for saving me, Kaiju. You have no idea how bad a situation I was in. I'm so sorry for leaving. She grips my free hand that wasn't holding a blade. I'm in your debt. The tinker, this fucking idiot. I grab her hand and glance at Akiba, nodding at him before speed walking to one of the free rooms. Gozen is surprised by my sudden action and even starts to protest, saying I was too young for that sort of thing. Slamming the door behind us, I push her mask up to reveal her face and glower at her like a rabid animal. Are you retarded? Why the fuck did you join the ABB? What do you mean? I wanted to help you, and they don't seem as bad as the merchants. Lady, these people are monsters. The only reason I'm still here is because they're holding someone close to me hostage. And you, a tinker, just jumped into their arms. Her mouth forms an O as the consequences of her actions hit her. But I didn't have anywhere else to go. Would you rather I join the Nazis? I shake my head. I'd rather you join no one. Not even the PRT, she questions unsurely. They're better than the gangs, but not by much. And now you're stuck in the same shit situation as me. I rub the bridge of my nose. What did you tell them about your powers? That I'm a tinker. I built a sup-tup toy car for them during my testing, but I said I wouldn't do any more until I saw you, she sheepishly admits. Toy car? Well, it did have guns attached to it, and a bomb, I guess. Astounded at how casually she admitted to creating a remote-controlled mobile bomb, I looked at her blankly and asked, What's your speciality? Vehicles. My eyes bulge at that. Every tinker had a speciality that their creations leaned towards. Some were hyperfixated on hard things like guns, and others were more esoteric, like mind control or something. I don't think she realizes just how stupid powerful a vehicle specialization was. It was essentially a grab-bag version of tinkers. It could apply both to hypersonic bikes and time machines. A full fucking Gundam to a Death Star. As far as I understood, there was no limitation to what she could build as long as whatever it is could be piloted. Hell, it might even include fucking power armor. Thank God she hadn't revealed her specialization to Nishihara or Lung, otherwise the ABB might be shitting out Spartans or Space Marines within the year. Listen, tell no one your specialization, do you understand? I urge as seriously as I could project. But what do I tell them when they ask? Tell them you don't know your specialization yet. That should hold them off until we find a way to leave. I say, inwardly wondering if she'd managed to keep her mouth shut until then. After all, I still had barely any leads on Tiu's location. Okay, if that's what you think, she mutters, as if she hadn't been ordered to do all this by a 13-year-old. Good, keep your head down until I'm ready to make a move. A single fuck-up and we're all dead. Understand? She nods and I exit, heading straight back to the mat to continue my kata. No point in raising suspicions so soon after all. 34. Flames of War. Kaibyo, Gozen, or as I recently learned to be her real name, Cheryl Bailey, started before correcting herself. You busy right now? I looked up at her from where I was doing my stretches, some of which would make elite gymnasts squeal in morbid fascination. Depends on what it is. Boss wants me to show him my new toys, make sure they work for the big event, she says, sounding far less enthused than when she first joined the gang. My talk with her had hammered reality into her head like a freight train, it seems. Big event? I ask with mild apprehension. The last event had been the bombing, which didn't end well for anyone involved. She quirks a brow at me from behind her metal mask. No one told you. No, so will you just spill it already? There's a charity concert behind held to help the families harmed in the bombing. Boss seems to think it's another protest against the gang, too. Wouldn't surprise me, given everything I've seen so far, she adds with thinly hidden distaste. Concert? I blink dumbly. What's Nishihara having you build for it then? Well, remote-controlled explosives, she sheepishly admits. I cup my face and allow a long, tired sigh. How innovative. I drawl dangerous thoughts flitting through my mind. So Lung wants to cement the public's fear of the ABB. He's probably well aware of the sheer amount of security the concert would generate, too. As if the PRT allowed another attack like last time, they might as well throw their credibility into a volcano. That's not mentioning what the musicians themselves will be bringing. Wait. Who's performing? I didn't memorize them, but that Cape singer is, along with some Brockton natives. She shrugs before shaking her head. We should go before boss sends someone for us, she adds, interrupting my thoughts on Canary and the danger she's putting herself in. Is it because of me? Gozen drags me through the building and into an underground parking lot, empty of vehicles aside from the peculiar-looking RC cars sitting at one side of the room. On the opposite side of the room stands Lung and Nishihara, the former with his hands in his pockets while the latter looked surreptitiously at his watch. The man perks up when we enter. Ah, you finally decided to grace us with your presence, Kaiju. I wasn't beginning to think you'd tired of us, he remarks. The child knows better than that. Enough talk, show us what you've made. Lung grunts, gesturing at Gozen to begin. She nods rigidly with Lung's presence causing her pause, but firms her shoulders and steps forward despite it. Ah well, as you asked, she nods at Nishihara, I made some wheels for your explosives. They better be more than wheels. A toddler could have created these, not befitting our tinker. Lung grouses, eyeing the RC cars with utter contempt. WL, they're not just wheels. Look. She picks up a controller and presses a small pink button, causing a low hum to thrum to life as the middle of the plastic treads disappear into the tires. She has one accelerate, causing it to accelerate at a ridiculous speed before turning it directly at a wall. Just as it looks like it's going to crash, it suddenly rediverts, driving up the wall itself. It drives from the wall to the ceiling before coming to a halt directly above where it had originally been, sticking in place as if it were the spider car or something. You haven't put explosives in it yet, right? I slowly ask, wondering if I could survive having the building dropped on me. Oh, only flash bombs for the purposes of this test, she quickly says, reassuring us. I glance to Nishihara. Why am I here again? Surely you can test this without me. Nishihara shakes his head. I wish to see how mobile these machines are. You are the most agile of us, barring Lee's teleportation. I'll have you try to catch one. You want me to run after them? I droned. Think of it as a mouse if you require motivation. Lung states, sounding almost amused behind his mask. I hate myself. Once the day was over, I retreated back to my home and accessed the net, quickly finding the concert in question. The only Cape performers were Canary and some newbie calling himself Ferrotage. There were also a dozen normal folks, Jason Bastille, Veronica Keys, XXX Relaxanx X, etc. I stare at my friend's name and feel my foot tapping the floor in irritation, my tailstock still as if frozen with tension. I check over her recent messages. I'd not bothered to check and find half a page of, "Hey, you there, check your mail," and other erratic attempts to get my attention. Judging by the latter ones, she thinks I'm dead. I'm about to reply to her to get her to call off the event when I spot an orange glow through my window a couple blocks away. Leaning closer, I spot wisps of fire crawling up a building to consume it, along with some unmarked cars flying down the street, towards the other side of the city. Shaking my head, I closed down the messenger and grabbed my mask before rushing down. I couldn't ignore something like this so close to my apartment, not without questions being asked. While I wasn't afraid of scrutiny, Lung didn't strike me as someone to take chances on traitor. After all, I'm on my second chance already. I arrive at the street and see a dozen ABB members using buckets and other containers to toss water on the blazing fire. No firefighter would step foot on this turf without Lung's explicit agreement not to harm them, so getting proper help to stop the city burning down would probably take a while. What happened? I questioned the nearest person with their hands empty, which turned out to be Kenji, who was staring up at the building with watering eyes. Those white dogs, they threw jugs of gas through the windows and lit the place sky high. His eyes widen as he turns to me, hands finding my shoulders as he tries in vain to pull me closer. Kaiju, you're a cape YU, my family is still inside. Get them out, please. This guy serious? Sure, he doesn't know he stabbed me and got Tiu kidnapped, but karma must hate his guts if he's asking me for help. I brush his hands off and step back, putting some distance between us. Not that sort of cape. Call the PRT if you want someone to save your ass. I jab a thumb at myself. My fur's flammable. But you have to do something. People are dying. Then why don't you run into the burning building? Why ask me, someone who's probably more vulnerable to fire than you? You do it. I retort before turning. I've got some Empire goons to hunt anyway. Why you can't leave like this? Kenji shouts. Watch me, I start but trail off as my phone beeps. A message from Nishihara. Meet us in the dojo. We will not let this assault stand. I go to turn back to Kenji, but see the rat running the building, shielding his face as he smashes through the front door and into the fire. Kaibyo, Nishihara greets me as I enter the dojo, where a dozen or so ABB grunts, Oni Lee and Gozen, were waiting. What's the plan? Run in and kill some Nazis or pretend they didn't try to burn us all alive? I question as I take my place next to the desk Gozen was at, stuffing small bricks of what looked like plastic explosives into parts of her RC cars. I will get to that, Nishihara responds in a chiding tone before pacing before the gathered crowd. The Empire have made yet another move against us. Our recent victories and new allies have turned the tide. They fear us and what will befall them in the future, as they should. This attack was not meant to harm the ABB, but to hurt the families under it. They did not simply burn a storehouse or business front, but instead they targeted an apartment building, one holding many of your families. Even now we make efforts to put out the blaze and rescue those still inside. I fear the deaths will be many, however. He grimly proclaims, causing the crowd to shuffle and become erratic with well-placed anger. The back doors of the room slam open and Lung walks in, perfectly timed to Nishihara's speech. Nishihara takes a step back and allows Lung to take center stage. These pathetic dogs didn't just dare to attack us. They had the arrogance to invite us to take revenge. He holds up an already opened letter and slaps it onto the table. They've told us where the rabid animals who lit the fires are. They mock our race and culture. They murder our people in our streets. Who are we if we do not reply in kind? He pauses as people shout curses at the Empire before finally looking at Lee. I will meet them first, you will be my second. Gozen, you will target any cape that dares appear. Kaibyo will assist you. He scans the crowd. The rest of you behind me. Take your arms, people will die today. Let it be those of the Empire. Yeah. Lung SAMA. I glance at Gozen, who even while masked I could tell was chewing on her lip. Aren't you glad you joined? Where else would you hear such heartfelt words? I drawled in the driest tone I could manage. Becoming a terrorist, murderer, and supervillain barely a week after getting drugged and captured. Can't you tell how giddy I am? She quietly retorts, though with slightly more life than before. Why even burn down some random building? I shrug and take the box of RC cars as every starts getting ready for the long night. Far as I can tell, Kaiser just wants to stir the pot. I did kill one of their capes and cripple another. Hookwolf is sitting in jail awaiting his trial. Maybe he's hoping to scare us by targeting civilians. And the obvious trap, why are we charging right into it? Lung doesn't care, and I don't think the Empire has anything that can kill him either. It's not like he cares how many goons die anyway. Do you think there's a way out of this? I don't want to kill anyone, she hurriedly whispers, eyes quickly flitting between her creations and me. You can try running, but they already know who you are, got family. She nods, though there was venom in her eye at the mention of them. They'll be the ones to die first. Lung'll have anyone you vaguely like kidnapped and used against you. So the question is, what do you value more, your friends and family, or yourself? Lie. I'm sorry about the shitty situation you've fallen into, but if you want my advice, treat the enemy as if they were the scum of the earth. Something worse than even Skidmark. Right now it's you or them, and they won't give a shit who you are, what you like, or where you're from. I say in a hushed yet clear tone. I'm still working on my end to get out. Once I save my family, I'm sending them out of the country, somewhere safe. You should probably get working on that too, or not. As I said, running is always an option. I state and walk past her, breaking her out of her stupor and prompting her to follow. 35, punch a Nazi. I glance over the short wall indicating the end of the tower block rooftop and focus on the group of cars blocking one side of the street. Lung standing up front with his skin steaming, his powers seemingly getting ready for the coming confrontation. Oni Lee was leering at the group atop a nearby lamppost, kneeling atop it while sharpening his tanto against a whetstone he just so happened to have on hand. The PRT had already partially evacuated the area and were setting up blockades to prevent the fighting from spreading to other parts of the city. Someone must have tipped them off with how fast their intervention was. That, or they finally pulled their heads out of their asses. God, hope I'm doing this right. Gozen anxiously mutters as she triple-checks her group of explosive-carrying RC cars. It wouldn't surprise me if those things were expert certified and legible for insurance with how focused on them she is. Chill out, with Lung here there's no chance in hell the Emperor'll try to fight us, especially when we're on their turf. They don't care if he burns down our territory, but having a giant flaming dragon rampage through where most of your businesses are is a stupid idea on every level. She chews the inside of her cheek for a moment before forcing a sigh, as if she were trying to excise her tension with that alone. Let's hope we don't have to use these things then, she gestures at the cars. I probably need more practice with them anyway, she adds, pulling out a plastic square with so many buttons that it looked as if you took the inside of a cockpit and condensed it into a TV remote. What in the fuck is that? I can't help but utter in bafflement. How else was I going to control these things at once? I don't exactly know how to make neuralware yet, or even if that's part of my speciality. I thought you were going to control them one by one, I say, taking a closer look at the control device. Truly, even tinkers specialized in this kind of thing would have trouble using it. Some of the buttons were small enough that I'd only be able to singularly press them with the tip of one of my claws. How Cheryl was going to operate it without accidentally blowing something up is a mystery. Still, this was my first real look at Tinker Tech, and I see now why even simple things created from garbage would puzzle scientists. By all accounts, these RC cars should be replicable, yet any Tinker Tech more complicated than something reminiscent of a potato battery was akin to rocket science 1,000 years in the future. I'm brought from my thoughts as she snatches the controller from my grasp and jabs it over the roof, where some high-class-looking vehicles are arriving. Looks like they're here. Yeah, Cheryl mutters, her grip on her device tightening. POV Lung. He feels his back straighten instinctually as one of his archenemies steps out from their fancy German vehicle. Despite the threat the man served, Lung kept his arms folded, even if his arm muscles flexed with anticipation. Kaiser, the pompous fool, was dressed in his usual costume and looked every part of a medieval knight. Steel plates trimmed with styled black markings, along with the occasional Empire 88 logo interspersed throughout, but not overused. It was cowardly, Lung thought, to garb yourself in so much protection. He was stood here in nothing but jeans and boots, and his opponent was too scared to show even the slightest skin. Yes, his powers allowed him some degree of control over metal, but from an outsider's perspective, it was clear who was more confident one present. The man was joined by his other lackeys and armored whelps, Crusader, Fenya, and Menya, the latter two of which were the only people who might be able to match Lung in strength, if only for a while. Athala, their healer, was hiding conspicuously near one of the rear vehicles, and beside her was Cricket, the one his cat had almost killed. "You're missing some people, Kaiser," Lung remarks in a low, baritone and smug voice. "Did they lack the nerve to face me?" The absence of purity, one of the Empire's strongest capes, Storm, Tiger, Victor, and the new one called Rune, was strange, given the rather severe situation the Empire had found themselves in. Lung pitied anyone foolish enough to face him, but doing so without their full strength only drew up anger from within. Were they underestimating him, or was it a subtle sign of mockery? Kaiser's sneer behind his mask was somehow loud enough to be audible to all. "We felt it would be unfair to outnumber you so, but since we hold the home field advantage, forgive us for those we have brought," he drawls, raising his arms casually toward the Empire's gathered capes. "Home field, you speak as if you own this city, stupid, as it only exists on my word." Lung grouses before continuing. "Let us end this pointless banter. You invited us here. I hope for you to hand over the rats who dared attack us for your sake." "Attack? Oh, you're talking about that unfortunate fire earlier in the day? You have my condolences. Tragic accidents are unfortunately avoidable." He shrugs, the action made noisy by his armor. Lung angrily breathes out, causing wisps of flames to exit the nostrils of his mask. "Then, why have you invited us here, eager to see more of your whelps die at our hands?" "Your hands?" Kaiser cuts a laugh. "You mean that kitten of yours, who isn't even present, I might add, didn't trust the boy to achieve anything without slinking around in the night. I knew you people lacked honor with your ownership of sex slaves, but to send assassins in the night and break the unwritten rules? Pathetic." He spits venomously. "You dare, even while murdering people under dark in my territory. German dog, give me a reason why I shouldn't tear you apart here and now," Lung angrily asks. Kaiser gives another shrug. "Why? Because I have my dear Purity ready to level your territory should you take even a step forward. Did you think she was absent from a bad case of PMS?" he cockily asks, even as Lung's form seemingly bulks up in response to his mockery. "I should have expected such a thing from you. But what if I persist? What if I tore you and the rest of you insects apart?" he questions, as if such a thing was easily possible for him. "Maybe from the inevitable kill order that earn you? Without us to take the blame, you'd be made responsible for the countless deaths and destruction caused. Unlike you, however, the Gesellschaft would continue our mission. A world without inferiors, a world without you or your disgusting kin," Kaiser states with an air of determination, as if ready to die for the cause. "Now the reason why I called you. Hand over the cat or the Empire will begin its efforts once more, no matter how much you plead for peace." Lung steps forward with a rumble bubbling up from his chest, causing everyone, even the ABB, to tense up. "I refuse. Is that all? Or will we finally start the fighting?" "Wait, what about the thousands of people that will die? Do you not care about your own people?" Kaiser quickly asks as he and his people ready themselves for a fight. He appeared honestly surprised that Lung would disregard his threat so blatantly. The ABB members behind him were looking awkwardly at each other, likely hoping their leader would change his mind. "They will recover," Lung simply says, dooming thousands to die, and continues his march, slowly growing larger as his power takes effect. "Shit, kill them," Kaiser shouts, prompting everyone into action. POVQ. The tense silence quickly vanished as Lung lunged at Kaiser, the man's bodyguards springing into action as Oni Lee vanished and reappeared above where Athala was hiding. He drops a clone holding a clone and vanishes again, but before it can detonate and kill the healer, a spear of metal springs forth from a car's bonnet and deletes the clone, grenade and all. "Looks like we're on," I say to Cheryl as Fenya and Menya both instantly grow to half the size of nearby buildings. I knew they could grow far larger, but they seem to be restricting themselves to prevent collateral damage. Send a car for Athala, and I'm interrupted by my partners shriek. A ghostly duplicate of Crusader floats up through the floor and stops between me and Cheryl. The ghost looks between the two of us before raising its spear, to which I respond by trying to stab it with my blade. Unfortunately, the Crusader clone was completely immaterial, allowing my weapon to pass right through it. Unbalanced by this, I'm unable to dodge the ghostly spear from piercing my stomach, causing a pained grunt to leave my lips. Kaiju, Cheryl exclaims and ineffectively throws a half-empty water bottle through the figure. Focus on your job? I growl painfully as I'm lifted a few feet off of the floor by the ghost with a spear in my gut. I thrash a bit more but notice the two other ghostly figures flying up from the battle, which was now drowned in gunfire as the two gangs went at it. Finding no other choice other than fleeing and leaving Cheryl to die, I jerk my body and push myself further up the spear before pumping wild magic into my hand and thrusting my claws into the spirit's chest. Much to my surprise, it actually works. The ghost lets out a pained squawk and vanishes with a flash of light. And as I fall back to the roof, I notice Crusader on the road clutching his chest and looking up at me. Our eyes meet, something I regret as a dozen more ghosts fly through the building to finish the job. Thankfully, this doesn't stop Cheryl from getting her RC cars out. 10 immediately drive down the vertical drop of the building, in a blind spot of the Empire goons, and then towards the group of cars they were fighting behind. I see one RC car nearing Kaiser, but before it can reach him, Cheryl's concentration is once again interrupted, this time by 5 more ghosts that exit the floor. 2 hands grip my legs through the floor, but they're easily dealt with via a mon-infused stomp, allowing me to tear a path through those trying to attack Cheryl. The last 4 finally show after dispatching them, though the expressions on their ephemeral faces are ones of pain and exhaustion. Perhaps an effect on Crusader from losing so many ghosts. Regardless, I lung at them, dodging 2 spears, getting grazed by 1, and getting nailed in the foot by the last. Thankfully, I'm able to ignore the giant hole in my foot and catch all 4 with my claws, ridding the rooftop of them. I glance over the edge and spot Crusader almost collapsed against a car, vomit spilling out through his helmet's visor. Serves you right, you fucking goon. You good? I ask Cheryl, who was clutching her chest and breathing hard. I couldn't tell if she was injured or just terrified, as the smell of my blood would have overwhelmed hers. I think so. Boom. The building trembles as one less than intelligent Empire goon shoots at one of the stalled RC cars, causing it to detonate and kill 5 of his friends in a fiery explosion that temporarily halts the battle. They all look at one another before turning towards the other RC cars, which Cheryl had finally started moving against. They gotta tinker. Stop the TOYS quickly. Bomb, bomb. Someone yells, prompting Crusader to summon 4 ghosts, presumably his max at the moment, and have them carry the bombs towards the ABB crowd. Shit, Cheryl shouts while hastily smashing a few buttons. They're inert. Who cares? Get the other cars to their targets. I retort, while watching Lung, now quadruple his original size, punching the crap out of Menya while her sister wails into his back, only achieving burns on her hands from the dragon's flaming body. Low on it. 36 snipped. Crack. Holy shit, I mutter as goosebumps go up my arms and back. I could feel the shockwave from the punch Lung had just taken to his face, and I was sincerely surprised he hadn't been knocked out there and then. Any thoughts of trying to fight the guy myself evaporated when fire burst from his body as he grew an extra 5 feet in an instant. Fenya, who delivered the initial punch, blinked wide-eyed at the continually growing foe, and had to be pushed out of the way by her sister to stop her from getting speared by a claw. Kaiser was summoning hundreds of thin metal spears to kill Oni Lee, who kept teleporting around and creating clones to act as dangerous distractions. Othala was trying to fix up Crusader from whatever damage I'd done by killing his ghosts, but it appeared to be pointless. My eyes search for the last Empire cape. Boom! 2 of Cheryl's RC bombs suddenly detonate at Kaiser's feet, enveloping him in a cloud of smoke. Unfortunately, once it clears, the man is standing firm with not a scratch on him. Must have been Othala's doing. I shake my head from the skirmish, inwardly grimacing as I see an ABB gangster barely 15 take a bullet to the face. My focus was better served searching for the wayward cape. Oh, there she is. What, ready for round two? I growl at Cricket as she slinks from the roof entrance. She looked different than before, healthier somehow. She didn't have the artificial larynx or the numerous body scars. She noticed my focus and snarled at me, though she didn't speak a word, electing to charge at me instead, dual comma twirling like a hurricane. I keep myself well aware of Cheryl in the corner focused on her cars as I intercept the woman. Ducking under the first comma while smacking the other out of the air with my sword, I run directly at her, not allowing her to make use of her unconventional weaponry. I remember well how our last encounter went, and without the environment giving me an advantage, I may not have come off so well. I was faster, more agile than her, so once I was inside her guard, her weapons were an active detriment. Or so I thought, with a grumbled, "Not this time." She throws her weapons at me, crossing the chains and causing them to get tangled up with my sword, which only became even worse as the comma themselves hooked themselves on nearby terrain, all but locking my weapon in place. By the time I realized what her plan was, she'd already planted her feet on my chest, causing me to stumble back. I release the blade and swipe a claw at her, but she swiftly drops and produces a dagger from her hip before proceeding to shank me in the gut like I'd stolen her cigarettes. Why always the gut? I grab her arm and face before she can add my eye to the 3 wounds she'd already made, my claws digging into her flesh. My scowl only gets worse, however, when she spits in my face with a bloodthirsty grin splitting her lips. Bad move. Crunch. I force my left hand closed, causing my claws to dig into her face and break through bone as I collapse her skull. She may have been fast, but she lacked any brute capabilities, making her a glass cannon in cape fights. Her body instantly goes limp, and I vengefully toss her corpse off of the building, towards the Empire side below. The 2 blokes the boy lands next to shit their pants when they see their cape hit the ground with a splat, the malformed head becoming flatter and sounding like an egg as it hits the concrete with a crack. As if to add insult to injury, one of Cheryl's RC bombs drives up to the bleeding corpse and detonates, sending bone, limbs, teeth, and other viscera raining down on the Empire. Kaiser about loses his mind when Cricket's burned mask slides to a stop at his feet. Oh, we locked eyes. Bastard, he roars, angrier than I've ever heard the man. He throws his arms up, and I feel the building shudder as something shoots up from the ground floor. Time to skedaddle, I shout to Cheryl, grabbing the tinker who loses grip of her controller as I leap to the next building, the roof of which is around 3 floors down. This is gonna hurt. I take a glance behind me, but not as bad as that. A massive steel spear punched right through the roof of the tower block, and like branches, hundreds of smaller spears shoot from its base, annihilating everything on the roof. Crunch! I land feet first with legs locked to try and take some of the force from Cheryl. With her tucked to my chest, I hit the ground, both of us rolling as my shattered legs dangle behind me. Shit, that hurts. Why, you all right? I ask with a shudder and breathe a sigh of relief as Cheryl slowly gets to her feet, staring back at the giant metal spear sticking out our previous location. We should have died. How do you even fight something like that? My bomb did nothing to him, she exclaims, her rant trailing off when she turns and spots my utterly mangled legs. Help me straighten these, please. They'll heal faster that way, I say. All right. And now on my mare arrgghhh fucker, I start juice as she tugs hard on one of my feet. They aren't dislocated for dear cunting gods sake. OOOHH man alive. Sorry. Bodies from both sides were strewn across the street, ABB and Empire taking huge losses. Not that anyone cared unless the life taken belonged to a cape. Kaiser's rampage after Cricket's death had wiped out much of the ABB's force, but it didn't mean anything in the long run, especially now that Lung had ramped up. He'd grown larger than the nearby buildings, fires billowing from his body melting everything they touched, turning the road and other nearby structures to slag. Fenya and Menya couldn't even approach him without getting burned. Kaiser's earlier attack with his spears hadn't done anything but anger the ugly-ass dragon, despite spearing the monstrosity through the throat and heart. Time to go, Kaiser shouts, taking one last glance at Cricket's mask and running to one of the nearby cars. Fenya and Menya nod at one another, both winding up and delivering a simultaneous punch which knocks Lung through a building, allowing the Empire enough time to retreat. With no one else to fight, the enraged Lung just continues to stomp around and destroy shit, thankfully leaving the surviving ABB members and instead targeting the Empire properties. The ABB had won for now. If what Kaiser said about leveling their turf was true, they wouldn't have anything to return to. With my legs finally healed, I stumbled to my feet with the aid of Cheryl, still wincing from the slight fractures in my bones. Pup. Oni Lee teleports nearby and gestures for us to head downstairs, presumably to head home judging by the lack of gunfire and kaiju battles. I'm guessing we won Gook. I start to speak, but find myself unable to as a beam punches through my side, cauterizing a hole through my lungs and heart. Wah, Cheryl blurts in surprise as I force her to the ground, which turned out to be good timing as 3 more shots go off in rapid succession, turning my torso into something resembling Swiss cheese. I blink a couple more times, but the only thing I can focus on before I lose consciousness is Cheryl's horrified face, and Oni Lee's quickly disappearing figure as he rapidly teleports towards my attacker. D-damn. Thud. POV coil. Target down. Repeat. Target is down. The sniper hurriedly reports over the comms, allowing Coil a sigh of relief. Had the man missed this chance, they'd likely not be able to do it so easily next time, especially given the cat's strange ability to fuck with his powers. Verify status. Is termination certain? Coil calmly asks, wishing to double-check due to how important this assignment is. Tracking down the cause of his recent setbacks hadn't been difficult. For someone clearly related to the ABB, the number responsible was thankfully few. Combine that with the new cape on their roster, and it didn't take a genius to connect the dots. The merchant raid, where he first noticed the phenomenon, must have been the boy's trigger event. An odd combination of powers. Usually these things followed a rule of sorts. Things were interconnected and had a sort of symbolism. Abilities were rarely disconnected from the greater whole, even if some abnormalities like Eidolon did exist. The sniper was taking an awfully long time to answer. Verify status. Was the elimination successful? C can't talk, Oni Lee I in pursuit. He was discovered. That's a shame. Without a hint of regret, he taps a nearby button which detonates the small explosive hidden in the man's bulletproof vest. Insurance to make sure no knowledge got out. The yield wasn't overly strong, but constrained behind the ceramic plate, the sniper's body turned to a sort of chunky soup. That's unfortunate. Without verifying the target's death, his family are only legible for the lowest tiers of worker compensation. He mutters uncaringly before activating his power, something he'd been previously loath to do due to the risk of that stranger's power acting up again. Now, where was I before the cat got in way? POV Nishihara. How on earth is this boy even still alive? Nishihara mutters to himself as he observes the many doctors operating on Kaibyo in the makeshift operating theater that'd been set up prior to the recent raid. We knew he could heal quickly. Lung states with crossed arms, not looking even slightly haggard from the earlier battle. What was more surprising for Nishihara to hear was the fact Kaiser planned to have the place destroyed. Strange given there hadn't been a single sighting of Purity, Victor, Rune, or any other Empire capes. Was the Nazi bluffing, or did something more important require their attention? Healing fast is one thing, Lung, but surviving having his heart and lungs destroyed is certainly something else. Nishihara squints his eyes in, though. Do we still have the recordings of his earlier fights? I wish to check something. I do not know, that's your job. Lung grunts, goes and failed. That's only to be expected for her first and rather sudden introduction to battle. I heard Kaiser only survived from Othala's granted invincibility too. Rather impressive, some might think, for her first outing. Inexperience is no excuse for failure. She should have known better. You aren't thinking of punishing her, I hope? Her attitude towards us is amiable currently. She came to us, and I see no need to poison our relationship to a new tinker. Not this timer. Lung growls before tilting his head towards Nishihara. You presume much to question me. Remember your place. He states, allowing silence to sit a moment before continuing. Who did this? He nods at the doctors scrambling to save Kaiju. Lee found a Tinker Tech rifle next the shooter, who'd had the wisdom to kill himself before he was caught. Which Tinker? We aren't sure, but it resembles something pyrotechnical would have made, which means either a new Tinker or toy box. Nishihara hums in response. That fool group of Tinkers must have sold it to our shooter. For a disposal soldier to be using it, however, I can only think of one name who would do this. Coil. Was he not hiding away like a coward? Why now, and why us? Not us, just Kaiju, Nishihara remarks in thought. If he survives, we'll have to inquire if he'd antagonized the man at all. Either way, I assume you won't be letting this go. An attack on Kaiju is an attack on us all. Find him, we'll flush the rat from his hole and crush him. Lung growls, taking one last look at the operating theater before departing. 37. Masser. POV Armsmaster. The last few months hadn't been kind to him, especially the weeks after that damnable ABB bombing. He'd all but became the face of that failure, alongside the now missing boy who'd torn him and the PRT a new one in front of everyone. That video's still trending internationally, mostly so other countries could throw mud at the PRT to help promote their own security forces. That's not to say he didn't feel bad about what happened. Had he not been severely stressed that day, with mounds upon mounds of projects piled on his desk, his own interest buried under them, plus his patrolling of the city and a lack of sleep for 3 days resulted in that confrontation. If he just kept a clear head and handed the boy to child services instead of concentrating on the incident and the large press presence, maybe he could have prevented the boy from going missing. It was pretty clear to all who'd done it. The child's scathing words against the ABB had all but cemented their retaliation. And if he wasn't already dead, Armsmaster wished it would come soon, to save him from the torture those animals would inflict. He'd asked the director for a task force to remove the ABB immediately after that. Much to his chagrin, she'd rejected his proposal soon after their meeting, with orders not to mention it to anyone, especially the public. Were it not for Dragon's words in the PRT's favor, he'd get the impression they wanted the ABB in Brockton Bay, as daft as that sounded. They were probably just worried about Lung, as the Cape's power limits hadn't been seen yet. And since the man had gone face to face against Leviathan, there was the small possibility that he could grow more powerful than any of the triumvirate. A scary thought. Tensions in the city were only getting higher, but he supposed it could be worse. If the PRT hadn't managed to evacuate the area before Lung and Kaiser started going at it, he didn't know what would have happened. Though the reports he'd read stated that Cricket had been killed, which he wasn't too torn up about. Unfortunately, that whole event seemed to have been artificially manufactured, as during the battle while he and the other Capes were protecting the surrounding area, some Empire Capes had broken Hookwolf out of prison days before his trial. He rubs the visible part of his mouth under his mask and lets out a long sigh. The PRT had been taking constant hits from all this bullshit, so he was hoping they'd manage to secure the charity concert completely. Thankfully, it seems someone inside the ABB hadn't been quite happy with those ruling over them. The PRT had received a rather in-depth tip of what the ABB was planning. Apparently, they'd purchased explosive TinkerTech RC cars in bulk and planned to use them to bomb the concert. This could be a fabrication, of course, but there was no point in not creating countermeasures. EMP devices had been set up around the outskirts of the area where the concert would be held. If the ABB wanted to use these RC cars, then they'd need to deploy them while inside the building, rendering their original use pointless. God, he hoped this went well. The PRT could not afford another publicity disaster. POV Gallant. Status check. Triumph, the captain of the wards, requests over their comms. Still breathing, Clockblocker sarcastically reports. Be serious for once, Dennis. This is important. Vista says over the line with an angry, hushed whisper. Vista confirmed, try to use cape aliases though, please. We have them for a reason. Triumph replies with a tense sigh. Gallant here, Dean confirms. Aegis on. Sitting back at base, fun. Kid wins, disgruntled mutter states. Cheer up, I was on communication duty last time, Vista retorts. Yeah, but that was for a patrol, not a big event like this. You just want to hear Canary sing. Don't lie, I know you've got her poster in your room, Clockblocker drawls. Bro, that's private, not cool, Kid Win shouts in embarrassment. Private? It's not exactly a secret like how Triumph has one of Narwhal's posters in his. Narwhal, that giant naked chick in Canada. Triumph, you dog. I admire her, that's all. Can we get back on target? We're here to stop terrorists, remember? Hey, you man, you wouldn't be the first dude holding his pickle with her and me. Clockblocker starts, but is cut off as all other lines simultaneously go mute. This isn't a playdate. I can't concentrate with so much chatter on your communications. This line is for reports and emergencies only. Dragon, the tinker manning the whole protection operation, chimes in, causing every to go silent. One didn't argue back to the more powerful tinker in the world, after all. Gallant shakes his head at his team's antics and looks back at the area where the concert was being held. He was standing outside of it, around where barriers had been erected to prevent any forceful entry. This didn't stop him from hearing it all, though, which alleviated much of his boredom from his watch. 90% of patrols were walking around doing nothing, with the last 10% being split between running to an emergency and actually doing their job. The singer named Jason Bastille was currently performing his recent hit called Touched Me Not, a song he wasn't particularly fond of given its shallow lyrics and repetitive instrumentals. It was almost a shame Hauck's tool turned out to be an ABB operative he'd liked Doesn't Matter. Strange, the upcoming singer turned out to be a would-be terrorist. The event was already halfway done, and he found himself regretting he couldn't join Victoria inside, as it seemed like nothing was going to happen. Oh, he'd jinxed himself. He tensed up, and his eyes darted around to scan the surroundings. But after another 5 minutes, he was in the clear. That's when the sound of miniature engines alerted him to the danger. 10 separate, strange-looking RC cars zip from the nearby tree line, bounce off of the curb and towards the venue. We got hostiles, he shouts over comms, only to trail off as all of the cars lose power and stop dead in their tracks. Guess the EMP protections worked. Those bomb cars aren't moving, Gallant slowly reports. Keep an eye on them, the bomb squad is en route, Kid Win says before adding, don't go near 'em though. They could have mechanical timers on them for all we know. Tinkertech is always pretty fucked. You're a tinker, though, Clockblocker drawls, seemingly having forgotten Dragon's earlier warning. That or trying to provide some levity to the situation. A tinker without a speciality, Kid Win bitterly responds. Not that any tinker other than Dragon could figure out someone else's tech. It's all black-boxed, you know. Yeah, we all remember it from class, I'm just saying. Anyone else see anything? They should know that their bombs failed by now, Clockblocker asks the group. Not on my side, Vista says. Cams have nothing, Kinwin states. Don't let your guard down yet. I'd be surprised if that was all the ABB had planned, Triumph warns. Oni Lee, assault is on him and Armsmaster is almost there, Triumph. Have your team block off potential exits. Dragon suddenly reports, which turns out to be slightly too late as the venue window shatters behind Gallant, revealing Assault flying through it with his arms locked around the ABB ninja. I've got... Poof. HIM. Assault blinks as the Oni Lee in his grasp pops from existence, leaving behind a small cloud of black smoke. There, Gallant shouts and points at the roof of the venue where Oni Lee was running. Oh no, you aren't running this time? Assault exclaims, bouncing between two walls in a blur and quickly reaches the roof before continuing his chase. Gallant runs around the building, soon meeting up with Vista and Aegis, who can only watch as the two capes brawl on the roof. Assault using his kinetic manipulation to launch lightning-fast strikes at Oni Lee, who elusively evades them with quick dodges and occasional teleports. His clones never lasted long enough against Assault to use a grenade or get a stab in, however, leaving them at a stalemate. At least until Armsmaster hit the scene. The engine of his motorbike roared as he drove through where Oni Lee had just been and off of the roof, leaving the observers wondering how he'd gotten the vehicle on the roof in the first place. Oni Lee vanishes in a poof of smoke and lands on the ground near the wards. Gallant quickly detects him as Armsmaster skids to a halt not too far away. Oni Lee's chest was visibly heaving now, likely from running and teleporting all over the venue to escape his pursuers. Unfortunately, like a rat backed into a corner, he only became more rabid in response, unclipping a number of grenades from his bandolier and tossing them all at the group. "Cover," Armsmaster starts but relaxes slightly as Vista throws her arms up, expanding the space in front of the explosives, which causes them to float directly in front of Lee. The ninja's eyes widen behind his mask as he hastily teleports away, back onto the roof where he tries to stab Assault in the back. Assault hears him coming, however, and throws himself to the side, and in a surprising and awkward series of movies, bounces back off of the floor to deliver a brutal right hook to Lee's face. Crack! Leaving a long, zigzagged line up his metal Oni mask, the punch both denting and cracking the iconic piece. Panicked and concussed, Lee abandons whatever his goals were and rapidly starts teleporting from rooftop to rooftop, quickly disappearing into the city. "Should we chase?" Vista hurriedly asks, looking to Armsmaster. "No, stay and protect the..." Gallant had thought that was the end of things, but had his hopes dashed as metaphysical wave washed through the area. His eyes widened as he looked to his team, shouting both to them and over his comms, "Master effect." "Shit, Dragon, starts precautions, M12 measures now," the armored man exclaims before focusing on Gallant. "Can you tell its origin?" Gallant squints his eyes behind his helmet and tries to follow the sensation, only to be shocked further as he points towards the concert, which hadn't noticed the sounds of battle over the singers. It's coming from inside," he shouts, thoughts quickly moving to Vicky, who was inside the building. "Can you tell what it's doing?" "I don't think so." "Then come on, let's stop them before they can do anything serious," he says before throwing a hand at the other wards. "The rest of you regroup and prepare for master quarantine procedures." "Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best for you." Inside the venue, they find an absolutely ecstatic crowd, all cheering for Canary, who cried as she sang her newest hit song. None of them ever seemed to notice the two capes barging through the crowd to find the master cape. "I think they're backstage, they must be," Gallant says, following Armsmaster as they head behind the stage, only for Gallant to realize something dire. Canary, the singer, was the origin of the effect. This was bad, really bad. How had no one ever noticed this before? Her power was only supposed to make her good at singing, yet he was the only one to notice it had some mind-controlling influence attached to it. This woman had sung throughout the country, in the vicinity of domestic and foreign officials and leaders of their countries. What would the public think if they found out Canary was mastering them? Was she even aware of it? No incident had occurred from it, from what he'd heard, unless she was like the Simurg and was laying the groundwork for a future scheme. His throat was rough and dry as he looked to Armsmaster and pointed to the stage, illuminated by dozens of colorful lights and other effects, with Canary standing in the spotlight singing her heart out. Her emotions were clear to him, so unless she had a way of fooling his power, she was truly sorrowful, mournful, angry, and also at the same time hopeful. She's the master. He has to grab the man's shoulder before he tackles her from the stage. But I don't think she's doing it intentionally." "Oh," Armsmaster's scowl quickly evaporates as if it had never existed. "In that case, let's leave." "Wait, what?" Gallant inwardly shouts at the man's abrupt change of attitude. "Master protocols, Armsmaster has been affected. Get out of there now, we need to quarantine the entire area." Dragon shouts over all the comms at once, sounding almost panicked in her fervor. 38 separate ways. I wake with a start and look around in a mild panic, my last memory being that of getting shot to pieces by some sniper with Tinker Tech weaponry. To my surprise, I wasn't dead, locked up in a PRT cell, or even tied to a chair like one would expect if I'd been captured. Instead, I was lying in bed with thin sheets while garbed in a blue patient gown. I shift my lapel to the side, and am both relieved and disheartened to see no visible injuries, only a couple of circular scars that look as if I'd been stabbed by a searing hot pipe. The fact they were located on my chest in the general location of my heart and lungs was also adding to my stress. It didn't take long to conclude I was in one of the few ABB medic posts around the city, or that it had probably been a while since the raid. Not to mention, over through the door of the room I could see people quickly moving in the hallway. Had something happened? My feline ears flick as I hear someone hurrying down the hall, a familiar voice swearing shit 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 under her breath. Cheryl quietly storms in while shutting the door behind her, momentarily pausing when she sees me awake before firming herself and approaching. "Kiyu, thank God you're awake." "What's wrong?" "We've got big problems, and I mean really fucking bad." My eyes narrow in thought before widening as I ponder on what she's talking about. "Did the attack on the concert work?" I asked, inwardly hoping the ABB choked and smashed their faces into a not-so-proverbial army. She scoffs, not in the way any of us thought. She throws her hands up. That canary girl turned out to be a master, and she managed to get off some orders before the PRT bagged her. "A master?" I exclaim in shock. How the fuck had I missed that? And had I been under her effects while talking to her? What happened? "Your tip-off to the PRT almost got Lee killed, and their EMP field shut down all my bombs. The event didn't even notice the fight going on outside the venue. Then, Armsmaster gets mastered, and before anyone can do anything, Canary finishes her song and gives a speech, which turned out to be a subliminal fuck you to the ABB. Explain, I ask, gesturing for her to continue. She wouldn't be so panicked if it was just the ABB getting their teeth kicked in. Well, turns out Canary's power doesn't just work on those who hear her, but through any live feed too. A good portion of the country had been watching, along with half of the city. Almost all the ABB watching to see the place get bombed too. So, when she gives a speech about stopping the ABB and freeing everyone they've captured, the gang basically turned on itself. The people who weren't mastered tried to stop their buddies from breaking people out, which didn't, since Canary's slaves apparently aren't the most peaceful sort. Cheryl takes a moment from her rant. A quarter of the gang is dead. Almost every prostitute and hostage is in PRT custody under master quarantine, and Lung is on a warpath. And Lee Canaries. Lee's in another location with shattered legs and less ribs than he started with, and no one knows where the PRT carted Canary off to. She shakes her head. I'm honestly lucky I stepped away when my bombs stopped working. She looks up from her pacing and into my eyes. Q, the PRT has your mom. I blink before my body sea-inks in the bed, as if releasing a breath I'd been holding for months. That's good news, I mutter, knowing the PRT wouldn't hurt her. At least not without knowing my real identity. That Canary had gotten arrested for intentionally or unintentionally saving Q wasn't something I'd forgotten either. I knew people hated Master Capes, but it wasn't as if she'd attacked innocents. In fact, she'd all but single-handedly taken down one of the most vile gangs in Brockton, saving almost every hostage with what I assumed to be minimal casualties. Surely they'd be lenient with her. I was half sure she wasn't even aware of that facet of her power, otherwise she wouldn't have used it too blatantly and while live in front of millions. I suck in a breath when my thoughts drift from Canary and back to my present situation. Lung and Nishihara have lost their only real leash for me, and while they were probably both scrambling to rectify the damage to the gang, they'd realize it eventually. I grab Cheryl's wrist, stopping her pacing. We need to leave now. Where's your cape suit? Still at home, wasn't exactly expecting you to be awake so soon. You sure we should leave either? If we go, they'll leak all our shit to anyone who will listen. The fact the PRT would know my relation to Tiu wasn't necessary to be spoken. "We'll need to be quick. You need to tell your family to get out of Dodge while I find a way to break into PRT protection," I mutter, more to myself than her. She sniffs and folds her arms. "To be honest, I'm hoping Lung goes after my folks. Fuckers deserve it." I shake my head at that. Whatever her issue is wasn't something that needed to be brought up. "Then you can help me with Tiu." I chew my lip in thought. "Actually, go leave and gather what you can to tinker. Head to one of the abandoned locations and wait for me." "What ray you planning?" she questions. "Nothing you need to be worried about, just drawing Lung's attention to me. With Lee out for the count, the ABB can't touch me," I say, teeth flashing behind my lips. I had nothing holding me back and a lot of rage I needed to work out. I could probably be more tactical about this, but this was a long time coming. No point in dragging it out. "You don't have to do that for me. Shit, you already saved my life twice, once from the merchants and again on that roof." Or was that twice on the roof? "Who said I'm doing it for you?" I retort. "I just want to twist the knife now that I'm the one holding it." I wave a hand at her. "I'll start in 20, so get your ass underground." Despite her reluctance, she nods and quickly makes her way out. To her, I was a kid way in over his head, but thankfully she seemed to trust me with this. She'd have probably disagreed if she hadn't seen me get shot in the heart and survive, or that Oni Lee was still injured. I look at my hand and flex my claws. Time to get that power-up I've been waiting for. That canary, I'll kiss her for giving me this opportunity. Once the 20 minutes was up and stood from my bed and tied the thin bedding around my waist like a makeshift skirt, covering my ass as hospital gowns allowed everyone access. For some reason. I wasn't exactly sure which site I was in, and only now did I curse myself for not asking Cheryl before she left. Regardless, I made my way to the door and threw it open, causing an armed ABB to almost shit his pants. "K. Kaibio, you scared the hell out of me. You should get back to bed. I'll have the doc get back to you. OUHGH. His eyes shoot open as I dive forward and bite into his throat, tearing it out in one swift motion before latching onto the wound like a leech. My hand covers his mouth to stop his gurgled scream as I suck as much of his lifeblood out as possible. Was it weird he tasted like fish? Probably a sushi connoisseur given the ABB's predilections. With newfound strength flowing through me, I let him drop and wipe my arm over my mouth, smearing the blood across my face like morbid war paint. A gasp down the hallway already had me moving to my next victim, snapping the guy's wrist as I instinctively tried to defend himself with a knife. It was around my fifth victim that people started to notice my rampage and began giving some resistance, dragging out whatever firearms they had in storage to hunt me, which didn't do much as with each person I drained, my regenerative abilities got a massive boost. By the time 10 minutes had passed, people were shouting, "Vampire!" or "Kaibio's gone mad." They tried to flee, but a slash across their Achilles tendon left them to my mercy. To be honest, I'd gone into a sorta groove after the first 20 people. Not even blinking as blood spattered across my face from impaling someone and grabbing their spine, as if I was in Mortal Kombat or something. My flesh spat lead from my skin as I healed from gunshots, and the few people ballsy enough to come at me with blades or other melee weapons weren't even worth speaking of, not unless it was past tense. The number in the facility wasn't all that high due to Canary's mastering incident, so it didn't take long to clear the entire place out. Almost, at least. Using my claw to dig some errant flesh from my teeth, I slowly look up at the security camera and grin, before slowly making my way to the control room. Hopefully, the guy manning the place would know where Nishihara is. POV meet. "Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit." The Japanese man hyperventilates as he backs away from the wall of cameras. Most screens displayed rooms covered in blood and bodies, but it was the hallway feed that truly frightened him. "He's coming for me. B boss, please send someone, please," he shouts into his phone. "I have people on the way. Stay calm and bar the door. Kaibio hasn't shown any ability to breach through titanium-plated steel," Nishihara neutrally states. "Why, yes, you're right," the ABB grunt mutters and hurries to the door, locking it every way he knew how before shoving every piece of furniture available in front of it. We need Lung Sama here. He's the only one who can stop that monster. I have reported the situation to him. You just need to wait and speak with me. Keep on the line and breathe. The boy cannot reach you there. Dang. A huge impact hits the door, knocking a chair propped against it over. But after the fourth strike, the intruder seemingly gives up. I think he's leaving, the man whispers. Good, keep an eye on the camera. Crash. The roof suddenly collapses, and a weight falls directly atop the man, two claws piercing his chest and pinning him to the ground. He tries to scream, but teeth latch around his neck and bite down, crushing his windpipe and severing every artery. Yon, YONE? Nishihara shouts into his phone in a mild panic. That damn cat had killed the 30 men in that facility, along with the incredibly scarce doctors who'd saved his traitorous life. I forgot I was trying to keep him alive. A familiar voice utters over the phone, but this works too. Hiya, Nishihara-chan, the voice smarmily greets. Kaibyo, what have you done? He growls. You do realize what your actions will cause. I regret to say that your poor mother will suffer for your disloyalty. Nishihara spits while trying to keep his composure. Well, that's too bad, I suppose. I'll make sure to bury her next to you after I tear you apart. Hear me. I'm done playing pet for you cunts, child-raping, sex-slaving scum. Maybe if you tell me where you are, I'll be gentle. How about that, Nishihara-chan? Lung wills. Run around like an asshole while I pull the city to pieces looking for you. The only way that sack of shit is stopping me is if he destroys Brockton Bay. He isn't strong enough without going full kaiju, and you know that. With Lee out of commission, who will protect dear old Nishihara-chan? Don't call me that. Do you have any idea who I am? I'm the foundation of the entire ABB. I run everything, everyone. You and everyone else do as I tell them with a smile. Do you truly think I would have no plans for your insolence? I will give you one last chance, Kaibyo no Kiyu, one last mercy. Hand yourself to Lung and I'll spare your mother. No thanks. Oh, and try to stay alive. I know there are lots of people gunning for you, but it'll piss me off if someone gets to you first. The cat snickers before the sound of him crushing the phone ends the call. Nishihara looked at his phone, then to his advisors who'd been listening in. One stood and calmly made his way to the door, causing the rest to rush it, leaving him alone in the room while they sought protection away from him. Shimata. 39, cat got your throat. POV Amy. The first thing she notices upon getting back home and ambling to her room is not the scent of books, the sterile-smelling perfume she occasionally used, or even the smell of discarded, forgotten, and unwashed clothes covering the floor. No, what greeted her immediately as she stepped past the door was the metallic tang of blood. Blinking, she looks around and would have screamed at the presence of an intruder were it not for the hand now cupping her mouth and face. SHH, it's me, Amy. Kiyu. The intruder hurriedly whispers, just in time to stop her from reactively shutting down all major organs in his body. MMPH? She gives a muffled retort before attempting to pry his hand away, the familiar smell of blood almost overwhelming her senses at this point. Once he finally let go, she stepped forward and turned, seeing his completely blood-covered form shut the door to her room. What happened? She angrily says, barely keeping enough composure to not shout. What's it look like? He retorts, going to sit on her bed only for her to let out a peculiar noise. You aren't sitting anywhere like that. I'd throw you in the river if I could, you mangy cat. Why are you covered in blood? And why come here? She asks shortly. He sighs and shrugs his shoulders. The ABB collapsed and I'm taking my freedom. Some of them didn't like that. He blandly says, gesturing down at the blood-splattered hospital gown with only a bedsheet to hide his modesty. Peculiarly, her eyes drifted from the blood to his other appendages, the tail and ears that quirked an interest in not just her power, but herself as well. Like, did he have a set of human ears with the feline ones? How much control did he have over his tail? Were his senses also enhanced? She shakes the thoughts from her head and shoots him a glare, wondering how this cute boy playing guitar on the curb had turned into. This. Did you have to kill them? Surely you could have run, and what about your mom? Yes, probably, and that's what I'm here for in that order. Can you get your sister here? Quietly. No, 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 we're not skipping the fact you murdered a bunch of people. Even if they have your mom hostage, you could have let the police or PRT handle it. His expression drops into a scowl, and if they were holding Vicky hostage, using her as a prostitute, would you think the same? He retorts and nods at the stifled look of rage that flashes on her features. That's what I thought. I need your sister here because the PRT has her, and I'm not letting those smug assholes do what they like with her. But she's safe with them, safer than wherever else you could take her. You're a known murderer and ABB cape. Where else could you go? I think you should hand yourself in and explain everything. A snort leaves him before he can purposely give one. Fat chance. I wouldn't trust those cunts to run a bath, let alone protect my mom, someone who will be targeted by Lung and Oni Lee after they hear of my betrayal. He locks eyes with her. If they were so competent, they would have captured those fucking rapists years ago. Amy, the hospital's on the phone. Brandish, or Carol Dallin, calls while audibly making her way upstairs. Shit, he grunts before moving to the window. I've said my piece. Ask Vicky where the PRT is holding the ABB hostages. She's got my number. He states before leaping out the window and landing on the ground in his cat form. Why, you can't just drop this on me? She quietly shouts at him, not sure what to do in this situation. She knew Vicky would likely help, which would mean literally betraying the PRT to a known villain. Why's it always me? Click. The door opens and Carol steps in with her usual neutral countenance. Did you say something? It smells in here. Did you shower before your last shift? You og. POVQ. While my talk with Panacea wasn't as productive as I'd have liked, I was pretty sure she'd eventually get Vicky around to me. I wasn't risking contacting her directly with all the shit going down. I had no doubt the PRT was keeping a close watch on their personnel after what happened with Canary. With that done, I clamber up a rooftop and smash my elbow into a marked brick, revealing a secret cubby where I'd hidden my bug-out supplies. I couldn't leave all my important shit in my apartment for obvious reasons, and I'd always been planning to leave, regardless of how it happened. Pulling out my spare phone, I call the next person I was sure could help me. If he was still alive, that is. Gigi, it's Kaiju. I immediately say as the call goes through, hoping my fanboy would know where Nishihara had sequestered himself and the other upper management of the ABB. K. Kaibio, you're alive. But they said you betrayed us. He squeaks in a quiet tone, sounding both alarmed and fearful. It's Nishihara that betrayed me. He tried to have my surgery sabotaged, but one of the doctors disobeyed. I know he's plotting to kill everyone else who might threaten his position. That means your parents too, so if you know where he is, you need to tell me now. I quickly spout, injecting as much urgency into my tone as possible. Did I feel bad for taking advantage of the kid? No, 'cause fuck the ABB and everyone in it. Really, we're all here with him now. He all but yelps and I could hear him start to hyperventilate. What should I do? Tell me where you are and get you and your parents out. Nishiharu'll throw you lot to the wolves if it buys him some extra seconds. We're in a bunker under Kojusai Noodles, the 1-2 blocks from the dojo. But there's lots of people here, you won't make it through the door. I wet my lips in anticipation. Did you forget who I am? I'll be fine, you worry about yourself. Remember what I said and get out quickly. Okay, and thank you, really. Beep. I tuck the bug-out bag back into the cubby and seal it back up. No way was I taking my supplies into what would most certainly be a firefight. That said, I do take a Glock and 3 magazines with me. Clean your neck for me, Nishihara. You know, May, to me I feel this whole thing's over. Tobe, an ABB grunt guarding the door to the bunker below size. This whole thing? You mean the mad cat or the shit with that Mainu Canary? Tobe shakes his head, dropping the submachine gun onto his shoulder. I mean the gang. Half our turf is gone, the Nazis are banging at our doors, and the PRT is daring to send their little ward boys and girls near us. Lee's injured, and Lung can't be in 4 places at once. SHH, May holds a finger over her lips. You want the boss to hear you talking like that. Shit, we just saw Ikai get executed for saying that Kaiju had was mastered and that we should be go non-lethal. He probably is mastered, though, Tobe mutters. We gonna ignore that half the gang was also mastered. Why are we going all in on killing one of our only capes? You saw the boss same as I did. I think Nishihara-sama is losing it. The ABB is all I got, she scowls. I ain't going back to whoring myself for those fucking Nazis, she growls, shutting Tobe up. Tobe notices May jump slightly and look down at her legs. A cat. May shrugs, surprised it wasn't scared away by the army of goons outside. She bends down and scratches the back of the cat's ear, drawing a purr from it. She's beautiful, though, white hair and yellow eyes. It kinda reminds me of. She pauses, Kaibio. Tobe blinks and chews his lip, quickly noting the resemblance. The black tuft of fur at its tail and within its inner ear. He starts, but doesn't finish as the cat hops through May's leg and a squelch sounds out. Looking back up, Tobe's shocked to see May's head snapped backwards, her neck completely broken by the cat turned boy behind her. No. Slik. Tobe drops his weapon as two claws penetrate his throat and tear it apart like rotten celery, revealing the spinal cord within. After dispatching the guards at the doors, I collect the two submachine guns before turning back into a cat and sneaking inside. Honestly, thank God I hadn't revealed my changer powers, otherwise this would have been far, far harder. At least that was my thought until I made it down the stairs to the bunker and into a hallway where a small army of armed grunts awaited me. I dodged behind the corner as they opened fire, wondering if they had a hidden camera at the entrance, or if they'd just been told to shoot at anything that enters. Whatever, the jig's up. Transforming back into a human, I raise the submachine guns as if I was Blazkowicz in Wolfenstein and return fire. I keep my head moving against the barrage of bullets, but still end up taking a shitload of damage. Thankfully, none of it was Tinker Tech, allowing my regeneration to brute force through it. Seriously, though, taking enough lead to the chest to poison the city's water supply was almost the worst, barring the strings of flesh my arm was hanging on by. The couple bullets I took to the head scrambled my thoughts for a moment, but I managed, and by the time I was done, I looked like a zombie. Regardless, I dropped the submachine guns and ran at the remaining gangsters who were desperately trying to reload. Barely anyone had anything better than pistols, the best of which was a submachine gun similar to what I'd stolen. Thank you again, PRT, for heavily regulating the weapons trade. With a strangled roar, I leap into the crowd with claws bared, red in my vision from the pain I was experiencing. The amount of damage I'd taken would have killed an average brute, let alone a regular human. Sparta descendants were overpowered. Soon there was no one standing, and the new influx of blood gave me the second wind I'd needed. Extracting my teeth from a corpse's jugular, I crack my neck and glance to the CCTV camera blinking with red light. Like the show, just wait for the finale. I chuckle grimly and stomp towards the door at the end of the hallway, my Glock in my blood-slicked hand. Without another moment's wait, I slam my foot into the door, kicking it straight off of its hinges and revealing the large room behind them. Many folding chairs had been set up and upturned, sat in front of a stage and projector. It had already been abandoned, but I quickly caught the scent of those expensive cigars Nishihara liked to smoke with his buddies. Ignoring the sounds of panic in the nearby rooms, I moved to the stage and gave the hardwood plinth a kick, knocking it off of some hidden metal tracks and revealing a trap door. This is some Resident Evil-level tomfoolery, all for a shitty escape hatch. Cracking it open and climbing down, I find myself standing before a heavy tungsten door. A panic room from what I could tell. Yeah, no chance I was getting through this way. I glance at the tiny air vent on the wall. Luckily, Nishihara likely hadn't cat-proofed it. If some random house cats could wedge themselves in glasses and vases, I could definitely squeeze my ass through this thing. 40 warranted escalation. A dusty one-way vent later, and I was staring through the grill into a holdout room. It had all the necessities one needed to survive a somewhat prolonged stay: rations, bedding, filled bookshelves. Judging by the sound of running water in the sole other room present, Nishihara was freshening up. Hopefully the cunt had shit himself upon hearing my arrival. I headbutt the grill with strength a regular cat couldn't generate, catching it with a claw as I jumped to the free bed. There I waited, back in my humanish form, for the man to finish. That way he'd likely taste less of shit and soy sauce. Click asterisk. Nishihara steps out, a towel over his shoulders revealing his fat, unkempt body for all eyes to see. I'd never seen him look so relaxed, not that it lasted. He spotted me and his body halted, his eyes widened in sheer terror. Had he realized the panic room now served as his coffin? You know, it's a lot less fun if you aren't raving and screaming. You have no idea how many nights I've dreamt of killing you. Thinking up all the punishments I'd subject you to, tying you to the back of a truck for a ride across the state, see how much of you is left. Cover you in honey and chain you next to an ant nest, like the shit they did in the Dark Ages. Hell, for irony's sake, I'd considered drugging up the biggest stallion I could find and turning you into its glory hole. I sigh while swinging my legs off the edge of the bed. But looking at you now, I glance over his form before locking eyes with him. Are you even worth the effort? He starts to splutter, face reddening as pride overseated his fear. Banged. His body shudders as a bullet rips through the man's neck. I blow the smoke from its barrel and step toward him as he begins to collapse against the wall. My claws dig into the flesh of his chest to hold him up, gripping a rib like it's a handle. Some crime lord, whimpering like a dog and crying now that the end's coming. How many people have you hurt like this? I shake my head as he weakly tries to pry himself away. To Lung, you're just a slave. To me, you're barely even food. I growl before biting deeply into the man's throat, fatty blood streaming down my gullet as if I were trying to swallow a water fountain. Stepping out of the panic room, I found the facility empty, everyone having already fled. I didn't much care, though. They'd either be too scared of me to continue working for the ABB, or they'd be my next influx of BP. Back inside the now ransacked Kojusai Noodles shop, I was confused by the gunfire occurring outside. Stepping out, I'm greeted by the sight of a 7-foot-tall Lung dropping the corpses of ABB grunts. He was still a man, but I could see faint signs of scales peeking out from under his skin. Fools, traitors, all of them. The man growls behind his dragon mask, dropping the corpse with a crushed skull to the ground. The thought of shooting him in the back of the head enters my mind, but I wasn't sure that'd work even on his base form, otherwise the Empire would have done it yet. Plus, if I distracted him for long enough, wouldn't he start devolving? He only gets stronger when in combat, so unless his power counts verbal spars as combat, it should work. Nah, he's not stupid enough to fall for that. Banged. Lung stumbles forward as the 9 cracks against the back of his skull, the attack clearly taking him off guard. Unfortunately, it appeared that his skull was too thick to breach like that, so instead of wasting time firing more bullets, I drew one of the Tonto I'd stolen from Lee's private stash and lunged at him. Another traitor? Lung angrily shouts and swings an arm behind him. I duck under it with ease, not minding the building heat spewing from the man's pores as I deftly stab upwards, trying to go up through his mouth and into his brain. Tink. Did this fucker just catch the blade in between his teeth? You're dead, cat, he growls through gritted teeth, raising his arms up and bringing them down on my position. I abandon my blade and slide backwards out of his reach, but a gout of flame jumps at me as he hits the ground like a knockoff Hulk smash. Ignoring the quickly healing burns on my forearms and backup, I circled the steadily growing man, looking for some place I could actually attack. I was fast, but not fast enough to get a hit in and not get grabbed. If that happened, getting hugged and burned to death was the most likely outcome. What's wrong, Lung? Upset I fucked up your gang of rapists, killed Nishihara, I taunt. He spits out the Tonto and snaps it between his hands. It is as it will always be. The weak die, the strong survive. You are a delusional ant if you think you can face me. He literally spits fire. For a bitch too afraid to show his face, you talk a lot of shit, I state, taking notice that he wasn't growing anymore. You've destroyed assets that will take time to rebuild. Nishihara was a fool for bringing you to us. You were never one of us. Just a weak white dog that was bound to bite. A scowl marred his face as he began stomping towards me, quickly breaking into an all-out sprint. I reply by doing the same, my claws now extended as I try to work mana through them. Not that it'd be much help given how bad things were going. Fall, his haymaker punch morphs into a kick, forcing me to alter my duck into a front flip, barely avoiding it. I end up yelping as the man catches my tail out of the air and swings me towards the ground. Slick. Severing the caught appendage much to the man's shock, I twist, kicking a foot into the back of his knee. It wasn't enough to bring him to his knees, but I used it as a step to reach his face. My claw's index fingers stab into his eyes without resistance. I do my best to scramble his brain, but he just roars in anger and tries to pry me off of his back. Scales form faster up his back and neck as he flails in a fury, my position on his back getting further and further from the ground as I try to dig my claws deeper into his head. "What does it take to kill you?" I shout as my shirt catches fire. "I cannot die, you pissant," Lung roars, eyes glowing the same orange as molten metal. "Fuck you, slaving scum," I shout back, burying my teeth into his neck before the scales can cover it. His boiling blood scorched my tongue, but it was like burning your mouth on the most decadent, luxurious chicken soup you can image, albeit with the tang of metal. In response to my rather undignified attack, he uses his newly grown fangs to bite into my forearm, immediately tearing out half of the muscle and leaving scratches in my radius bone. Crash! Lung smashes his back into a building, squashing me against it and breaking a few ribs. I endure the pain, though, and keep biting into the guy's neck, feeling his lifeblood accelerate my body's healing to the extreme. Before he even slams me against the wall again, my injuries had healed, though this just allows him to break this again. Fuck, my claws had gone almost 6 inches into his brain. How was this cunt not dead yet? Worse, even his fucking head was growing in size, making my attempts to kill him via his eye sockets useless. All of his attempts to pry my hands away had just fucked him up more, but... "Get off!" the man screams in a fury unlike any other, tearing my hands away from his face and throwing me across the street and into a wall. I blink the stars out of my eyes and look down at my hands, still gripping pieces of the man's skull and brain matter I'd ended up taking with me. Serious, how this fare? Another shout has me looking up, only for a boot to obscure my vision. Crunch! I'm thrown through the brick wall of what was once a pizza place and into the kitchen, knocking over a fridge with my face and already fractured skull. I groan and find myself sitting inside a sink, dirty kitchenware serving as cushions. From the hole I'd made in the wall, Lung steps in, now 8 foot tall and almost entirely covered with scales. Every exhale resulted in small wisps of flame, and burning claws longer than my own had sprouted from his hands. "Time out," I groan, prying myself from the sink, and enduring the uncomfortable sensation of my skull forcefully piecing itself back together. Lung doesn't reply, instead attempting to run me through with his claws. Stronger and faster than before, he cuts through my patient gown as I jump out of the way, leaving me only wearing my sheet diaper. I grab the nearby fryer and drop the thing on him, but all the smoking oil does as it hits him is burst into flames, achieving nothing but making him more dangerous to approach. As if to emphasize the futility of it, Lung lets out a deep, guttural laugh as he continues to slash at me. The clock on the wall is bisected, the fridge from earlier is thrown at me, and the fucker even tried to smack me with a burning pizza plank. Having decided this was a lost cause, I sprint out of the kitchen and to the door, running out onto the street where a shitload of police cars were waiting, guns in hand. Not just them, PRT vans were behind them, and I could hear the familiar sound of Armsmaster's bike approaching in the distance. "Freeze! Tell that to the fucker on fire!" I shout, dodging to the side just as Lung charges out of the pizza place, now 9 foot in height with fire jumping from different parts of his body. "Is that Lung? Shit!" one of the officers shout, opening fire and prompting the rest to follow. Bad idea, I mentally remark as the bullets bounce off of the guy, only serving to anger him further. CAAT, he roars, keeping his focus on me and following as I leap over a police cat and sprint down the road. I throw a glance over my shoulder and pale slightly as the 10-foot lung charges after me like a bull seeing red. Pick on someone your own size, you ribbed fucking dildo. DIIIE. 11 foot tall. Yeah, shit's fucked. 41, heating up. Lung what? Directly Pigott all but wails through the call. He's rampaging through the city after the ABB Cape Kaiju. Armsmaster exclaims through the inbuilt comms in his helmet as he rides to the scene. Sorry, former ABB Cape. Who gives a shit what distinction you make when there's a dragon destroying the city, COLIN. And this had to happen now of all times that I'm on business out of the city. Look at the bright side, you'll be able to come back and sweep up our ashes. He drawls, swerving hard on the bike to avoid an oncoming vehicle attempting to escape the immediate area, obviously not wishing to be incinerated. How big is he already? 11 approaching 12 feet, he'd be bigger if we hadn't called on the police to stop firing at him. But as things are looking pretty dire, we've never seen Lung lose his temper like this before. He doesn't even seem to care about burning his own turf. Whatever Kaiju did must have been big. That just makes things worse. The city's barely held together with glue, duct tape, and mutually assured destruction, something Lung apparently doesn't care about anymore. Pigott bites her nail from the hotel lobby. She'd been forced to take the call in. We'll do our best, Director, but I don't see a way to stop Lung without bringing in help. Maybe if he was smaller, it might be possible, but that time's past. Try Dragon, maybe she have some protocols for this scenario. I'll call her. I doubt the triumvirate will decide to involve themselves, so let's hope she answers. She shakes her head. Keep the wards out of it, we don't need to throw a bunch of kids at him. I know they'd likely only make him grow larger. What about Kaiju? Armsmaster queries, sliding around a corner and driving onto a road of half-melted asphalt. If Lung doesn't kill him, try and bring him in. He's not a top priority, Lung is. Roger. So that's the situation, Amy states, sitting across from her slowly blinking sister. Vicky. Let me get this straight. Guitar Boy came here and asked you to ask me where the PRT is keeping his mom. And you said, okay, she calmly repeated, expression fixed. I mean, what else should I do? You'd get mad if I didn't tell you, and I'm not even sure what to do right now anyway. Like GRRR. She frizzes up her brown hair in frustration. You know him better than me, right? Can you even trust what he's saying? What if he's just playing with us to get inside the PRT? Victoria stifles a snort and kicks her feet up. You say that like I've met him more than 3 times. I don't think he's a bad guy, though. I kinda admire him. A bit, she admits with a shrug, drawing a weird look from Amy. What? You admire a villain cape that's murdered a bunch of people. Now you're just putting words in my mouth, kinda. I mean, a lot of what he says makes sense, but what I like is he has the balls to follow through with it. After all, when's the last time you heard of that white asshole or that cricket girl killing someone? Not at all, right? Seems to me like getting rid of them works pretty well. Vicky. Don't Vicky me, Ames. If people weren't such wusses, maybe Aunt Jess would still be alive. I mean, I bet if I turned the TV on now, there'd be more news of another villain attack, more innocent people dead, and for what? Actually, let's do that. She stands despite Amy's desire to stick to the topic at hand. Snatching the remote from the bed, Victoria turns the TV and is immediately greeted by breaking news. A scene of a fully scaled and on-fire Lung running through a street chasing after a white blur, which turned out to be Kaiju. Vicky rigidly turned to Amy and threw her hands at it. See what I mean? I get it, Amy hurriedly says, trying to placate her sister as she keeps an eye on the screen. Well, at least we know Kaiju isn't just an ABB spy or something. Vicky blinks and realization strikes her. Oh shit, he's gonna get killed. Stay here, I'ma find me dragon to fucking destroy, she says, storming out of the room to retrieve her costume. Wait, that's Lung. There's no point even trying. Let the PRT handle it. Mom'll get pissed at you again. Amy follows, trying to stop her sister as she tries to slide the tight-fitting costume on. You shouldn't get involved. What if people find out you know him? And let some down-on-his-luck kid die to that monster? Hell no, didn't you hear me earlier? If I'm too scared to break some rules to get some real justice, can I even call myself a hero? And what happens if you don't get yourself killed? Let the world know New Wave is friends with a murderous cape, that we condone his actions. Even if we survive the public outcry, Mom won't let this go. I don't care if she grounds me for life. Vicky slides on the last of her costume and turns to her sister. Besides, I doubt I'll even get a chance to talk with him while I'm pounding that lizard into the dirt. You stay here safe, she states before throwing open the window and flying away. Vicky, damn it, Amy growls, punting one of Vicky's many plushies and feeling even more conflicted than earlier. Thwoom. Thwoom. Shit, that's hot. I can't help but shout as a fireball cauterizes the stump of my tail that'd been attempted to regrow. I was forced to twist my ragged sheet diaper to stop from accidentally mooning the world with my ass. I'd been trying to lure Lung to the pier where I'd hopefully be able to knock him into the ocean. I wasn't sure if that'd do anything, but at the very least it'd give me the opportunity to escape. My initial thoughts of killing him had vanished when he reached the 10-foot mark, his back becoming hunched as the scales covering him grew thicker, enough so that the bullets from the cops literally bounced off of him. The police had fucked off halfway through the chase, leaving the giant flaming asshole sprinting after me. Sure, I was more agile than him and probably faster, but I was also now much shorter. Combine the strategically thrown fireballs that expanded upon hitting the ground and moved to intercept my path. The big bastard was, if not getting closer, maintaining the distance. I was sure if he got any bigger, I'd be unable to outrun him. Shit, the one time I tried to escape over a rooftop caused the guy to follow behind, his red-hot claws allowing him to follow, while also accidentally setting the entire flat estate on fire. Barely front-flipping over another wave of fire that sprung up in front of me and burst back towards Lung, I'm almost relieved by the arrival of another cape. A chrome Tinkertech bike covered in pulsating blue light skids to a stop at the end of the street. Armsmaster stepped off in his power armor and pulled out his trademark high-tech halberd as he took a stance before us. Both of you stop or face the consequences. The PRT will not allow this farce any longer. I sprint towards the man, ignoring the heat on my back as I slide next to him. He stiffens up, but upon seeing my surprisingly relaxed posture, turns his attention to Lung. At least until... Tag, you're it, I exclaimed, slapping him on his metal ass as I sprint away towards the pier. His eyes shoot open behind his mask, my moment of sexual harassment momentarily distracting him from the big-ass man-dragon charging his way. Oh man, he shouts, twirling his halberd which transforms into what appeared to be a frame for a shield. Blue light sprang to life in the center, creating some sort of force field barrier. Just in time, too, as a wave of fire crashed into him, causing him to slide back a couple of steps at least, until his metal boots shot spikes into the road to keep his ground. The fire was just the appetizer, however, as Lung's massive form barreled into him, the shield holding up for a moment before fizzling out. Armsmaster's armored body is flung right into his back, causing both to skid and collide with the building behind them. Luckily for the PRT cape, Lung wasn't interested in finishing him off, instead continuing his sprint after me, now 11 feet tall. You couldn't last longer than THAAT, I shout as Armsmaster groans a good distance away. Die cat, Lung bellows. POV glory girl. She could see them now, CYOA running to the waterfront that already been evacuated of civilians, leaving behind many boats and other vehicles. Lung was quickly catching up now that the cat cape was on flat ground with nothing to maneuver around or use to block the rapidly growing fires. Stop running, Lung suddenly roars, swinging his arm and blasting a wave of fire at CYOA. It doesn't shoot directly for him, however, instead going past, then wrapping around like some sort of hellish net. Unable to get past, CYOA was stuck, sliding to a stop in front of it and taking a nervous glance behind him at the rapidly advancing Lung. He raised his arms and readied his claws, but it wasn't needed as Vicky had finally arrived. CYOA, she shouts as she blurs past, flying directly into Lung and smashing a brutal punch into his masked face. Crack. The metal mask shatters into a million metal shards and reveals the inhuman face underneath, his expression one of shock, pain, and surprise as it deforms under the sheer force she'd just provided. Sharp teeth explode from his mouth as he head whips to the side, his body following as it crashes into a nearby bus stop, leaving a trail of fire from where his feet had dragged along the floor. Holy shit, Kaiju exclaims at the sight, eyes wide at the spectacle. You're damn right, Vicky snickers in response, smug at the reaction she'd drawn from him, shaking her smoking fist as she kept her eyes on Lung, ignoring the helicopters flying overhead recording everything, so she did her best to seem neutral as she continued speaking. You got a plan to deal with this chump, or? She asks as Lung clambers back to his feet, angrier than ever. POV Kaiju. I was gonna try dump him in the water, see if that cools him off, I idly say, still baffled by Vicky's arrival. I'd never really thought about it before, but this girl was damn scary. The fact she was like a baby Alexandria too just pushed me to be more cautious about drawing attention too. This girl could fly and lift tons like it was nothing. If she'd hit me with even a quarter of the power Lung just took to the face, I'd be a wet red stain. Kill you! Lung suddenly shouts as a pillar of fire bursts from him. The sheer heat of it even from a distance starts to burn my skin. No, you don't, Glory Girl replies by lifting a downed lamppost and smacking him with it, unfortunately despite her attempt to knock him closer to the water front. Lung catches the offending object which was already beginning to turn red-hot in his grasp. She strains against him, barely holding him in place as I approach, only to dodge backwards once more, not from fire this time though, but from a knife. I catch the next one out of the air as it flies towards my neck and blink, glancing at the nearby alleyway where an androgynous-looking clown was stepping out. Circus, I utter in confusion. What's a two-bit thief cape doing here? And why was he trying to fuck with me? A little help, Glory Girl growls, feeling the lamppost heat up in her hands. Any longer as the dragon would have a giant fire poker to swing around. Should have stayed dead, Circus quietly states as she thrusts a hand out, causing one of the fires Lung had caused to jump up and shoot at me. Can I catch a break? 42, Dragon disposed. The redirected fire from Circus burns my calves as I roll out of the way, accidentally plunging a foot into molten asphalt as I hurriedly evade two more knives from my opponent. God damn it! A growl slips from my lips as my foot heals while encased in the rapidly cooling material. The glance I send at Glory Girl leaves me concerned as she abandons the molten lamppost, Lung proceeding to wildly swing it at her while she zips through the air to dodge it. Clink! I smack a knife out of the air with my stolen one and slam my foot into the ground, breaking apart the asphalt encasing it. You couldn't have picked a better time than this, I spit at Circus. Now seems perfect. They drawl, their head tilting up as a wave of heat washes over both of us, Lung firing a huge fireball through the air at Glory Girl. Circus reaches up and grasps the air with both hands, redirecting the wave of death in an arc, causing it to shoot down towards me. Well, at least that helps Glory Girl. I throw my knife at Circus and run directly at her, and the huge wave of fire drops towards me, hoping to at the very least catch them in with their own attack if it hits. Thankfully, my thrown weapon cuts into their forearm, causing them to spin backwards like a ballerina. The fire falls and explodes behind me now that her control has been severed, allowing me to shorten the distance between us quickly. I throw a punch with all my weight, intent on taking the cunt's head clean off, only to find myself face to face with a sledgehammer that'd been pulled out of seemingly nowhere. Crunch! My nose and some of the bones in my face crumble as my body spins through the air, my momentum working against me as Circus rearranges my face. Idly while in midair, I could feel my orbital bone rubbing gruesomely against the back of my eye. Exploring the sensation further would have to wait, however, as Circus had raised her hammer to flatten my head against the road, now that I'd finally landed. Hastily, I claw some asphalt into my hand and throw it at her face as I roll to the side, feeling the top half of one of my feline ears disappear. I try to grab the sledgehammer but find it already gone, replaced with knives in both of my opponent's hands that were speeding towards me in a gutting strike. Gritting my ruined teeth, I perform a kick-up, my hands reaching the floor over my head as I spring up with both feet slamming against her face. Her blades slide into my sides but do little to no damage. My attack to her face, however, did almost as much as her sledge. Croquet. She span away while throwing knives that I ducked under, her nose now resembling a pug's under that domino mask. Her makeup was smudged and covered in blood. By the way she was gritting her teeth, I'd pissed her off. "Why, you're dead," they whatever angrily shouts, reaching into her pocket space and throwing out several canisters, all of which were labeled with a small flame. Yeah, it didn't take a genius to figure out her intent. I kick one back at her before sprinting in her direction. The incendiary grenades explode into napalm-like flames, which she manipulates to follow me, but I was too quick. She summons her sledgehammer to attempt a similar attack from earlier, but I see it coming, punching right through the handle before grabbing her face and forcing it upwards. My teeth, now healed from the combined efforts of Avalon and my demon physiology, bury themselves into her jugular, which I tear at like a rabid animal. I make sure to do enough damage that even if she got me off, she'd bleed out in under a minute. Not that it mattered. I control her arms to prevent her from giving me the shiv, and all she could do she scream in terror as I tore her apart. CRASH. Something explodes nearby, but when I look up I see Glory Girl half buried in a wall with Lung rapidly approaching her. She tries to shift some bricks off of her, but is somehow too weak to budge them. Dropping Circus corpse, I run in front of the now towering Lung and throw my hands up. "Oi, Wyo, you snake fucking cunt. Your beef is with me, leave the chick alone," I shout at the top of my lungs. The Mandragon snarls at me, and unfortunately, he isn't quite as stupid to ignore his advantage. Flames smolder in his clawed hand as he throws a fireball at Glory Girl, who can only look up helplessly at it. I wasn't fast enough to intercept it, leaving me as helpless as her. Thankfully, not all heroes in the city were completely useless, as Armsmaster flies through the air on his bike and cleaves through the fireball with his polearm, dissipating the flames as if they were never there at all. "Both of you get back, you're only making this worse," he exclaims after he lands, skidding to a stop in between me and Vicky. "Good idea, maybe we can calm him with some tea, retard." I all but spit at him. "You know what I mean," Armsmaster exclaims. Glory Girl, now with her strength apparently returned, explodes out of the wall and crashes into the dragon's chest, uncaring of the burns she receives as a result. Lung stumbles backwards slightly, but his continually growing form doesn't receive any lasting damage at all. "We need to stall him, help's on the way," Armsmaster reluctantly says to me before speeding off, his halberd's blade glowing blue as he rides under Lung and passes by his leg, but clean through the ankle. Well, I'm fucking useless here, aren't I? Every time Vicky hits Lung, she has to land and recover for a moment to go again. Armsmaster slowly whittles Lung down to keep him from destroying anything else, but all he's doing was fueling the monster's growth. Unless Alexandria or Eidolon was on their way, I saw no way this was ending well. Fuck it. I quickly climb up the nearest building and sprint across the roof, reaching almost 60 miles an hour as I leap off. I land directly on Lung's shoulder, gritting my teeth hard to ignore the horrific burns I was acquiring from being in his mere vicinity. Using his scales and the spikes growing from him, I deftly make my way up to his head. His humanoid face had morphed to one more suited for a leech, but that didn't mean he wasn't without common vulnerabilities. Before he's able to react, my claw pierces his eye and pulls out a clump of flesh behind it. He shrieked and raised his hands to slap me away, but I'd moved to the other side and clawed the other out, my hands, legs, and chest blackened, and burned enough that anyone else would have been bedridden for years. With that done, I leap from the flailing giant Vicky, catching me in midair and setting me down a good distance. "Jesus Christ, are you all right?" Vicky worriedly exclaims as she sees my state. Fine," I rasp, my throat almost as badly burned as the rest of me. Honestly, I had no idea how I'd managed to take out both Lung's eyes, as I could barely stand as is. "Well, you don't look fine. We need to get you help now. Ames can help. I'm not letting you die like this." I grab her arm, stalling her from flying to her home. Even with my injuries, I was well aware of the helicopters all flying nearby, broadcasting everything to the news. "Lung's not done yet. I'm good." I heal. You won't die?" she asks, now looking over to Armsmaster, who was barely avoiding getting stomped on by the blind dragon. "Cross my heart." She nods, laying my steaming body on the floor and blasting off toward the dragon. "Oog, I think I'd rather just burn to death than exist like this." My wounds were healing, but it was slow. The damage I'd accumulated through the day, combined with the sheer number of burns, I had had my regeneration struggling to keep up. I laid there for who knows how long, the sounds of battle ongoing, when finally I heard what sounded like a jet engine. A huge robot dragon plunged from the sky towards Lung, a barrage of weapons firing from various areas of its body as its four limbs grab a hold of the burning dragon. It grips Lung by his face and the stumps that had been growing into wings and lifts him from the ground, passing over the ocean and disappearing behind the horizon with him. The news helicopters all followed, unwilling to miss the scoop of the month. That was Dragon, the most powerful tinker in the world, and she'd done what Glory Girl Armsmaster and I couldn't seconds after arriving. Sure, she hadn't killed him, but this still counted as defeating him in my books. Footsteps stop next to my head and I see Armsmaster looking down at me. Did I mention I was naked? Or that my cock had melted off during my climb up Mount Lung? Thank God it had grown back, otherwise I'd have let Lung finish the job. "You're under arrest," Armsmaster drawls, preparing some high-tech-looking cuffs. We get him some medical attention first. Look at him." Glory Girl lands and jabs a finger at the burned, human-shaped salami that become my body. "He'll heal," the man shrugs uncaringly. "But this is under the authority of the PRT. New Wave has no business obstructing justice," he calmly states, but before he can cuff me, the sound of a roaring engine draws everyone's attention. "Get out of the FUCKIN way, cock SUCKERS." A familiar voice shouts at the top of their lungs as a supped-up Volkswagen GTI tears down the road, blaring its horn with a Kiss song blasting from the speakers. It crashes into the side of Armsmaster's bike and sends it spinning away into a nearby shop front before speeding towards the group. Glory Girl steps in front of me to block it while Armsmaster leaps to the side. The car drifts around us as the driver tosses some smoke bombs from the window, obscuring the area. I could hear Vicky stomping around, swinging her arms, but before anyone could do anything, I was dragged away. By the time my sight returned me and Cheryl was speeding away from the scene. "Why'd you come?" I asked, slumped across the back seats. "Why didn't I stay put like a good little girl while Lung fucked you up?" "Oh, I don't know, maybe because I owed you one," she drawls despite how nervous she seemed. "Or maybe you're just growing on me." "And you make a TinkerTech car?" I can't help but ask. "TinkerTech? There's nothing TinkerTech about this pile of crap. I just stole it." "Damn, they're getting away," Armsmaster growls, looking over at the building where his bike had been buried. "Go, chase them. We can't let Kaiju go after all this." Vicky raises her hands up, showing how badly burned they were. What was left of her white gloves were still smoldering. Even some of her hair was blackened and singed. "You think I'm going anywhere like this? You go, I'm gonna see my sister," she states before flying away. "Wait, damn it!" Armsmaster kicks the road. At no angle was this incident going to look good for anyway, except maybe Glory Girl for risking her life to stop it. The wards and police were trying to stop the ABB from rioting with Miss Militia, while assault and battery were still on their way. "What a complete shit show," he muttered, running a hand through his singed beard. 43. Staring at stars. Welcome to the Parahumans online message boards. You are currently logged in, the real Panacea 555. You are viewing threads you have replied to, and threads that have new replies, or private message conversations with new replies. Thread op is displayed. 10 posts per pay. Last 10 messages in private message history. Threads and private messages are ordered chronologically. Black square. Diamond suit topic. MY fucking house is gone. In boards discussion, Brockton Bay breaking news. Pater Patoto original poster, Brockton Bay resident, DWA. Posted on July 25, 2010. I thought I could handle the endless crime, the corrupt as FCK cops, the useless heroes, and the never-ending number of lunatics that no one does anything about. But I'm so far past the line that it'd be easier to see it from space. Me and my wife go out for some food, as you do getting home from work, only to come home and find the entire area looking like it had been hit by a volcano. It's only when I check my phone, which I turn off on dates because I'm a good husband, that I find we've been hit by the latest FC King Cape attack. That giant-scaled CNT destroyed everything. Now I could get past losing my stuff, even if my insurance doesn't cover every material thing I have. But they destroyed all my photos, all my and my wife's things from our childhood. He killed MY fucking dog. Billions of dollars worth of property damage, all caused because the fucking PRT couldn't spare 2 minutes to send Mr. God Hero to kill this guy. I want REPRATIONS. We're homeless and I haven't heard a peep about helping those affected by this self-made disaster. Foxy Trot 2, Brockton Bay resident. Posted on July 25, 2010. Yeah, you, me, and the 1,000 other threads on this same topic. Go shoot a message to an official PRT account and they might do something. It's not like this can sweep this one under the rug. Ringler Dingler 69, Seattle resident. Posted on July 25, 2010. News is they got other state capes coming in to help with repairs. At the very least, it'll stop the Nazis from going too crazy with the extra capes on hand. Not fucking likely though, PNG. Ulstis Periodic, Brockton Bay resident. Posted on July 25, 2010. What I want to know is how this happened in the first place. First is more gunshots than usual in the neighborhood, then ABB trucks speeding through the streets somewhere, and now half the city's on fire. Like HOW. Foxy Trot 2, Brockton Bay resident. Posted on July 25, 2010. At Ulstis Periodic, were you living under a rock? Most of it was broadcast live. Judging by the fact the first feed on it was the ABB cat fighting the ABB dragon, it's pretty obvious the former's collar was getting too tight. One of my buddies heard that Kaiju massacred an entire noodle shop, forcing the big guy to put him down. You guys saw how that went. Never thought I'd see Glory Girl and Armsmaster team up with a murderous lunatic, but I guess the world is crazier than I thought. Hammer Time GIF. Kellogg Sipperk's Brockton Bay resident, temp band. Posted on July 25, 2010. At Foxy Trot 2 Piss Off ABB Simp, everyone knew that Noodle Place was a chink front. Bet they served up gutter oil and fried rats to keep the atmosphere. Ulstis Periodic, Brockton Bay resident. Posted on July 25, 2010. Ignoring the at Kellogg racist, just looked at the recordings. Why is no one talking about Circus trying to whack Kaiju? Some almost comic relief thief suddenly tries to assassinate a cape in the process of stopping and bringer light. Where's the coverage? Ringler Dingler 69, Seattle resident. Posted on July 25, 2010. At Ulstis Periodic, it's buried under news of Lung's capture, Armsmaster's recent interview, and New Wave's advertising push. I'd why they think producing new dolls of Glory Girl with a half-burnt costume is appropriate, but that's super creepy. Also, the attempts to vilify Glory Girl for not immediately going after the half-dead Kaiju who'd been whisked away in some Tinker Tech Mobile are mongoloids. Not only did the child almost die fighting for what to me sounds like his freedom, but neither of the heroes were ready to tank on some new tinker with an unknown specialty. Young-Ho American Board Admin. Posted on July 25th, 2010. Thread locked. I hate to prune this, but there are literally 200 other threads on this same topic. Go forth and spam, ducklings. Panacea, there's 2 more people with severe degree burns. Amy looks up from her phone and slowly gets out of her seat, costume sticking to her back with how sweaty his was. Who knew when she'd be allowed to go home, or when injured would stop arriving? The stars flickered playfully above me, making me feel as if I were staring at the vast night sky, only to soon come to my senses in realization that I was back to the strange hub that greeted me every night. I must have fallen asleep in Cheryl's stolen car because I don't remember much after being saved. Hopefully, she managed to escape somewhere relatively safe. Damn. Lung was definitely in PRT custody, but all my shit was in the penthouse apartment. The odds of some ABB schmuck taking whatever's not nailed down while the gang collapsed was too high to ignore. Were I not a formless mass in this never-ending night sky, I'd be simultaneously face-palming, crying, shouting, and scratching my eyes out. Just recalling the agony of getting burned alive multiple times almost forced me into a panic attack. Without the shitload of adrenaline running through me, I could truly look back and observe how close to dying I'd actually come. Forget getting assassinated by some coil goon, the dragon was the real threat. Seriously, if Glory Girl hadn't arrived, Lung would have stomped my ass like a fucking Goomba. And unlike the games, that crap wouldn't be anywhere near PG. The flickering stars draw my attention once more, and finally I'm able to sense the well of power that represented my stored BP. Needless to say, the bloody jaunt I went on while massacring the ABB had netted me more BP than the totality of what I'd gathered before. I was almost giddy as I saw my options, though that excitement turned to stress when I realized I had to choose what I wanted. I'd had a light outline of what I'd wanted before, but that was if my BP gains kept at the same crawl. Fortunately, it could be adapted to the sudden influx and new options. First, I picked from the sword or Emiya tree, taking reinforcement, structural grasp, and projection. This would finally give me the means to use magic, or magecraft as the locals of that world would call it. Reinforcement was necessary if I wanted to keep up, and would be far more effective than how Shiru Emiya had used it. The most obvious difference was our bodies. He as a regular human was nowhere near my demon/Nekomata crossbreed situation, and while he did have Avalon healing him if he ever overdid it, his healing was nowhere near mine. I could shatter my legs with an overcharged reinforcement kick and still be ready to fight, for example. From there, I was pretty sure I could morph it into some bastardized version of Artoria's mana burst. Without the problems Shiru had with his dogshit mana capacity, I was sure I could get it down. It made Artoria, someone who's relatively weak compared to most high-level melee servants able to go face-to-face with a madness-enhanced Heracles. Just what could I achieve if I used it with the strength of Dante or Virgil? Even the Endbringers would run if I ever reached that level. That wasn't the end of reinforcement's usefulness, however. It could also be used to enhance things outside of my body. For example, I could enhance a pipe to become almost unbreakable, or a gun, or, if what I was hoping for worked, enhance Tinker Tech. Structural grasp was essentially the base of everything Emiya was known for, to analyze and understand an object as if he were reading from a comprehensive blueprint. Due to his weirdness, he took it even further, able to take conceptual things like the experience from past wielders too, though he could only do this for blades due to his specialized element and origin. For me, who had that plus whatever my original ones were, I could do the same, even if it would take some practice. Finally was projection, which was essentially just transfiguration from Harry Potter, to change magical energy to a physical structure. It's the base, crappy version of his tracing magic, but it was useful enough right now. I'd be able to create knives, swords, and even guns, though it'd be harder to do the latter due to previously acknowledged specializations. I could even reinforce the projected objects, making it so I was never left weaponless. These 3 spells would massively boost my combat capabilities, but more than that, I was hoping it'd help me expand my magical repertoire. I wasn't naive enough to think it'd be easy, but now I knew what to expect. Next on my list of purchases was Demonic Attunement from the main class tree, from which I immediately select the element I'm attuned to as time. I was actually surprised it allowed me to pick that, but it made sense given the wide variety of demons in the Devil May Cry universe. Why did I pick time, you may ask? Well, ignoring how powerful it already is, I was hoping to try and replicate the magecraft of Shiru Emiya's father, Kiritsugu Emiya. His spell essentially allowed him to manipulate his flow of time, speeding himself by 2 or even 3 times. It was powerful, and in my hands, it'd be even more so. Lastly, and with the little BP that remained, I take Rule of Cool, as staple in Devil May Cry while also pretty fucking broken in reality. Basically, it's low-level reality manipulation that makes cool actions more effective and actually viable. Things like throwing knives behind myself at a random grunt would almost always hit if it was something I could have done facing them. Performing ridiculous acrobatic maneuvers or hilariously impractical martial moves that you'd usually see in kung fu movies would now work. Now, I didn't purchase this for my own vanity or something, nor to go further up the class tree, which was necessary to get to the higher level abilities. No. To me, this was essentially a buff to every movement, action, and skill I use in combat. My running, jumping, punching, everything would be smoother to conform to what's cool. And while it's technically only a slight buff, combined with time manipulation, reinforcement, mana burst, Tauki, Senjutsu, and Virgil's Dark Slayer techniques, the only person who'd be faster than me is the Flash. And even then, maybe not. It was like I was busting out Kaioken on top of the 2 million Super Saiyan transformations in Dragon Ball. I was hoping they'd stack multiplicatively, but I'd not be upset if it was only additively. The bonuses would be enough on top of the strength I'd gain from simply being a son of Sparta. Not to mention, what I was really looking forward to was seeing how tracing Magecraft interacted with Virgil's Mirage blades. Since both were to my knowledge created by the soul, I was sure it'd be possible to machine gun fire noble phantasms. Hell, if it worked, I'd make Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon at max speed look slow. With all that done, I look upon the stars and close my eyes, satisfied with my choices. 44. Landfill. With Circus' abrupt failure to kill the disruptive cat, Coil was left conflicted on his next course of action. He'd thought sniping him during the chaotic gang brawl was enough. The Tinkertech weaponry should very well have liquefied his internal organs, rendering most methods of regeneration and healing void. Except that wasn't what happened. They somehow survived and decided to pick a fight with Lung. This wouldn't have been a negative situation had the cat simply died, but instead it was Lung that was captured. Without the Dragon of Kyushu leading the ABB, the gang was approaching a fast dismantlement. Worse, the vacuum of power allowed the Empire to gain much territory, subsuming the previously ABB-reliant businesses into their own empire. Without the ABB, the only groups who could challenge the Empire were the merchants, which were somehow even more fractious than the ABB currently is. Faultland's crew of Case 53 freaks, or his own group of course. He wasn't willing to commit his full resources towards a now unstable goal without assurances. And as the cat still lived to suppress and distort his power, attempting to seize control now was a fool's errand. Thus, he decided to use his new group of recruits calling themselves the Undersiders. They were kids, but with Tattletale at the helm, they'd likely be as efficient as any special forces group you may find, if vastly less disciplined. He'd hoped to use her power to uncover a means to deal with Kaiju, but all that did was reveal the cat's apparent thinker immunity. The moment the girl tried to infer information about him, she was struck by the most violent thinker headache he'd ever bore witness to. Blood spewed from her eyes and nose, and if he wasn't using a parallel line, she'd likely be out of commission for a long, long time. Coil releases a long sigh. It's just what he needed. one of the only capes immune to his powers arriving in his city mere months before he enacted his grand plans. Regardless, he couldn't let it all fail now. The Undersiders would begin working to seize territory from what was left of the ABB and cut out a portion of the city for themselves to begin expansion. They'd not be enough, he knew, but with his and Tattletale's powers working in conjunction, he could at the very least determine where the cat would be and how to avoid his influence for the time being. Why do the worst things happen to the best people? He sarcastically mutters to himself. POVQ. The hideout he and Cheryl were using wasn't the prettiest, but the fact only dung beetles and the most cracked-out junkies would willingly enter it gave a large degree of anonymity. It was essentially a ransacked office building placed directly next to an abandoned landfill on the outskirts of the city, likely owned by a gang that stayed until they couldn't bear living next to the landfill any longer. The smell was hell for my enhanced senses, but the shitload of scrap metal and electronics was too valuable for Cheryl to pass up. It had only been a day since the lung incident, and she was quickly turning her regularly modified Volkswagen GTI into a tinker-modified one. This was Cheryl's true power as a vehicle tinker. It seemed that making explosive RC cars had been stifling to her, as she'd been in an almost continuous tinker fugue since they'd determined that they were safe. The weapons she'd already installed on the Volkswagen looked like some shit from Mad Max, or the cheap Australian version of 7. The wheels could extend small, incredibly hot flame throwers that melted rubber in around a second. Metal took longer, but they were designed to disable other vehicles. The headlights could act as sudden flashbangs, going so bright that blindness was definitely a risk to regular people. Under those were machine guns, and while they were low caliber, they were only due to Cheryl's lack of proper materials and resources, along with her relative inexperience with tinkering. The last thing she'd installed was an honest-to-good nitrous tank. No, not just the regular, faster-button oxygen injector, but something matching what you saw in video games. I'm not entirely sure how she did it, but there was no point in thinking about it. It was black box tinker tech after all. I kept an eye on her from a nearby bench while practicing my new magic. To put my experience simply, it was both harder and easier than expected. With my demon/Nekomata physiology, I was already able to channel magic better than most magi, and now that I had some programs to use, I could perform the spells on my first try. That said, using and using well were two very different statements, at least in regards to me. My first attempt to use structural grasp on an apple caused it to explode like you'd expect when reinforcing an object too much. Channeling too much magic quickly became a common problem, as while I could use structural grasp and reinforcement on metal and some wooden objects, more delicate things like food and unenhanced flesh tended to fall apart under my power. Another thing to note is the fact that structural grasp gave me something akin to a thinker headache if I used it too much too quickly. The first time it occurred was when I tried the spell on the whole office building. Calling it mental overload would be putting it lightly. I was lucky I had regenerative abilities, otherwise I'd probably be suffering permanent brain damage from my reckless attempt. Reinforcement was easier to use and came to me more naturally. I was primarily using it to reinforce my body simply due to how durable I was. Reinforcing separate organs like my heart, eyes, or brain was still a no-go, but with enough practice I'm sure I'd get it down. Even with my apparent talent for this spell, however, I'd accidentally exploded one of my fingers when trying a Deku flick from My Hero Academia. It healed quickly enough, but now I knew whereabouts my current limit was. Last and certainly the most difficult was projection. Since my structural grasp only worked on more durable objects, those were what I could project. I'd gotten metal bars down quickly enough, but when I moved onto metal pipes, I'd sometimes end up with a flaccid pipe. Jokes aside, I could now project kitchen knives relatively well, even if they all came out incredibly dull. Just another thing to practice, I supposed. The less said about my efforts to control my new time affinity, the better. I'd have probably been better off picking something like fire, but I assured myself that I'd picked a late-game ability. Oog! I blink as Cheryl groans and slumps onto the bench next to me, her hands, clothes, and hair covered in motor oil and other disgusting scents, she'd picked up digging through the landfill. Despite how dirty and exhausted she looked, her expression was one you'd see in porn on women after an hours-long gangbang. Enjoy yourself?" I slowly asked, unsure what she was experiencing. It takes a moment for her to respond, but after 7 or so seconds, she turns her head with a satisfied smile and nods. "Feels like I got my brains fucked out after a 10-year-long dry spell." "Ah, something to do with being a tinker then?" I questioned. "Something like that. It's hard to describe for non-tinkers, but there's like a constant pressure in the back of my head whenever I'm not actively making something. Even tinkering under the ABB hadn't fixed it because I was holding myself back. It was like being denied an orgasm for weeks," she exclaims, only to blush when she looks at me. I shouldn't be saying this stuff in front of a kid." I shrug. "You're talking to a former ABB cape. I'm probably more experienced in this stuff than sex workers at this point. Most people don't even acknowledge that smut and rape exist, let alone having to be around it." "I guess you're right. It's been rough, hasn't it?" "For both of us. You're free now, but I still have some things to finish." "Your mom?" I nod and release a sigh. "Yeah, my plan after breaking her out from PRT custody is sending her off to what's left of her family in Vietnam. The country's a shithole, but it's safer than being near me." "How are you going to get her out of the country? They control the airports, don't they?" "They do, but she's not important enough for them to follow her through Mexico and into Brazil. She'll get a flight from there. It's not like I can't afford it." I mutter the last part. With Canary headed for the birdcage, my passive income would probably drop to 0. No one wants to sell stuff from a known master, and it isn't like the underground scene that form would pay me dividends anyway. "Sounds like a plan, I suppose," she tiredly remarks. With that line of conversation over, I return to my magecraft. Channeling prana mana whatever the fuck they wanna call it through my arm and into my hand, blue circuit-like lines ran across my skin, illuminating the immediate area in a dull turquoise. "Projection," I whisper. The real name of the technique was usually called gradation air, due to the object existing on a time limit before disappearing. I'd come to a realization, however, that my version, while not technically different, was functionally far better. The reason for this? Well, in Fate, the world was a living, breathing being. It was alive with its own mind and own interpretation on how reality should run. It impresses its own reality onto everything and everyone. Gradation air essentially forces an object from your mind into reality, powering its existence with mana to resist the world's reality where it didn't truly exist. But what would happen if the world wasn't alive? What would happen if the world couldn't resist the projected object's existence? Blue particles coalesced atop my hand, arranging themselves into the shape of a kitchen knife, one I'd found in the landfill. Like it, my projected knife had every imperfection and spots of rust the original did. I wasn't skilled enough to modify my projections yet, and doing so would take a long time to figure out. The projections were relatively fragile due to them being solely comprised of magic. Damaging them too much would cause the spell to break down. This knife, for example, would vanish if it got even a single chip. Unlike Shiru or any other Magus from Fate, though, my projections didn't degrade with time. They weren't on a time limit. Without Gaia fucking with me, my magic was more efficient in every regard and only had to function according to my own reality. Hell, if I ever managed to create a reality marble, I was sure I'd be able to activate it without cost, and its range would basically be infinite. It'd compass the entire Earth. I twirled the knife in my hand. That was just personal conjecture, though. I wasn't sure exactly how reality marbles worked, nor did I know what would happen if one was activated in this world. "New ability?" Cheryl asks, intrigued by my strange new powers. "Yeah, I think it's something like Miss Militia's power, but broader and more difficult. I can create objects out of nothing, but I need to be really familiar with them. They'll always just be copies too, never better," I say in a half-lie. While copies of objects would never be better, when I learned how to modify my projections, the sky would be the limit. "Any object?" slowly asked. "I think with some effort. Think you could create Tinker Tech?" Now that is the question, isn't it? 45 chances and choices. POV Amy. Yes, yes. Amy sighs. Yes, Vicky's all right. I've already healed her burns. Just let her rest it off before you drag her in for random interrogations. We wouldn't call it an interrogation, merely an inquiry on your sister's relationship with Kaiju, the PRT agent neutrally states. Our relationship? You think she allowed him to escape or something? Or maybe it was. Amy trails off as she stares at her window, where a familiar white cat had just jumped in from. Miss Dallin. She chews her lip. Sorry, I just don't want to see my sister hurt. All those burns, she should never have been allowed anywhere near that psychopath. That is also under investigation, Miss Dallin. An inquiry from the chief director in Lowe's Angels has all but guaranteed it. With that said, are you sure there was no prior communication between your sister and the former ABB Cape? There is another incident on file in which he managed to escape her. Not that I know of, I didn't even know they'd met before. I try to keep out of Vicky's business. She stares at the cat sitting casually on her bed. Is that all? I've still got homework to do. Certainly, we'll be in touch. Beep. Amy tosses her phone aside and runs a hand through her hair. Look at this, you're making me lie for your and Vicky's sake. She jabs a finger at him. Transform now. Last I saw you looked like Anakin Skinwalker. The cat does as told, his form stretching and contorting into his partly human form. He was completely unharmed from his experience with Lung a few days ago, much to her surprise. She remembered healing his severed leg before, which should have healed if his regeneration was as strong as it seemed now. Or maybe it could do everything but recover lost appendages. Regardless, since he wasn't dead or dying, she could do this. How dare you put my sister in danger? She rears back and delivers the hardest slap possible to his cheek, unfortunately barely tilting in his head. What? She suddenly gasps, looking down at her hand in shock. It wasn't his lack of response or any harm to herself that caught her off guard. It was the fact her power hadn't given her any information about his physiology whatsoever. That, she utters, brows furrowing as she steps closer and pokes him in the cheek. I don't mind getting frisky, but I came here for a reason. He jokes to avoid the awkwardness of the situation. This isn't right. Yeah, your parents would probably. No, I mean my power's not working on you. Amy cuts him off, now almost nose to nose with him, palming both cheeks. I can't feel a thing, not skin, not bone, no organs or brain waves. You're feeling my skin now. Shut up. When you were a cat I could feel you, why's it different now? She exclaims almost accusingly, eyes lidded in deep concentration. Maybe I'm more resistant. Like a subtup Manton limit. Kiyu gives voice to Amy's thoughts. Dr. Manton had spoken of the limits of powers, the fact most telekinetics couldn't just rip someone's eyeballs out of their sockets or crush someone's heart was an arbitrary limit, especially for those who could lift and crush literal tons. Amy had never found anyone truly immune to her powers before. Sure, there were case 53s that were resistant to her powers, in that their forms would either give her a headache once touched, or would revert back to abominations not long after fixing them. But this was different. But why can I feel you as a cat? Unless that's not actually you? I was joking about skinwalkers earlier, but does it work like that? She asks, mind so abuzz with theories that she'd forgotten to take her hands off of him. As far as I know, I just transform into a cat. But then how did it heal your leg if it was just a flesh suit? Is it like alabaster? She chews the inside of her cheek. POV. I'd only come here to thank Vicky and see if she could help get Tiu out of PRT control. The girl hadn't responded to any of his texts, so he was honestly worried about her. But how had he ended up getting groped by her sister? Removing Amy's hands from my face, she paces around the room for a bit before coming back for seconds, this time reaching to unzip my hoodie. Your clothes don't transform with you because it's not your real body, she mutters in realization. As far as I knew, I did actually turn into a cat, which is why her next words drove a spike of fear into me. If you die as a cat, would you revert to your humanoid form healthy? All right, that's enough, head chop. He-ick, she yelps as I smack her on the head with the wrath of an angry god. Metaphorically. Snap outer it, where's Victoria? Amy blinked a couple times before pausing, a troubled look striking her not long after. Sorry, I don't know what came over me. Her eyes regained focus. But that doesn't change what I said. You put Vicky in danger like that again, and I swear you're done. She growled. Besides, Mom's grounded her for like 2 weeks after the stunt she pulled with Lung. If I wasn't able to heal, she'd be scarred for life head to toe. 2 weeks? There's no chance of getting out of it? I asked, more like pleaded. Without Vicky's help, I'd have no real way to gather information about the PRT. Amy might be able to help, but she'd need to go out of her way for it. She barely ever left the hospital, let alone visit the PRT. Glory Girl was at least known to visit the wards. As it is, I wasn't sure if Tiu was being held on the rig or the city-based PRT HQ. Any news on the subject kept the ABB victims' whereabouts undisclosed. Sorry, Brandish isn't exactly happy with anyone right about now. Amy shrugged, still looking at him speculatively. So what? I'm stuck waiting for your mom to let her go, see if the PRT for some reason lets Tiu go or break in there completely blind. Well, when you put it like that, I'll repeat what I said before, though, the PRT won't hurt your mother. You might even be able to spin it like you were using her, she tentatively adds. Spin it? You weren't adopted by her for that long, so if you leave her maybe they'll assume you aren't as attached as they think. She spots my scowl. Just spitballing. You have any idea how many of my problems just vanish when I ignore them? They wouldn't believe it. I was only with the ABB because they were using her against me, plus my spat with Armsmaster during the bombing. I lie against her bed and palm my face. This shit just kept happening. I needed to be stronger, strong enough that even Alexandria couldn't force my hand. The magic was a good start, but still not nearly enough. Any chance I could get you to brainwash the... No, she all but spits in my face. Yeah, expected that. I sigh and walk to the window. Let me know if anything changes. Until then, stay out of trouble. I say, turning back into a cat and vanishing into the night. So how'd it go? Cheryl spots me moping through the back door of our temporary base. Nothing and nada, I drawl, diving onto a ratty couch. Oof, that bad. I send her the best deadpan I can manage. How'd you feel if all your plans fell apart due to a teen getting grounded? Like all my plans got shredded by a teen getting grounded, she says, half answer, half question. Never mind. So what's your plan now? She cracks open a beer and falls into a nearby chair. Now, well, I guess I'll try and hunt down some of our old colleagues. The PRT wouldn't hold innocent people for too long, so those involved are bound to know where they're being held. And then we stage our breakout, she chuckles. Sour. Well, yeah, there's no way we can stay in the city after cracking open a PRT safe house. We'll probably be run across the state until they give up. You never did mention on what your plan from here on is. I thought you'd stick around here tinkering. I mutter. Things had been left unsaid, and personally, I half expected her to try for amnesty with the PRT. They'd bend over backward and suck a fart out of their own asses for a tinker of her specialty. And leave this clueless kid fending for himself? She shakes her head. Get over yourself and accept some help. It's not like I have anything else to do than explore my powers. What better way than with a willing test subject? I wouldn't go so far as willing. Best you're gonna get is reluctant. I drawl, swiping the remote and turning on the TV. Cheryl's specialty worked in surprising and obscure ways, even managing to use a car radio to set up a stable cable TV connection. Numerations. And lastly, directly Pigott pauses dramatically, everyone else in the press conference holding their breaths for whatever was important enough to be left for last. She lets out a breath and leans on the podium, sending a glance at Miss Militia, who stands at the side of the stage. We at the PRT have come to a decision regarding the villain known as Kaiju. We intend to offer Kaiju amnesty in return for joining the wards and participating in our rehabilitation program. This includes therapy and master vetting. A murderer joining the wards, someone shouts from the crowd. A child barely a year older than Vista, Director Pigott angrily retorts, who, I remind you all, did not join the ABB willingly, proof and point his death match against Lung. She glares down at the journalists. Can any one of you here seriously say the boy had a chance? Had a choice? The PRT prides itself on our empathy and proactivity to do the right thing. Could we truly say that if we scapegoated an admittedly foolhardy boy who ended up being a major contributor to Lung's imprisonment? I didn't think so, she states at the audience's lack of response. Now, should Kaiju be amenable to this, he should either present himself unarmed to the nearest PRT office or get in contact with any of our many liaison officers. She shrugs. Hell, send a message through FA if you want. So long as you present no threat or hostility, we will greet you with open arms. Any questions? Miss Pigott, there have been numerous cases of horrific murders which we now know are at the very least related to Kaiju. How can you ensure the safety of the other wards around him? A likely mentally unstable case, 53. Aside from the abundance of procedures designed entirely for that, perhaps because we won't force the boy to join us, it will either be of his own free will or not at all. But if he doesn't join, you will continue hunting him, the journalist sneers. Sounds like blackmail to me, Director. Pigott sneers right back. As you said, we cannot allow a known murderer to wander the streets. We must ensure he is not a threat to the public, no matter how dismal his situation. For now, we are offering the best we can as we understand that not everyone has a choice in their actions. But now, with Lung out of the picture, you do. She stares into the camera once more. Make the right decision, Kaiju, for everyone's sake. BZZCH. I look down and find, to my surprise, the remote had been crushed in my grasp. What the fuck? That changes things, right? Cheryl says, searching for a reaction, positive or negative. Yeah, it does. 46, negotiation. Okay, cool. Cool as the Arctic wind in the Arctic? I chew my lip from the rooftop I was leaning over, observing the front door of the main PRT office. My decision to accept their deal hadn't come lightly. The risks of getting involved with a group that was undoubtedly involved with some secret shit on the level of MK Ultra was hard enough to swallow. But in the end, the opportunity lined up too well with my goals to ignore. That's not to say it'd be all hunky-dory as soon as I turned up. I had no idea if they were actually being honest with their proposal, nor if they were aiming for something else. I wasn't about to hand myself to some master to see if their power worked on me, even if I doubted it. I had made some preparations for this, however, a series of videos that would be sent out to the public if I didn't use a coded message to stop them. In the event, such mind control only affected my personality and left my knowledge intact. I'd gotten a promise from Amy that she'd save me if she noticed any master bullshit. Sure, my power didn't work on her, but maybe in my cat form she'd notice something. Cheryl herself had decided to remain in the junkyard, both to tinker and to remain as a backup if my plans went tits up. The only real thing I could do now was either to hope the PRT weren't fucking me around, I was strong enough to escape if they were, or get the public rioting of my other precautions fell through. To them, I was just a 13-year-old forced into a life of crime. To hear I'd been mastered and brainwashed by their so-called protectors would probably lead to the end of the organization, or so I hoped. Okay, no time like the present then? I hop off of the roof and onto the street, the midday sun revealing my face to the many passers-by as I calmly make my way to the office. My decision to do it now proved effective, as by the time I reached the automatic double doors, I had a small army of civilians with their phones out behind me. The two PRT officers standing on either side of the entrance froze upon seeing me, my earnest smile sending a shiver down their spines as I casually walked by. They barely managed to force the door behind me closed and locked before the crowd of people followed. KKBO, we were expecting you to contact us first, the receptionist all but squeaked, eyes darting to the security guards. I was able to tell the exact moment she realized the guards would be useless if things turned violent by the way her breathing picked up, and was I able to smell her fear? That or she and or someone else had pissed themselves. Really, I thought you people would want to get this done with quickly, or was waiting a day too much, I say evenly. I wasn't sure how much they knew of me, but this was my chance to choose the perception I wished. And no, we would have liked a little warning. We could have had someone escort you, prevent a crowd from forming too. She waves a rigid hand at the door, which had basically become a wall of phones and cameras at this point. I shrug. So what now? Maybe some food. I haven't eaten in a while. Maybe a hot dog after the lung thing. I hope you won't send me away for stealing it. The woman's eyes soften slightly, but her expression remains locked. If you'll just follow one of these gentlemen to the waiting room, Director Piggott had already been made aware of your presence. There'll be tea and cookies inside. The two guards jump when I turn to them, the duo glaring at one another as if to decide who'd take me. In the end, the receptionist points one out, and I'm swiftly taken from public view. So, good job with Lung. Guy was a monster, so we're glad he got taken out before we had to deal with him. The man rubs the back of his head. Could you imagine what a guy like that would do to a guy like me? Nothing pretty, I'll tell you that, he says, staring imploringly into the CCTV cameras lining the hallway. Thanks, no one's ever thanked me for heroing before. WL, this is it, he suddenly announces, opening a door on the right and gesturing me in. Just wait inside for the bigwigs to arrive. I do as he says, but just before I enter, I look him in the eyes and smile thoothily, displaying my large canines. Thank Eric. His breath halts. How? He follows my eyes to his name tag. Ah, you got me, brat. Stepping inside, the room itself was a sterile white with boring blue carpet, the only thing decorating it being the small metal table in the center of the room, a chair behind it. In all corners of the roof were cameras facing inwards, no blind spot in sight. Sighing, I sit down, and unfortunately there were no cookies. So he's just sitting there, doing as he's told? Piggott questioned Dragon, who was keeping watch on the young cape through the security feeds. He's calm, no sign of doing anything other than negotiating with us, though he didn't make any effort to avoid the public. Intentional. No way to tell as of right now. The only information we have is from prior reports of his behavior. The ABB members we've captured called him a monster who eats people. Judging by some of the scenes he'd left, I'd no dismiss it so quickly. Dragon warned. Has Colin gotten his equipment ready yet? Almost, as always he likes being prepared. In the meantime, I have Susan Carolyn, his former CPS agent, on the way. Hopefully, a friendly face will put him in a talking mood. I would like to recommend putting him in contact with his mother if you truly wish to have him join us, however. Not so soon. The risks of something happening are far too high. The woman doesn't know of his crimes yet, and if the reveal ends with her cutting ties, I'd rather not have that kid rampaging. I'll send Battery and Vista to assist. It's right next to Arcadia, and she's getting out of school, I think. They'll keep him in place until we figure out what to do with him, Piggott states. Only if he becomes violent, right, Director? Dragon questions unsteadily. If he refuses to join the wards, we'll have no choice but to act, is all Piggott says in response before cutting the line, leaving Dragon alone with her thoughts. Hi, Q, it's been a long while, hasn't it? Susan greets me with an obviously forced smile. Remember me? I'm that busybody that was helping you try get into school, the CPS lady. I let out a breath through my nose. I remember. What happened to that friend of yours, Teresa? Susan snorts despite herself. Never saw her again after the first time. Guess she was kind of wrong about you too. You can't be a case 53 before triggering. She gestures at his inhuman features. Not to mention the fact you still remember everything. Our mutual dislike of that woman aside, how have you been? How do you think I've been? It was rough enough being some whitey working the cart with Mom and ABB turf, let alone being a case 53. I can't even go outside anymore, I sigh. I feel like the ugliest person alive sometimes, I admit. That bit was actually kind of true, regardless of how attractive I seemed to others. Being a cat boy was in no way something I'd ever wanted. I felt like a freak show at a circus, made only worse by the instincts I get sometimes. The fact I'd gotten completely used to the urge to drink blood, the need to mark territory, to lick myself clean of stains, or even panicking at the sensation of my feline ears even slightly wet. The only good part about it was how comfortable sleeping in general was, especially under sunlight. That probably stopped once I became part DXD devil. They were the antithesis to light, to the point of getting weaker and exhausted more easily during the day. Kiyu, you're not ugly. I don't doubt that you'll be swamped by modeling agencies once you join the PRT. Not to exaggerate, but you are literally the dream boy of some people, she says, looking at him kindly. Does that include you, miss? I tentatively ask while staring at her intently, wanting to see her reaction. Oh, Charmer, don't, or it might actually start working on me. She waves him off, a wall of professionality erecting before her. Speaking of charming, how's your friend doing, Miss Hataro? Take Sheeta, my expression drops. Still in the hospital recovering from the terrorist attack, I'd imagine. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. It must have been hard being forced to work under them after that, she states. Didn't have a choice. It was either I did it or Mom dies. I just about managed to keep her from being forced into prostitution, though, so that's a plus, I drawled in a lifeless tone. She nods reassuringly. You did the best you could. I'm sure anyone with any sense can see that. I'll have to thank Canary for saving everyone. All those people, men, women, children, entire families. All of them were saved by her. She's a true hero, I ardently say, eyeing her expression carefully. While this woman was likely only a consultant for the PRT, her response to me could say 1,000 words. I still had no idea how they could justify throwing Canary in prison after both single-handedly wiping out a whole gang, along with rescuing almost every victim within it. The master accusations were bullshit in my mind, as she clearly had no idea she was doing it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have done it live in front of the entire nation. Oh, is that how you see it? She asked. I nod. How else could I see it? She sang for us, did everything to help us while the rest of the world was happy to watch in silence. She mastered tens of thousands of people. And did she mean to do it? Do she hurt anyone besides the sex slavers? Well, not from what I heard, but there has to be an investigation. That's why she's headed for trial. She explains it away. And if she's charged, what then? I ask, voice sterner than the facade I'd been putting on. Susan wets her lips at my accusing tone and inconspicuously wrings her hands. I doubt they'll punish her after they see all the evidence. If that does happen, though, there will be a good reason for it. I frown. Will the PRT be forced to be remuneration then? I heard they knew about her powers, yet they still let her sing. She starts, only to be interrupted by a short knock on the door. It opens, revealing the masked faces of Armsmaster, Battery, and the shorty hidden behind them, Vista. The PRT knew her power to be supernaturally good singing, nothing else, Armsmaster robotically states. As someone who was mastered by her, her powers were far more insidious than one might expect. He turns to Susan. You may leave, I will take it from here. But, leave, Kaiju is in good hands. I snort yes, ignoring the fact I despise you. Your bike's still in pieces. Oh, and how's life up on that yacht? Not a yacht, he growls at me, likely from all the flack he got after my disappearance. Our argument certainly hadn't done his career any favors. He quickly ushers Susan out of the room before slamming the door, leaving her, Assault, and Vista outside. He lays a clunky suitcase on the table and stares at me, as if trying to peer into my soul. 47. Opposing opinions. Armsmaster? I think to myself, looking between him and his over-engineered monster of a briefcase. The grumpy asshole controlled much of this city's PRT tech-related resources, yet here he is, interrogating a kid and clearly unhappy about it. Forget your halberd, I snark. I was told I wouldn't have to use it, he states, reaching over and unlocking the clasps on the briefcase. He doesn't open it yet, however, instead just resting his arms on it. To start, I have a few questions that will need to be answered. Any attempt to lie, avoid, or obscure will result in your immediate expulsion and arrest. Understood. I shrug, and how are you going to judge what's a lie and what's not? If it's based on your subjective reasoning, then I'd rather you just cuff me now. Regardless of my opinion for you, I will act with professionalism as my station requires. The results will be from lie detection technology, objective, unobtrusive, tried and tested. Sighing, I slump in my seat and wave a hand at him. Well, go on then, quiz me. First, you will intentionally lie to make certain your peculiar physiology is not obstructing the results. What color, typically, is the sky? Either he is less sure of his tech or he's tried it on case 53s before. Whatever, it's not like I can lie in any case. If it doesn't work, then fantastic. Otherwise, I'd just be stalling for time. Pink. Armsmaster's mouth visibly frowns. HMPH, as expected of such a specimen. It seems we'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. He opens the briefcase and pulls out a high-tech-looking recreation of a polygraph. While my other device failed to accurately adjust to your physiology, I'm sure you still have a heart. If your mind is still human, this will work just fine, he says, hooking me up to it while I give him a blank stare. What color typically is the sky? Pink. His expression doesn't shift this time, meaning he got the expected answer. I wasn't sure how my ability nullified other powers, but it seemed that physical detection units like this would still work. It wasn't like I knew any of the techniques to get around it either. Good, now is your name Kiu and Gillette 1ECDC La? I couldn't recall my past life's name, so yes. How old are you? 13, probably. If he was annoyed at my vague answer, he didn't let it show. Were you forcibly inducted into the ABB? Yes. What is your opinion of the PRT? He questioned, seeming almost eager at my answer. Now, how to word this without pissing them off and blowing the ward's offer. A necessary, if ineffective, evil for the current state of the world. Ineffective, Armsmaster groused. Heartbreaker, Slaughterhouse, ABB, Empire, Merchants, Coil, Teeth, and the thousands of other capes, organizations, and institutions that you people allow to exist. You have the most powerful capes in the world at your disposal, and you're more focused on doing advertisements and sucking cock. I jab a finger at him. Either the people who control the PRT are intentionally stupid and/or corrupt, or there's something else going on. We will take your words under advisement, he blandly replies, displaying no reaction. What are your intentions for joining the wards? I want to stop being hunted and see my mom. The rest of what you're offering I couldn't care less about. I simply state. You lied. I tilt my head at him in thought. Okay, I'd like to make the world a better place as well then, will that do? I say, recalling my plans to gather information to break Canary out. After all, a world where that girl is imprisoned with evil scum isn't a world I want to live in. He doesn't pursue my answer, likely deciding it was some childish flight of fancy to be a hero, that or some heroic aspiration that he couldn't care less about. It was good, as I didn't think I'd be able to wheedle around my intentions for Canary if he truly came at me. How many people have you killed? People, I snort, none. Armsmaster opens his mouth to speak, but slowly shuts it upon getting the result from the machine. Explain. I only put down scum that deserved it. Subhumans who'd be more useful to society, mulched, treated, and canned. An ethical Soylent Green. I joke, despite meaning every word of it. Call it rationalization, but I honestly considered the ABB, Empire, and Merchant cunts I killed to be less than people. For everything they do, the evils they commit, they relinquish their rights to be called anything but vermin. That, the hero trails off, is unacceptable reasoning. Even the worst criminal deserves a fair trial, and even the worst of the worst has a right to life, he says, as if trying to teach a child. The PRT's current kill orders say otherwise, don't you think? I retort. You couldn't honestly and seriously suggest everyone had a right to live when the PRT actively hunted and put huge bounties on dangerous capes. The Slaughterhouse 9 were worth millions at this point. The kidnapped and brainwashed little girl wet tinker of theirs was just as hunted as the rest. Those are different circumstances. Because they're too dangerous to control, if someone's too powerful, they waive their right to life. No, just because you can grandstand over insignificant scum doesn't change reality. Your PRT is like me, dangerous scum gets put down. If you can control them, you imprison them. Armsmaster sighs. You won't be able to join the wards if you try to murder people, scum or not. Then I'll hold back, but know this, if someone shows themselves to be too dangerous to me, the public, or society in general, I'll kill them. My lips quirk. For the good of the world. Do you or have you ever engaged in cannibalism? I tentatively ask. I fold my arms. This had been one of the questions I'd prepared for. It was well known at this point that I ate people, but no one truly knew why. Thankfully, some of the current theories floating in threads would help with what I want. My powers require I drink blood. I need it. It's a basic fact of my new body. Without it, I leave it vague, wanting him to draw his own conclusions. You die, he questions, but I don't answer. It has to be human, but Cape blood is far better, not sure why, but it's orders of magnitude more effective at keeping me sated. You could say my quality of life is determined by the quality and quantity I receive. Of course, I only targeted criminal scum for my fix. I explained. So you will require blood while in the wards? He furrows his brow in consternation, looking half ready to cut the interview short. How much? I grin, displaying my large canines. I could drink non-cape blood endlessly. I've found that the stronger the cape, the less I need. A couple gallons from weak capes sates me, less for stronger people. If it's not too much trouble. Just see it as another business expense, like whatever funds the materials you build into Tinker Tech. Armsmaster rubs his jaw. I'm not sure how the public will receive that information. He shakes his head and wonders if Aegis would be willing to donate some blood. His powers make him perfect for the position after all. Some final questions before a decision is made. Do you intend to hurt, harm, or do anything to negatively impact the current members of the wards? No. Do you intend to hurt, harm, or negatively impact the PRT? I don't know. I will serve justice. If the PRT does something evil, then I'll go against them. I state, causing Armsmaster to pause and grumble something under his breath. Do you have any problem submitting yourself to mandatory PRT checks? This includes therapy, power testing, education, risk threat assessments, health tests, drug tests, psychological review. As long as you don't probe or dissect me, fine. Just give me the option to take an alternative if I find something too much, I guess. The man slowly nods. You will also be required to participate in costume design, publicity events, and the like. He pauses at my scowl. You will not be required to do advertisements, but if you seek to advance your career and popularity, it is a must. How the public receives you determines how the PRT treats you. Understand? Yeah. Lastly, do you intend to engage in any more gang-related activity? I never wanted to, and I will never willingly go back into it. I say, prompting the man to shut his briefcase and stand. Wait here. Depending on how long it takes to deliberate on your answers, you will be watched for 1 to 2 days. You will be granted a room to sleep in. Be thankful you will be provided a television. Do you have any questions before I leave? Yeah, how's the pay? $8 an hour. Most of our ward's income derives from publicity deals, toy sales, interviews, and more. Is that all? I shrug and he exits, shutting the door behind him. That could have gone better, but it definitely could have been worse. They were probably worried about issues of privacy concerning the lie detection technology. This interview might have to go on public record, and the options in what they can do to me, a 13-year-old abused youth, are quite limited. Hopefully they'll decide soon. So how'd it go? Assault asks as Armsmaster exits the room, Vista perking up to hear his response. It wasn't every day you got a new teammate after all. Complicated. He holds disdain for the PRT but does not seem malicious, more distrustful for the institution. Can't blame him. From what I've heard about his life, he's right to think that. Vista can't help but add to the discussion. Armsmaster shakes his head. Regardless of the reasons for it, it's still a less than desirable trait for one of our wards. He despises our relationship to the public and has some less than savory views on criminals. Like what? Vista questioned. That is private, the man easily responds. The interview has been sent to the director. Now we wait for their response. Vista, you may leave, but the director has requested you stay in case Kaiju decides he'd rather not join. Time off school, count me in. He nods, go take one of the rooms, I need to speak with Assault privately. He says as she skips off, leaving the two men alone in the hallway. Bad, Assault simply asked. Armsmaster nods. He apparently requires blood to survive. The rumors of his cannibalism weren't exaggerated. Not only that, he sees criminals as animals to be slaughtered. That mindset, while matched by some in the PRT, is simply unacceptable for a ward. The kid's therapist is gonna need a therapist. Assault can't help but joke. You think this'll work, tossing him in the wards? No, maybe, Armsmaster sighs. He is a very disturbed young man who has suffered injustice at every turn. His crimes are extensive, and while I think he can be rehabilitated, inducting him into the wards, in my view, is the opposite way to go about it. Weird, I thought you'd be all for it. Or are you still mad about the bombing? Always on that, the armored man mutters. He was a distraught young man having a tantrum. While annoying and detrimental to my career, I don't hold it against him. I just don't see the benefits to allowing a violent, possibly psychopathic young man into this profession. He has fought enough, killed a number of capes, and helped subdue Lung. Public service-wise, he's accomplished more than most. I believe he should be given the opportunity to peacefully fade from public view. Yeah, let's figure out how to disguise the cat boy. Assault chuckles. He's a case 53, there's no chance in hiding what he is, plus the blood thing. Surgery could remove the ears and tail. Contacts for his eyes, blood bags can be acquired. You think he'd let us start cutting bits off of him? No, but it would be for his own good. The man sighs once more. Regardless, it's in the director's hands now. Let's hope she makes the right decision. Assault shrugs. I'll be nearby, let me know if the kid decides he's hungry or something. 48, meet the team. A whole day of waiting in a room with the smallest collection of books that could be deemed a collection. My room had no windows, no TV, no access to internet, not even a puzzle to waste my time with. It was like they were trying to get a reaction out of me by keeping me waiting. You know, I wouldn't put it past them to test me on my patience. See if I get angry, have mood swings, or start destroying shit for the hell of it. Well, bad news for them, I'll destroy whatever I want regardless of my emotional state. Whatever, might as well practice my projection magecraft while I have the time. I don't intend on keeping it secret, as I want to be able to use it without concealing it like a stiff sock. I had been disappointed that Armsmaster had left his halberd elsewhere during the interview. I'd wanted to see if I could analyze it with structural grasp. I did attempt it on the man's lie detection tech, but it was either way too complicated or incompatible for me to figure out. Again, the closer the thing was to the concept of sword, the better. For example, if swords were very easy, knives would be below that and spears below them depending on the type. Below spears would be axes, maces, and if you stretch the concept enough, shields. Though I personally believe that's due to their close connection with swords that it's in any way applicable. After the obvious melee choices, there were ranged weapons. Bows would be easier than guns because there were fewer moving parts, and the less said about indirect weaponry like explosives, the better. Of course, if I ever figured out my personal element and origin, I could add more items to the list, but for now, I was very limited. For the rest of my time spent in confinement, I practiced juggling knives. When my door finally opened again the next day, I'd managed to get the number of knives I could juggle to 5. Armsmaster hadn't been amused to see me armed behind the door, and only Vista's timely warping of space between us stopped him from plugging my ass with that halberd of his. Ahem, I cough into my fist while trying to ignore Armsmaster's patented glare, the only evidence of my knive's existence being the quickly fading blue particulates of light. What's the word then? Execution or enslavement? I'd call it paid internment, but Vista shrugs, ignoring the bearded cape's audible sigh. Enslavement would involve a lack of choice. You still have the option of backing out, Kaiju. You make it sound like the world's my oyster, ignoring the fact I'm up shit's creek without a paddle and covered in festering wounds. Either I join the PRT or you guys'll nail me to a cross. A choice is still a choice. It's not like you won't be compensated either. You are receiving amnesty for crimes that would see most enter the bird cage. It's only because of your age, circumstances, and public opinion that you have any options at all, Armsmaster states. Yeah, well, lay it on me then. What's the decision? Welcome to the team, Vista exclaims before Armsmaster can get a word in. Not so fast. You've been given leave to meet the wards, but before you can start socializing, you will need to go through our tests. We've already arranged a therapist for this afternoon. After you meet the wards, we'll be testing your abilities, especially those you've decided not to mention. He sternly says, obviously referring to my projected knives. Vista nods, takes a single step, and somehow ends up next to me. Ignore him. The tests are easy enough, and every member of the wards goes through psychological evaluation occasionally. Just don't mention the voices in your head and you'll be good. I suspect she winked at me, but it's impossible to tell behind her mask. Really? Because right now they're telling me to ignore you, I easily reply. Mine are telling me to get breakfast. You haven't eaten yet, right? No, I fold my arms. Even in prison you'd get some gruel. Here I was starving all night, waiting for a hero to save me. I looked to Armsmaster. Jokes aside, I could eat. Eat as in? Whatever's available, I say with a shrug. I sincerely doubted they'd secured me blood so quickly, so I'd make do with some pancakes or something. Well, if you promise to not run away, there's a sandwich shop down the road, Vista adds. Can I even run with you near? I retort. Her power was complete bullshit, one of the few shaker nines that exist. Even as a preteen, she could twist reality into her bitch. It didn't matter how strong or fast you were, she could make the distance between you and anywhere infinite or point blank. I was honestly surprised earlier at her casual use of her power on herself to flash step. No, but if you want to try the Vista treadmill, go ahead. Vista treadmill, you really named it that? I question. Clockblocker said it first, but I kept it because of how funny it is to watch crooks run in place like they're in some giant invisible hamster wheel. She snickers. Just imagine when they're in the prison yard and someone asks how they got caught. Ah, yeah, that damn Vista treadmill had me. Why not just call it hamster wheel? To me, that's way more humiliating. She shrugs. Gotta keep it on brand. What better way to do that than to have my name in it? Are you two done? Armsmaster's voice chimes in, the man standing at the door so rigidly you'd wonder if he actually had a stick up his ass. We're on a short schedule, so if you want to eat, be quick, he says before striding out of the room. You ever use the hamster wheel on him? I ask as we catch up. A couple time in training, but he keeps finding ways to break out of it, she admits. How, you're locking him in infinite space? Surely that ends the fight, I asked, curious. The first time he just flashbanged me and made me lose my concentration. My power's not strong enough to mess around with light too much. I mean, I'm sure I could do it with lots of prep, but... She shrugs. I can't trap him since he built a laser into his equipment. Bullets I can do if I'm watching for them, but lasers... Yeah, no, she explained. I guess that makes sense. Otherwise, you could turn yourself invisible whenever you want. I frown in thought. You'd also be blind during it without specialized equipment, though. I dunno, probably. One boat ride accompanied by a cheese steak later, and I soon found myself on the PRT rig, getting my fingerprints and other identifiables done for access inside. The place was abuzz with activity, PRT officers and office workers hurriedly going from one place to another, occasional small robots aiding engineers to maintain the platform, and not to mention those who simply came to gawk at me. Don't you have something better to do? Armsmaster shouts at them, prompting them all to remember what they were supposed to be doing. Sigh. At least it wasn't the media. Useful vultures, but still vultures. Something I did note was the many cameras that followed me closely. I was pretty sure I spotted a number of hidden turret placements as well. No doubt they were just waiting for an excuse to annihilate me. Chill out. If they wanted you dead, they'd have done it before we got past the force field. Vista placates me. You chill when you're in the middle of a Yongbin military base. That's basically how I'm feeling right about now, I utter. Oh, she drawls with a grin. Don't worry, the Yangban don't have shit on this place. Thanks, I feel so much better. Here we are, the team has been gathered to meet you, so try to behave. Armsmaster warns, you want a good first impression if you want to work well with them. Bit late for that, they already know me as a cannibal murderer. I look to Vista. I'm honestly surprised you aren't freaking out as is. She shrugs nonchalantly. Some of us are made of sterner stuff. Besides, violence is the game, and I'm not gonna bullshit you and say some of those dudes didn't deserve it. Language, Armsmaster growls. Come on. He says, pushing open the door and revealing a common room of sorts, a kitchen area placed at one side with a larger living room area at the opposite end of the room. It was all very high-tech, all except the ancient-looking coffee maker collecting dust in the corner. Over on the couch sat the rest of the wards, some appearing even more nervous than I expected. They'd been waiting for us, and the tension in the room was thick even over the silly cartoon currently playing on the TV. Hey dude, welcome to the wards, Clockblocker suddenly says, seemingly louder than he'd intended by shrinking of his posture. Clockblocker was an obviously clock-themed cape, his glossy white armor covered in digital timepieces. A theory on Pho had been that he uses them to set timers of people he freezes. That or the costume designers here are dogshit. Next was Browbeat, an absolute hulking dude in blue spandex with a diamond on his forehead. A relatively new addition to the wards, new enough at least that not much had been gathered about his powers. He'd been seen to have a brute rating in super strength and durability, but other than that I wasn't sure. After him was Aegis, a guy in red and white lightly armored spandex. His powers could essentially be boiled down to don't die. According to Pho and some statements from the PRT, he quotes-unquote feels no pain and is incredibly resistant to damage. They'd had to reveal that part of his powers after the public freaked out after seeing him shot to pieces on the street by some crooks. Again, I wasn't super sure how his powers worked, but he could take gunshots through the heart and head and come out dandy. Next to Aegis was Triumph, wearing white armor with gold accents. Especially gaudy was his golden lion-headed helmet. Not too sure what the theme was because his power was sound manipulation, sonic shrieks, and all that. Maybe something to do with lion roar. Staring awkwardly at me in a full suit of what looked like power armor was Gallant, a tinker of some sort according to Pho, capable of firing a blast of something that fucked up people who it hit. Also notably, the boyfriend of Vicky. Last was the newest ward kid Win, the rad and bombastic, according to PRT toy advertisements, Tinker. Not much was known about him aside from that cool hoverboard he rode around on. No one even knew his specialty, meaning it was something the PRT wanted to keep under wraps. Obviously, no one here trusted me with their real identities, and judging by how Kid Win looked ready to book it, some never would. So, Clockblocker uncomfortably drones at my silent analysis of them. Unbeknownst to me, my focus had inadvertently caused my pupils to contract even further into thin lines. Aegis steps forward and his smile shows through his eyes. Yo, I'm Aegis, team leader of the Brockton wards. He holds a hand out. It's good to meet you, Kaiju. Likewise, I evenly reply, shaking the offered hand. Don't make a habit of calling him Kaiju, he'll be given a new name soon enough. Armsmaster remarks from the door. What do we call him then? Triumph questions Armsmaster, as if I wasn't standing right in front of him. Q, it's not like I can hide my identity anymore, is it? Vista steps out from beside me. Something wrong, Gallant? Usually you've got more to say. The armored lets out a sigh. I can't feel him, my power doesn't work on him. What? Really? So he's like immune to powers or something. Damn. I feel a shiver run up my back from Armsmaster's gaze. Seems like we have an early appointment to attend. Gallant, Clockblocker, Vista, if you'd come with us. Geez, Den Clock, grow a pair, will you? You're freaking out over a kid, Vista chides. I don't know if any of you noticed, but that ain't a kid, Kidwin exclaimed. That's a killer. Have you guys not seen the stuff he's done on Pho, the crime scenes? Am I the only one here who sat through the morning news reports? I knew this was gonna happen. 49. The Shrink. The training area on the rig was a clinical white with occasional signs of use. Scuff marks on the walls, small divots on the ground, or discolored areas that seemingly weren't damaged enough to demand immediate repairs. Me and the rest of the wards watched as Armsmaster accessed a wall-mounted terminal and started configuring the test area, causing padded pillars to rise out of the ground, and led targets to reveal themselves on a nearby wall. Opposite the targets, another wall descended, revealing some sort of obstacle course that was reconfiguring itself to Armsmaster's specifications. "Is this where all our taxes go, then?" I couldn't help but remark. This was X-Men Danger Room type stuff. Even then, I wouldn't be surprised if a holodeck was attached to this place, too. "Yeah, it's something," Vista hummed. "The only thing taxes would have paid for is the materials. The rest was designed, created, and implemented by PRT tinkers. And no, before you ask, they were paid the same they usually would be." Armsmaster drawls, pressing a final few buttons as he turns to face us. "We will be in the observation deck. Wait on my word to begin testing," he states, headed over to the area behind the raised window. "So, any bets on his ratings?" Dennis questions as they all get comfortable in the observation deck. "Weren't you just pissing your pants?" Missy, better known as Vista, remarks. "Language," Armsmaster chimes in from where he sat at the control terminal. "Earlier, yeah, but right now I'm not standing face to face with a cannibal." He raises a hand to cut off Missy's protest. "Dress it up how you want, but that kid's dangerous. Whether it's a factor of his powers or his situation, he's done stuff that most of us would never think of." He shakes his head. "Just being around him makes me feel like I'm inside the lion's pen at a zoo." "How long will it be till he loses it and turns on us is my question," Triumph/Rory adds. "All of you, I assure you we will take every precaution available to ensure nothing of the sort happens. We'll be monitoring him constantly and providing therapy that have Adolf Hitler reevaluating his life choices. He won't be able to go to the bathroom without us knowing about it, and he'll be fully rehabilitated before we dare allow him to represent us." Aegis, known as Carlos, crosses his arms. "Regardless, he's gonna be our new teammate. Let's judge him for what he does now instead of what he was forced to do." He looks to Dennis. $50 he gets at least a brute 5. The ginger grinned. "You're on, Chief." "Loser bet he might not be tough, but he has high brute level healing," Missy states. Armsmaster leans towards a microphone. "Kiyu, step to the padded pillar labeled 1. One of the catcape's feline ears twitch in response to the sudden audio stimuli. Shrugging his shoulders, he steps to the nearest pillar before glancing at the window questioningly. "When you're ready, please strike the padded area as hard as you can." "I'm gonna say at least 300 kilos, Carlos said. "Nah, way more than that. His mover rating looked tied to his strength to me," Kid Win Chris pointed out. "Maybe." The cat boy sheds his jacket and tosses it to one side of the room before rolling his shoulders and cracking his neck. He cracks his knuckles and focuses on the target, waiting there momentarily. "Hey, what's that?" Dennis asked aloud when blue circuit-like markings began crawling down Kiyu's arm down to his fist. "Some sort of enhancement, probably," Chris speculated. Before anyone else could get a word in, Kiyu suddenly flickered, his fist striking the target so quickly most of them missed it. The clap of force as the padding deformed under the weight of the punch could be heard even behind the reinforced glass of the observation deck. The wards looked over to the terminal and blinked as the number shot up, past 300 kilograms to a gut-wrenching 1.7 tons worth of force, around 16,000 joules worth of force, enough to splatter the head of a regular human with relative ease. "God damn," Chris exclaims. "I'll be taking that 50 fucks, Chief," Dennis smirks victoriously. Yeah. Kiyu approached the next text, the thin steel bar opposite you. "Summon a weapon and strike it." "Summon a weapon?" Missy mutters in confusion. "Did he do that against Lung?" "No," Chris answered unsurely. "I don't think he would have hit it against that monster." "So either he's figuring out new aspects of his powers," Rory started, only for Dennis to continue with a beleaguered look. Or he's growing. Ain't that a scary thought? Gallant Dean muttered. Why's it always the psychos who get the best powers? Chris groans. A loud clang interrupts the group, prompting them to focus back on the testing area where Kaiju was stepping back from the target with blue particles fading around him. What happened? His summoned knives aren't very durable, Armsmaster states as he reads through the results. Duller than the average kitchen knife too, it seems. POV, Kaiju. The battery of tests had started fun at first, from punching stuff to the agility course, but then devolved to answering questions on how my abilities actually functioned. Most capes had an intuitive understanding of their powers, so it wasn't disingenuous of me to simply say, I have a well of energy inside me that I can manipulate. This explained my projection and reinforcement magecraft, along with any other abilities I created in future. After all the basic stuff was done, Armsmaster went ahead with testing my immunity to powers. This involved Gallant blasting me with what I now knew to be mind blasts of some sort, instead of the Tinker Tech shit Pho claimed it to be. Thankfully, his ability seemed completely ineffective on me, his attempts to induce maddening joy and other emotions on me all failing, unless you counted my amusement at how he slouched at his failure. After that was Clockblocker, who attempted to freeze me in time for a couple seconds. It didn't work, leaving him standing awkwardly with his hand on my shoulder, visibly trembling. What a pussy, and they call me the cat. Next was Vista, who trapped me in a treadmill, and surprisingly, it worked. It was an incredibly disconcerting feeling to know how helpless you are against someone so young. The solution to this problem was clear, however. Since she wasn't able to trap Oni Lee, I needed to learn how Virgil teleported soon. Last was Triumph, who reared back and screamed an ungodly sound into my face. My enhanced senses picked up everything and immediately sent me sprawling to the ground in agony, feeling as if my brain was leaking out of my ears. Holy shit, I think you killed him, Clockblocker shouted, only causing me further pain. Shooed ooh up, I slurred, feeling the urge to vomit from the intense vertigo I was experiencing. Just leave him. If he can heal getting incinerated, he can heal his eardrums. Armsmaster assured them, not that I could make out his words in my current state. Go, back to your break. He's got another appointment to get to. I rest my face in my hands as the man opposite me waits for some answer I'm not entirely sure of. An old, balding man with thick glasses and chewing on the back of a pen, barely blinking as he looks at me imploringly. Now, Kaiju, if we're going to get anywhere, you have to be honest with me. You're a very smart young man, you know why you're here, what the PRT needs from you. But I'm more interested in what we can do for you. Is that okay? Benny, my new therapist, calmly inquired. My lack of response doesn't deter the man, who continues staring at me like I'm the most fascinating piece of bullshit art he's ever seen. Sighing, tired from the day of stress, tests, and being watched constantly, I look to him. Go on then, ask your questions. The sides of his lips turned slightly upwards with a suppressed smile which was all but clear in his eyes. Well, to start, how was your day? My day? Yes, your day. Why, aren't you here to dig out my secrets and mail them to your masters? While I am here to evaluate your mental health, my main purpose is simple. I'm here to talk, offer alternate points of view, see where you can make adjustments in your life, and most importantly, listen. I blink at him. We can start wherever you like. If you want to talk about your day, we can. If you want to talk about something you saw in the news, we can. If you've had a bad day and you'd rather keep it to yourself, that's also okay. The hourly paycheck doesn't hurt, I'm sure, I drawl. He chuckles. You'd be right in that. Of course, the less open you are with me, the less I can say to my masters, as you put it, which means harsher observation, restrictions, and severely less freedom. So, how was your day, Kaiju? I sigh once more. So, punching stuff is fun, but having your eardrums exploded less so. Oh, he hums, making a note. Yeah, I trail off, not offering anything else on the matter. Are you usually so apathetic about pain and injury? If I was subjected to such a thing, I'd be in the corner crying, Benny said. It used to affect me, but not anymore. I've had more injuries than I can count. It hurts for a bit, but fades quickly. After that, you learn to forget, unless it's something truly memorable. Something memorable compared to everything else, I can scarcely imagine. He intones, ear turned to me attentively. Like getting burned alive by lung, or having your leg hacked off. I make a chopping motion at my leg, the one which Skidmark had miraculously removed in the past. He hums, somehow sensing my wish to change the subject. What about the wards? Any thoughts on your to-be teammates? I tilt my head in thought, a lone feline ear twitching despite myself. Vista's the only one not visibly scared of me, other than Browbeat, who I can't make heads or tails of, guys like a brick wall, socially and physically. He just tried to put on a front, but I could tell he wasn't as welcoming as he presented. How so? The small things, his steps towards me were shorter than those away, his posture remained guarded, and his hands. He had to resist balling them into fists. I explained with clinical observation. Are you this attentive every time you meet someone? Benny questioned. I nod, call it part of my powers. I can hear the breaths people around me take and how shallow they are, how light their steps are, minute twitches in their facial expressions, the focus of their eyes. You have no idea how annoying it is to find everyone you meet staring at? I trail off. Even enemy capes stared at my ears, these disgusting abnormalities I'd been cursed with. And me, what have you gleaned from our encounter thus far? Benny's voice cuts off my dour thoughts. I ponder. You've trained your practice well, your posture is open, you're intentionally expressive, and all of your movements thus far have been slow to ease me into your presence. But I can still tell you're not as comfortable around me as you'd like me to think. I state. Oh, why would you say that? He asks, not a twitch in his face. Because you've remained in that same relaxed posture since I arrived. A normal person shifts occasionally, moving the point where they place their weight to stay comfortable. You haven't budged from that. I'm your friend and just want to listen, crossed-leg bull. I eye him with suspicion. I'd honestly be more relaxed if you weren't trying too hard. I'm scary, I've hurt a lot of people, and you're right to fear me. Benny keeps his eyes locked on my cat-like ones, before eventually looking down at his watch and humming. I'll take your criticism for our next session, Kaiju, unless you'd rather I hand the job over to someone else. But know, while you are correct in your assumption, my wariness is more a factor of instinct than fear or prejudice. I am well aware with what you are capable of, yet I am still here. Continue if you want. It's not like I'll magically find a therapist willing to tell the PRT to shove off. I stand and move for the door. Great talk, but I don't think you'll find anything from digging. I'm not crazy. With that, I exit and head to my room with my escort of a dozen or so PRT guards. 50 bloody hell. 4 days later. Next, the chubby lunch woman you'd typically expect to see in a school cafeteria calls out, prompting me to shuffle to the side and present my tray. I'd been here 3 times already, and yet the old girl's nose wrinkled at the sight of me every time. You'd think she'd have gotten used to serving me, though maybe not. There was a not-so-unlikely chance that I'd killed someone she knew. Of course, her reaction was common around the rig. Despite the director's assurances I wasn't going to tear everyone on-site apart, they acted as if it was bound to happen. Oh, it's Pizza Friday. Kaiju, over here. Vista calls out to me, the 2 other capes at her table quickly ducking their heads when I look over. Vista, haven't seen you for a couple days. I say conversationally as I drop my tray in a vacant seat. School stuff, she shrugs. What have you been up to? Gallant suddenly stands, interrupting us as he takes his tray of half-eaten food. Sorry, just remembered I had something to do, he says before quickly leaving. Awkward. Kid Win chimed in, putting his fork in his mouth, and only noticing the food had fallen from it when he bit the metal. More tests, more therapy, more tutoring. I drawl, ignoring the tinker in favor of the only ward that didn't just tolerate my existence. More tests. Thought you'd have been done the first day. I know all I had to do was blood and a physical. Kid Win perks up. Oh, did you get back your blood work? Anything irregular from Normahum, average results. Well, like many Case 53s, a lot of my body acts like it's black-boxed. Apparently, every test has resulted in nonsense. I allow a chuckle. They can't even tell what blood type I am. Oh, bummers. Not like he needs it. With your healing, you could probably stock a blood bank for a week or two in a day. Vista remarks. If they'd accept monster blood, that is. I roll up a slice of pizza and eat the entire thing in one bite. You're not a Mons, Vista started, but didn't get to finish as someone stepped beside me, sliding a blood bag in front of me. Today's delivery, don't drink in one go. A PRT officer blood bag delivery guy groused before walking away. What the fuck? Kid Win barely stifled his shout as I stabbed a straw into it. I wonder how his reaction would be if he realized it was Aegis blood in here. How heroic of the guy to volunteer as my personal blood bank. What, did they forget to tell you I'm a vampire? I open my mouth and point to my rather large canines, got the fangs and everything. He sinks into his chair at that, looking ready to retch at the smell of iron now permeating the air. Though I sniff deeply, that isn't just blood in there today. The bag of blood flies through the air and hits the back of the PRT officer's head, causing him to stumble forward as red from the bag drips down his neck. Oi, if this is your attempt to kill me, you've gotta try better than that, cunt. All the nearby officers had stood and readied their weapons at my outburst. The presence of Vista and Kid Win seems to have stopped them from trying to put me down, however. Poison, the delivery guy muttered in apparent confusion. Did you think I wouldn't smell it? Wait, you actually think someone tried to kill you? Here, Vista asked, aghast. We just gonna ignore the fact he drinks blood, Kid Win blurts. Ignoring him, I'm surprised it took this long to happen. Can we figure out who's responsible before that can try? Again. I trail off as I hear the guttural growl coming from the delivery guy, as if he were trying to mimic a cat's purr. Probably shouldn't have thrown the blood at him then, huh? We should probably get this guy to the infirmary. I jab a finger at the guy who was becoming more feral by the second. Hey, Kev, come on, we'll get you fixed up. One of the guy's buddies touches the back of his arm. Thud. A sudden back fist plants the guy's ass on the ground. The subsequent kick knocks his lights out. Before Kev was able to keep attacking his friend, Vista thrusts a hand forward, causing the guy to freeze in midair. Kid, pick up your jaw already. All right, quarantine the room and alert the director. No one touch the blood, and anyone who's made contact go stand in that corner. He tentatively shouts his orders. What a blatant and rushed attack. Whoever did this wanted him to go apeshit and massacre the room. Why, though? It couldn't be someone from the PRT. They wouldn't risk Vista and a tinker just to ruin my cred. So that left someone infiltrating the rig, one of the most fortified and safe areas in all of Brockton Bay. That wasn't good. The only group I could think of that might have the resources for it was the Empire. The blood came directly from Aegis on the premises, though, meaning they'd poisoned it in storage. I rubbed my face, wondering if I was gonna get blamed for this shit. Gonna have to hear from the therapist about not throwing blood at people. Report, Piggott groused. Officer Kevin McCleary remains in an animalistic state. He's been put in an artificial coma to stop him from hurting himself while they flush his system. Initial tests for the substance have also just come in, organic power-based with no origin on file, Armsmaster coldly explained. I'd say we were lucky this was an assassination. Piggott narrowed her eyes. Explain. She glowered in a tone that brooked no argument. The tinker coughs into his fist. If they could sneak a foreign substance into a heavily monitored and secure storage of blood, the perpetrator could have laced the whole cantina's food with something far more dangerous. A single creation from Bonesaw or another bio-tinker could have wiped the city out, let alone the rig itself. The director went rigid at the mention of that. Dragon, find anything on the cameras, she calls out to no one in particular. The records were scrubbed. Whoever did they had access to our internal systems, that or a high-level thinker or a tinker with a speciality in hacking and breaching. Dragon observed. So we've got an unknown substance, an unknown perpetrator with unknown access to our systems, all with an unknown objective. Pigott sighed. Whoever it was either wanted to frame our new potential ward or wanted Vista and Kid win out of the picture. Was it only the single bag infected, or was it all spiked? All of it. Get the cat some blood, Dragon, lock the place down and find what you can. If there's even a speck of evidence, I want it. I'll try, but don't hold your breath. With the rig completely locked down for the next couple of days, I found myself with surprisingly more freedom than usual. Looks as if my attempted murder, framing, suicide, whatever, had garnered some sympathy from my handlers, prompting them to offer my some not-seen-before privileges. What did I ask for, might you ask? Well, I requested access to some low-level tinker tech, specifically any weapons. It wasn't hard to convince them after explaining that I might be able to copy them. The potential power I could grant by copying one-time-use tinker tech items wasn't to be understated. There were plenty of capes out there like Leet who had weird restrictions on their powers, after all. So here I was, standing in the testing room once more with part of the ground raised to act like a table. On it was a peculiar-looking device that looked like a weird sickle. From the handle were two sharp claw-like curved edges, resembling something like a grapple hook. My handlers were silently watching from the observation deck as I reached for the device. Structural grasp. Blue circuits lit up from my arm and ran into the object. My mind was immediately bombarded with information about it. Despite this being small and rather weak compared to most tinker tech, it was still enough to give me a small headache. Not to mention there was some tomfuckery going on with it. Looks like blackboxing isn't just the tech being too advanced to figure out with modern technology. No, the innards of the device literally distorted physics. It was like someone had packed more than twice the volume in half the space. To put it simply, it was bigger on the inside. I could tell that whoever had made it hadn't intended for it either, or at least they didn't understand what they'd made. Their power, whatever it is, eases the process for its user. The weapon itself was rather simple, sharper than average blades that could be shot out and used as a grappling hook. Not like the crappy ones either, but more like the version Batman used that could reel him in. I made a few cuts in the air before swinging it while simultaneously unfurling the hook, causing it to extend like a barbed, very deadly whip. Reeling it back in, I held out my left hand and closed my eyes, doing my best to remember the peculiar spatial fuckery going on with the thing. Projection. Blue particles gathered in my hand, and I was surprised by the ease with which I was replicating the tech. I blinked as the process finished, leaving me with an identical hook-sickle thing in either hand. I give it a swing, and it works just as the original did. Why was it so easy? This thing that broke physics was only around triple the difficulty of generating an average kitchen knife. Was it because magic didn't really care about physics? According to it, was I just making a fancy knife with more moving parts than usual? I smashed the copy against the table, the blades digging a couple inches into the material before breaking and dissipating into blue particles. I glance at the observation deck. Got any more? BSZZZZ. Another section of the floor opens up, revealing a table filled with tinker tech knives and other oddities. Whatever, waste not, want not. Knife with a blade that extends into a sword. Knife that becomes dull if used against undesignated targets. A bladed boomerang that always returns. Throwing knife injects whatever's struck with something, deadly poison not included. The former list was easily assimilated into my mental library of weapons, but the same could not be said for some of the other devices. A foam grenade that covered the immediate area in containment foam gave me a god-awful migraine, not to mention how much mana it would cost to project. One grenade was worth almost 70 grapple hooks. Whether that was due to it being an explosive, or because it was non-lethal, I didn't know. All I knew is that it would never be worth using outside of very unique circumstances. I didn't even bother trying to use structural grasp on the half-iPad, half-pistol thing. I'd rather not have my brain leaking from my nose, thank you. All right, end the test. It should be time for dinner, right? 51, Telltale. Shimmering blue coalesced on my raised palm, glowing particles flowing around it, and through my splayed fingers almost playfully. A tentative nudge, altering the power sent through one of my many magical circuits, caused the little lights to jump and move in the opposite direction. My brow furrowed as I exerted my will, the throbbing veins on the back of my hand visible even under the glowing blue magical circuits. Come on! I chew my lip, giving it one final prod. Projection. The outline of the familiar kitchen knife appears, the particles sticking to it like glue. This wasn't my usual work, however. Instead, it was my attempt at altering an object. The outline was 50% smaller than its usual shape. I'd done the calculations needed to do it, altering the knife's altering its density to match its decreased volume, restructuring the crystalline structure of the steel, the grain, the machines of mass production that tirelessly hammered it into shape. The worn plastic handle, the chipped tang rusted from exposure, all of it but less, no, not less, just smaller. Sweat beaded down my face as the outline in the air steadily filled in, the blue lights taking on a metallic texture as the pieced themselves together like the most difficult puzzle known to man. Finally, as the last piece took its place and gravity took effect, it dropped to the desk before me with a metallic clang, and only now I remember to breathe. Steam leaves my lungs, an unpleasant side effect from overstressing my magical circuits. While this exercise shouldn't take so much energy, I was forced to overcompensate for my lack of skill in the area. While other magi from what I knew filled in the gaps by imagining what should be there, such a thing was impossible if I wanted to truly grasp Emiya's magecraft. The fact that I hadn't accounted for the accumulated experience of the knife, those that wielded it, and how it had even ended up in a junkyard made this successful attempt a failure, in my eyes at least. I'd managed to alter its form, make it smaller, but it wasn't the same knife. If I tried to do the same as Khalidbog like Emiya did to Nuke, it'd either explode in my face or break the item in question completely. I needed to be better, more skillful, smarter, if I wanted to achieve what he had. It was no wonder it had taken him years to get the spells down, and he'd only managed to utilize unlimited bladeworks during the Holy War thanks to the future Emiya giving him a kick-start. I was aware I'd be given the knowledge to use it in future when I had enough blood to earn it, but that didn't mean I shouldn't try to improve on what I knew in this moment. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, I call out, wiping the sweat from my face as I turn to my door. It opens and I see Armsmaster standing there with crossed arms and a small entourage behind him. Kiyu, these are Letitia Rio and Dylan Kara, Public Relations Advisor. A plain-looking woman in a business suit steps to his side with a small wave, costume and equipment designer respectively. He nods at an Indian man in colorful and rather gaudy clothes. Okay. The two guests look to Armsmaster after my blunt response, only for him to shrug and lean against the door frame. Looking at one another, it's Dylan who steps forward. Kiyu, it's great to finally meet you. You have no idea how many ideas I've brainstormed since you joined up with the good guys. He smiles. Could you just get to why you're here? I've got more testing in. I glance at the nearby clock. It took half an hour to create the mini knife. 10 minutes. It's been cancelled, Armsmaster drawled. Letitia nods. Since you've been doing so well adjusting to things around here, the PRT felt it necessary to get things moving along. Specifically, your new identity and everything that goes with it. I can't help but snort. Yeah, I'll just get a haircut and wear some glasses. Everyone will ignore the ears. They mean your hero identity. Armsmaster sighed, looking as if he wanted to be anywhere else. Is this an offer I can reject? No. Dylan drops into a chair next to me, pushing a large notepad stinking of ink in front of me. He opens it, revealing 4 of 5 costumes designed on each page, some less developed and are thought through than others. So my favorite option is this. He points to a drawing of me in spandex with a helmet depicting a lioness. As Triumph has already claimed the lion motif, I thought it'd make sense for you two to be partners. Same color scheme and design, but with you as his sidekick. Partners, me as the lioness and him as the lion. Are you trying to imply we're fucking or something? Not only that, I Armsmaster. Did you forget what happened last time I was near him? His power is sound manipulation and shouting, while I have incredibly sensitive ears. I drawl, extending a single claw from my finger and cutting that particular costume out of the book before tossing it in the bin. The aghast look on Dylan's face only made the action sweeter. I'm not involved with any of this, Armsmaster states. I glare at Dylan. If all of your ideas are this stupid, we might as well stop here. But... Don't mind Dylan, I'm here specifically to veto his more outlandish designs. He's a wonderful artist, but maybe sometimes too creative. Letitia pats the man on his back. But if we don't end up finding something suitable by the end of the week, we'll have to use something. She smirks. He silently glowers. In other words, pick something or you get the gay lion treatment. Something like that? I honestly thought it was a good idea. The man sadly mutters before perking up again and turning the page. This one then? I'm almost absolutely certain you will like it, he pridefully exclaims, showing me a monstrously colored skin-tight leotard. It looked like something Captain America would wear if he was from modern California. Dark green leggings, gold belt, and bright yellow torso. All that with a mask he must have stolen from Catwoman. What's worse, this fucker had the audacity to include a cat-o'-nine-tails whip. I calmly flip to the next page, not designing Dylan with a response. Again, the centerpieces were as desirable as a lump of human shit you'd find on the pavement. Sighing hard and rubbing my face, I swipe a nearby pen and open a fresh page to doodle. W8, this is my personal design book. Don't stain my art with your uneducated, uninspired spittle. The man all but wailed. I slide him away from me by pushing his chair with a free foot, quickly finishing my drawing. A hastily drawn depiction of me wearing boots, jeans, and a jacket worn over a regular shirt. Did I steal this from Nero in DMC5? Yeah, did I care? Not really. There, your hero of redemption, insert name here. I hold it up to Armsmaster. Everyone knows my face, and changing my outfit ain't gonna make people forget that I'm a murderer. Play on the new lease on life shtick. It'll be more authentic and it'll give the PRT some leeway if I fuck it up somehow. Sounds good to me, the Tinker shrugs. But this isn't good at all. A hero is supposed to be eye-catching in even the most chaotic disaster. Someone you can spot and know you're safe with your mere presence alone. This is just a regular outfit a nobody wears on the street, Dylan loudly said. Yeah, it'll resonate more with the public. I talked a lot of shit about the PRT's spending and uselessness in the past. It would look stupid and disingenuous if I came back wearing a fucking gold belt. Besides, with my extra appendages, people will spot me in a crowd even if I don't want them to. I explain. That reasoning is sound to me, Letitia nods. I'm sorry, but I can't agree with this. The designer swipes back his pad and clutches it to his chest. I've given you my choice. Our PR advisor agreed with it, as did our top hero, Armsmaster. Go peddle your crap to someone else, we're done. I grouse, standing and gesturing for the door. Disgruntled and defeated, the man quietly exits, leaving us to discuss other matters. What else is there? I query. Well, once we decided on a costume, we'd have to match your equipment to it, but given your choice to be a down-to-earth hero, the bare minimum modifications would only suit it more. She smiles lightly. I was honestly dreading customizing another set like clock blockers. What clocks on everything sounds easy to me, I drawl. Yeah, until you need all of them to be functional and stylish while keeping to PRT operational standards. Every piece of equipment needs to be immediately identifiable as the standard use version. Try that with clocks on everything, she groaned. I told you I'd handle building them if it was too much trouble, Armsmaster adds from the door. Sorry, but you're the last person I'd talk to about style. Ah, she looked sheepish at the retort. No offense. None taken. Now what else is there? I have other matters that require my attendance. Well, the most important thing, she looks to me, your cape name. I'm drawing a blank here. I didn't even pick Kaiju. Well, you can't keep your last one. We need something new, fresh. She snaps her fingers as if to conjure up a good suggestion. The wards have Gallant and Trump. How about Onslaught? No, it literally has the first half of Slaughter in it. She instantly rejects. I folded my arms. It wasn't like I was gonna keep the name all that long. Maybe that would do. Tails, since I'm gonna have 2 tails soon enough. Tails, Letitia parroted. Tails, Armsmaster hummed. Tails, I nod. Short and sweet, gives nothing away and doesn't make me want to kill myself when I hear it. It's the best I think I'm gonna get. How about Tails instead? Sounds the same but looks better on paper. Keeps people from thinking we're stereotyping you too. I shrug. Good enough. 52, undecided. Fucking server room is too protected. Sneaking inside was like trying to unlock a nun's chastity belt with your tongue. With cameras along the walls, some hidden more than others, almost constant patrols, and even more security that I'd not noticed during my strolls past. If that wasn't bad enough, Armsmaster's workshop was so close you could practically smell his beard oils. Any attempt to break in and find out where they're keeping Tiu would end in abject failure, much like my attempts to simply inquire about her situation. There are still many threats to her life, and you will see her soon were all too common phrases when I broached the subject. She was leverage, more so than that some cunt had leaked her information to the public. If it wasn't already well known my relation to her, it was now. Someone had used multiple puppet accounts to post information relating to me all over the internet. Not just pho, but Wikipedia articles about myself, message boards. Whether or not this was an attempt to make true the PRT's statements about keeping Tiu safe didn't matter. Someone was scheming if the attempt to poison me in the cafeteria wasn't already obvious enough. I was getting antsy, being kept on the rig all day and night, with people that either hated me or were scared of me. My attempts to be amiable with my therapist were slow going. Benny saw straight through my facade, and it was pissing me off. Ducking my head, I walked past the server room once more, hoping my circuitous route to the lunch hall wouldn't be noticed. As I turned the corner, however, I spotted a man headed directly toward me. Stick-thin, and in a suit that appeared like it'd slide off, with equally thin lips and trimmed eyebrows the same color as his short-cut black hair. His inconspicuous brown eyes stared straight at me, and to my surprise he was calm, not a hitch in his breath at my sudden appearance. Nor did the gait of his stride alter even minutely, as if he knew I was here. I watched in confusion as he entered a blind spot of the cameras that I'd noticed previously, and dropped a folder from within his suit jacket, continuing masterfully as if nothing had happened. As he passes me, however, he speaks lowly, barely a whisper, but I could make it out clear as day. It's not right what they're doing. I sigh and force my feet to move as he turns the corner, aware that any reaction would be noticed on the feeds. Swiping the folder, I hurry to my room's bathroom, which thankfully wasn't being monitored. Now let's see what you wanted, I mutter, opening it to reveal a dozen or so documents, all with a big fat confidential, stamped in the corner of the pages in dire red. Most with information about poise or persons of interest from what I could infer. Each page detailed holding facilities the PRT operated, some under the control of different groups, likely puppets, while others were private prisons. Their population numbers varied greatly, with some holding barely 20 and others housing over 1,000 prisoners. Tiu's in one of these? I grouse. I hoped they were housing her in one of the smaller, more habitable locations with a higher quality of life, but I wouldn't ignore the chance of them dumping her in some shit hole and calling it a day. While unlikely due to my importance, I just didn't know what to expect from them. Sometimes they're the ideal organization for the world, and others they act like evil corporate overlords. The only consistent thing about the PRT is their inconsistency. Just ignoring the files momentarily, I've apparently got some big-shot benefactor who thinks it's not right. One with high levels of access to PRT internal operations, along with the means to operate freely in the rig, enough that he could figure out the patterns of my movements. Following TV troops, the odds of this benefactor Being the big bad evil guy is like 100%. Regardless, I quickly memorized the files before tearing them up, burning them and flushing the ashes. My eidetic memory's good for something, finally. Downtown 6:42 p.m. Another day, another dollar. Clockblocker folds his arms behind his head as he, Vista, and Aegis patrol the street. It was a relatively relaxed and low-priority role protecting a famous musician who decided to perform live in downtown. Some guy calling himself Malone Postal, who apparently did this a lot. As a solo guitarist, this was both where he'd come from and where he was most popular. For those of us getting paid, Vista sighed. Clock shakes his head. Don't worry, I used to be nervous about my folks handling my money too. It all worked out in the end, though. Whatever. I'm not in it for the cash, helping people is enough, Aegis stated. Right, buddy, we all like to be heroes, but we still gotta live somehow. It's the paycheck that separates us from vigilantes. Clock shrugged. Maybe we'd be better off concentrating on the heroics instead of the other stuff that comes with it then. Vista quietly remarked, the conversation going dead as they stood back behind the gathered crowd and listened to the music for a moment. Guy's good, but not worth sending capes to protect him, Clock can't help but say. We're here for the public, not for him, Aegis chided. We're here because the higher-ups think nothing'll happen, that it'll be an easy job for the kids to do. Vista drawled almost contemptuously. Hey, a young boy of 8 quietly approaches and holds out a small booklet to Aegis. See, could you sign my book? Sure, the ward smiled, writing his signature with a pen he always had on hand before handing it off to the other two. He ruffles the kid's hair and sends him on his way. See, we're doing some good here. Well, you enjoy being a glorified hall monitor. I'm gonna try be useful. Vista throws her hands up and starts stomping down the road, only to be alerted by screams from the crowd behind her. "T the hell," she exclaims, seeing some sort of black smog expanding outwards from an alleyway near the crowd. It flowed quickly yet acted like heavy smoke, quickly covering the ankles of those nearest to the alley. Vista ran back to her teammates who'd already alerted HQ of the situation. Either of you have a clue what this is? Nada, Clock answered, uncharacteristically subdued. No capes I know of. A new tech by Uber and Leet, maybe. Thud. The impact of something heavy and the scrape of something sharp, yet not metallic, sounds out on either side of the street. Two huge, demonic-looking dogs cut both ends of the street off, with a third exiting the smoke-filled alleyway. Those two idiots wish they could be on our level, a young woman's voice declared, stepping out from the smoke, a black and purple bodysuit with a domino mask covering her face, upper back-length blonde hair and vibrant green eyes being the most noticeable identifiers. Our, Aegis quickly latched onto. Our, as in us, the Undersiders, the team on the block. She holds her arms out, allowing a large man wearing black armored suit and a skull mask to step out, smoke pouring off of him. Another large figure steps out, though this was one apparently female despite the man-like physique, the small peck-like breasts barely visible under the leather jacket. She wore a scary-looking dog mask to complete the ensemble, appearing like a roided-out psycho biker. Last to step out was a boy wearing a loose Renaissance-era shirt and a Venetian mask over curly black hair, a peculiar-looking scepter held lightly in one hand. The blonde girl jabs a thumb at them, Gru, Bitch, and Regent. Oh, and you can call me Tattletale. No need to introduce yourselves, I know who you are. Cock Blocker, Kid Vista, and Aegis. You've got the bravado of a villain down. Aegis slowly spoke, mildly thrown off by the theatrics. Why's he get his proper name? Clock loudly complained. It's Vista, the smallest of the capes growled. Ah, my bad, mixed you up with that new tinker, Kid. When was it? You're both the same, in that you've done nothing to note so it's hard to remember. Tattletale lightly remarked with an exaggerated shrug. Aegis held Vista back before she could start fighting them. They'd been ordered to keep them talking for as long as possible for backup to arrive. So, this your debut or something? Not exactly an impressive venue, Clock snidely says, holding his arms out at the street. trying to ignore the cowering crowd and the car-sized demon dogs sniffing and grunting on both ends of the street. Well, not everyone wants to destroy half the city. Bitch here wanted to, but I vetoed it. Wouldn't want to get recruited by the PRT now, would we? Tattletale grinned a smug grin at them. It wasn't Kaiju that did that. Vista angrily shot her retort. Oh, you barely know him and you're already crushing. Geez, some girls are so easy. She turns to bitch, get the loot. The girl in a dog mask nods and stomps to the crowd, people parting like the Dead Sea as she reaches Malone Postal. Get away from them, Vista shouts. Unable to intervene due to the large number of people present, her power becomes exponentially more difficult to use with each lifeform present. A loud bark from one of the huge hellhounds stops Aegis and Clock in their tracks. What do you want? Malone Postal quivered under Bitch's glare, but she said nothing and wrenched his guitar from his grasp. That's it, Clock exclaimed, running to the nearest dog to slap it, intending to freeze it in time. Only as he ran, his foot spasmed and made him fall to the floor. A second later, Regent jabbed him in the neck with his scepter, activating an inbuilt taser. Night-night. ZIP. Clock, Aegis shouted. I wouldn't do that if I were you. He's already under Gru's affect, Tattletale warned, gesturing at the thick smoke now covering Clockblocker's face. I won't tell you what it does, but if you get in the way, we'll have to make it hurt. So stay put like a good soldier and no one gets hurt. She turns to her teammates. I think that'll do it for a debut, do barely anything and easily defeat the wards. She chuckled. We're not done, Vista growled. Oh, so you'll sacrifice your friend for what? Pride? HMPH, they don't make heroes like they used to. At least it's easier for us, I suppose. Dealing with some real heroes would be annoying. She shrugs and steps back into the alley, disappearing behind the wall of smoke. The others follow, prompting the huge dogs to depart as well. By the time the PRT arrived, the Undersiders were already gone.